there is a lot of people that came out and said that these protests were peaceful,
Who?
mostly peaceful. When
Well, they were mostly peaceful. The protests across the country, 93% of them were peaceful. 7% were violent. And the 7% that were violent, wrong. Don't do that. Do not be violent. Do not loot. Do not vandalize. Don't do anything like that. But in terms of protests across the entire country, there was multiple studies confirming this, that the overwhelming majority, around 93% of those protests were peaceful. But January 6th was 100% violent.
yeah,
That's something that was encouraged by Donald Trump.
Oh, it wasn't encouraged by. He didn't
Really?
tell the people to go down there and break into the Capitol.
He directed people to the Capitol. He knew they had weapons. He knew they had knives and brass knuckles and things like that. And he waited 180 minutes for to put out a video telling these people to go home.
He knew every single person that showed up with a weapon had a weapon.
No. He knew that people in the crowd had weapons.
I doubt that, but I mean,
What do you mean? We have testimony from the January 6th committee and under oath in the January 6th report about how Donald Trump was informed that a lot of these people had firearms, had knives, had weapons of any kind. And so much so that he actually told Secret Service to remove the metal detectors that were scanning the people coming through for this rally at the Ellipse.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take your word for it, but he, like himself, did not know that people were going to show up there with weapons and storm the Capitol. No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. The FBI and the Secret Service were briefing him for weeks about how people were planning violence on January 6th. They briefed Mike Pence on this as well.
I think that's a far reach, kind of like when they reached, for the fraud case that they brought against him in New York, and that turned out to be,
We'll talk about the fraud case in just a second, but just to be clear, the FBI and the Secret Service were telling him and members of his staff and Mike Pence that there was going to be violence on January 6th, that they had credible intelligence that people were planning to do something on January 6th. They didn't know what. It wasn't abundantly clear what it was going to be, but that people were bringing weapons, that it was going to be violent, that people were planning violence. Donald Trump knew this, went forward with the rally anyway, and directed his followers to the Capitol to stop the certification of the election.
I mean, I'll take what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but to say that he is directly responsible for lives lost today, for people breaking into Capitol, like he's not, though.
He told his followers, if you don't fight, you won't have a country anymore. When you see fraud of this levels, you go by different rules.
Did he directly to tell people to break into the Capitol?
Do you have to tell somebody directly to be the cause of what they did? Like, do you have to be like, yeah, like if you say something like that person over there is really bad, he's really evil, he's coming for your family, he's going to take the life of your family members, and if you don't do something about it, he's going to come take your life. And then that the person you're telling this to goes and like injures that person. Do you think that the person who is directing that person to go attack that guy over there has any liability?
Okay, I get what you're saying. So I could flip that and say like, the people on The View or other major networks, when they say that he is a threat to democracy and he needs to be taken out, should they be responsible for?
I don't think anybody has said that nobody said that he needs to be taken out, but saying that he's a threat to democracy is also the truth. So you might be like, yeah, that's like a really like powerful thing to say about somebody in politics, but it's true. And also, just to be clear, none of these like wannabe assassins have been inspired by anything on the left. All of these people have either voted for Donald Trump in the past or were registered Republicans or vocally supported Republicans. It's none of these people were like, oh yeah, the big bad Democrats told us that Donald Trump was evil, so we went and tried to like take his life.
I'm just saying, do you think that there's any level of responsibility that's had to some of these people, some of these very outspoken people that have come out and said that, we need to take him out, he's a threat, stuff like that? Like, do you think any of them should claim responsibility for
I see
political violence against them?
Why? Well, nobody said that we need to take him out. But why? Why would they have responsibility?
I mean, that's inciting violence.
Why is that? How is that inciting violence? Like voicing political opinion, also political opinion that is true. I don't know how that's inciting violence.
If I said to Parker or Dean, hey, we need to take Harry out, and then one of them went off their rocker one day, and God forbid something happened, do I have any sense of responsibility for that then? Because if you said the words, we need to take Harry out, and that was the end of the conversation, right? You said nothing further. You're just like, yeah, we need to take Harry out. And one of them like tried to take me out. I would not say you are responsible for that. Okay, then how can you say that Donald Trump was responsible for people breaking into the Capitol? It goes hand in
because
hand.
Donald Trump didn't just say we need to go to the Capitol. He hyped up this rally for weeks. He knew that there was going to be violence, ignored it, brought people to the ellipse for his speech, knew they had weapons, ignored it, directed them to the Capitol based off of a lie, saying that if they don't fight, they won't have a country anymore. He was calling for the termination of the Constitution, among many other things. So yeah, Donald Trump did a little bit more than just say, "Hey, we need to do something about this."
I'll agree that there's something he should have done more to prevent that, and he should have stepped up more when it was happening to prevent it from happening. But to say that it all falls just on his shoulders, I think is a little bit of a reach. But
I don't think it all falls on his shoulders. I think it falls on a variety of people who are around him. But he's the main antagonist. He's the guy who pretty much incited everything, made it all happen, encouraged people to come to January 6th and DC on January 6th. So yeah, he's the main guy, 100%.
Okay. I mean, we could agree to disagree on that topic, but going to the fraud case, I haven't read much on that lately, but I'm seeing that in the appeals court that it got overturned. No. He's going to be granted his money back.
No.
I mean, those are headlines I was seeing today.
These are not headlines you've seen. These are article or videos you might have seen on TikTok. But no, that's not true. There was no, first of all, it was in the appellate court in New York. No opinion has been issued. No money has been given back. And we have no idea how the court's going to rule.
Okay, but just say they do rule in favor of Trump and there was no wrongdoing.
Well, it's not going to happen. I'm sorry. They're not going to rule. I think it's decently likely that they reduce the penalty against Donald Trump. Right now, it sits at over $500 million when you account for interest as well. I think it's decently likely that they bring the number down. The judges in the hearing were saying something along the lines of the judge who initially issued the ruling double dipped in some instances. So I think it's decently likely that they remove some money from the sum. But in terms of overturning it, no. Donald Trump obviously committed a bunch of fraud.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I haven't read up too much on that. These are just things that I'm seeing quick across, my phone as I'm scrolling. But
yeah, so don't listen to these. If there's anybody telling you out there that his cases have been overturned, do not listen to them. Just don't. They have no idea what they're talking about. And also, this hearing you can go watch online. It wasn't 6 hours. It was 45 minutes. No opinion was issued. So
I got you. I had a point that just popped in my head I was looking at earlier, and I find it really interesting. How do you take the poly market polls that have been coming out? How do you view those polls specifically? Because it's kind of gives a different perspective on everything, right? Because it's real money. So where do you stand with that stuff?
Yeah, I think it's I don't think betting markets are bad sources to look at, for example. I think that these are real people kind of putting money behind this stuff. So it kind of indicates a trend, or at least a vibe, quote unquote, around the country. So I think they can be reliable, but I think you want to look at a mix of polls and the news. And if you want to factor in markets to that, that's, fine.
Gotcha. Yeah. I just found that a little interesting when I was looking at the betting odds today on that, and saw a little bit of an increase in Trump support on that end. Actually, quite a few polls that I saw come out today on political polls on X have shown that Trump is gaining a little bit more ground, and I'm just curious to know why you think that is.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just the nature of a race. It kind of fluctuates. So, it's likely that Kamala Harris will have some points gained next week, and then Trump and kind of just goes back and forth. But I don't know why there's been a slight increase of Trump. There's been a lot of Republican aligned polls released as of late, but I don't know. It just kind of goes back and forth as it does.
I just found it interesting because now we're getting into early voting and everything, and mail-in voting, and these polls are coming out now showing more favor in Trump, and I just found that a little bit interesting. But I have a hypothetical to throw at you.
Okay.
And I know this is a bit of a reach, and I don't think there's any truth behind it. At least I hope not. But God forbid, say these claims that are coming out about Tim Walz prove true. I know. And like I said, like, I don't know if there's any truth behind any of this, but something like that can't be taken lightly until it's completely, looked into.
So there's just to stop you. I'm going to stop you right there. Like there's as much validity to those claims as me right now saying that I saw Donald Trump assault a young boy or girl. Like this is literally just one dude on social media who lied and made the claim, and there's nothing, not a single thing to back it up.
Right, I get you, but it just, hypothetically, if that was to come out, again, it's just a hypothetical. Like, say that was to come out and prove true. Like, how does the party pivot from that?
Because I don't know. I don't know. I'm not even like entertaining something like this because it's just like so obviously false. And it's like this is one of the main things I'm very frustrated with recently: the lack of accurate information in our media and kind of and the lack of informed voters. So I'm just not even going to really entertain this.
I got you. I just figured I'd throw it out there and see if clearly, I mean, you have an opinion on it, but anyway. It's relevant. It's something that's been out there, but North Carolina I wanted to touch on real quick before you moved on.
All right.
Obviously, Elon Musk has came out and supported, a lot of those areas that have been devastated with Starlink. And there's been claims that FEMA has slowed it down. The federal government has slowed down Starlink getting up and running in those areas. I'm just curious to know your opinion on that.
I don't. There's no basis to these claims. The federal government, to be clear, has been very, very responsive, has given all these states everything they need. Republican politicians, Democratic politicians have all complimented FEMA and the federal government for their response. There's nothing held up. There's no a person in an official position that said that anything has been held up. So all of these are just lies spread on social media. So just to be clear, like, you should not get your information from Elon Musk when it comes to natural disasters. You should not get your information from Elon Musk or anybody else kind of in his orbit when it comes to political matters. You should look into this stuff yourself, and you should read from the FEMA website what they're doing.
I mean, some of these claims are coming literally from people that are living in this, disaster. It's kind of hard not to believe the people that are living the reality.
Yeah, I'd also argue that a lot of people, even in disasters, are disingenuous. And I'd also argue that a lot of these people claim to be living in disaster zones and they actually don't. Right? So there's a lot of bad actors on social media who will say anything to get some clicks and to get some views and to make you think one way about politicians. But in terms of like people who are actually involved in these situations, politicians, state officials, and all these folks, they're saying that the federal government has been great. The governor of North Carolina complimented the federal government. Ron DeSantis in Florida has, the governor of Tennessee, the governor of South Carolina, governor of Virginia. Most of these people are Republicans, have all complimented the federal government.
So there's actually been a mayor that came out of North Carolina in one of the disaster zones that have came out and bash FEMA a little bit because the $750 to get started on relief efforts that you have to apply for, which I think is a joke in itself, but his daughter applied for it and she was only approved $300 of the $750, and she lost everything on the first floor of her house. Like, I just think that's wrong. When you look at, I think it's wrong because of the timing that everything is unfolded. Like, okay, we're going to give you $750 to start relief efforts, but we're going to send millions of dollars overseas to fight a war that we have nothing to do with. Again, I think it is very bad timing, and the way that they're advertising it is not helping their case.
Yeah, this is also just like straight misinformation. Like the $750 is the legal limit. It's the max that FEMA can send for immediate disaster relief, which is for day-to-day needs like water, food, shelter, things like that. But there's other programs that people can apply for that have way more money. So when it comes to like rebuilding your home, you can apply for programs that give you tens of thousands of dollars to do that. When it comes to transportation, when it comes to just general housing, temporary, you can do that as well. And there's a lot more money in those programs. So this 750 is only the legal limit. It's one program of many that people can apply for. And in terms of people being denied, accepted, rejected, or given lower limits, yeah, I mean, I think that everybody should be given as much as they need. But to be clear, like some people don't need as much as others. And
I mean,
I don't know what his daughter went through, but also the $300 is not meant to be used for anything to do with your house. So the first floor of her house might have been devastated for sure, but that $300 has nothing to do with her house. It's not meant to be used on her house. So her house being destroyed means nothing.
But $300 may not even cover the food that was in her refrigerator and her cabinets.
Well, it depends on it depends on what the damage is in her area or what her circumstance is. So it's person by person. So she might have gotten $300, but there are people who've gotten $750 because their situations are worse.
I just don't think that it should be. I mean, I get it going by a case basis, but if you were completely devastated by a natural disaster, why is it even a question to the government stepping in and giving you whatever it is that you need?
You should talk to Donald Trump about that.
I'm not talking to Donald Trump about that.
No, I'm saying in terms of disaster response, you should talk to Donald Trump about that, because when he was president, he would pick and choose where to send aid based on who liked him.
Again, this isn't about Donald Trump right now. This
is about Donald Trump.
This is literally about Kamala Harris and Joe Biden.
But to be clear, you're supporting Donald Trump. So your argument is that the federal government should step in and give states and individuals everything they need when it comes to natural disasters. I agree. Joe Biden agrees. Kamala Harris agrees. That's why they've done everything possible and given all the resources they can to these states to recover and get resources to people who need it the most. But Donald Trump, when he was president, would pick and choose where to give aid based on if these people voted for him or not. So, for example, in California, there were wildfires, and he was not going to send aid for these wildfires to California. It was only until his aides pointed out that in Orange County, there were more Trump voters in that county than in the state of Iowa that he was convinced to send aid.
Well, I mean, the argument could go for the Maui wildfires.
It cannot.
It can't, absolutely can, because they're going through the same thing. Because again, it was when they came out and advertised for these families that you're going to get relief, it was $750. Again, they didn't advertise anything after that. But what I'm saying is, when it comes to a natural disaster like this, why is it even a conversation that, it has to go by a case basis, because, we're going to determine what your property is worth.
It's nothing to do with property value.
Again, I'm just saying, the food in your fridge. Okay, food, basic living needs. Who is the federal government to say how much it is to properly, maintain a good living?
I think the federal government estimates where money is needed the most. So if by the way, we're speaking about somebody that we don't even know, this hypothetical that maybe she got $300, maybe that guy's lying, right? But there are people who need more aid than others when it comes to natural disasters. So, in the mountains of North Carolina, those very hard-hit areas, they maybe have one road going up these mountains. Those roads have been destroyed. Those people need aid right now more than some of the outer towns on flatter areas that might not have been hit as hard by the hurricane. Right. So somebody getting $300 and somebody getting $750 that's been hit harder makes sense. But again, this is only one program. And what you said about Maui is just categorically false. That, once again, $750 was for the maximum. It was for the maximum that the federal government could send to wildfire victims for immediate emergency needs like food and water. And also, it's not calculated based on the food you have in your fridge, right? And also, to be clear, the governor of Hawaii, the mayor of Maui, and all these different local officials have said that they got whatever they needed from the federal government immediately.
Again, I understand what you're saying. The point that I'm going to try to prove right here is, why are we putting a limit on money to our people here that are suffering from a natural disaster, but we are so quick? No, but we are so quick to send money overseas to a conflict that has literally nothing to do with us right now.
So we have money that's appropriated for domestic spending and foreign policy spending. The money that we're sending to, for example, Ukraine, is money that is appropriated for foreign policy reasons, and that money is appropriated by Congress. That is not money appropriated by President Biden or Vice President Harris. That is money appropriated by Congress for foreign policy needs. So we dip into that fund for the most part when we send weapons to Ukraine or aid to Ukraine in that capacity. When it comes to domestic funding, we also have domestic funding appropriated. We also have funding for FEMA and disaster response appropriated by Congress. You're saying, hey, why don't we send more than $750? Sure. Then change the law. then vote for people who actually want to fund FEMA. You know, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are calling for FEMA to be funded more to get through hurricane season. Right now, Speaker Mike Johnson, the Republican Speaker of the House, is refusing to bring Congress back so they can vote on more funding for FEMA.
I understand that, but again, like what I'm saying is, what it just seems very it's very insane to me that there's not an issue in the world when it comes to a Democratic Party about rallying up and getting aid together to send overseas for conflicts that have nothing to do with us. But I mean, it is true. My life is not impacted about what's going on over in Israel or Ukraine.
Yes, it is.
It does not. It does not.
Yes, it does.
Please tell me how my life is impacted by that.
Yeah, for sure. If Russia gets stronger, your life is impacted because you're a United States citizen. You want the country to be stronger. You don't want our enemies to be strong. And if Russia gets stronger, that hurts you. That hurts your security. Russia staying weak and keeping Russia in check is good for the United States. So you might say like, yeah, when I'm driving to work every single day and having dinner every single night, yeah, I'm not really thinking about like Russia invading Ukraine, but foreign policy matters, my man. Like
I'm not saying it doesn't.
You would be somebody in World War II saying, yeah, like why would we be helping Great Britain right now? Yeah, like, you know, Great Britain's an ally of ours, but that war is not involving us. Obviously,
again, I'm not saying that foreign aid is not a necessity and we don't need to support our allies. What I'm saying is I think there's other areas that we need to focus on that are much greater right now than a war overseas. For example, like that was such a big topic. It was a bigger topic than the border at the beginning of the presidency. Like, why? That's just insane to me. The war over in Ukraine.
Yeah, it's a really big deal. Like I don't know.
Millions of people coming across our southern border bringing fentanyl.
It's not true.
You know, what do you mean it's not true? Look at the overdose rates. They've skyrocketed.
Overdose rates have actually went down last year.
Oh my God.
Yet overdose rates went down last year.
How high were they from? How much higher did they get from 2016?
I don't have an exact number of how much higher they got from 2016.
Okay, the amount of fentanyl coming across the southern border is substantially higher.
Oh yeah. In terms of the F drug coming across, yeah. So that drug has grown into prominence in recent years, even before Biden took office. But now we are doing a bunch of things to combat it. We have like a trilateral agreement with Canada and Mexico on this stuff. We also have been working with China to stem the flow because that's mostly where it comes from. But also, most of the F drug that's being brought in and just drug traffickers generally are native-born American citizens. So it has nothing to do with undocumented migrants. It's native-born American citizens who drive across the border into Mexico, get drugs, try to bring them back in the United States, and then they get arrested and convicted. And also, to be clear, the Biden administration tried to pass an immigration bill to clamp down on this further, and the Republicans rejected that bill.
Well, they rejected it the first time because they want to lump that in with a bill to support, you know, for funding for Ukraine. Which
but that's nonsense. The Ukraine funding being attached to it had nothing to do with it because the Democrats separated the bill and had a solely immigration bill, a solely Ukraine funding bill, and the Republicans voted for the Ukraine funding bill. So they clearly weren't objecting to the Ukraine funding bill. They just don't want to pass an immigration bill because that would give the Democrats a quote unquote win on immigration, which would hurt Donald Trump's campaign.
I don't find that true, but I mean, I know what he said to Congress. I understand all that stuff. But
yeah, he told them to block it.
Again, I think because, you know, like the first attempt with the bill, you know, they want to try to lump it in with so many other things. I didn't even read the second bill. I didn't know if that was a standalone bill or not for the border. Okay. Regardless, what did the bill push for?
Yeah, it pushed for hiring thousands of new Border Patrol agents specifically to deal with drug trafficking and asylum seekers. It also had funding for expanding immigration courts so that we can address asylum claims quicker. Right now, it takes like 4 to 7 years for your average asylum case to actually go in front of a judge. But with this bill, with the new funding and the expansion of immigration courts, that time would drop to below 6 months. It also invested in state-of-the-art technology at the border to scan cars coming through for drugs so we can, you know, again, further stem the flow of drugs coming into the country and better catch them. It also gave the president the ability to shut down the border also gave the Border Patrol the ability to shut down the border. It also changed the law surrounding asylum, so it wasn't as easy to claim asylum. Right now, that's the main problem. People aren't just walking across the border. They're not undocumented migrants. They're people who are using the asylum system and abusing the asylum system and coming in legally. That's just a couple of the things that the bill did.
Okay. I mean,
Donald Trump blocked that bill. So all these reforms, we could be vetting people more thoroughly. We could have laws changed to stem the flow, but Donald Trump blocked that bill for political reasons. And right now, the issue that you're complaining about is something that Donald Trump hindered from getting fixed.
I just think it's very interesting that the Border Patrol Union just endorsed Donald Trump. It's kind of like the boots on the ground, the people that endorse them, know what they need, know the person that's going to get it done. But
they also endorsed the immigration bill that the Biden administration put forward.
Okay, again, but they after that
a bill that they
didn't
killed.
get passed, they still endorsed Trump. So clearly, the boots on the ground there have a better understanding of who's going to do what.
So first of all, it's not the Border Patrol, it's the Border Patrol Union. But also, again, they endorsed the immigration bill that Donald Trump killed. So whether they endorse him or not, they recognize that bill that Donald Trump killed would help them do their jobs. And Donald Trump killed it anyway.
That was interesting what you just said. It's the Border Patrol Union, but you do understand how, the union votes on that, correct? I'm pretty sure 60% of the members of the union need to be in favor of that.
Yeah, but I was specifying because, a government agency doesn't endorse people politically.
Oh, okay. That's the point that you were trying to make. Okay. I got confused there for a second because
that's no problem. But that's the point, is that government agencies don't endorse, but again, the Border Patrol Union endorsed the policy that Donald Trump killed. So if this is an issue for you, if you have a problem with immigration, you want the problem to be solved, then you'd be voting for Kamala Harris every single day of the week.
That's not true, because they've been in there for
What's Donald Trump's policy? What is he going to do to fix it?
Oh, he's going to have the largest deportation of illegal and undocumented migrants.
Okay, how's he going to do that?
Well, he's going to hire. He already said he's going to hire more agents for ICE, hire more Border Patrol agents.
Yeah. So how do you actually find out who is undocumented, and how are you going to do that in a legal way, and where are you going to get the funding for that?
Well, let me ask you, how would it be not in a legal way if they're here illegally? Why would it be illegal for us to take them?
Because, for example, an ICE agent just can't go door to door and barge into people's houses and search their houses for undocumented migrants.
No. I get that, but a lot of these people are receiving funding, or have applied for, state assistance and funding. You could track them down that way because you have to have obviously a home address to do that. For example, a lot of these people have either been bussed in or flown in to California or Pennsylvania.
If they've been bussed in or flown in, they're legal.
Not all.
Yes.
No, not all.
Yes.
How
would somebody that's undocumented be bussed in or flown in?
Because they're trying to seek asylum, but again, they're still coming over here illegally, and the government is.
That's not how asylum works. You have to claim asylum at the border at ports of entry. And then you have a credible threat interview. And if you pass your credible threat interview, then you're granted asylum or temporary asylum pending a court case. So, but to be clear, anybody that's flown in or bussed in, those are different programs of which people are coming in legally. Legal immigration.
Again, how many, is there a official number on how many people have came over here illegally?
No, there's no way to have that exact number. But we know that there have been 10 million encounters in the past 3 or 4 years. But again, encounters are just like you've literally encountered somebody at the border, and it doesn't mean that they came in. The majority of people who are encountered are rejected, and also one person could count for 2 encounters. So they might come to the border, get rejected, and then come back the next day. That would count as 2 encounters. So we don't have an exact number, of course.
I got you. I just think, the people that are here not seeking asylum, that are here illegally through and through, they should be forced to go back and come through the legal way. And I do agree with hiring more judges and, get the process rolling a little bit faster. But until then, I feel like these people need to go back and do it the right way. Again,
why would you then vote for Donald Trump if he wants to make the right way harder? And when he was president the first time, he made the right way harder.
He just came out in a recent interview. I forget which one, but he's in favor of hiring more judges.
Yeah, he's a total liar, though. I mean, I can't believe we haven't caught on to this yet. He lies about everything. So when he was president, he didn't put forward any policy to do that. Matter of fact, when he was president, he reduced the amount of green cards and working permits we granted every single year, which are legal immigration. It's legal immigration. He made it harder to come in legally. So anything you're hearing Donald Trump say right now is utter crap when it comes to immigration.
I could flip the script and say the same thing about Kamala, right? Like back before the 2020 election, she was hardcore against fracking. We're going to shut it down. No more fracking. Now that she's in office, we're drilling more oil now than we ever have in American history.
Yeah, I mean, her views change over time. So she's very much in favor of fracking.
Why can't Trump's views change over time?
What view changed?
Again, like I just said, he's in favor of hiring more judges and streamlining the process, you know.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that he's not actually in favor of that stuff. Like, he doesn't actually care about this stuff.
Okay, then how do I know that?
He's never suggested, when he was president, he never put forward policy to do this. It's not even part of his policy proposal right now. His main immigration things are like, yeah, we're just going to have mass deportation. And then we ask, like, okay, well, how? So we have a mass influx of immigrants in the past couple of years because of the COVID-19 pandemic, forcing people out of their home countries. How do we stop that? How do we reform the law? He has no answer.
Okay, again, I see what you're saying, but I could also say the same thing for Kamala.
What do you mean? Like, she has an answer.
Well, for the okay, so her original stance was we need to do away with fracking. We need to go all electric by 2035. No more fossil fuels, everything like that. She gets in the office with Biden. They're drilling more oil in American history now. Now she's running for president. How do I know when she gets elected that she's not going to turn around and have the same stance that she originally did back in 2019, 2020?
Because she has a track record on following through with promises. And she has a track record in public service that we can actually look at. Whereas Donald Trump has a extensive track record of lying.
I mean, again, like, how can you sit here and say that her view simply isn't a lie, but Donald Trump says, you know,
yeah, because when Donald Trump told 30,000 lies during his presidency, which averages around 20 a day, and he lied about the election, and he lies about the election to this day. And he lies about every single topic. He lies about hurricane relief. He lies about immigration. He lies about healthcare. He lies about climate change. He lies about manufacturing. He lies about veterans' healthcare. He lies about all of this stuff. I have no reason to believe that Donald Trump is suddenly honest about what his policy proposals actually are.
Okay, but again, like, this is a blatant lie that Kamala Harris told, right? Her stance originally too was, you know, when she wants to allow people in prison, we should have the conversation to allow murderers and rapists that are locked up in prison the chance to vote. Does she still have that stance? If so,
yeah, I don't know. I don't know what her stance is on, like, felons voting, but I think there's an argument to be made that felons should have their voting rights restored
when they're currently in prison for murder or rape. Like, that's just kind of insane. That's,
yeah, I mean, like, whether you agree or disagree, I think there's like a decently good faith valid argument to make that felons should have their voting rights restored. I don't think you're a bad person if you're like, yeah, I think felons should be able to vote, because there are people who, like, committed crimes when they were like 18 and they're felons and now they can't vote for the rest of their lives. Is that fair?
No. I get that. Like, people that are out and reformed and, you know, benefiting society, but people that are currently behind bars for heinous crimes, I don't feel should have the right to vote. But again, that's just my...
Yeah, but that, you're like looking at the extreme. And I don't know what even clip you're talking about when it comes to Kamala Harris, but her view in that video, I'm guessing, is her just saying that people who are convicted of crimes, felons, should have the ability to vote. And that includes both, like, you know, light felonies and really heinous felonies like murder.
I believe the question was literally like, people in prison, we should have the conversation to allow them to vote. Yeah. And she said that we should have that conversation. I forget how it was exactly worded, but she said we should have that conversation.
Yeah, that's like a fine conversation to have. That's good faith. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
I don't think murderers that are locked up for life should have the right to vote. I don't think they should have any.
Okay, you can have that. You can have that opinion, but she's not even running on that right now. I don't think she has taken a position on like whether felons should vote right now. It's perfectly fine for you to think that, but it's not like evil for her to say, "Yeah, I think that people who are in jail or like felons should be able to vote." I think there's a decent argument to be made that depriving somebody of the right to vote is, whether if they've committed a crime or not, is still anti-democracy, anti-democratic. And I don't even know how I feel about the position, but it's not bad faith for her to say that. It's not evil to say that.
I got you. I just think that view was a little bit out there personally.
Sure, I mean, that's fine. But how do you feel about Donald Trump's view that he wouldn't send wildfire aid to Gavin Newsom in a second term? Or how do you feel about Donald Trump saying that the enemy from within, aka radical Democrats, as he would put it, are more dangerous than that of like the leaders of Russia and China, and that he would use the military to go after them? And how do you feel about Donald Trump wanting to fire all of these different civil servants, like around 50,000 of them, and just replace them with Trump loyalists? Those people work in the FBI, the Department of Justice, the EPA, all of these agencies that require expertise, but instead of expertise, their only qualification is loyalty to Donald Trump. Like, it's funny to me how you bring up, like these very nuanced and old beliefs of Kamala Harris to be like, those are out there and those are extreme, when Donald Trump is telling you to your face, that he would use the military to go after the American people. And you're just like, meh.
It's not that I'm just like, man, I'm saying like,
well, you are.
I'm not though, because you can't trust either side. You know what I mean? Like the claims, both sides have claimed very interesting things, but like honestly, we live in a time with who can you believe, who can't you believe? I mean, like, I know that Kamala Harris was a prosecutor, yeah, but like, again, some of her claims that she came out with are just very extreme or very out there.
She doesn't have any extreme. She had like farther left views when she was running in 2020, but it's 2024. She's not running on those anymore. You can go find her policy. You can go find her policy on her website. And also, she said things like, I want a bipartisan group of advisors, including Republicans and Democrats, to give me advice on the presidency, on policy that I'm proposing. She said she would put a Republican in her cabinet. She and the Biden administration consistently reached out to Republicans to pass policy on a bipartisan basis. So she's clearly not a radical Democrat when she's advocating for a Republican to be in her cabinet. And Republicans like Liz Cheney, Dick Cheney, Adam Kinzinger, Joe Walsh, and a long list have endorsed her.
Yeah, I mean, all these things sound good, but how do we know that she's going to hold up that bargain when she gets in the office?
Because for the past 3.5 years, the Biden administration has held up what they ran on, which includes moderate policy that even you said earlier in this conversation you like infrastructure.
I like the infrastructure bill a lot, but a lot of that has to deal with our governor because he knew how to implement that funding.
Yeah, Josh Shapiro's great. But to be clear, like Josh Shapiro wouldn't have been able to do that without Biden and Kamala Harris. And even he would say that.
If Josh Shapiro was running against Donald Trump, I'd vote for Josh Shapiro. But again, he's not, unfortunately.
Well, Josh Shapiro endorsed Kamala Harris because he sees the good job that she's doing.
He endorsed her because he's a Democratic governor,
but he's talked about working with her for years. I mean, they were both attorney generals. He was attorney general of Pennsylvania, and she was attorney general of California. They worked together for a long time. Now she's vice president. He's the governor of Pennsylvania. And he's praised the job that the Biden administration has done when it comes to infrastructure, as the infrastructure bill, or when like I-95, I think it was, collapsed. The federal government was on the spot immediately helping Governor Shapiro get that bridge back up and running. That's the Biden administration. And your governor that you like, it's only able to get these things done, according to him as well, because of the Biden administration, because of Kamala Harris.
Again, like a lot of that, I feel has to come out. He has to come out and say that just because we're such a detrimental state in the election, and to align with his party, he has to come out and make those claims. But again, like if he was the one running against Donald Trump, I would have zero question that I would vote for him. Just because I physically see it every single day, what he's able to do. And may I add, I mean, we're the only state that has a split legislature.
So just to be clear, the infrastructure that you see in Pennsylvania that you are attributing to Josh Shapiro is, yes, the doing of Josh Shapiro, but it's also the doing of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. So you're saying, I see it every day. I see the improvements being made to the country. You are seeing improvements from this administration.
Yeah, I mean, this is one example. I'm sure that
one example that you really like. I don't even understand how this is a question for you.
But again, like, I'm sure there's something that Trump did that you like, correct? Like streamlining the COVID vaccines.
Yeah, 100%. There are definitely things that the Trump administration and Trump did that are good for the country, like Operation Warp Speed. But in terms of like the overall presidency, was bad. Can you point to me like how the Biden administration and Biden's presidency has been overall bad?
I mean, I think our spending with foreign aid and how much we've spent over the last 3.5 years, that's been a little bit crazy in my opinion.
I can't even go around this circle with you about how this benefits you and how this benefits America. I mean, like, if you can't see how like hurting Russia and like practically eliminating their army without any American dying is a good thing, then I don't know what to tell you, man.
No,
it's just
I get it, but again, like, Ukraine's not gaining any traction in this war.
They are.
They're not.
They've gained a bunch of land in recent weeks. Yes, they have.
From what I've been seeing, Russia has been. I mean, Russia has this war locked. I mean,
what? I don't know. Again, get off TikTok, my man. You got to get off TikTok. And anybody telling you that Russia has this war on lock is like, yeah, they're probably maybe receiving money from the Kremlin. I don't know, man.
I don't know. I think this is a war. That this isn't a war that happened overnight either. I mean, this has been talked about for a long time. But regardless, like our military aid that has been spent over there, I just feel like would be better useful here. But again, just my opinion.
All right, man. Well, all right, we're gonna wrap it up. I appreciate you coming up. We'll leave it there. All right, you have a good one. All right.
Yeah, you too.
Bro, just not going in that circle again, man. I refuse to do it. Not going in that circle, man. Alicia, thank you for the $5. Your patience with this one is unmatched. Keep up the work. It's can be tough. Devon, thank you for the $5. Quick question, big dog with chat. Yeah, man, for sure. We're looking for some Trump supporters for the most part. So if you're a Trump supporter, happy to bring you up. Tara, thank you for the $30 as well. We appreciate you so much. Continue the good fight. Tara, I appreciate that so much. Thank you for being here. That's incredibly kind. Tanner, thank you for the $1.50, man. It's me again, big dog. The only articles that have come out about the Walls allegations are not even from the United States. Raise hell tonight. Yeah, seriously, man. It's like this whole, like, it's so stupid, man. And Max, thank you for the 50 cents. I was looking forward to hopping on Twitch and seeing you and Chris in NCAA. Love what you do, Harry. You're inspiring me to get involved in politics at 15. Awesome, Max. I'm so glad to hear that. Yeah, don't worry. We're going to make that happen. We're going to hop on NCAA together, and I'm going to smack him around. He's going to get destroyed. So listen, Venmo, Cash App in the link in the bio. If you want to support the live, drop a follow if you haven't already. Double tap the screen. Let's try to get to 300,000 likes. And if you are MAGA, let me know in the chat, and I'll bring you up and we can talk. All right, we can talk. You don't let people under 18 speak on your live. Yeah, because that's against TikTok's rules, my man. It's against TikTok's rules. TikTok says you have to be above the age of 18. So not my rules, TikTok's rules. Trust me, when I was 17, I wanted to debate as well. What's up, man? Are you MAGA?
Yeah.
All right, why?
Laundry list of reasons, but kind of piggybacking off what Cam said, it's hard to trust anything that Harris says because she flops like a fish.
Do you trust Donald Trump?
I trust him to handle the economy.
But do you just trust Donald Trump? In the same, like you're talking, like it's hard to trust Kamala Harris because she flops like a fish. Do you trust Donald Trump?
For the most part, I mean, he stayed consistent with everything. I mean, let's be honest.
So when he lies 30,000 times during his presidency?
Since he has ran for president.
30,000 times.
But since he has ran for president, he has stayed to his values for the most part. He hasn't really changed his opinion on much. So with Trump, you know what you're getting. You understand where he stands on most policies. What you don't know about Harris is what her opinion is or how she feels about things, because one minute, like he said, she's anti-fracking, then she gets in here and then she's not anti-fracking, and now she's running, she's not, like, one minute she wants to do a mandatory buyback, now she don't want to do a mandatory buyback. Well, which one is it?
Yeah, so I just want to be clear that Donald Trump has not stayed consistent. So recently he came out against a policy that was included in his own tax law that he signed in 2017 surrounding like the SALT deduction and whatnot. So when he was president, he signed in something, and now he's saying that what he signed in was bad. So he's certainly not stayed consistent on policy. But also, just to be clear, again,
say that one more time.
30. So there was a part of his tax law in 2017 that he signed in surrounding the SALT deduction that capped it. And now he's saying that he wants to get rid of the SALT deduction cap. So he signed in a law, said it was the best bill ever, and now is running on getting rid of things that he did. Right? So not good. He hasn't stayed consistent. But again, I just want to remind you, 30,000 lies in 4 years, averaging 20 a day. He is a pathological liar. He lied to you and lied to the American people 20 times a day for 4 years straight. How can you trust somebody that is constantly lying to you? Kamala Harris, don't get me wrong. She has switched policy beliefs, but switching beliefs is a good thing. Learning more information as a leader and then changing your beliefs based on that new information is a good thing. Not digging your heels into the sand and being adaptable as a leader is what we want in a leader. Whereas digging your feet into the sand and just saying, no, I'm going to believe what I believe for my entire life is stupid.
I don't necessarily disagree. I mean, I agree with you on that. I mean, but her changes are so dramatic. It's like, how can you really believe that? You know, and the thing about it is you bring up the fact that Trump's lied 20 times a day since he's became president. Well, you got to understand, we have a biased media, and if you don't want to admit that, you're being naive. You can look at these debates, for example. Even J.D. Vance, you know, that debate wasn't supposed to be fact checked. What do? They still fact check them. You know, when Trump debated Harris, they're only fact checking Trump. They're not fact checking Harris. If they did fact check Harris, they would have known that she lied about, you know, unemployment and stuff. Like, you know, they're saying that when Trump left office, the unemployment was the highest in U.S. history. That's not even true.
What she said. She didn't say that.
But
she didn't say it's highest in history. She said it was high, which it was when Donald Trump left office, and
it was 6.4%.
Yeah, it's typically, well, first of all, unemployment hit around like 14% under Donald Trump during COVID. Again, I'm not saying this is because of Donald Trump. I'm just saying that this occurred. And 6.6% when is still, you know, typically higher than the United States has it. We normally want it around like 4%. So she's not wrong in saying that. But just to be clear, J.D. Vance and Donald Trump were fact-checked on egregious lies. So Donald Trump lied many more times than he was actually fact-checked on. Many more times about what the Biden administration done, what Harris has said, and things like that. But the things that Donald Trump was fact-checked on was like, such as migrants eating pets in Ohio. And J.D. Vance was fact-checked on the same thing. These are such egregious lies that it is right for the moderators to step in and fact-check them. It's not like Donald Trump got a number wrong, and every time he got a number wrong, the moderators were like, It's only when Donald Trump was making up these wild conspiracy theories.
I mean, it's what people were telling him. So if that's what people were telling them and that's what they're spreading, then, you know, is that necessarily on them, or are they just repeating things that were told to them?
Who is telling him that? Because the mayor of Springfield and the governor of Ohio had debunked these things. These people, by the way, the governor of Ohio, Republican, endorsed by Donald Trump, they were like, yeah, this is not happening. This is not true. So nobody was telling him these things. He was just making it up to score political points. And so here's two things. Number one, if Donald Trump has advisors who are telling him things that are false and he's believing it, that's already disqualifying in and of itself. Number two, if his advisors are telling him things and he knows it's false and he repeats it anyway, that's already disqualifying because he's lying knowingly to the American people. Or number three, if he's just straight up lying and making it up on the spot, that is also disqualifying. So when it comes to Donald Trump's egregious lies surrounding migrants, every single scenario of which this occurred is bad for Donald Trump.
So were you aware of the Custom Border Patrol, that CBP1 app?
I'm aware of it, yes.
So, you know, they tried fact-checking J.D. Vance, and their fact-checking was incorrect. So J.D. Vance then tries to point out, well, no, you know, they're not against, and they're not trying to stop immigration. They're trying to find a way to legalize the illegal stuff. So, like, if you're here illegally and you create an app to have people sign up so it makes them legal, that's not helping the issue.
Wait, it's not
all you're doing is helping.
Wait, what?
Like that CBP. I downloaded it.
The app,
and I looked at it, And like you can like log flights on there. There's a whole bunch of different things that they can do on there, and it's a way to they can plea for asylum on there. But our laws clearly state that you have to come through to enter the U.S. legally. You have to come to a legal point of entry, and that's a federal law. So they're already here illegally if they don't go to a port of entry and plead for asylum, or if they don't come here with like a visa or whatever. If you're just coming into the country, you don't have a visa.
Hold on. Yeah, I don't believe that to be the case. I don't believe that's what I don't think I can find the statute. Oh, wait, here it is. Yeah, so 8 USC 1158 for asylum. This is what the law says. Authority to apply for asylum. Quote, in general, any alien who is physically present in the United States or who arrives in the United States, whether or not at a designated port of entry, and including an alien who is brought to the United States after having been interdicted in international or United States waters, irrespective of such alien status, may apply for asylum in accordance with this section or where applicable. So actually, like, people who are here in the country already can apply for asylum. You don't just have to automatically go to a port of entry, and that's only where you can apply for asylum. And in some cases, you can apply for asylum not at a port of entry. But for the most part, people do. But the CBP One app is mainly for people tracking their court dates, to be clear.
Right, but how do you get here? But you're missing the point. So the point is, though, like, I get, and this is a talking point for Democrats, well, you don't have to do it at a point of entry. You can do it, as long as you're in the United States, you can plead for asylum. Yeah. How did you get here to begin with?
Yeah, I mean, so some people here came on green cards or work permits. Some people entered in an undocumented way. I don't think that if you're undocumented, you can apply for asylum, though, but I'm not 100% sure on that, so don't take my word. But yeah, some people like come in on humanitarian parole and then their 2 years expire and then they can apply for asylum there. There's a variety of different ways as to how people who are already here can apply for asylum. I think some people are saying, yes, you can. I'd probably take their word for it.
So I don't know how we got on this topic. I want to go back to unemployment. Okay. I honestly don't know how we got on that topic, and I don't want to be pivoting. So back to unemployment. You know, the Biden administration loves to say that, you know, unemployment was the highest when Trump left office as it ever was, and it's just not true. You know, unemployment was 6.4%. The last time it was 6.4% was in 2013 under Obama. Now, the unemployment
rate,
was a
crisis that he inherited from a Republican president.
Right, yeah. It
just seems like Democrats really have to clean up the mess.
Obama did an amazing job on the recovery. That you can't deny that. And I don't care if you're a Republican or Democrat. Nobody can deny that Obama did a heck of a job.
I agree.
Making with the recovery. The unemployment rate prior to the pandemic was 3.5%. And that's the lowest it's been since 1969. Biden has yet to get us back down to there.
That's not true. We were at 3.4%.
What are we at now, though? We're at like 4 point.
Yeah, so unemployment has fluctuated over time, but we've hovered around 4% for quite some time now. It's like 40 straight months we've hovered around 4% unemployment. I think it's now like 42 or 43. But we actually got down to 3.4% unemployment under Joe Biden.
But when you expect us to believe that Harris is the answer to a better economy,
100%, because she has good economic policies.
But the problem is, we had 4 years of each presidency. Well, and I get it; she's the vice president. But we've seen what happened under Biden, and we've seen what happened under Trump. Under Trump, we had the lowest unemployment since 1969. And
but what did Donald Trump do to do that?
He continued to cut regulations.
Like what?
You know, what's that?
Like what?
I don't know. I don't read into what the regulations are, but
so the point
makes it easier. So Trump made I don't know if he passed a bill or whatever, or if it was just an executive order. Basically, for every one new regulation, they had to cut like 2. But that was something that he enacted. I forget, because I don't have it in front of me. I forget the exact.
Yeah, I don't even know if that executive order exists. But the point is that Donald Trump didn't actually do anything to help the economy. He didn't pass any major legislation. He didn't cut regulation in a major way that boosts, job creation and things like that. And you can look at the graphs yourself. You can look at unemployment go down steadily. You can look at wages grow steadily. You can look at jobs grow steadily. All of this stuff grew steadily. So if you're like, who do I thank for this great economy? Thank President Obama. That's the guy who handed off Donald Trump a great economy. Well, it's almost like basically what Barack Obama did was he's on his 1 yard line. He was just handed off the ball. He just took it 99 yards and then just like tossed it to the left tackle to score a touchdown for fun. And the left tackle's like, yeah, I did it all. I scored a touchdown every day. I ran the field. No, it's the running back who did that. Obama's the running back. Donald Trump's the left tackle.
I just got done telling you. I think Obama did a heck of a job. I'm not.
Yeah, but the point is, you can't attribute Obama's success to Donald Trump. So you can say like Obama did a heck of a job with the recovery. I agree, but Donald Trump didn't do anything to make the economy better.
I mean, you don't think his tariffs on China did a thing?
No, I think it actually hurt the United States.
How did he bail the farmers out with the money that he got from the tariffs?
We had to bail the farmers out because the tariffs hurt them. And with Donald Trump's tariffs, most of the money actually went to big farms and screwed over smaller farms.
I mean, my family has a 300-acre farm, and I can tell you now that under Trump, and I don't run the farm, so I can't tell you. It's my uncle and them that run it, and they 100% support Trump, and they said that it was much easier under Trump than it is now.
A lot of people vote against their own interests, unfortunately.
What about abortion? I mean, I hear you guys say a lot about. Are we done with that topic?
Yeah, I mean, we can move on if you want. That's fine.
So yeah, I'm just trying to get new guests up here. This will be my last point, then I'll hop down.
Gotcha.
Abortion. I can't stand the fact that you guys love to use abortion as we're taking away women's rights, because it's not taking away anybody's rights.
Yes, it is.
Where in the Constitution does it say that you have the right to an abortion?
Do you believe the Constitution protects a right to interracial marriage?
Interracial marriage?
Yeah, like a black person marrying a white person.
Well, yeah, I mean...
Yeah, so it doesn't explicitly say that in the Constitution. But it's a right that's inferred in the Constitution by the Supreme Court.
How can you compare? I don't get how you're comparing that to an abortion.
So the point is that there are rights that are granted to people in the United States that are not explicitly stated in the Constitution. A right to interracial marriage is not written into the Constitution, just like a right to an abortion is not written into the Constitution.
Liberty and the pursuit of happiness.
What was that?
I would feel like that would fall under, the pursuit of happiness, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness.
No, that's not what courts have interpreted as. They've interpreted as like right to privacy, equal protection, things of that nature. And that's the same with abortion, a right to privacy, protection of due process, things of that nature from, I think it's Article 3 of the 14th Amendment. But I think there's Article 1. I think it's Article 1. I actually think that there's a better argument when it comes to equal rights, but regardless, a right to an abortion can be inferred by the Constitution, as the Supreme Court did with Roe v. Wade. Section 1, Article 1.
I just don't think you can compare, because you're talking about committing... I can't say that on it. You're talking about unaliving something compared to who you can marry. Like, they're just two separate things.
No. I'm aware that both of the rights are different. But the point is that there are rights that are not written into the Constitution that are interpreted by courts. So the court has interpreted the Constitution to protect certain rights that are not explicitly stated. So the right to interracial marriage is not explicitly stated in the Constitution, just like a right to an abortion is not explicitly stated in the Constitution. But when you read the 14th Amendment in Section 1 of the 14th Amendment that talks about equal rights and a guarantee of due process, which the courts have used to justify a right to privacy while also using the Fifth Amendment, then we can get to an agreement that reproductive rights are protected in the 14th Amendment.
So do you believe that laws are made based on what's moral and what's not moral?
I mean, to a degree.
I mean, would you say that it's moral to unalive something?
Yeah, I think there are instances where killing somebody or something is moral.
Correct. And there's times where it's justified, but
yes,
not just for any reason. For example, we have laws about self-defense. If you come into my house and I fear for my life, and heck, you don't even have to fear for your life in certain states, then I have the right to unalive you,
I think you do have to fear for your life in all states. I'm not sure though.
Well, I think Texas has a different law about that. If you go into their property or something,
Maybe I don't know. Maybe it's Castle Doctrine. I don't know.
Right. So I guess my point is, like, a woman can go out there and take this pill, the unaliving pill, once they're so far along in their pregnancy. If they want to have can you say the A word on here or no?
I mean, I say it. I think you can. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But
so if a woman wants to have an AB, they can go take this pill, okay? And it's not considered unaliving. It's not considered the H word. But if I slip that woman that same pill without her knowing, and she takes it, then I'm getting charged for unaliving. Well, how can I be charged for unaliving if you can willingly do it to yourself? Do you get my point on that? Like,
I get your point, but you like debunked yourself, sort of. Like, you said that, if a woman willingly, meaning consensually, takes a pill and gets an abortion, that's okay and it's protected by law. But if I slip a woman a pill and she unconsensually, unwillingly gets an abortion, then I'm liable for killing her or her fetus, right? That's the point. It's consent. It's knowledge.
You're making my point for me. So listen again to what I'm saying.
But okay.
Why is it okay? Why is it okay for a woman to take this pill and unalive what's inside her, where if I was to slip her that pill, I would be charged with the H crime?
Yeah, because it's all about consent. It's a woman that's willingly and knowingly.
You're missing the point. That consent has nothing to do with it.
It has obviously has something to do with it, because it has everything to do with it, because that's the way that the law is written. So obviously consent plays a big factor when it comes to terminating your own pregnancy. If somebody terminates your pregnancy for you and you want to keep that pregnancy, that's obviously a violation of your rights, right? Whereas if you're making a decision that is best for you and your body, that's not for example, right? If somebody cuts off your arm, you're going to get charged with assault and a variety of crimes for cutting off somebody's arm. But if you cut off your own arm, you're not going to be charged with anything, because it's all about consent. It's about your body and controlling your body and what you want to do with your body. Whereas if somebody tries to do something to your body that you don't want, that's non-consensual, then you're going to be charged.
Harry, but listen to me. I get what you're saying. You can't compare my arm to a baby. When you're taking a pill to unalive what's inside you, to unalive life, that is what I'm talking about. If I was,
I understand that's what you're talking about.
If I slipped your wife a pill or your girlfriend a pill and it unalived her child inside her, I'm being charged for that baby. And maybe I would be charged for harassment or assault on your wife or your whatever. But that's my point. So that woman that's taking that pill to unalive her child is unaliving life willingly, consently. I get that. But if it is a crime for me to unalive it, it should be a crime for you, because
that makes no sense.
The M is
okay.
M.
So if it's do you think that somebody should be criminally charged for cutting off their own arm?
That's not the same.
You're saying at the core you're talking about consent, right? At the core, you're talking about consent, and like somebody's consensually doing something to their body versus you doing something non-consensually to their body. So it's by that logic, by like, oh, you do it to yourself. So if I do it to you, it's criminal. But if you do it to yourself, then it's not criminal. Why would that be? Apply that to literally any other scenario. If you cut off somebody's arm, that's legal. But if somebody cuts off their own arm, that's not illegal.
You're missing the point. You're missing the. I know you're chat. I know somebody in the chat has to understand where I'm coming from.
I understand you keep saying over and over again that, oh, well, if a woman can take a pill, then it's legal. But if I slip her the pill, that's wrong. At the core of the laws that you're citing is consent. So you're asking, like, why is this the way that it is? I'm telling you, it's because of consent. Now,
that's not my point. My point is that baby, the baby inside you is considered life. Okay. The people that are pro-choice don't believe that it's a baby, don't believe that it's life yet. So it shouldn't be illegal to do it, because that they don't consider that life. So unless your life is at risk, or in certain instances, I don't think that an abortion should be legal, because you're taking away a life of another. I don't care if you're its mother who's carrying it, if you're its dad, or if you're a stranger. If you're taking away a life, that is considered the H word.
Okay, if you unplug a brain dead patient, should you be charged with murder? Like if you have like your grandfather's brain dead and the doctor's like, yeah, they're not coming back. They're still technically alive, but they're not coming back. You have an option to like do not resuscitate, things like that. Is that murder?
If they have a do not resuscitate, then no.
Well, why is that not murder if they're taking a life?
Because they have a do not resuscitate, and they can't live.
Yeah, but that's still taking a life. So at the core of your argument is life, right? So the circumstances surrounding it are irrelevant. You're just saying that if you take a life, no matter the circumstances surrounding it, then it's illegal. So regardless of do not resuscitate, regardless of no brain activity and they're brain dead, you're still taking a life. So by your worldview, that would be illegal. But that's obviously nonsense.
But if they have a do not resuscitate, that is their choice. That would go back to cutting off the arm, because it's my choice to cut my arm off. It's that person's choice not to be put on life support or
but at the core of your argument is life. So regardless of the circumstances, you're saying regardless of the circumstances surrounding an abortion, maybe it's a 17-year-old girl who had an accident. Regardless of the circumstances, if she takes a life, that's illegal. So if you have a doctor who's like, yeah, I understand that there's a do not resuscitate, but I don't want to pull the plug because it's a life. Does that make sense?
But it's not. It's when it comes to abortion, we are talking about a life of someone that can't. That has no way of saying yes or no. You're talking about an innocent life that can't tell you what they want. I don't think anybody should have the right to say whether or not that child has the opportunity or privilege to live.
So if a family, first of all, like let's just say a family is like, yeah, do not resuscitate my grandfather, right? The grandfather has not left anything. We don't know what the grandfather wants. The family's like, yeah, do not resuscitate. Do you think it should be illegal for the plug to be pulled?
I mean, the person is dead already.
They're not.
If
they're
the
alive.
only reason they're alive is because they are on that plug, then they're already dead.
Okay, the only reason that a fetus is alive is that they're connected to their mother by their umbilical cord. Are they dead?
But you're not. It's different because you're committing an act to unalive that child.
If you pull the plug on a brain dead patient, you are committing an act to unalive that person.
Well, no, because it's not the same. You can't. The
point
you're
is,
comparing an orange to an apple.
It's not an orange to an apple. It's life. It's life. It's taking life, right? So you're obviously okay with a brain dead patient having their life taken because it just makes sense. Like, of course, you'd give the family the ability to make that decision that's best for them and their family in consultation with their doctor. Kind of sounding familiar. And in that same vein, you should be like, yeah, well, if there's like a 17-year-old girl, she's about to go off to college. Maybe she has like a soccer scholarship or something. Yeah, she had a mistake with her boyfriend. They did everything right, and then accidents happen. If she got pregnant, maybe she should have access to an abortion so she doesn't have to become a mother at 17. That makes more sense. And she should be able to make that decision in consultation with her family and her doctor and, so on and so forth.
Well, you remember at the beginning of this, I said, is this moral or not? Our laws are typically made based on what is moral and what is not moral. A 98-year-old man that's lived his life, that's brain dead, that would not survive any other way, I don't see how you could say that that's immoral to pull a plug. There is a moral issue with an abortion because that baby has no say. That baby has no choice in the matter.
Neither does a brain dead patient. Yeah, I don't think that having an abortion is immoral. I think that if, like, again, 17, 18, 19, 20, however old woman has an error or mistake or something like that, and she doesn't want to become a mother, I don't think there's anything wrong with not wanting to become a mother.
So take the Plan B pill. There's 100 different things you can do. You can use protection. You can take, you can be on birth control. You can take the Plan B pill. That you can have an early abortion before that baby becomes a fetus. Like, there's other things, and I'm not. And when I say I'm not anti-abortion to the point where I don't think an abortion should be legal at all. But there's got to be a cutoff. This whole thing where, these people just want to have abortions because they don't want the kid no more. They're already 3 months into their pregnancy. Like, it's just completely wrong. It's immoral.
Well, that doesn't really happen. The majority of abortions, first of all, like 3 months into a pregnancy is not that long, right? But again, the overwhelming majority of abortions take place in the first trimester. Like as soon as a woman finds out that they're pregnant and that they don't want to be, they're not waiting around, like looking up at the sky, being like, oh, it's nice up there. They're like getting this procedure done. And the data shows that like 99% of women get abortions done in the first trimester. And as soon as they learn that they're pregnant. So, you don't have like this group of women who are waiting till like 24 weeks to get an abortion. So most people are doing that. But also just to be clear, like Plan B is not meant to be used after every time you have intercourse. So there are women who have like an IUD, for example, as their form of contraception. And there's no way to know whether IUD fails or succeeds with like, a condom, for example, you can see if it rips. But with an IUD, you don't have that same ability. So IUDs are not 100% effective. Some people get pregnant. They don't know that they are even pregnant. And it takes like 8 weeks for them to learn that. And there's no Plan B that you can take then.
I mean, they're going to miss their period, or they're going to spot if they're...
Well, some women have irregular periods.
Yeah, I guess you got a point there. But
so that's the point.
Listen, man, anyway, I appreciate your time, man. I just, like I said, I think it comes down to what's moral and what's not moral. I think that is going to be a big factor in this election. I think that's going to be something that loses a lot of... That's going to be a main factor where Trump's going to lose a lot of support, is in the whole abortion thing. So...
Trump will lose support, yeah.
100%. So,
yeah. All right, man. You have a good one. I appreciate coming up. Yeah, man. It's crazy, man. I'm truly of the belief that. Well, first of all, I'll say that in a second. Terrence, thank you for the $5, my man, with the celebration emoji. I appreciate you. Jordan, thank you for the $5, saying you're amazing. I love watching you, Dean, and Parker. I learn a lot from you guys and love watching you guys put Republicans in their place. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jordan. I appreciate that. That's very kind. Well, first and foremost, make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already. We do these lives all the time. Double tap the screen. Let's try to get up to 400,000 likes. Also, spam those shares down there if you'd be so kind. I also, if you want to support the live, Venmo, Cash App, link in bio if you want to support. But the one thing I wanted to say is that I think that, also let me know if you're MAGA in the chat, I'll bring you up. I think one of the reasons, if Kamala Harris wins this election, is going to be a high level of women turnout for Kamala Harris. And I think that we'll also see a high level of Republican women voting for Kamala Harris. And I think that there are a lot of women out there who may have voted Republican in the past. Maybe their husband's really conservative. Maybe their husband's like a huge Trump supporter, but they quietly, what are we in a tornado? They will quietly go into the ballot booth and cast their vote for Kamala Harris. Because when you walk into that ballot booth, your vote's secret. So if you're out there, you have a conservative family, you're like, I don't know. I don't know if I want to vote for Kamala Harris. I don't know what my family will think. Just remember, your vote's private. You can vote for whoever you'd like. Anyway. Hello? Jesus. What the heck? What's going on with your audio, bro? Take out your goddamn headphones.
How can you...
We can't hear you, my man. You have like headphones in or something?
You have been paid.
We cannot hear you. We cannot hear you. Your audio is bad. You have to like unplug your headphones or something, or speak up, or like put your phone next to your face.
You have been paid.
There we go.
Over $100,000.
Oh, I got paid $100,000. Who paid me $100,000?
The DNC.
Oh, the DNC paid me $100,000.
Yes.
When did they pay me $100,000?
Oh, that's already been proven.
When?
Oh, you're not Harry?
No, I'm Harry. But when did if the DNC is meant to be sending me $100,000, I want to know.
Hold on.
I would like to know that information.
It's the same way when you went on CNN. Officer Tatum. Okay,
Wait, you went off the app. We didn't hear you. Can you restart, please?
It's the same way when you were owned by Officer Tatum.
Officer Tatum? Bro, wait, we can't hear you again. What the hell's going on with your fucking connection, dude?
The connection is...
No, you're like connected to headphones. Bro, figure it out. It's not that hard.
You've been paid over $100,000 from.
Can you like figure out your audio, please? Because it was good just a second ago. Now it's bad again. Now it sounds like we're underwater in a submarine, and you're like banging pots and pans on the side of the metal thing.
Over $100,000.
All right, we can't hear you, my man. I'm sorry. You gotta. If you fix your audio, you're welcome. I can't even like hear it. My God, Jesus. Oh my God, it's so bad. If you can figure out your audio, you're welcome to come up. But it sounds like we're 9 feet underwater. Scratch that. 900 feet underwater in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean in a submarine. And you're just like bumping into the metal walls with like chain link armor on. It sounds terrible. Now get the hell out of the live. Alex says same old stuff anyway. Well, yeah, that's also a good point. I mean, he's not really saying anything of substance. D. Earl, thank you for the $1. I had my period the whole time and didn't gain weight. I didn't know I was pregnant till I was in labor. Wow. I didn't even know. I learned something new. I didn't even know that was possible. Yeah. Well, you learn something new every day. See, exactly right. I mean, exactly right. That's why reproductive care is so vital. Man, it's so vital. All right. Pearl Smiley says Trump all the way. We'll give them an it. Is that true? Like that's a lot of people are saying yes. I mean, of course it's true. I just didn't even know that. Look at me, man. I didn't know that, man. That's like, golly. Yeah. Wow. A lot of, I learned something new tonight. I also got pregnant with an IUD. There you go, Diana. Exactly. Huh. Wow. Fascinating. All right. Well, anyway, if your Venmo, there's a show on it. This is, I appreciate her bringing that to my attention. I genuinely just didn't know. Angelica, thank you for the $10 until you get your $100,000. Yeah, seriously. Like, listen, if the DNC is paying me $100,000, I mean, my God, I want to know where that $100,000 is because it's certainly not in my bank account. Certainly not in my possession. I would love to just, have a quick access to $100,000. I mean, golly, $100,000 to go on live. Sign me up, man. I always say to these people, they're like, you've been paid $100,000 by the DNC or whatever amount. I'm just like, to be clear, no, I haven't. But if the DNC was like, yeah, we'll pay you $100,000 to argue with Trumpers, sign me up, bro. I'm there. I'm there. I would 100% do that. I think like any person would. Any person would. Anyway. Oh, are you driving?
Yeah, I am driving. Can you hear me, Harry?
Yeah, sorry. You can't be on TikTok Live when you're driving, man. It's unfortunate. Apologies. All right. If you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. Why wouldn't you? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, me, all these people are saying, yeah, hell yeah. Seriously, $100,000 just to debate Trumpers. I mean, I'm there. So far, though, the DNC has not reached out. It's unfortunate because that's like really illegal to do so. But anyway, it doesn't matter. They, no matter what I say is not going to commit. Hello, bro. You got to come back to the app. Hello.
Yo.
Hello.
Hey.
Can't really hear you, man. Your Wi-Fi's not good. Okay, we'll try to find somebody else so this guy figures it out. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. This guy just got it.
Hear me?
Sorry, bud. Your Wi-Fi was terrible. If you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up and we can talk. If you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. Wait, what? I gotta bring this guy. I'm just curious as to who this person is, man. Just do me a favor. Just take a look at their bio and hello.
Howdy, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
Howdy, I'm 24. My name is Mr. Leland King Fawcett, 2036 President of the United States of America. And I just want to come up here and just discuss why I think Donald Trump's better than Kamala Harris.
Okay.
First and foremost, how do I put this? Really quickly, he's the closest candidate between the two that's going to repeal the 16th Amendment. I don't know if you've seen his no tax on overtime, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security. Now, I don't know about you, but a majority of Americans don't even want to see the 16th Amendment even still be ratified. So I believe that if we elect him into office, it will allow a path to repealing the 16th altogether. So that's why I'll personally be voting him this election cycle.
So you don't think that Congress should be able to levy income tax, right?
No, it's my body, my choice, my income, my choice.
Yeah, that's just like really stupid. So
Okay,
how
go ahead.
so then how
Let's
do
go
we
talk
fund our
about it.
military and things like that?
Before 1913, America got a majority of its income. Well, I mean, the government got a majority of its income from taxing spirits, wine, liquor, and stuff like that. So how it happened was we passed income tax and then made prohibition. So if we repeal income tax, just the cost on spirits and liquor will go through the roof. You'll have to pay $80 for a bottle of vodka nowadays. But that will help us pay for all the income tax we lose by repealing the 16th.
That do you have like any study to back this up?
Any study to back this up? Hold on. 1898 to 1913.
No. I mean, like,
19
obviously, the United States has to spend more money, even when you adjust for inflation today, on goods than we did in like 1890 or like 1913, right? So, do you have any study to suggest that like getting rid of income tax and just raising tax on liquor would cover costs?
I mean, there are 5 states in America that already don't have income tax, and those states are doing pretty good.
And what states are those?
New Hampshire, Montana. No, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I think it's 5 or 7. I apologize. I confuse sales tax and income tax all the time.
Yeah, but just to be clear, that's state income tax.
Correct. If repealing income tax would be so destructive to the American society, how come 9 states don't have income tax and they're still doing good? One of those
Most
being
of these states are not very populous. I think like Florida's the exception. I don't think they have an income tax. But Florida, a lot of these states benefit from the fact that a lot of people pay into federal income tax. So Florida and these southern states, specifically states like Alabama and like Louisiana, would not be able to stay afloat without taxes coming in from blue states like New York and California. A lot of that is income tax.
Well, the issue is it's not just Florida. Florida, Texas, Tennessee are the 3 biggest red states, but also Washington, Nevada, and South Dakota. Washington is a state of almost 6 million people. That's almost bigger than Connecticut, Rhode Island, bigger than Maine.
Almost.
I'm sorry, what?
Almost is a pretty crucial word. But the point is that even if a state doesn't have a state income tax, the federal income tax in terms of brackets is still higher than state income tax. So the state is not missing out on all of that much when they don't have a state income tax, especially because they're getting a lot of federal dollars, which also comes from their residents paying into federal income tax. So again, these states would not be able to stay afloat without the taxes of blue states.
Correct, but wouldn't you think the quality of life in these states without income tax would be automatically lower because they have to go through the federal system instead of the state system? Last time I checked, New Hampshire isn't a decrepit state where only 3 people live there, and it's not a state that's primarily
this point is
underwater.
null and void. Like you keep saying, like, oh, well, New Hampshire doesn't have an income tax on their state level, which means that, like, my point is backed up. They're still benefiting from federal income tax, and these people still have to pay federal income tax.
Correct. I understand that. But when you okay, so let me ask you this question. If income tax today across the American board went down like 6-8%, because that's the income tax some of these states has charged before they repealed it, would America as a whole go down in quality? Yes or no? Would the American...
Our ability to fund certain government programs would definitely go down. And I think that thus a lot of people's quality of life would go down.
What government programs are so inherently needed in the American society that we need to keep subjecting people to income tax?
You want a strong military?
We already have one of the biggest militaries on the planet.
No, I know. Do you want a strong military?
Yes, but we have one bigger than the top 10 all combined.
Do you want to maintain our roads and bridges?
Yes, you can do that by just a sales tax.
Do you want to continue to like make sure that hungry people have food that they need?
Yes, you can just get that money from a sales tax. Again,
that's just objectively false. Like you would have to have like a sales tax that is almost equivalent to what income tax would be. So you might have like a 100% sales tax on products to account for an income tax. And at that point, you probably still would not be making as much revenue as you would from an income tax, and you'd still be pissing people off. So you might as well just have an income tax.
But again, where does the government have the right to take my income? It is my income, my choice.
Sorry, buddy, you're living in the United States. If you don't want to pay tax, there are plenty of countries out there you can go and not pay tax. Afghanistan's welcoming.
No, I understand, but can you name another system? Can you name another product that you are forced to pay into? And I know that sounds I know it sounds weird, but with Donald Trump saying,
I don't really care about the moral arguments surrounding taxation. Like I hear people say like, oh, taxation is theft. Prove to me that taxation's not. Couldn't care less. Couldn't care less if you think taxation is theft. We know that taxation helps the country move forward. Nobody likes paying taxes. Nobody's like, yippee, tax day. But I want my country to continue to build and continue to be the strongest country in the world. That happens by investing in our country, investing in our economy, investing in our people, and also not electing a felon to be president of the United States who has no idea what they're doing.
Investing by force?
Yeah, I mean, again, I just don't care about the philosophy behind it. If you're like, yeah, you're threatening me by force to take my income, it's like, sure, if you want to believe that, you have at it, brother. Have at you. At the end of the year, you're still going to have to pay your taxes. If you don't, then the IRS will come knocking, and you can spend the next 10 years in jail. Like whatever, correct, but whatever mental thing you want to do with taxation, it's like I couldn't care less. Truly, couldn't care less about this argument.
Okay, I understand that. But now, since Donald Trump is going down the no taxation on the tax on tips, no taxation on Social Security, do you genuinely think that's going to be a better, you genuinely think that no taxation is a worse argument than higher taxation under Harris? There's no way. You can't legitimately believe that.
Yeah, Kamala Harris is not calling for raising taxes on the majority of Americans. She's saying if you make less than $400,000 a year, you won't be taxed. If you make more than that and have a net worth of like, you make more than $1 million a year or have a net worth of over $100 million a year, yeah, you're probably going to have some higher taxes. And I'm sorry, but you'll be just fine. You're making a lot of money yourself. You'd be all right. But if you're like an average everyday American, working job, trying to keep a roof over your head, food on your table, trying to send your kids to school, like your taxes are not going to be raised under Kamala Harris. And she also has her own no taxes on tip policy, which is far better than Donald Trump.
That she stole from Donald Trump. Very simple.
Then if she stole it from Donald Trump, then Donald Trump stole it from politicians that put it before him, because Donald Trump is not the guy that came up with no taxes on tips. Ron Paul was talking about it in 2014. But Kamala Harris didn't steal it from Donald Trump because her policy is different. She would close loopholes that rich people would definitely exploit to reclassify their income as taxes, so they wouldn't have to pay taxes on that. Whereas Donald Trump's policy makes no specification as to how he would get that done.
Yes, because he's on the route to, he's bringing us on the route to just complete abolition of it.
Yeah,
do you think the average American?
And then no more military, my man. I'm sorry. When you,
what are you talking about?
It's so funny. Y'all want to fund the military.
What about property tax? What about sales tax? There's other taxes besides income.
Do you have any evidence to suggest? I'm going to ask the question again, and you can't just cite like a time period, because we spend more money now in the United States than we did previously. Do you have any evidence to suggest, a study that's done by economists that's been peer reviewed, to suggest that income tax could possibly make up for, sales tax could possibly make up for income tax?
Yes, and I can prove it to you. First off, America did not have an income tax from 1776 all the way to 1913.
Yeah, you're citing the 20th century, the 19th century, and the 18th century as an example as why we don't need an income tax. Again, the United States was arguably not the dominant world force before World War I. Right. But after we levied an income tax and we continue to invest in our people, continue to have a capitalist economy, we became a stronger and stronger country. And we are strong because we invest in our people.
Correct, but that's incorrect. America's military was already strong. In 1898, we conquered the Philippines by force. We didn't need that extra money.
Yeah, 100%. We had a military at that point, but in terms of like the global world power comparable to what we are today, we were not that. Before World War I, we were not a comparable world power. Then after World War I and during World War I, we started investing a lot in our military, a lot in weapons development and things of that nature. We conquered different parts of the world before, but to be clear, they didn't have like a huge army fighting back against us. So it wasn't exactly like a very difficult conquering, to be clear. But now we have a different world, a more sophisticated world, where all of these countries and these countries that we're going back and forth with have their own militaries. So we, the United States, still need to be able to fund our military and have the money to do it. And without that money, which you're suggesting, we will not be the global superpower. China and Russia are listening to this conversation and you saying, let's get rid of income tax, and they're salivating. They're salivating.
Yes, because that's not our issue. Those wars over there are not our issue.
Come on, bro.
Ukraine's not our issue. Israel's not our issue.
So let me ask you this. In Great Britain in World War II, when German U-boats were taking out all the shipments that they were getting into their country in the forms of like food, weaponry, natural resources, right?
Yeah.
And Great Britain then turned to the United States to get a lot of those resources. And we were sending our ships to them. And we knew that German U-boats and submarines won't take out our ships because that would be an act of war against the United States. We were helping Great Britain, even though we were not directly involved in the war. Are you saying that if you would have been back in the United States during World War II, before the United States would evolve, you would have been against aid to Great Britain?
That's not our issue. Our issue is on this side of the world. That's not our issue.
I'm asking you a question. In World War II, would you have been against aid to Great Britain?
Yeah, because honestly, let's keep it real here. Let's keep it real here.
Oh my God, man.
If we're looking at Britain, like they're a tiny, insignificant island that literally slaughtered us back in like what do they have to gain from us? What I'm basically saying is this.
What the fuck?
What I'm basically saying is this. By removing income tax, those wars will be no longer the American people's issue.
That's so fucking crazy, man. Yeah,
I'm not talking crazy. I'm just talking facts.
You know when it would become our issue? After if Great Britain didn't get help from the United States, there's a reasonable argument to make that they would have fallen, right?
Yeah.
And then that would have become our issue because Mr. Mustache Man, whose name we can't say on TikTok.
Yeah, I know.
Mr. Mustache Man would have loved to come across that Atlantic and come for the United States. And with Japan on our other side on the Pacific teamed up and Mussolini in Italy, they would have loved to come to the United States. And then it's our problem.
See,
and now they have all these people in Great Britain conquered, and they have all the natural resources. They have all the natural resources they need up in Europe. They have the entirety of the continent. And they're just building up and building up and building up. Then the United States is kind of sitting there like, oh shit, like they're actually really powerful. It's called nipping in the bud.
Oh, okay. Right? Okay. So here's the issue. Number one, that would have never happened because we put that heat to his head like a hairdresser. We have the Second Amendment in America. But also,
oh my God, that's so dumb.
It wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't have happened because, number one, these are all tiny, insignificant European nations. Second thing, America has an amazing geographic advantage. What I'm basically saying is this. The federal government does not need these trillions and trillions of dollars to go fight wars that no one in America cares about. No American cares about an Israeli. The average American doesn't care.
What war are we funding trillions of dollars to right now? What war are we giving trillions of dollars to?
Right now is the Ukrainian war, which again, Ukraine's not America.
Anywhere near to $1 trillion to Ukraine.
I mean, what is it, like 120 billion?
Yeah, which is like a rounding error for the United States.
Correct. But at the end of the day, that money has been forcibly taken from the American public's pocket and given to the Ukrainian people.
What are we sending to Ukraine?
Guns. I'm sorry. You know,
firearms. I get you.
Oh, I can say that. Okay, cool. That explode. What do you call it? Probably. Are we sending Tomahawk missiles over there yet or no?
But you just like generally, you're saying like weaponry, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So we are not sending money to Ukraine.
Yes, we are we're spending money to make these weapons to send them to Ukraine.
Yeah, actually what we're doing is sending them old weapons from our reserves and then investing in American companies to produce new weapons so we can refill our reserves with the best of the best. So we're investing in American industry and we're destroying Russia's military and army. What's the loss?
The loss is that you're now intertwining American business with an enemy that we know wants to destroy us, but they can't do it directly, so you're proxy doing it. Think you simply just allow Russia to take Ukraine, this whole thing gets over in about 3 days. Peace will happen.
Wait, is that Jolly? I think I see, is that Jolly Good Ginger requesting up? Oh, hold on. This is a friend of mine who served, so I would love to get his perspective on this as well.
A military man? Here we go. Let's get it cracking.
Yeah, get him. Man? If he wants to come up here, he's welcome to do so. I invited him. We'll see if he does.
Jolly, please come up here, man.
But the idea that this would just be settled in 3 days is really short-sighted and like a really funny and unfunny thing to say. Because, yeah, it would be definitely the case that Russia would take over Ukraine quicker. Right, no doubt. They would definitely conquer and kill a bunch more innocent people.
Yes.
But the idea that this would just be over is so funny because they would then very, very gradually go into NATO countries and then try to expand Russia's influence and try to expand Russia's power. And then they would use the influence and the resources and the goods that they've taken from Ukraine to then expand their power, hurting the United States' power.
How? Again, America is on the western side of the earth. Europe is on the east. Explain to me that.
We're a globalized world. So we might be in between two big oceans called the Atlantic and the Pacific. But we're a globalized world. We have a lot of allies around the world. We have trade routes with allies around the world. We don't want the Russian military and government being along the Mediterranean Sea, cutting off certain ports and things like that, and having access to certain ports that would hurt our ability to trade with our allies. And just as a rule of thumb, the United States having less allies and Russia gaining more land is a net loss for the United States.
I'm sorry. Russia getting more land, us getting less allies. At the end of okay, I understand that. I understand Russia getting more land means they're going to become more powerful, yada, yada, yada. But again, it's not the average American's issue. So by forcing the average American to pay for this stupid war is not our issue. And that's why I'm still supporting Donald Trump, is because as long as he starts repealing more taxes, this becomes less and less of a forced issue onto me.
It is an issue because Russia can build up and build up and build up, and that becomes a problem for the United States down the line.
When has
Think again, we have historical examples of this with Germany in World War II. It didn't touch the United States land until they attacked Hawaii, and Japan attacked Hawaii, which was allied with Germany. It didn't touch us until then. But if we just laid off and we didn't support Great Britain, that war would have eventually come to us. Do you think, like, just out of curiosity, do you think that Mussolini and Mustache Man would have stopped at Great Britain?
From what we see, from what the historical examples of their plans, because they did tell us what they wanted. Mussolini wanted all of Africa, which I don't know why he'd want that. Mustache Man wanted one half of North America, and then Japan wanted the other half. So he would have never had it. He would have never gotten it. It would have been impossible. Because you also have to remember, half of Germany got wiped off the face of the planet 20 years prior. That would have never happened. Germany was not going to ever touch America with enough men. But what I'm saying is this. There is a point where Russia is going to be appeased. And with Ukraine, Russia is going to be appeased. They can't keep pushing into Germany. They don't belong there. The average Russian man would not know what to do with Germany. So what I'm basically saying is this. Why should the American people have to fund these wars?
Yeah. So when Mustache Man in World War II was thinking about invading Poland and Russia and Great Britain, your average German man would not have quote unquote belonged, as you would call it, it's a weird word, in Great Britain or Russia. But German man didn't care, right? Mustache Man just wanted power. Do you think Putin cares whether somebody living in Moscow could then, just automatically become a productive member of Warsaw in Poland? No, he just wants power. He wants to expand Russia's influence, and Putin will do anything to do that. He will even invade a sovereign country, an ally of the United States, and kill hundreds of thousands of people to do that. So if you just think that, Russia's going to be appeased, then I would like to introduce you to Prime Minister Chamberlain in Great Britain, who thought the same thing of Germany in World War II and that they would be appeased with Poland, because they weren't.
Okay. Again, you have to remember they were going to be appeased with them, but then, oh my goodness, Great Britain declared war. I don't want to get into a history lesson with you. That's how it actually went down. They were not going to be
appeased. Mustache Man went into Russia. He turned on Stalin after they did a joint invasion and then went into Russia. He was moving all the way east.
The UK and France declared war. Again, this is just a history lesson. I don't want to get into the history lesson because we all know at the end of the day.
Declared war, I'm sorry. Is your view? We won't get into a history lesson, but just out of curiosity, is your view that if Great Britain and France didn't declare war on Germany, they would have not gone into Russia?
Yes, because even Mustache Man himself said he asked for peace 5 times. Britain said no.
I'm sorry. You're now taking the word of Mustache Man?
That's the biggest lie that the Democratic Party tries to put, or the American Party tries to put. Mustache Man wanted peace, but you guys didn't give it to him. So he just had to go ahead and do. Now
you can get the fuck out of my live. Now you can get the fuck out of my. No. Now I know why Now I know why he was just not that bright. He's a modern day Yahtzee. Now I know why. Yeah. Okay. Now I know. I mean, that really explains a lot, right? Now we got there. Okay, well, that took a second to find out where his loyalty actually lied, but now we know. What? Bro, I mean, what the fuck? Dude. God, holy fuck, man. That's crazy, dude. I can't believe we have... No wonder he wants Russia to win. No wonder. Like you're sitting here as like an American, right? Whether you're a Democrat, Republican, Independent, you're sitting here like, why would any American want Russia to win or make it easier for Russia to take land and gain more influence? Well, you might if you had that guy's views, man. You might if you had that guy's views. That guy, who's a sporting mustache man in World War II, saying he asked for peace. Give me a break. Just like history revisionism at its finest. Serena, thank you for the $5. I can still get pregnant even with a partial hysterectomy. It's very real. There you go. There's a lot of intricacies and nuances with that stuff. Absolutely. Killer, I do what I can. You're a hero. I had a fire. I lost a lot of my child's clothes and toys. My clothes a lot. I'm glad you're here. I lost a lot, but I changed a mag's mind at the doctor's office today. Wow. If you want to offer my info to help with fire damage, but I hate for asking for help. Yeah. I mean, Killer, maybe identify yourself in the chat. You can pin your comment. That's really sad. And Killer is always supporting the live, very reliable person. So really sorry to hear that. I hope you're doing okay. I hope your house and your belongings are doing okay. That's crazy. I'm so sorry to hear that. You can identify yourself in the chat for sure. And yeah, that's Killer right there. Deborah, thank you for the $5 as well. Yeah, that guy, I mean, no wonder you ask yourself, why is this guy? I can't believe we just had like a Yahtzee in the live, dude. I cannot believe that, bro. Like I don't actually think I've actually talked to. I don't think we've ever had like, oh, let's bring up, dude. I gotta tell Chris this, bro. Holy shit, bro. I just had a Neo Yahtzee in my live.
Wait. I'm sorry, my ear. I was still getting my earbud. What'd you say, bro?
I just had a Neo. I can't say the word online, but a Neo Yahtzee online.
What'd he say?
Bro, we were talking about World War II, and he's like, he's like, we should get rid of income tax and just raise sales tax on liquor. I'm like, okay, that makes no fucking sense. And then he was like, yeah, well, if we eliminate the income tax, we'll have less money for like our military and like helping wars abroad. I'm like, we got into this whole like Ukraine thing. I'm like, well, would you have wanted to help Great Britain in World War II against, Germany? He's like, no, I wouldn't have. And then we kind of go into this conversation about like World War II and stuff like that. And by the end of it, he's like, yeah, actually, like Mustache Man asked for peace 5 times and the West just won't acknowledge it.
I just want to say really quick again. I put like $5 that dude got that information partly from Twitter.
Yes.
Because Twitter is literally like becoming this like super anti-Semitic, like people literally like huge creators like that German guy. It's actually terrifying.
It's so weird.
But also, that's fucking insane. Yo, champ, if you're still in the comments down there, do me a favor, get a job. Do something fun. Don't be such a, how do I put this nicely? Don't be such a fucking loser. How about that, Jim? Appreciate you, bro. And I know it's like comes from this insecurity on the inside, right? You feel like you're not enough, so you have to tell other people they're not enough, right? It's okay. It's okay, little guy. You'll be okay. You'll be okay.
Yeah, dude's a freak. I hope that guy's listening. I hope he never comes back to my live.
Yeah. What a terrible guy. What a terrible guy.
Yeah, he's like, yeah. The West won't tell you this. Get a life, bro.
The West won't tell you this. Yo, champ, your friends won't tell you this. But you're soft. You need therapy. You're really annoying to be around. You're annoying to hang out with. And the insecurity is reeking off of you.
Hi, everybody from Barker's Live. I appreciate you. Sorry, we're making fun of a Neo Yahtzee right now. Ladies and gents, Venmo Cash App in the link in the bio if you want to support the live. Ladies, gents, and others, Venmo Cash App in the link in the bio if you want to support the live. Also, drop a follow if you haven't already. We do these lives all the time. Double tap the screen. Let's try to get up to 500,000 likes. But if you fill the entire bar when you double tap the screen, you can do 600,000 likes easy. And Lucky Bags, thank you for the Halloween-themed gift. I love that. I appreciate you so much. So kind.
How's it going, Harry?
What's up, man? And by the way, last thing, shout out to everybody coming from Parker's Live. I hope he comes over here. I'm not sure if he will, but if he does, he's welcome to come up. All right, what's up, man?
Yeah, dude, appreciate you having me on. I got a pretty unique perspective on this, and I'd like to just debate it with you. I voted for Biden in 2020, and then, as I've gotten older, I've seen some health issues go on, and I was kind of torn in this election because I saw a lot of what Trump was standing for, a lot of what Biden was running on, and then I saw RFK. And a lot of what RFK stood for, I actually really agreed with. I understand his vaccine views a little bit crazy, and I don't necessarily agree with that. But more so, his idea on wanting to reform the health of this country, the food and water of this country, and just overall improve the quality of life, and him partnering with Trump is really the main reason why I want to vote for him. And I guess if Kamala Harris could give a similar statement or a similar perspective, I'd really be inclined to vote for her. But at the same time, I haven't heard anything. So I'm really inclined to vote for the right, just for the mere fact that I want RFK to get his agenda done.
Why do you like RFK? Sorry, Harry.
While you talk, I'm going to go get more water. I'll be right back. But I'll be back to talk about this.
Why do you like RFK?
Well, I think he stands for what traditional Democrats used to stand for. And I think over time, they've moved in a direction that I'm not comfortable following, especially as a Catholic. So seeing what RFK stands for and what he at least preaches about as far as the health, I'm very inclined to believe in, especially just reforming the quality of food.
So what about, like, I actually, that's probably like what I dislike the most about RFK is like his ranting about like food health and
His
like
food policy,
wellness. Cause like in general, right? Like, you know, I know people talk about like him being anti-vax because he's anti-vax. And I think that's like super dangerous. I also think when it relates to food, like I have a really big problem with how he talks about it in relation to mental health. But I mean, you might know, like you might have more specific things that are like, I probably don't know. I don't know if you have anything like specific.
Yeah, I mean, so one of the things that he talked about was just the excessive use of pesticides on our food, which, I mean, those chemicals probably aren't the healthiest for you. And I don't really see a reason why they should be so overused. And, you know, the more we use them, I do think they are in some way correlated to an increase in chronic health disease. And regardless of whether or not that is the causation, I still do think that as one of the richest countries in the world, we do have one of the largest health epidemics, whether it be obesity, whether it be autoimmune disease, or any other sorts of issues. And I think that as the wealthiest country in the world, we should have some sort of way to combat that. And I think it should be a bigger issue, especially in the political climate. And so from my standpoint and from what he said, I do think a lot of it is coming from the excessive use of pesticides, the low quality of our food, and I guess the overuse of processed foods in our country, especially in the staple of American diet. And I think that healthier foods should be cheaper and more affordable. And that should be a subsidy that farmers get rather than growing crops that are going to be processed or sprayed with glyphosate.
Yeah, sure. So look, I think part of the problem is that you like someone like RFK can start with a good foundation, a reasonable, I should say, foundation on some of this stuff, and then it can like very quickly get into like very dangerous misinformation. I think it's like important to draw a line, right? So I agree that like as the richest country in the world, like we have a big obesity problem, right? We have an obesity problem because people eat too much, right? That's like just like from a pure, like obviously everybody's going to have like you may have like a mental health thing around that or you know, any given factor, but in general, right? It's like also the richest country in the world, people have like a lot of access in a hyper capitalist society to like very cheap food. And most of that food is like high in calories, low in nutrient density, and it's cheap, right? Like fast food. And Americans eat a lot of it. Right. So I agree. We have like a problem of obesity and like chronic health disease. I just don't know that like, you know, talking about it in a perspective of, in my opinion, like RFK going on about things like Red 40 or glyphosates that like, again, I think the FDA does a fantastic job regulating. I think our problem is that we have Americans are eating too many calories with too much sodium, too many, you know, sodas instead of diet sodas with extra calories, and it's leading to an obesity problem that can lead to other things. I think if we stuck to like more whole natural foods, and I agree, you know, try to make them cheaper. But again, he also talks about this as if it like, I think some of his rhetoric around like mental health as well can be super dangerous because he talks about health in relation to, he's like, oh, if we, you know, kids have ADHD, for example, because of, you know, because of the food they're eating and the society we've built around them. So he one time floated, we should take away their phones. And if we send them to like these camps in the woods where they can experience like real life, he went on this weird thing about how they could actually learn how to dig holes or something. But he was like saying all that. He's like, just take away all the drugs, take away the phones, and that's how we'll solve the ADHD. But it's like that, you know, like we can start on a foundation of processed food is bad, but ADHD is like genetic, right? So like 99, any like psychiatrist would say like when you are born, your brain makeup is different. Your frontal lobe is potentially, for example, smaller, right? So like taking away the medication that is safe and effective and helps that and putting them in the woods is a nonsensical, dangerous policy. And acting like things like Zoloft or Adderall are not like extremely safe to use when used correctly, I think is like really dangerous. And also,
you know, I don't necessarily completely disagree with you, but I do want to say, I do think when you look at a country like England, for example, or some countries that are overseas, they do ban a lot of Red 40 and some of these chemicals that we have in our food. And I think that that's a good policy to adopt. And I really wish Kamala Harris would talk about that or would mention that.
Yeah. I do want to say, like, you know, and again, like, I don't know if, like,
I haven't
maybe
heard anything from her about it.
yeah, maybe Harry wants, like, you know, like, I don't want to, you know, go like on about this. I will say quickly, like, Red 40 is not banned in other countries. Like, Red 40 is named something different. So I know that, like, a lot of people say, like, oh, Red 40 is banned because it's not, because I don't see it on the label, but they don't call it Red 40. But they still have, I think, very similar food dyes over there. Again, I think that, like, there's a much better.
So you're getting into a niche area where it's like natural food dye versus like artificial food dye in America and in Great Britain. They're both classified differently. So I think the argument there would be if the food dye is correctly presumed natural in America, then we wouldn't maybe have as much issue. I think the bigger thing that I like about RFK, though, in relation to this, is he just wants to have studies on it. And whether or not the information comes out in the wash really is left to be discovered. But I still think that studies should be done regardless of what it is. And no matter what happens, people deserve to have the information.
But I guess I guess the last thing I'll say is, like, studies on what? Again, like, we're starting to, I agree, we're diving into like a niche area about like the like harmfulness of Red 40 or natural food dyes. Again, like, actually, I think the studies are overwhelming and conclusive. You should stick to like whole foods, try to like generally track your calories, switch out sodas for water or diet soda, and you'll be healthier than like 95% of Americans. If you want to lose weight, you should eat less calories than you burn, right? So like, I think the studies on some of those things are like very conclusive. And if we went toward the direction of like, I don't know, giving a lot more food education in schools, so we talk about like the obesity problem in school. You have places in America that are like the real there's like actual problems with this, like things like there's a name for this, food deserts, right? Where there's a ton of places in America, rural areas in America, where they literally have no options for food. They have like a McDonald's and that's it. And maybe Whole Food is too expensive. You have grocery deserts. These places are really scary. We're literally the only place within like a 50-mile radius you can shop for food is like a Dollar Tree, right? And Dollar Tree is going to have like very highly processed frozen meals, but they're not going to have like real whole foods, right? And so Americans in those areas, which are a lot of them, or in schools where like we have like a school system that, again, like I don't think we're teaching our kids how to like eat correctly. Those things are objectively leading to people eating more than they're burning, not having a nutrient dense diet, and therefore they have chronic problems, right? If we would just focus on that, I feel like RFK is focused on like nonsense like food diet, bro. If you want to go have some Red 40 every once in a while, you'll be just fine. I promise. The problem that the people in America are not unhealthy because they're having a Gatorade every once in a while, or a Coke every once in a while, or consuming a little bit of alcohol. People in America are unhealthy because they're eating more than they should. That's my take. Anyway, we can talk about something different. I know this is like super neat. I understand your point, though.
Yeah, 100%. And the only reason I say that is because I do see only one side talking about it. And again, like I said before, if I saw something from Kamala Harris that referenced this, where she gave her opinion or said her side of it, where she said something similar to you, yeah, I'd be more inclined to agree with her. But I haven't heard anything. And I think that's one of the downfalls so far.
But you know what you have heard from Kamala Harris?
What's up?
Is like policy to make your healthcare better, policy to make your ability to buy a house easier.
Well, let's talk about the housing, because I think Trump's plan is underpinning the energy costs to lower costs on everything, especially building houses and gathering materials. What's Kamala Harris's view on that? What, fucking drill oil? I mean, come on. That's
so
Trump's
right now we're actually drilling more oil than ever before in American history, including on more than the Trump administration. But Kamala Harris's plan is actually nuanced, whereas Trump's is a lot of fluff. So Kamala Harris wants to do things like building 3 million new housing units in her first 4 years of office.
How's she going to pay for that? They asked her that in the debate and on ABC interview, and she couldn't answer that question.
She did answer the question. It's not the federal government paying for that. It's not the federal government paying to build 3 million houses.
So who's going to pay for it?
We are giving tax breaks and tax subsidies to contractors and developers.
Paying for it?
Yet, so just listen. We're giving tax breaks and tax subsidies to contractors and developers to build houses and build rental apartments. They pay for the houses. They pay for these things, and then they rent them out.
Why is it okay for her to give tax breaks, but it's not okay for Trump to give tax breaks?
Nobody's saying that Trump can't give tax breaks. The problem with what Trump did was he gave tax breaks that overwhelmingly benefited the wealthy. So Kamala Harris wants to give tax breaks to the middle class. So we Democrats agree with tax breaks, but the tax break should be going to people who need it, not people who might use that tax break to buy another beach house. That's all.
And that makes sense. But at the same time, I think Trump's plan is very similar. He wants to underpin every cost by getting the energy costs to be lower by drilling more. I think her and him see eye to eye on that. But I think that as far as how they execute it, I personally trust Trump a little bit more just because of his record on the economy and the prices that I saw. And on top of that, too, because he is a businessman and because he knows how to get things done and he presents that way well. I think Kamala Harris's flaw is she doesn't present that way very well. I think if she could find a way to present herself as a businesswoman or come off as businessly literate, she would garner more vote for that area.
Just think that was ironic. So Trump is a businessman who went bankrupt 6 times and was recently found liable for extensive business fraud and has to pay like $500 million. This guy is, and the Trump organization was also recently found guilty of all tax crimes alleged against it. So this guy is not some world-class businessman who really knows how to run the country and really knows how to build a business and make some money. This guy is just a total fraud, right? And he's convinced people that he's this businessman. He's convinced people that he knows how to run a business. But in reality, that's not true. So Kamala Harris doesn't have to present herself as a businesswoman. She has to present herself as a leader, right? She has business experts around her who can give her advice on this stuff. But Kamala Harris's job is not to be a businesswoman. Her job would to be president of the United States. And her policy is just far more extensive than that of Donald Trump's. Trump's entire policies, we're just going to drill more oil to reduce the price of gas. That makes no sense because gas prices are not just based on how much oil we're drilling here in the United States. They're based on global markets. So we, the United States, are producing more oil than any country in the world right now. But as you'll notice, our gas prices are not cheaper than any other country or the cheapest country in the entire world. It's because it's based on global markets. And if supply is not meeting global demand, prices will go up. Right. So Trump's entire policy is just a cop out. He just says something that sounds nice that, if we reduce the price of oil and the price of gas, then everything else will come down. Well, that's not true because housing prices have been going up for a long time. And there have also been periods where gas prices were really cheap. So point is that Kamala Harris has actual nuance and specificity in her policies. These policies have been not only developed by her and her team, but business leaders as well. Mark Cuban, a very successful real businessman, has talked about how he's been very involved in a lot of these policies that have been specifically focused toward business, whereas Donald Trump has nothing. So,
well, I understand that. And maybe she does have very well laid out policy, but I do take issue with how quickly she rose up out of nowhere. And how I'm supposed to now just know her policies or just know what it is that she's going to run when she just came up so quickly. I don't have enough time to digest that.
So what I would encourage you to do is, and I totally understand, right? Like everything in politics moves really quickly. And if you're not somebody who pays attention to it like 24/7, it feel like it can move really quickly and you feel like you miss things. Totally understand. So what I would encourage you to do is go to Kamala Harris's website where she has all the policy listed out. Or alternatively, you can just listen to certain speeches she's given. So she's given speeches specifically on housing, speeches specifically on small business, speeches specifically on immigration or the economy just generally, and you can hear what she proposes. So pick whatever major issue really matters to you, and I guarantee that Kamala Harris has spoken about it one way or another. And you say like, oh, in these interviews, she doesn't answer them. A lot of these accounts that you get clips on TikTok or social media just generally will cut clips prematurely to make it seem like Kamala Harris didn't answer the question. But in reality, they're leaving out the meat of what she said. So Kamala Harris does all these policies. I'm not expecting you to be an expert in every single thing that she's talked about. But, these resources are out there. And you, as a young guy, how old are you?
23.
Yeah, you're 23. We're both 22, Chris and I. So as Gen Z, we want you to be on the right side of history, which is voting for people who are competent, people who know what they're doing, as opposed to Donald Trump, who sounds really great when he talks. He says, I'm going to solve all your problems. Don't worry about it. Just trust me. I'm going to do it. It sounds really great. But will he actually get that done is another question.
Well, I do want to pivot to one more point before I let you pick somebody else.
Sure.
You were talking about abortion earlier, and as a Catholic, I have a very, particular opinion on what that should be. I guess my issue with abortion, and this is probably the biggest issue as to why maybe I would never vote for a Democrat again, is because they're using it as birth control. When I personally do believe that if you play bad games, you may win a bad prize. And if you choose to play that game and you end up getting pregnant, I think you should bear the responsibility of it. However, in cases of rape, in cases of the mother's life being at risk, yeah, I agree in abortion.
All right. Mind if I speak really quick, Larry?
By all means, Chris.
All right. So I want to just start here really quickly. So after Roe v. Wade was overturned, in states that have, I live in Georgia. We have a 6-week abortion ban. It used to be 22 weeks, right? Texas has a complete and total abortion ban. Mississippi has a complete total abortion ban. Doctors are getting up and they're leaving these states, right? Because our laws are vague. They're confusing. Doctors have to work under a lot of pressure. We saw in Louisiana this week, I think 2 weeks ago, they rescheduled mifepristone, which is a common abortion drug that can also be used during miscarriages to save somebody's life. They reclassified it as a Schedule 4, so not have to be locked up outside, across the hospital, right? So doctors are doing time drills where they basically have to see how fast they can run from one side of the hospital to another to make sure they can save someone's life, along with having to consult with attorneys to, do their job because governments threaten to throw people in jail. The result of this has been the fact that in Georgia, half our counties don't have OBGYNs, right? These are primary care doctors for women, not just for abortion, not just when you're pregnant, but primary care in general is gone. A lot of women in Georgia are driving well over an hour to see a doctor. And this has led to things like in Texas, from 2019 to 2022, the maternal mortality rate increased 56%. Compared to 11% nationally. And maternal mortality being a woman dies anytime she's pregnant, giving birth, or shortly after birth. We're talking about rates in Texas of roughly 40 women per 100,000 births are dying. In Canada, the maternal mortality rate is 8 per 100,000. The United States has the worst maternal mortality rate in the developed world, 55th, right? And so abortion bans have already made this drastically worse. Women are not seeking out care. They don't have basic medical care in supposedly the greatest country on earth. And a lot of that is because of Trump-led, all of it really, in my opinion. It's getting much worse because of Trump-led abortion bans. Number 2. I think I'm going to take well, actually not me, because I'm just a man, but I'm going to take offense for other people. I think it's very offensive to suggest that women are, quote, using abortion for birth control, right? You have now suggested that an entire group of people is so, careless. They just, how I infer that, or how you imply that, is women are just so careless. They open their legs for anybody. They'll do whatever and go just carelessly walk into a Planned Parenthood, right? Abortion is something that's an incredibly difficult decision, even if you are pro-choice. It's something that most women who get an abortion do not do lightheartedly. It's a really, really hard, really difficult thing for most women to go through. Right. And so not only, in my opinion, is it disgusting to suggest that that's how women operate, but number 2, it's also just a logical falsehood. Right. So, just because I don't care what the reason is, right, because you say you support it for things like rape and when the mother's life is at risk. But we see over and over again, based on Republican policy, that doesn't happen. Right. There's a girl in Mississippi who was in 7th grade. 12 years old, she got assaulted in her own backyard and was forced to carry the baby to term. She dropped out. She's in the 7th grade with a child. Right? Deborah was 22 weeks pregnant in Florida with her 2nd child when she learned it had a fatal defect. 2 doctors said she needed an abortion. That claim was denied. She carried the baby to term in pain, almost lost her other child because she couldn't take care of it. The baby who was born died 2 hours after being on the table. 2 hours. Amber Thurman was in Georgia, traveled state lines to take abortion pill, came back, got sepsis, needed a 15-minute emergency surgery, waited 19 hours at Piedmont Hospital while the doctors probably consulted attorneys, and she died. 28 years old, was supposed to go to fucking nursing school. Right? There's a woman in Texas who was pro-life, Kate Cox, who had an unviable pregnancy that was going to kill her. A federal judge agreed, except the Texas Attorney General overruled, said no. She had to go across states to save her life. I just read a story about a woman in Mississippi who was devastated to learn that the kid she was going to have with her husband that she had been waiting for, it was not progressing. She was going to have a miscarriage. She needed 2 drugs, mifepristone and misoprostol, which are the 2 common abortion drugs, one of which would expel the pregnancy or expel the fetal tissue because the miscarriage, the pregnancy that was already it was a miscarriage, was not passing on its own. So one would pass it for her and the other one would stop her pregnancy hormone, right? Except in Kentucky, that second drug is really hard to get. Right. So she waited and waited. The OB warned her it's going to be hard to get. She looked everywhere. She called pharmacists. She couldn't find it. So she takes the first drug and she's supposed to move with her husband to Massachusetts. On the way to Massachusetts, she's in so much pain she can barely walk because she didn't take the second drug. Her body tried to save the pregnancy that was already gone and she got sepsis in fucking upstate New York. She's in a hospital, U-Haul in the parking lot, emergency surgery under anesthesia to save her life. Not only is that a failure of the American healthcare system, because if she was in Kentucky and got the second pill, none of that would have happened. But imagine if she was in Kentucky and not in upstate New York, she would be dead. I almost guarantee it. Doctors would not operate on her, right? So this is like a much broader issue than just things like abortion. But also, again, sorry, I'll finish my rambling here, but logical fallacy, right? Play dangerous games, win dangerous prizes. If I get in my car right now and a drunk driver hits me head on while I'm at a stoplight, the EMT is not going to show up and say, you play dangerous games, getting in a car, you win dangerous prizes. That's not how that works. You don't, just because you do something that has risk doesn't mean that you have to accept the consequence of, or the action of that risk, I guess. Anyway, I'm ranting now. I'm going to let someone else talk.
Now, look, I mean, those are all completely valid points. And, that it makes total sense. I agree with you in basically everything you said. I guess just more from a faith perspective, in my opinion, that is a life. And I'm not so sure that taking that life is the right thing to do.
Was the seventh grader, was the seventh grader alive?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I said I agree with you.
Well, but if you're voting on policies like Republican, if you're supportive of a Republican abortion policies, I'd argue you care more about the unborn than the currently living.
Well, no, I think they both matter. And I just want someone to reach an agreement where both can be valued equally.
Well, Harry, if you have.
Oh, no, I wasn't going to. I mean, just like, why must you force that on other people? Why can't like you and your family value the unborn and the born equally, whereas other women can make a decision that are best for them?
Well, I mean, I guess it sort of falls along the same lines as, should state execution be legal?
I don't really know how that falls along the same lines, to be honest.
Yeah, but like, how is I actually had a nurse up here in my lab, like 2 nights ago, who's like super informed, and she's actually like very pro-life. In fact, in her personal opinion, for her personal life, she believes that like life starts at conception, and she's like studied this her whole life. She specializes in essentially like helping women through pregnancies. She terminates pregnancies, etc. And she's like, part of what I support is like the women's decision, right? So she's like, it's very, very difficult. And there's times where I might have an opinion, but what I'm staunch about is the fact that like no government should be in that room. It should be a doctor and a woman. And she was talking about, as someone who like studies cell biology, that the general consensus is that like 99% of providers will not provide an abortion past like 23 and a half weeks. Because at that point, a lot of people find it not appropriate, right? But before that, the final decision, I don't know, if the party of small government, the party of choice, the party of the country of freedom, I think a woman and her doctor can make that decision. And it's possible to be pro-life for your family, but not be anti-choice for other people, no?
Yeah, sure. I mean, if that's the case, then I should be able to vote that way as well.
So you can vote that way, but to be clear, the party that you're voting for is a party that has recently voted against a right to contraception. Like the thing that is used to prevent this from even happening, the right to IVF, the right to an abortion. So point is that like the Republican Party is very much anti-woman in this sense. They're like, yeah, you can't get an abortion, but we also won't protect your right to having a family in a way like through IVF. And we also won't protect your right to contraception so you can engage in intercourse without worrying about the possibility of getting pregnant. So if you're like, yeah, you know what? I may be personally pro-life, but I want women to be able to engage in intercourse if they want to be able to engage in intercourse, and have contraception if they need it, and be able to start a family when they want to start a family, then you would be voting for the Democratic Party. And you might be like, you know what, Kamala Harris, she's pro-choice, I'm not all about that. But at the end of the day, her view is just that the government should not be making decisions about women and their bodies. And if you agree that the government should not be making decisions about women and their bodies, then I don't know, maybe you don't agree with that. But anyway.
Or even if, yeah, I mean, like sorry, go ahead if you want to respond.
I mean, yeah, you guys have made some good points tonight. I'm not necessarily sure at this moment exactly where I stand on everything, but I appreciate you taking the time to let me come up here and talk and debate with me a little bit.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I was just going to say I appreciate it a lot. And again, like the last thing I'd consider is like, again, when it comes to abortion, like those complete and total abortion bans are leading to some very, 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 like some of the, like I said, the worst health outcomes in the developed world for women. They have no access to general health care, obviously no access to abortion care. But again, like these total and complete abortion bans have put women at risk for in a lot more ways than just needing an abortion. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
All right, man. Have a good one. Appreciate it.
You too.
I've got to learn when to shut the fuck up.
Why?
I don't know. I hate myself.
Why? No, you. I don't think that's an appropriate response. Hold on, Danny. Thank you for the $5. Go Ducks. Texas shouldn't be number one. I was happy that the Ducks beat the Buckeyes. I'm very happy about that. So thank you for the $5. Texas is probably the best team in the country, though. I got to be honest. Michael. Whoa. True Gods, thank you for the $100 on Venmo saying, keep up the great work. Yo, can you please show some love to True Gods in the chat? Just spam the chat with W's. We need at least 100 W's for True Gods. That is incredibly generous, my man. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. That is so incredibly kind.
Huge
Thank you,
W's in the
thank you.
chat?
That's really kind. W's in the chat, please. True Gods, man. You're always here supporting the live as well. It really means a lot. It goes a long way. It means the world, man. Thank you so much. David, thank you for the $1. Defending Mustache Man and Trump goes to show where the Republican Party is going. Exactly, my man. Exactly. Raphael, thank you for the $10. Thanks, Harry. Education is important as well as honest conversations. I totally agree. You can do both. You can do both. You can have education and honest conversations. But that it also in turn requires the other person on the other side to be honest as well, which is not always a given. Amanda, thank you for the $5. Say when men say it's their right to vote on an abortion, the first law against abortion was 100 years ago 100 years before women were even allowed to vote. We've been fighting a long time for the right to our bodies. Well, yeah, that too. It never makes sense to me when a man's like, well, no, it's actually a man's issue as well. Shut the fuck up.
Yo,
dude. Like,
do me a favor. Be quiet, champ.
Yeah, why don't you just be quiet? You be all right now. Just shut the hell up. Anyway, all right. If you're MAGA, let me know in the chat.
I'm kind of
confused.
Holy shit.
Lucky Bag just sent a whale thing to Chris. Look at that.
Huge W, Lucky Bags. I appreciate you so much. Holy shit.
Look at that.
I really Sorry, I really appreciate that. That means a lot. Listen, really quickly. Thank you so much. It's like, I really don't need to say this, but I'm going to say it. So I've never really known much about like my extended family or where they come from. Learned last night. My whole family is from some small town.
Very
Partly
small.
from New York, Long Island, but the other side, Pennsylvania, a place called Newcomb, I think. New something. If someone knows something about this place, apparently my great grandfather owned some like pharmacy there or something. Dude was tripping. Sorry,
Dude,
no, apparently he was like super psychotic, but he
what
owned
a Gen Z thing to say about your grandfather. My grandfather was tripping.
No, not my grandfather, my great grandfather.
That's what I'm saying. Stroke that thing.
Or maybe what's the, I don't know, something like really weird small town. And I don't know.
All right.
People were strange people.
My grandfather was tripping. Can we put that in a fucking t-shirt?
Someone
please?
said, been there, it's a dump. Damn. Well, I need to go.
My God. Listen, first of all, very interesting, Chris.
I'm sorry. It was really unnecessary to say, but
No. That's actually genuinely
Well,
interesting.
everyone always is like, you're Chris, like you're not Southern. Like you're born and raised in Georgia. But I mean, it's like my parents are from Cincinnati, but their parents are from New York and Pennsylvania. So it's like, yeah, I'm like the first person I'm not really like a Southerner. I'm a Southerner,
Well, anybody that tells you you're not is lying. How about that?
You're built like a toaster oven.
And you're built like a washing machine, bro. For real. Super boxy. Anyway.
Why are there two people in here, bro?
I added two. All my links are in my bio to my Snapchat, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. I post on all those things. Sorry. Also, my Snapchat is harry.sisson02. I've been posting on there. There's a new video of my dog and I on my Snapchat. It's a great video.
Yep.
It's beautiful. So go add me on
Harry.
Snapchat. Also, Chris's Snapchat is
Chris D. Mowry, the same as my username. I just posted the most insane thing I've ever seen. My screen time. I posted a screenshot. I looked at my screen time. My average for last week. I don't know how it's possible, but it says that my screen time average was 33 and a half hours. There's not 33 hours in a day. I don't know, but I also said I spent 30 hours on TikTok last week. So just Apparently 255 total hours on my phone, which again, I don't think there's that many hours in a week, but makes sense.
Okay. That's weird.
That's what I post on Snapchat, Christine Mowry. I also post pictures of myself, and you can follow Harry Sisson, Harry.Sisson02.
Harry.Sisson. I'm in the process of changing it to Harry J. Sisson, but I don't know if that's ever going to work. All right, guys. 22. Who's, I guess, a car? Is that a car model? Are you a car?
I am definitely. I'll be quick though, guys. I just wanted to say I appreciate you guys. I was on Dean's Live yesterday, just saying the same thing. I love what you guys do. I'm in Colorado. You guys have flipped the entire family of mine over, so that's 6 votes for Kamala. So
hell yeah,
I appreciate
huge
you guys.
W's. Oh my goodness,
Huge
dude.
W's. Are you kidding me?
Dude, I appreciate you so
absolutely.
much.
No, absolutely. And I have 2 kids, so I benefit majorly from the child tax credit. And I just picked up a lot of information from you guys. And you know, just being a Trump supporter about 4 months ago, you guys have definitely helped turn my vote over. So I appreciate y'all.
Yo, there's 4,000 people, over 4,000 people. Spam the W's, man.
Spam the W's, man.
Appreciate y'all.
That's incredible.
God, that's so, bro. Thank you so much for coming up and saying that. Like, we really appreciate when people tell us stuff like that. So thank you, man. And I'm so glad that, like, you know, you watch and tune in. It really means the world to, like, I know Parker, me, Dean, Chris, everybody, man. Seriously, appreciate it a lot.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Keep doing what you're doing. And come November, I can't wait to be on the right side of history.
Yes, sir.
Awesome,
thank you, man. Well, hey, thank you for everything you're doing. And thank you for, you know, also convincing your family. I appreciate it, man. All right.
Yeah, absolutely. Have a good night, guys.
All right. You too, man. Yeah,
I don't think people realize that, like, always talking about how, like, passionate Harry and I are about this stuff. Like, dude, that gives us so much motivation to just, like, we're tired. It's like, let's hop on again. There's somebody out there, 1 vote at a time. That's 6 votes.
6 votes, man.
That's crazy.
I was like, you know what? It's 10:30. I wanted to watch the Bills play the Jets. I was like, tonight. I was like, you know, I was like, let's hop on a live.
Yeah, huge W's. By the way, did the Bills won?
Bills won, and I also won in fantasy. By the way, you still have to send me Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson.
I think I won again this week. And what did you do? You lost?
I won this week.
I have that. Listen, buddy. Listen, champ. You said you were going to live stream today. Actually, the people were asking me live stream NCAA today, and that didn't happen,
I was waiting for you. So
you're a liar. You're a liar.
Anyway,
you're
let's get back.
Liar.
Anyway, Claiborne, hello. Are you MAGA, my man?
Right. I sure is.
Oh, this guy's a troll, man.
Ain't no troll. I'm the real deal.
You know what they say, man. When life gives you lemons.
You lost, by the way. I'm just checking fantasy right now. You lost.
I did not lose.
Yeah, you did.
What?
You lost to somebody who's 1-4.
Yeah, and you're never mind. I can't say.
All right, Claiborne, why are you MAGA, man?
Can I walk you through a line of thinking?
Sure.
Okay. I got 2 words for you. Mass deportation.
Mass deportation, huh?
You know how that's going to benefit you and me?
How's it going to benefit you and me?
When you get rid of 2 million people, you ain't got to worry about competing with 2 million people for resources. That means you ain't got to compete for housing. You ain't got to compete for jobs. You ain't got to compete for medical appointments. You ain't got to compete for insulin.
That would cost the American taxpayer like almost $1 trillion, actually.
But it's going to benefit us.
Wait, it's actually going to benefit us. It's actually going to do way more harm. Like,
no, it ain't.
No, it is.
You ain't got to.
Can I finish speaking?
Strain on our resources.
Can I?
I think you're a strain on our resources. Yeah. I think you're a strain on our resources. I agree with
that. No,
I ain't no strain on nothing.
That's not how that works.
I think you're strained.
That's not how that works economically, right? So actually, economically, there's not enough native-born Americans to work every single job, and so these numbers have been crunched. That actually, if we did this quote mass deportation you're talking about, we would start to slip into recession because there'd be so many openings at jobs. It would cost American taxpayers like an enormous amount of money. So they're actually not a strain on our resources. Like other human beings. Hey, numbnuts, shut up. Other human beings are single-handedly. Other human beings are single-handedly holding up the American economy, and that's according to plenty of economists. And we're happy to walk you through the data. You have no idea what you're talking about because economically, it would do way more harm for you if you deported a bunch of people than if you kept them, which has to mean that either A, you're ignorant, or B, you know that, and you're. What? You don't like brown people? Let's talk about it.
It ain't got nothing to do with brown people.
Are you sure? Because it sounds like it's going to cost the American taxpayers $1 trillion, and like we're going to slip into like
that ain't true. The thing is when 2 million people, probably 6 million people, as far as we know,
he's making up numbers.
Why not 10 million?
Why not 40?
We
Why
don't
not
know how
40?
many they is. We didn't know it's a lot of them.
It could be 150.
They ain't accounted for.
Maybe
But
it's
the thing
300
is,
million.
it
I
leaves
think
us
the United States has
stranded
double
economy.
population in recent years. What a terrible thing.
The American dollar has gone down in value since they been here.
All right, champ.
What?
Is this guy actually a
The dollar
troll?
Are you
ain't worth
saying that
much.
immigrants have devalued the dollar?
They sure has.
Wait, Harry, is this
How
guy
the
a troll?
fuck does that
means
work?
the inflation.
Wait, Harry, is this actually a troll or no?
I
ain't
think
no troll.
I thought he was a troll, but now I'm like, I can't tell.
What state are you voting in?
I'm voting in Mississippi.
How old are you?
62 years old.
Have we ever talked before?
Oh yeah, I done schooled you a couple of times.
I think I have. I think I have talked to this guy before. It's been a while.
Okay.
But
I done schooled both of you
wait,
a couple of times.
how are immigrants devaluing? The
Yeah,
dollar?
can you walk us through that? How immigrants are devaluing the American dollar?
Well, the thing is that they causing inflation.
How are
they
immigrants
causing
causing inflation?
Well, when they come here
Yep.
illegally,
How does that cause inflation?
How does that cause inflation?
they taking jobs that don't belong to them,
That's no. It's,
That's not true.
That's just
also
not
how
true.
would
and
how
they
would that cause
they
inflation?
buying houses and cars.
Wait, they're engaging in the U.S. economy. Oh,
Wait, what? Do you have any economic data to back any of this up, or you just
Yeah, I
feel
do.
that?
They stay 10, 15 to a room.
Okay, so can you source some like economic data that backs that up, or else it just sounds like facts over feelings, and the facts are that's just not true. You have some data because like I can source like the last like 18 months of like job growth data that shows that like native born Americans like when they're not gaining nearly
But them job data was for immigrants. Them immigrants taking up jobs.
yeah. So what do you think about the stat that there's not enough native born Americans to work every job?
We ain't gotta work every job. That's why you.
Wait. So I have a question. So what happens when there's a bunch of businesses around the United States who don't have enough employees to operate and they have to like close?
Well, now you get legal immigrants. What we're talking about is illegal, undocumented immigrants. There's a difference.
And you're telling me right now that there's how many illegal, undocumented
Probably
immigrants?
10, they say anywhere from 3 to 10 million.
Okay.
That's a lot of people.
Okay.
And a lot of them buying up houses, buying up apartments. We can't afford that. Average American can't afford cartel money, Chinese money, African money.
Wait,
We
that has
can't
nothing
afford
to
that.
that has nothing to do with immigrants. So there's like an argument to be made that we shouldn't have like these massive investments from foreign entities into American real estate. Like that's perfectly fine, but that's not immigrants. That's
And
not
I agree with
undocumented
that
immigrants,
too.
at least
You
in that
shouldn't
way.
have, if you don't live in America, you shouldn't be allowed to buy an American house.
Okay,
I
yeah,
agree.
but that's not undocumented immigrants. So you're
But
conflating
I'm
two
just
different
saying,
issues.
I agree with that too. We agree on something.
Okay.
What do you think about Donald Trump like being found liable for sexual abuse and like bragging about it?
Just want to
That's,
point out to the chat. Hold on. Sorry. Just want to point out to the chat that he never told us like in depth about how like immigrants are devaluing the American dollar. It's just like a super bigoted lie. But anyway, please elaborate on it. Why, how do you feel about Donald Trump?
It's kind of like when
assaulting
Harry
women?
tells. Actually, I can't say that.
No, go ahead, Chris. say it.
No, I can't say that.
What were you possibly going to say?
No, seriously, don't worry about it. Go ahead, bro. So wait, what do you think about Donald Trump being found liable for sexual abuse?
You said found liable,
Yeah, he was found liable by a jury, and he also brags about it like a lot.
but was he sent to jail?
No, he's found liable.
Was he sent to jail?
No.
Was he sent to jail?
He said no. Would you hire somebody to babysit your kid that was found liable of assaulting children?
It ain't got nothing to do with it. It ain't got nothing to do with it.
All right. So, okay. I'm asking you a question. Would you hire somebody to babysit your children that was found liable to have assaulted children?
I ain't asking to babysit my kids. I'm
just out of curiosity. In this instance, would you hire that
run
person?
this country, and he
Would you
did
hire
it the
that
first
person?
time, and he can damn sure do it again.
Would you hire that person?
I sure would. I'd hire him to run this country.
Wait, you would hire the babysitter that's been found liable for assaulting children?
Donald Trump.
No, holy fuck. What the hell? I'm asking you a very simple question. If there's somebody found liable for assaulting children, would you hire them to be your kid's babysitter?
ain't got nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
I'm just asking you a question.
That ain't got nothing to do with the conversation.
I'm just asking you a question. The fact that you just can't say no, be like, no, I would not hire that person to babysit my kids is insane.
Y'all trying to strong arm.
No, there's no strong arming. It's just saying, I wouldn't hire somebody who assaults kid to be my babysitter for my children.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt, Harry. I was just gonna say, like, the bar is in literal fucking hell right now, man. We're not like strong arming you. This man asked you, would you hire somebody to take care of your children who was found liable for assaulting children, and you can't answer the question.
That ain't got nothing to do with the conversation at hand.
It's so fucking ridiculous. So Trump was found liable by a jury. What do you think about like his comments around it? So here, let me give you one. So it was like probably like 3 weeks ago ish. He's on a stage talking about how he's found liable, and then he started talking about another woman who also accused him of sexual abuse, and he said, "They're gonna hate when I say this, but it's the truth. The reality is it didn't happen because, quote, she wouldn't have been the chosen one. She wouldn't have been the chosen one, unquote."
That's
that?
true. Donald Trump. Yeah.
So wait. Pause. Let me ask you one. So he is implying, I am inferring that what he means by that if she was more attractive, he would have sexually assaulted her.
What you got to understand is Donald Trump is a very wealthy man.
No, I understand Donald Trump's wealthy, but again, but here's the thing. So explain this to me. So like Donald Trump, when he says that, he's implying that he would sexually abuse someone, I guess, if they were more attractive. Do you find that like to be
no, that ain't what he's saying. He's saying that he wouldn't have picked her because she ain't that good looking.
Right, which means he would have picked someone better looking to sexually abuse?
That ain't
That's
what he's saying.
You just said.
He's saying that she ain't good looking enough to even be considered for them sort of.
Do you have a problem? Do you think it's okay to like touch women when they don't want to be touched or when they haven't asked to be touched?
No.
You don't think that's okay?
No.
Do you find it concerning that like there could be other like young people, young men, people growing up like thinking that maybe that is okay because the person running for president of the United States who was previously the president has been found liable by a jury, and he's on audio and in the Hollywood Access tape. He says, when you're this rich and famous, quote, you don't have to wait, you don't have to ask, you can just start kissing. He, obviously just said that comment. Like, does it not concern you that we're like creating a culture?
Different time.
Can I finish speaking? Can I finish speaking? Right? These are this is where I start to get frustrated because these are real people's lives, right? So like when you're touched in a way you don't want to be touched like that, that's like a really traumatic experience, right? These are people's lives you're talking about. We're creating a culture in America where we think that that's okay and it's not, right? So how is it possible that you could support things like the Hollywood Access tape, him being found liable, him saying these things? It's not okay.
That ain't the thing is I'm not voting for him because of who he is as a person. I'm voting for him because he's the right
character
man
matters, bozo. Character matters.
No, it don't.
Let me ask you this: Would you hire somebody at your company who was a convicted felon?
I have.
You have.
I am.
Let's add a little bit more though, Chris. Would you hire somebody at your company who's a convicted felon who's been found liable for assaulting women, liable for extensive business fraud? Their organization was found guilty of all tax charges against them. They have bragged about assaulting women. They have talked about women in a demeaning way. They are still pending many other felony charges in multiple different jurisdictions and possibly facing like 600 years in prison. Would you hire that person?
The thing is I believe in redemption.
No,
and anything is redeemable.
But it doesn't seem like Donald Trump. The thing about redemption is that like you have to show that like you're interested in redeeming yourself. Right?
You don't have to do it.
So here's the thing, Claiborne. You're right. No. There's a lot of people in this world who do good things. But most people are good people who make mistakes, and most good people who make mistakes are like try to figure out how they can like right their mistakes, right? But like I don't see anything from Donald Trump saying he's a convicted felon. He's like, nah, fuck that was wrong. Even though all the evidence is that he did it. Or he sexually abuses a woman. He doesn't apologize. He doesn't say I was a different person. He brags about it, right?
Well, if that's how he cope with it, that's how he cope with it.
Okay, but coping with it and taking accountability and like trying to learn from it are two different things.
I mean, at least he acknowledging that
he's not.
Yeah, he is.
What is he acknowledging?
that there may have been some mistakes in his past, but he's a changed man.
He has never apologized for any of these things. Matter of
But
fact,
he ain't
he
gotta
still
apologize. He ain't gotta
defames
apologize
to
to you
this
and
day
me.
the woman who he sexually assaulted.
He ain't got to apologize to you and me. He can apologize privately.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, he is a public figure running to be president of the United States.
And he gonna win.
So regardless of his prospects for the victory, point is that we, the people, are watching him and judging him. And so far, maybe he's apologized in public, although I highly doubt it. Maybe he has. But at the end of the day, in public, he is showing no remorse for what he's done to these women and other women for that matter.
Well, he got to show strength. And you know.
I'm sorry. Defaming women that you've sexually assaulted is not strength. That's not strong. That's cowardice. Can't say that on live. Can't say that on live.
I 100% agree. Literally, Harry, what perfectly said. Yeah, this is again, Claiborne. This is like the talk of this is not the talk of someone who's strong or a man. This is the definition of like not being a man. Like you're like, yeah, that's some.
Yeah, weak men do shit like that. Weak men do shit like that. Weak men assault women and then continue to make those women's lives hell.
No.
That's some weak shit.
Wait, did you say no? Did you just say no?
Wait, does a strong man assault women?
Strong man. Let me say something real quick, because I'm a man. Strong men will take all the bullshit that come their way, like Russia collusion.
Holy shit! No, hey,
like
champ, big man, big strong man right here. Can you do me a favor one more time? Do you think it's okay to touch let's say you just see a pretty woman and you're at a bar without speaking to her, for example? Do you think it's okay to touch her?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Do you think it's okay if you go up and start talking to her?
That's fine. You can talk to a woman. You can talk to anybody.
It just seems like you're like, you seem to just have like this unwillingness to would you say, how about this? Besides Donald Trump for a second, can you just tell me that do you think sexual abuse is wrong?
It sure is.
That's a wrong thing to do. That's a bad thing to do.
It sure is. Yeah.
Okay.
That's common sense.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. So just to be clear, saying that sexual abuse is wrong is common sense, but then voting for somebody who does sexual abuse is also simultaneously common sense?
Did he go to jail? Did he? Yes or no?
Just to be clear, there are men who have been found liable or guilty of assaulting women. Wait, I'm sorry. Does going to jail automatically mean you didn't do something bad?
If he was convicted of it and went to jail, then I could be on y'all's side with it. But he didn't get no prison.
So wait. Just to be clear, there are men who have assaulted women and never gone to jail. There are men who have groped women and never gone to jail. There are men who have groped women and been publicly shamed but never went to jail. All of that is assault, and none of these people went to jail. But they still assaulted a woman. So your whole they have to go to jail in order for me to consider it to be significant is utter crap, because there are women who have still been assaulted and never come forward, and their assaulters are walking around working jobs. Maybe they have a family, maybe whatever the fuck they're doing in their lives. What is this dumb shit?
But we're talking about Donald Trump.
And Donald Trump qualifies. A lot of women have been assaulted by Donald Trump, and now he's out there walking around living his life.
Okay, but
But
that ain't gonna stop you from being president.
All right, Jim. Let me ask you this.
Should. It should, but people like you vote for him.
Claiborne.
That sure is.
Okay. All right, Claiborne. Can I ask you a question really quick? You said that you kept asking Harry, was he convicted? And Harry said no. And you said if he's convicted, that you'll believe it, correct?
If he go to prison for it, then you got something to say.
Wait. So what if he was convicted of sexually abusing a woman, but it's his first charge that we please out and is on probation?
Yeah, I mean, if
then you would believe that he was guilty.
I sure would. Yeah.
Okay. So what do you think about Donald Trump currently being a convicted felon? Like he's been convicted.
Political.
What?
That's
My
political.
God! See, dude, here's the thing. Let me try to sum up this entire conversation. Your head is so far up Donald Trump's ass, nobody can talk to you, right? So you just agreed that if someone was convicted, and even if they didn't go to jail, that you would believe it. And I'm like, okay, well, Donald Trump's been convicted of 34 felonies, falsifying business records, and quote, it's political.
Didn't you drop out of school to support Joe Biden?
What?
Didn't you stop your whole school to support Joe Biden? Ain't that what you said the last time I talked to you?
I'm taking a break from school currently.
Exactly, so you can support Joe Biden. Is Joe Biden still in the race?
That's not.
Hold on, is Joe Biden still in the race?
Hold on. Can you be quiet?
So you got a nerve to talk about me being
hold on,
ass.
champ. You pivoted and got very angry when again I suggested that you're. I mean, I really can't say that on TikTok Live, but I mean, you're on your knees for Donald Trump. I just need to know. I mean, your head is so far.
You on your knees.
Champ, shh. Your head is so far up
you
his
stuck
ass.
on Joe Biden's skid mark.
Here he goes. Look at it. Look. And again, that's not why I took a break from school. So good try though. Good try. Right?
Yes, that's what you told me last time I talked to you. I'm taking a break so I can go support Joe Biden, and he ain't even in the race no more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we I mean, what kind of a dumbass point is this, dude? What kind of a dumbass point is this, man? This is crazy. What kind of a dumbass argument?
Anybody taking advice from the likes of you two is dumb. Y'all ain't got no degree. Y'all ain't educated nothing.
That's right.
Yeah, you're right. You know, sorry. You know what? I won't say that.
And this Harry think he's somebody because he was at the DNC. You ain't nobody.
Who are you talking to?
This guy's fucking furious right now. How old are you?
Why? When have I ever claimed that I'm somebody?
You think you're somebody because you at the DNC?
I don't think I'm anybody.
Somebody because you met Joe Biden.
I don't think I'm anybody. I'm just a random guy.
Bro, how old are you? How old did you say you were?
Yeah, we're in agreement.
How old are you?
How old is you?
No, you told me, I'm pretty sure that you were 50 something. It's 1:18 a.m. on the East Coast. You're in Mississippi. 50 years old, telling some 22-year-old you ain't nobody, bro. Go. Listen,
but you ain't educated.
I got you. Wiki how to have fun. There's a lot of shit. Tennis, fucking touching grass, knitting, right? This is the thing. I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I just posted a video, Claiborne. I just posted a video about this. Conservatives are the softest people in America.
Yeah,
you are so soft. You're whining about issues that don't exist. Wiki how to have fun. Most of us have shit to do, right? It was Columbus Day. Some of us, or Indigenous Peoples Day. Some of us had have families, or we're hanging out with people. Some of us didn't have off work. You were hang out with people at work. Meanwhile, what do you, bro? Wiki how to have fun, please.
You need to wiki how to get an education because what you did was dumb.
Okay, how many Supreme? How many Supreme Court justices are there?
9.
And can you name 5 of them?
Gorsuch, Roberts, Alito.
It's a tough task, I know.
Clarence, and what's her name? That new one, Jackson. So y'all think
it took you a good while. How many continents are there? How many continents are there?
7, I think. 7.
7, you think? Are you sure?
I think it's 7.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Final answer?
I'm pretty sure.
Can you name the 7 continents? Go for it.
You got North America, South America, Australia, Europe, Africa. That's about it, ain't it?
Wait. North America, South America, Europe, Australia. Okay. I think I heard 4. Was there a 5th?
No, you're good, bro. Yeah. North America, South America, Africa, and Australia. Yeah, we're good. That covers it. That's amazing. You're good, man.
That's right.
you just forgot I think the most populous continent in the world, but sure. No, you're good, bro. You're good, champ. That's good. But anyway, what were you saying about us getting an education?
That you ain't educated.
I was just making sure that the guy who named 5 out of 7 continents and said that's it is telling us that we need education.
Well,
but you'll be all right, bro. You'll be all right. That's all good.
I ain't been in school in some
normally
good,
when you get the idea behind getting educated is that you retain information.
Yeah.
So I don't
like,
think
But it's been a long time.
getting like a degree is like great. You have like a piece of paper, but did you retain the information? Are you knowledgeable on what you study? That's a different question.
But you ain't even got no degree. That's the thing.
Yeah, but I know that there are 7 continents and I can name them. So
people talking like
I can name the 7 continents.
But you
on the other hand, well,
you ain't even wrote a paper.
Not quite sure. Not quite sure you can name the
And this fool down here
I've never
done dropped out of school to support somebody that ain't even in the race
that's
no
not
more.
why. That's
Yeah, it is.
now we
told me
dropped
last
out.
time.
the original reason I dropped out of school is actually because I went to a out-of-patient program for depression because I wasn't doing well with my mental health, and kind of in the midst of that, I accidentally posted. Well, I didn't accidentally. I posted on TikTok kind of very randomly, and now I'm here.
Well, I'm sorry to hear about that. I didn't know that was the case.
Now you feel like a really bad guy, huh?
What does that mean?
I got very passionate about politics.
Well, I regret bringing it up then.
Yeah, you can say I'm sorry. You can apologize.
Well, I don't do that.
I mean, he isn't. I mean, I'm taking a break currently because I'm like really invested in politics. Just want to point that out. Yeah. I got lucky on this on social media. Randomly posted one day, and then Harry DM'd me one time. He's like, "Dude,
that's literally not true." He DM'd me first, and I DM'd him back. Chris,
dude, this sounds so, dude, bro. We're not being.
I'm just saying, like, Chris slid in, bro. He slid in,
bro. Well, I'm sorry, but we're not beating allegations with some.
Bro. But that's legitimately what happened. Chris DM'd me. He was like, "I'm such a huge fan. Like, thanks for following me back." I was like, "Yeah, no problem, bro." Like, that was like my response. I was like, "Yeah, no problem, bro. You're all good." And then he DM'd me later. He's like, "Dude, like, like, I really love your lives. Maybe you'll let me up one day." I was like, "For sure, bro. For sure, I'll let you up in my lives one day." And I was debating, and then like, "You love your lives. Maybe you'll let me up one day." I was like, "For sure, bro. For sure, I'll let you up in my lives one day." And I was debating, and then like, Chris, maybe like figure out the tech issues, buddy. I mean, what the hell is going on, dude? There's like huge echo.
Well, I'm gonna let you two have it. Y'all have a good night, though. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, get the hell out. All right. Easiest decision I've ever had to make. Make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already. We do these lives all the time. Why is my lighting go? And Chris is gone. He'll come back in a second. Make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already. We do these lives all the time. Also, double tap the screen. Let's try to get up to 900,000 likes. It means a lot, goes a long way. Also, make sure to add me on Snapchat, harry.sisson02. Also, I post on YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, and of course TikTok. People are saying be nice to that guy in the chat. He was defending Donald Trump for assaulting a woman, so I don't feel necessarily inclined to be very nice to that guy. But yeah, follow me out on all the platforms. Venmo, Cash App in the link in the bio if you want to support the live. Venmo, Cash App in the link in the bio. And yeah, shout out to Ashley. She goes, "I love the nightly recaps on Snapchat. I've started a new series. Every night I talk about the craziest conversation I had on TikTok Live, just like a picture and some captions, and people like that series. So that's what I'm doing over there on Snapchat.
I should steal that.
Yeah. No, don't do that.
Oh, by the way, sorry, I glitched out there, but yeah, I just want to say, like, I don't mean anything by this. We're very pro LGBTQ plus here. Everyone knows it. But here, we're not beating allegations with some. You texted me first, bro.
Am I wrong?
He said, "Am I wrong?" Oh my.
Look at Anthony in the chat. He goes, "Especially Chris."
All right, bro.
Come on, Anthony. Come on, man. Be better than that, bro.
No, it's good. Like, again, we're very pro LGBTQ plus here. Harry and I are not in the community, but always very supportive.
Yeah. We're two generic straight white guys. Chris and I always joke that you could like walk out into the street and just find like 2 random white guys, and they're probably like the same as us. Like,
I don't know.
They look exactly identical to us. Chris is about to say some dumb shit. Don't listen to him. Christina.
I was actually going to say, like, yeah, there's like so many times we've told that to people. Like, "Oh my God, like, I can't believe it's you guys, like, in person. We didn't really like recognize you." It's like, yeah, well, there's like 400 of us like down now.
Yeah. Not like an NFL football
between
game.
5'10", 6 feet, average height, average weight, average. Yep.
Yeah. Somebody says, "What's my Snapchat again?" It's harry.sisson02.
I am warning
Link in my bio if you just want a direct link. Christina, thank you for the $25 saying, Harry, you and Chris are on fire tonight. Thanks for speaking up for women. No matter what happens this election, I look forward to your future. Thank you so much, Christina.
Yeah, we chubbies.
I appreciate you. Megan, that's very kind, Christina. Genuinely, I appreciate that. Megan, thank you for the $1. Thank you for speaking on abortion. I'm a pro-choice Catholic from Missouri, and I'm currently publicly dragging. Shut the hell up.
Sorry, wait, Harry, I really need you. But Crystal, thanks for being a sub. Chris, you look tall. Certainly significantly taller. Than Harry.
This is what you interrupted me for.
I was say, like, just because
my God, excuse me. I'm dragging the local churches who have been disseminating this information about our abortion amendment.
Broad shoulders. I
appreciate that, Megan. Thank you for all. Excuse me. This woman is fighting for abortion rights in Missouri, and you can't shut the hell up about some trivial garbage. Can you shut the hell up?
You know, that's the first time you've been right all night. I'll give you that.
Christina, thank you for another $25. You sent it to me twice. Well, I appreciate that. That's very kind. Two $25 donations. Thank you, Christina. Heidi, thank you for the blue heart and the $10 on Venmo. And Lee, thank you for the $15 for dealing with the people who the rest don't have patience to deal with. I'm raging at my phone, hoping Claiborne can hear me. Oh, God. I always think about the people on the other side of the screen who are like screaming at their phone, because when I listen to debates, I do that very same thing. I'm like, no, shut the fuck up. Anyway, Arceli, thank you for the $4. Love you, Harry. I appreciate you, Arceli. We appreciate you. You're very kind. Shout out to everybody for supporting on Venmo Cash App in the link in the bio. Snapchat in the link in the bio, TikTok right here, YouTube in the link in the bio, Twitter in the link in the bio, Instagram in the link in the bio.
Yeah. I certainly.
By the way, I'm taller than Chris.
No, it's look. If you look at my video on my phone of us like standing next to each other, we're like doing a little like dance. It wasn't a dance. It was just like a little.
Yeah,
like,
Chris followed my lead in that video. By the way.
Yeah, all right. But if you notice, like the reason I'm really not that much taller than Harry, but like broader shoulders, a little bit lengthier, longer limbs. Like Harry's just a very frail guy, kind of built like you ever seen like a McDonald's French fry? He's built just real small, kind of compact, just built crazy. So yeah, no one could see that, bro. Good try though. Bro, it's on my page. You're not doing anything. You're not doing anything.
Sorry, what were you saying about being like taller, dude?
Buddy, it's clearer than day that I've got like at least an inch or two on you, which for you is
in that video. You think you have an inch on two of me?
Nope, at least.
Bro, look at the way this guy's built, bro.
We're gonna be in the same state. We're gonna be in the same state soon. And again,
Chris is built crazy, by the way. In person,
if you say if we agree that I was an inch taller than you, you would agree that's a lot.
No, actually, for you,
that's huge. That's a ton, right? Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
I know. For you, it's a ton. I mean,
right, you're good, champ. Settle down,
consistently, Chris. No, you're good, bro. Consistently, Chris tells me,
what
I won't stoop to Chris's level. I just won't. I won't do it. I won't stoop to Chris's level. We're better than Chris, by the way. But listen, in all honesty, I'd say like, yeah, Chris probably has like an inch. He probably has like an inch. It's not like more than an inch, but probably like an inch. I'd say that's fair.
I mean, that's the difference between like 5'8" and 6 foot. So.
What? Yeah, so this is maybe this is why you shouldn't listen to Chris, because he can't do math.
Yo,
so make sure to double tap the screen, boost those likes, drop the follow, all that good stuff.
We need help, bro.
Yo, what's up, bro? Hey, I got a question. You say you're a grown ass man. You're a grown ass man voting for a female. You're a bitch. How does it feel to be a bitch?
I think that you are really insecure and should go to therapy. Like real talk. Like what do you do for work? What do you do for work?
Beat your fucking ass in real life.
Yeah, you're very small. You're very small,
it's
insecure
1:30
man.
a.m. and you're threatening to fight people on the internet.
Yeah, you're very small, insecure man. You're very small, insecure man. You're very small and insecure.
You're a bitch.
You're very small and insecure. What woman rejected you and traumatized you for life? What happened there? What happened there? What woman rejected you and traumatized you for life?
Does your wife for a female?
Are you married?
Wait.
Are you married? Let me and Chris talk to her. Are you married? Let me Chris talk to her. I want to talk to your wife.
Yo, JJ, you said you have a wife. Does she? Here's the more important question. Does she like you? Are you enjoyable to be around? I fucking highly doubt it.
Yeah. Hey, but you're a grown ass man voting for Kamala. How
Kamala? Yeah. You know what? We appreciate competency and intelligence and knowledge and the ability to do the job. You appreciate men. See, you're voting for somebody that you resonate with. Really small, insecure men who have no fucking idea what they're talking about. Men who assault women. Yeah. You're such a man. Yeah, you're such a real man who stands up for people who assault women. Right? You're cool. You're a good guy. You're a coward. You hear me? Hear me loud and clear when I say that you're a coward. You're one of those cowardly. No, shut the hell up. I'm not done with you. You're one of those cowardly men out there who, when Donald Trump insults women, brags about assaulting women, says that women, makes fun of their weight, their age, their appearance, things of that nature. You are one of those cowardly men who can overlook that and pretend it doesn't happen and vote for somebody who thinks your wife is just a piece of meat. You're a freak. You're a weirdo. Grow the hell up and vote for people who actually know how to do the goddamn job. And also stop going on TikTok lives in the middle of the night and then challenging people to fights just to make your small little fragile damaged ego feel a little bit better, you freak.
This is why your wife doesn't like you, because you're sitting here, bro.
Your wife is asking you to, your wife is asking for one thing and one thing only. She's asking you to wash the Trump body pillow. It smells really bad. It smells bad. She said, take the Trump body pillow out of the bed. Take it out of the bed at least. Stop putting it between us.
Hey, sorry, JJ, we can't hear you because your mic's so quiet. Listen, is your wife around? What's her contact information? Maybe Mary and I could chat with her. I mean, let me ask you this, bro. If like,
what's her name, bro?
Well, what's her name? What's her name, bro? What's her name? What's her number, man? Are you okay? I mean, you should be secure enough. You just tap for a minute.
I'm asking
Sorry,
you a question.
we can't hear your question. We can't hear your question.
Yeah, nobody gives a damn. Sorry, bro. Nobody gives a damn about your question, bro.
For 2 hours.
Nobody gives a damn about your question. Nobody gives a damn about your question.
I promise you, JJ, nobody can hear you right now. Like
nobody cares about your question, bro. You know what? Chris, keep talking your shit. I'll just keep muting him, bro.
Yep, thanks, bro. Appreciate you. Yeah, JJ, bro. I mean, let's just calm down here, man. I mean, you've been here for like an hour, maybe 2, waiting in the box. You're just like, oh my god, I'm gonna get him this time, bro. It's 1:30 a.m. The Apple wife, you say, bro. She wants you to come to bed, man. Stop fighting with people on here. Look, let me be honest. Let me reason with you, JJ. Real talk, man. I'm sure deep down you're a good guy. It's okay to be insecure. It's okay to have problems. I agree with Harry. Therapy. Yeah, there's some cheap options. No one has to know. He's gone. No one has to know. But when listen, you have to do it like genuinely. I hope you know this. When you do that in front of 4,000 people, like most people see it for what it is. And like if you're threatening people on the internet, yo, you a bitch, I'd beat your ass in real life. So it's like this, right? When you do that the way you did it, especially in this context, and you're screaming, you're yelling, and we don't know who you are. You start here, right? And it kind of starts to just get a little, I don't know where we should stop here. I mean, you can just kind of let me know here, but it gets just a little, it's a complicated thing. And look, champ, and right now when you hear that, when you see me do that, the reason I do this is because I know over the phone, like I can physically feel the steam, or you want to come up here and just tell me how just like, how just like great you are, right? How's that? You're a big man. It's okay. It's all right. Listen. Go home. Tell your wife. Tell your friends. You're a good man. You're a big man. You're strong. You do amazing things. Go tell everybody. And when you say it, don't believe it. I promise. Let me have those conversations. Dude, people are so like people on the internet, dude. I swear to God, like. Real talk, though, like what has to come across you to want to like literally hop on a live or DM someone like being like, if I see you in person, I'll beat your ass. I get those DMs all the time, bro. I just need to know like what goes through your head. So like, that's crazy. You gotta have some. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah. I'll just like grow up, bro.
He said, please, I'm begging you, bro.
Trisha, thank you for the $1. Please ask him to turn his camera on. It would be a sight too scary to see. It would end the live. Banned for violating community guidelines.
Wow.
It's like...
Sorry.
Venmo Cash App in the link in the bio if you want to support the live. Chris, excuse me. Chris... Chris's Venmo and Cash App is the same as his TikTok username.
Really quickly.
Also, shut the hell up, Chris. Also, drop a follow here on TikTok if you haven't already. Follow Chris as well. He does lives as well and posts videos. Also, make sure to add me on Snapchat and follow me on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube. All of those links are in my bio. And Chris is on Snapchat, Christy Mowry. He's on Twitch, Christy Mowry. He's on Twitter, Christy Mowry. He's on Snapchat, Christy Mowry. He's on Snapchat. He's on Snapchat. He's on Snapchat. He's on Snapchat.
Perfect. Anything... I just want to say really quickly, Kylie, if you're still here, I know Kaylee, I'm sorry, it's been a minute, but I really, really appreciate this. $20 on Venmo. It's not something I take for granted. And I appreciate it so much. You said, from a conservative who appreciated your explanation on how the abortion policies are affecting women's health care. Thank you. Thank you, Kaylee. I really, really, really appreciate you being here and listening. It means the world. Again, if you're still here, I'm sorry, it took me a minute to read that. Thank you so much. Heidi, thank you so much for $10 on Venmo. Truly, that means the world. I don't take it for granted. You're the best. If you're down there, I want to make sure I'm following you. Leo, thank you so much for $15. You're incredible. For dealing with people the rest don't have the patience to deal with. I rage at my phone, hoping Claiborne can hear me. Leo, I appreciate you being here. I do. Truly, from the bottom of my heart, it means a lot. You're the best. And again, if you're down there, I want to make sure I'm following you. And you can also DM me, make sure I'm following you. $5. Trisha, thank you so much for that outpatient program cost. Inpatient was straight up $1,000 a day. RIP. No, Trisha, I appreciate that so much. Actually, part of the reason I'm like super passionate about Joe Biden just signed an executive order recently that wasn't really in the news much because of obviously the campaign about having healthcare providers take mental health essentially. Take mental health into account, I believe. I'm not sure about specifics, into account as much as physical health in terms of insurance costs. Because yeah, like part of what I advocate for is I got super lucky because that shit, it's unbelievable how broken kind of that area is and how much we need to fund. I mean, out of pocket 8 weeks, outpatient that's I think it's like 9 a.m. to like 3 p.m. maybe 2:30. Out of pocket, it would have been like. I said this on the live once. It was somewhere around $32,000 or $33,000 for 8 weeks, right? And so, like again, if you don't have insurance to cover that or good insurance, like I'm super, super blessed. That's part of the reason I'm passionate. I got incredibly lucky. So I really appreciate you, Trisha, and proud of you for Impatient. I know it's hard. If you're down there, I want to follow you. And lastly, Bren, $5 on Venmo. Chris, you ready for the Texas Georgia game on Saturday? Hook. Love you, I mean it. You're the best, Brent. I'm ready. I'm cheering for Texas. I can't.
No,
I can't. I can't stand.
I know you hate Georgia, but Texas. Come on, man.
I mean, maybe at that point it does come down to like Georgia's in the SEC, but oh my fuck, they piss me off.
I know you don't like Georgia, but I feel like I don't want the Longhorns to go all the way, man. I don't want that.
I know.
Anyway, by the way, guys, Penn State's ranked number 3.
No one gives a fuck
in the nation.
Love you, Chris, but shut up. Yeah, I agree. Got to stop rambling. Here we go.
Number 3 in the nation, Penn State, by the way. Okay, Lynn, how are you? Sorry about that.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good.
So I just have a quick question and then I'm going to leave. This goes for both Trump and Kamala. Why would any citizen vote for any of the two when they are both sitting there arguing about who likes Israel more and funding a genocide that's killed over 40,000 Palestinian people?
I mean, I think that the answer on this is clear. I mean, Kamala Harris has taken a reasonable position on the matter, which is, we have to hold countries accountable, especially if they're using American weapons. And there has to be aid delivered, humanitarian aid especially. And at the end of the day, Kamala Harris wants some humanity here. Donald Trump said that Israel has to get the job done. His son-in-law has talked about how Gaza would be beautiful beachfront property, and essentially endorsed wiping Gaza off the face of the earth. And, Netanyahu is clearly working to get Donald Trump elected by rejecting any ceasefire talks, whether it be with Lebanon or Gaza or just generally. And so if Netanyahu is working to get somebody elected, you probably should vote for the person, if you care about this issue, that Netanyahu doesn't really want to be the next president. So,
but the thing is that she's still been funding, and the Biden administration has still been funding Israel the entire year that the war has been happening. They were still funding everything that was happening. It took up until maybe these recent months for them to be a bit nicer about it or more empathetic.
Yeah. So, and you can definitely disagree with that. There's no problem there. I understand. But the point is that we're thinking about the future here. And I'm sure that when you go to the ballot box, if you go to the ballot box this November, you're thinking about the future too. And it's kind of what future do you want? Is it a future where, there's actual possibility for Gaza when the American president is saying, hey, there needs to be a ceasefire here. And we need to have a post-war plan for rebuilding Gaza and giving them the independence and sovereignty that they need? Or do you want somebody whose family members and people he would hire in his administration are talking about how they're going to build these high-rise buildings on the beach, right? It's what vision would you prefer? And you might still have disagreements with Kamala Harris, and those disagreements are probably good faith. But at the end of the day, there's two very clear and different visions here. They're not at all the same. And, aside from Gaza itself, Trump increased drone strikes 450% in the Middle East. Innocent Afghanistan deaths increased 330%. For fuck's sake, we just got a thingy. Innocent Afghanistan deaths increased 330% under Donald Trump in Afghanistan. So he has a history and a record of just going after innocent people in the Middle East. So I just think that's something to take into account.
I understand that. I agree that Kamala is definitely the better between the two, and I would vote for Kamala. But my only question is, how would you justify? I understand she's trying, and it's still better than Trump. But how would you justify that this has been happening? That 10,000 children have been dying.
When you say justified, like, are you saying trying to justify to a voter, or what are you talking about?
I mean, Kamala's still responsible partly for that. The whole Biden administration is. I'm speaking as a Lebanese who's currently in Lebanon while we are getting bombed from Israel.
Yeah, I think that like it's. I don't know if these questions are productive because I think this conflict and like the Middle East and the Middle East history are just so complex that it's hard to say. And like even like Israel and Lebanon right now are incredibly there's an intense history there. But I think to answer your question in short is that like I don't think that we would justify any death of any innocent child to anybody.
All right, and that's definitely, but I understand your point of view. I just hope you could raise more awareness about it. It would be helpful.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about this when it comes up for sure.
Yeah, and Len, I just want to say like I really appreciate you coming up here and please be safe.
Thank you, and thank you for educating others. I always watch your live, and
thank you.
You have very interesting things to say.
Thank you, and I also
appreciate
that's it. Yes, thank you, Len. We appreciate you a lot.
Yeah, appreciate you. Stay safe, all right?
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. All right, if you're MAGA, you're welcome to come up. Request on up. We'll bring you up and we'll talk.
Well, it's a tough place, man.
It is a tough place. It is a tough place. Harvest, thank you for the $5. I live in New Mexico, a non-swing blue state. My friend doesn't want to vote, even though it'd be for Harris, because he thinks it doesn't matter. Could you give me reasons to explain why it does matter, or is he right? No, it definitely matters. Remember, you have elections up and down the ballot. So it's not only the presidential, which, yeah, New Mexico is typically more blue. You still got to get out there and vote. It's not blue just magically. It's blue because people actually go out and vote. So you got to go out there and vote, make your voice heard. But also there are races down the ballot. You have a representative in Congress. You have a senator, I think, that's running for re-election in New Mexico. You have state Senate, state House, local elections. All of this really, really matters. Your vote matters. And some of these races in 2020 and 2022 were decided by tens of votes, especially local. And local is kind of where the change starts. So just keep that in mind. I think that's the reason why you, your friend, and everybody should vote. Ria, thank you for the $10. Thank you for spending time helping people understand politics. Ray, thank you so much, Ray. I appreciate you for being here. It's very kind for you being here as well. Yeah. All right. If you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up.
Also, really quickly, that first person, I also want to say, like, everything Harry said, plus the fact that, the DNC and the RNC like watch these things, right? So being in Georgia, like we were a red state forever, but when the DNC, when like we start to get the voter information, like, oh wow, there's like a potential for Georgia to be a purple state. Like we're going to start flooding money for things like, like the infrastructure, right? There's like a ton of Kamala Harris campaign offices here that do like a lot of elaborate stuff around knocking doors, planning like the general infrastructure around a campaign and elections is like, it takes a lot of resources and is also very expensive. And so like when we notice those things, then they're willing to like flood the money there to do that and flip a state. And so like, again, you get complacent, like Republicans in Georgia, things got complacent and all of a sudden, like, Democrats flooded money here and we realized like, wow, like Democrats really like got a lot of energy here. We can get people out to vote. And now like we voted for Biden in 2020. So yeah, it's important for the long term too. And it doesn't take long. Make a day out of it. Check your registration at vote.org and like, I don't know, go like treat yourself. Maybe you've been like putting off buying something like shopping and you're like, you know what? Like I'll go vote and I'll like, I don't know, pick up that shirt I wanted or get a bagel or see a friend or do whatever.
Okay, Chris, just take my suggestion. It's no problem. That's literally what I've been saying to people.
I've actually never heard Harry say that. That's what's funny.
Bro, he's literally stole that. But I mean, like, Chris is right. Go make a day of it.
I normally, I don't remember last time I was wrong, honestly.
Yeah. All right, man. Venmo Cash App in the link in the bio if you want to support the live. Loretta, Chris is really talkative tonight. No. No, it's good, bro. I'm just saying that to piss you off. Venmo Cash App link in the bio if you want to support the live. Also, drop a follow if you haven't already. Double tap the screen. Oh, we're almost at 1 million likes. So yeah, keep double tapping the screen. We're almost there. And what else? Oh yeah, add on Snapchat, follow on TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram. All those links are in my bio. Chris's Snapchat is LeBron James fan 101. He made it when he's young, couldn't change it. So if you want to add LeBron James fan 101, that's Chris. I'm just joking. It's Christy Mowry. Don't go adding LeBron James fan 101. It's probably like a 15-year-old guy. All right. Anyway, man. All right, man. Why are you MAGA?
Well, I'm not, to be honest. I'm not. But I'm not a Kamala Harris fan.
We're only really looking for Trump supporters to debate on that.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, Harris is worse than Donald Trump, and we can agree. Because even Joe Biden doesn't support her. Like, he's openly against.
Yeah, you have a good rest of your night.
Oh, man. Oh, man. That was really fucking funny. That was really funny.
Chris, are you going to come to New York City for Trump's Madison Square Garden, New York City rally?
Oh, when is that? It's
like the 27th or something. Everybody, it would be such a shame if everybody reserved tickets and then didn't show up.
Can you wipe that stupid fucking look off your face, please?
Bro, when I see you in person this week.
What, bro? What are you going to do? You going to fight me? All right.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. You be good luck with that, bro.
Yeah, you'll be all right, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Where's this guy? I was trying to bring him up. Almost Harry is inciting violence. Be quiet.
That's right.
Be quiet.
Hola, me llamo Chris. Voy a la playa con mis amigos y yo bebo cerveza.
Yo, Amos, Moose, whatever your name is, I keep inviting you. You are not coming up. The invite is out. Hey, Marco. Oh, dude, this guy is like, I just looked at his profile picture, bro. How old are you, bro?
18.
What year were you born?
Bro,
2006.
Yeah, you'd be all right.
Wait, I'm sorry. Somebody literally sent a whole ass tweet of a screenshot of both of us in live. Hey, at Harry J. Sisson, approve my live request, you coward.
What's your username?
On Twitter, it's JC, part-time employee, with a picture of Aaron Donald running across.
Can you send me the tweet?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll bring this guy up.
Bro, what the hell? Some people are so weird, bro.
Y'all be strange. MJ, what's up? Why are you MAGA?
Hey, how's it going? I'm not MAGA, by the way.
Why'd you say you're MAGA?
I didn't. I just said I'm voting for Trump, but that doesn't mean I'm MAGA.
You said you're what?
Not everybody that's voting for Trump is MAGA, just so you know.
So what's the definition of MAGA? Like, what does that mean?
So
Yeah, what is the definition of MAGA? Good question.
Well, normally the definition of MAGA is like anyone who votes for Trump.
Yeah, when we ask you if you're MAGA, we're asking you.
Okay, so what's your definition of MAGA?
When we ask you if you're MAGA, we're asking if you're voting for Trump.
MAGA is someone that's.
Okay, can you shut that? Can you all be quiet for 5 seconds? When we're asking you, are you MAGA? It's like a short way of asking, are you voting for Donald Trump? So you could have just said, yeah, you're MAGA, because Donald Trump is MAGA. He classifies himself as MAGA, and you're voting for the guy who's MAGA. Okay. So why are you voting for Donald Trump?
Why? Because he's definitely the better fit for our country.
Okay, how?
In every way possible.
How?
First of all, he's a businessman and he knows how to negotiate with psycho people that are trying to start wars.
Really?
Yeah.
So is that why he went bankrupt 6 times and committed a bunch of business fraud? Is that what like really good businessmen do? I don't recall like Jeff Bezos or Bill Gates doing shit like that.
All rich people commit business fraud.
Wait, I don't recall like Jeff Bezos or Bill Gates doing shit like that.
You don't know that.
Do you have any evidence of the contrary?
No. Do you have evidence that he's done it?
That Donald Trump does? Yes, we do have evidence. Yeah.
Where's the evidence?
He was found liable in court for doing it.
Why isn't he in jail then?
Because it was a civil case.
How come he's not in trouble and he's able to run for president still?
Because there's nothing in the Constitution that says you're disqualified from running for the presidency if you're found liable or guilty of fraud.
If he was truly guilty, he would not be able to be a free man and be able to run businesses and everything.
It was a civil case, and as part of the penalties for the civil cases, he can't operate businesses in New York for a certain amount of time. So that is literally in place right now. What you just described is happening right now. And again, there's nothing barring him from running for the presidency.
So let me ask you, why do you hate Trump so much?
Oh, because he assaults women, commits crimes, tries to overturn elections he didn't win, insults women, berates them for their appearance, their age, their weight, passed really terrible policy, mishandled the pandemic, and has been indicted in multiple different jurisdictions.
And tried to overturn an election he didn't win with evidence he didn't win it.
Oh.
You take issue with anything of that I just said or Chris just said?
As a woman, as amazing as that is, no, I don't feel any way like that about him.
So you're okay with him being found liable of assaulting a woman? You just don't care?
Who did he assault?
E. Jean Carroll.
Who?
Yeah.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, exactly. Of course you haven't heard of it because you're so far up Donald Trump's ass that you don't even care about the things he does. He assaults women, is found liable for assaulting that woman, gets found liable for defamation, found liable for defamation again. He goes out and assaults that woman again, and you still don't care. You still do not do enough research to realize that the guy you're voting for was found liable for assaulting a woman.
I've never seen anything about that.
Of course, you want me to show you the court documents? You want me to show you an article on it?
I would love that.
Have you never heard the name E. Jean Carroll?
Nope. I've only heard of Stormy Daniels, and that was
the problem with voting for president when the bar is so low in the ground, you start mixing up court cases, right? So he's a convicted felon, and that relates to like paying Stormy Daniels hush money. But what Harry's referring to is by a jury of ordinary Americans being found liable for sexually abusing a woman named E. Jean Carroll. Then he was found liable for defaming that woman twice because he went on his own social media site and spammed at like 3 a.m. about how she was ugly and disgusting. And then, just like 2 weeks ago, he was bragging about how, he would never sexually abuse women. He talked about some other story because somebody else accused him of sexual abuse. And he said, quote, I wouldn't have, to be honest, they're going to say this is terrible, but I wouldn't have done that because, quote, she wouldn't have been the chosen one. Unquote.
Are you talking about the chick in the lingerie store?
It's E. Jean Carroll. So do me a favor. Can you read the second line for us right there?
Mr. Trump sexually abused Miss Carroll.
And what did the jury select?
Oh, well, that's from the jury. That doesn't mean he did it.
All right, champ.
Juries are fucking stupid all the time.
So any case that happens against Donald Trump, any case against Donald Trump of which he's found liable or guilty, it's automatically fake, right? Then the jury's rigged. If Joe Biden was found guilty of something, would you say
the court systems are very corrupt?
If you said if Joe Biden was found guilty of something, would you say that the jury is rigged against him?
He probably is guilty of a lot of things, but he's going down for pretty soon.
It's really interesting law.
He will.
Really quickly. It's really interesting. It's really interesting. Sorry, Harry.
No, I'm not angry at you. I'm angry at this.
I know. I just want to say
very nice
it's
woman.
really interesting how
I am very nice, actually.
Yeah, so it's really interesting how the human brain works because you say you literally admit multiple times you've never heard of it. You don't know anything about the case.
I didn't know her name.
Let me finish. You admit multiple times you don't know anything about the case. Harry shows you the verdict form, and you're immediately like, "Oh, it's probably wrong. It's probably bullshit." Can I finish? Most human beings. Can I finish? Most human beings living in reality would be like, "Oh, I didn't know that." Harry would show you the verdict form and you'd be like, oh, "Okay, wait, I don't really know. Let me do some more research." That's what most normal functioning. Let me finish. You literally admitted you didn't. That's what most normal functioning humans would do, right? But instead, because it's Trump, you're like, "Oh, juries could be wrong." Do you even know any of the evidence about him? What about what he said about it after and like defamed her or saying like he wouldn't have sexually abused another woman because quote, she wouldn't have been the chosen one, unquote. I mean, are those not horrible things to say? He's on audio bragging about it in the Hollywood Access tape saying, quote, "When you're this rich and famous, you don't have to wait. You can just start kissing." I mean, he's literally admitting to sexual abuse on audio.
Do you guys have a little back and forth, or should I just wait here and listen while you dogpile on one person?
Just shut the hell up because this guy keeps coming back to the lives and getting dog shit on every single time. So continue, Ninja. You can just sit there quietly.
Do you really seriously believe that he went and had sex with a chick in a store? Like, you really believe
I think that Donald Trump assaulted a woman? Yes. But because, by the way, it's not SEX, which I can't say. It's not SEX. It's RAPE.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is that?
That's what that is. It's not intercourse. It's assault.
You think he really needs to do that?
Wait, MJ, that's like hold on. That's a fundamental misunderstanding of why people commit crimes. Like, what do you mean? Do you think he needs to do that? Let me ask you this. Bernie Madoff ran the largest Ponzi scheme of all time for 20 years. 10 years in, he was super rich, super wealthy, and could have stopped, but he didn't. Everyone always asks why. He said, because I was addicted, right? Fucking Dahmer. Dahmer had a good life objectively. Why did he do the things he did? I don't know. Human fucking psychology. Why people sexually abuse women has nothing to do about how many women they could get. It's about power, control. They're insecure, right? So that point that you just made, completely mute.
Do you think his wife would truly stay married to him and not just take his
wife
money?
hates him. I don't know. When's the last time you saw his wife on the When's the last time he saw his wife on the campaign trail? Well, how do I know? Probably because he's had multiple children, multiple different women, and was found as a convicted felon because he paid Stormy Daniels hush money to be quiet about their relationship.
Yeah, my God, have you seen the videos of like Donald Trump trying to grab Melania's Trump hand and she just like shrugs away? She's like, "No, don't do that."
Yeah, this dude's cheated on his wife like multiple times, and also the Stormy Daniels thing you're referring to again. That like in a court setting, that bears literally zero weight, like no weight at all. No one cares if she signed a letter. The reality is like, and we're more than happy to walk you through this case. He was found convicted on this because again, like the Trump campaign, the Trump defense could not show any reasonable doubt about like why this check was written. It was obviously written to Stormy Daniels. We have a picture of the check.
Well, she's admitted that she lied and made all that up. So
yeah, it's just not true. She testified under oath in New York City like 4-ish months ago about how the affair happened.
Nice.
You guys just love to hate Trump. It's cute.
No, we love to like dislike bad people. There are Republicans out there that Chris and I do not dislike. That we like, we might fundamentally disagree with them on policy, but we can recognize that they just have a different vision for this country than we do. We just have the same goal. Donald Trump's entire goal is power. It's control. It's making his life better, not your life better. So when we see somebody like that trying to get into the presidency, and he does all of these terrible things, including committing crimes, and people like yourself are just saying, "Oh, I don't care. I'm going to vote for him anyway."
You think
it is
Kamala's
frustrating.
not committing crimes? You think Waltz
What
is not committing
crime?
crimes?
What crime?
Oh, just wait. You'll find out.
What evidence of a crime? What evidence?
Pretty soon, they're going down for human trafficking and for...
Oh my God, we have a literal QAnon freak in here.
Yeah, we have a
Holy
QAnon
shit.
freak in here.
Yo, MJ, can you do me a
Don't
favor?
worry, you'll find out.
All right, don't worry.
So just to be clear, like Trump was best friends with Jeffrey fucking Epstein, flew on his
No, he
plane
wasn't.
7 goddamn times. There are
He was
call
not
logs we
best
have
friends
between
with
them.
him.
Donald Trump in a New Yorker interview commented on how Jeffrey Epstein loves to have good time and he loves young women, especially maybe more than he does. And you're silent on possible crimes that might have taken place. But then with Kamala Harris, with literally zero proof, you say that she's engaging in human trafficking and it's going to come out soon. And it's this.
Yo, wait, Harry,
Go outside.
Harry, can you make me a big screen really quick, bro?
Yeah, I can make you go. Oh, yeah. Look at
so
this.
again, like I would like you to find.
You guys are all going to be so
So I would like you to find just really quickly. I would like you to find like the photos
Oh, they're
here.
in a picture together. Oh, my
wait,
God.
no, don't
way.
worry.
Oh, no, don't worry.
No way. They're in pictures together.
There's
no
a
way.
lot of these pictures together. Right? So
No
again,
way. Rich people hanging out together? No way.
You're in a cult, I think.
Oh my God.
Hold on.
Blind.
Can I ask you a question just really quickly? Like, I'm just actually just really quickly, just to derail this conversation just for 2 seconds.
Wait. Can I read her a quote quickly?
Yeah. Harry, as you find that quote, can you name a single piece of Trump legislation he passed through Congress through 4 years?
What?
Can you name a piece of legislation Donald Trump passed through Congress?
I don't know.
All right, Jim. All right. Yep.
Holy shit, man. Hold on.
Nice.
Hold on.
Nice.
So here's a quote that Donald. Wait. And MJ, just be quiet. I promise nobody needs to hear what you're saying right now. I promise nobody needs to hear what you're saying. So in 2002, Donald Trump did an interview with New York Magazine and was quoted as calling Epstein a terrific guy, saying, quote, "I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said he likes beautiful women as much as I do. And many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it. Jeffrey enjoys his social life."
Okay. How is that bothersome?
Dude, you are so.
How is that bothersome?
How if Biden had anything, if Biden or Kamala Harris had anything close.
Oh, you mean the child sniffer?
Anything,
Yeah.
if they had anything close to that quote, you would be losing your mind. But
They say worse shit
so
than that.
I want you to be really honest with yourself right now. You don't have to try to defend us anyway. Be really honest. When you hear that quote, when you see the pictures, Jeffrey Epstein was trafficking children. Well, you think it's
He
fine?
says everybody's terrific, beautiful, fabulous. He's fake. He's fake. He's a fucking salesperson.
Has your family cut you off yet? Like,
I don't have family. Thanks.
Well, there you go, Chris. Your question has been answered.
I don't have family. I'm an orphan.
So that means the family has been cut off. Yeah. Uh-huh.
No, I don't have anybody. I just have me, myself.
So wait,
and
just out of curiosity, if Kamala Harris commented on how P Diddy is great and how he's a terrific guy, what would you say to that?
His dick. Oh, come on.
Whoa, what the fuck?
Get real with yourself.
What would you say to that?
To be a fucking hooker.
Wait, I'm asking you a simple question. If Kamala Harris said something like along those lines about P Diddy, what would you say?
She probably has. It's just not publicized.
Maybe. What if she did? What would be your reaction to if she said something like that?
Just wait. It'll all come out soon.
Okay, great. I'm asking you a simple question.
Right
I'm asking you a simple question. This is not rocket science. It's not quantum physics.
I don't
it's
have
really
to answer
easy.
your questions. There's no.
Okay, then you can leave if you don't want to
to.
engage in conversation. But if you want to engage in conversations, you're gonna answer some
Oh,
questions
I'm gonna
here.
abide by your rules. Oh,
Yes, actually, it's my
typical
live.
Democrat.
So if Kamala Harris said something like that,
That's right, bro.
strange thing to say.
Trolling Democrats, love it. How old are you anyway? What are you, like 19? You know everything.
Y'all trying to slide?
22.
Y'all trying to slide?
Trying to slide.
You're a baby. You don't know shit yet.
Yo, MJ, I just want to be clear. I just want to be clear through
Yeah,
this
I
whole
know that people
conversation.
who hang out with
Hold on,
traffickers are
hold on.
bad people.
Hold on. Well, that, and I'm 22. He's 22. Remind me again. Can you name a single piece of Trump legislation he passed through Congress?
Off the top of my head, I don't know.
Right. And we know nothing. Right. We know nothing. Can you tell me really
nothing, right.
quickly?
We're too young to know anything,
Can you
right.
tell me? Can you tell me
Why
Trump's?
don't you tell me one then if you know
Yeah,
everything?
so perfect.
It's not our
Let's go.
goddamn
I'm
job.
glad you asked.
So we will.
MJ and Moose, you guys are going to be quiet until we finish because you asked. So, Harry, let's go back and forth on, again, the Biden-Harris administration passed more fiscal legislation than probably any administration in really like 3 to 5 decades, right? So let's talk about it. So I'm going to start with very classic, the American Rescue Plan, $1.7 trillion, invested a lot of money into businesses, last round of stimulus checks, a lot of money into local governments. Go ahead.
The bipartisan Safer Communities Act, first piece of major gun legislation in 30 years, invested more money in background checks, mental health in schools, red flag laws. Also added like 15,000 new mental health professionals to school around the country, which might sound like a little bit, but it's around a 30% increase on the existing mental health professionals in schools around the country.
That's great. And actually, fun fact about that, because of that bill, they started the first ever Office of Gun Violence Prevention in the White House. Kamala Harris was the director. She used federal funding to go around the country and teach people how to store firearms safely. I'm going to go with the bipartisan infrastructure bill. It was the largest investment in infrastructure in America since Eisenhower. Roughly $1.3 trillion. If you look up, almost every single state has requested money and gotten money from the federal government. A lot of states, I'm in Georgia, are doing their biggest infrastructure projects ever. A lot of states have already completed infrastructure projects because we have some of the worst rated infrastructure just generally in the developed world. And finally, we're doing this $9.8 billion for high-speed rail, creating a ton of jobs and again, just helping our economy generally be more efficient.
Yeah, that bill also includes $350 billion for new roads and bridges over 5 years. Pretty impressive shit. Also, clean water for everybody, removing lead pipes. That's especially helping people in Appalachia, the people that J.D. Vance claims to care about so much. I'm going to go with the CHIPS and Science Act. There's a manufacturing boom happening right now in the United States. I can show you graphs from the treasury.gov if you'd like. But right now, there's more private investment in manufacturing than there was under the Trump administration by far. It's not even close. These little chips we have in our phone, typically we import them from countries in Asia, primarily Taiwan. But the United States says, hey, these chips are the manufacturing of the future. Maybe we should be the leading manufacturer of this on the world stage. Right now, we account for 0% of the world's chips. By 2030, it's projected that because of this law, we'll account for 20% of the chips made in the entire world. That sounds like a Biden win to me.
One of my favorites. In fact, you're giving businesses tax cuts to create these manufacturing facilities. We have massive manufacturing plants going up in places like Ohio, Pennsylvania. Local residents have talked about how much it's helped them, especially getting jobs because someone has to build a manufacturing plant. So again, investing in business, I love it. I'm going to go with
I'm going to go with the PACT Act. In fact, MJ was going to claim to the above that Donald Trump cares about our veterans. Again, she couldn't name the piece of legislation that Donald Trump passed that was a massive expansion of veterans health care because it doesn't exist. Joe Biden passed the PACT Act. 1.2 million veterans signed up in the first year. This gives veterans health care for things like toxic substances. A lot of veterans in Iraq, for example, got things like cancer from toxic burn pits. This gives them access to healthcare. Also, first responders. You talk about things like on 9/11, ingesting a lot of really terrible things, fumes into your body. You can get healthcare for those things. And actually, a lot of that bill was Joe Biden's own son served in Iraq, came back and died from brain cancer because of the fumes in Iraq. So this bill was really special for him. And again, like a massive expansion of veterans healthcare that we haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, Beau Biden, Chris, knows something about service. Donald Trump dodged the draft 5 times.
That's right.
Claiming bone spurs, coward. That's what we call Donald Trump in this household. I'm going to go with the Inflation Reduction Act, which is the largest investment in fighting climate change in world history, not just American history and world history. Invest in the renewable energy sector, which is one of the fastest growing sectors in the United States, creating a lot of jobs, good paying jobs with great benefits. And it also helps protect our environment, keeps our air clean, our rivers clean as well, which keeps us all healthier. But that bill didn't just stop at climate change. It wasn't just that. It also reduced healthcare costs dramatically. Insulin, $35 a month capped for seniors on Medicare. Inhalers capped at $35 a month. Starting in 2025, out-of-pocket expenses for seniors for prescription drugs capped at $2,000 a year. Medicare is now allowed to negotiate private drug prices to lower those prices. They've already announced like 10 new drugs of which they're negotiating to get those prices down for your average American families who rely on this medication. And now, because of this law and because of work that the Biden administration has done, more Americans have health insurance than ever before. So that sounds pretty good to me.
No, I love it. And MJ and other Trump supporters will claim that like Trump was the first one to cap Medicare, all this stuff. Wrong, right? Trump signed an executive order that was different, would have only capped insulin for federally funded health centers. The administrative cost was too high and never even went into effect because he signed it so late. Biden essentially massively expanded that. And now, like Harry said, we're almost at 20 drugs that are capped. My grandmother, who is voting for Trump, got her COVID antiviral for free. Instead of $1,200, I've talked about how she's a lot older. So that was very important to me. We're talking about saving Americans money for the first time ever. They also pressured Eli Lilly, private companies, to lower their out-of-pocket insulin costs by up to 70 and 80%. And that bill is roughly $300 billion-ish dollars. Don't quote me on that. I think 280 or 300 billion for climate change efforts. But in total, the Biden administration has invested just around $1 trillion with a T in climate change efforts, the most in human history. You have businesses on the West Coast pumping CO2 10,000 feet underground, where it turns into a half liquid, half solid. Those are things that we have been studying for decades. You have companies right now trying to create carbon capture devices to capture carbon out of the air. And again, these are like creating a lot of jobs. And when climate change is inevitably like a huge economic sector, it's jobs that young people can get. The American Climate Corps is something that Joe Biden started. Young people can sign up right now, get paid a minimum of $15 up to $22 an hour to go do climate related projects. Go to American Climate Corps, I believe, .gov. Don't quote me on that, but if you look up American Climate Corps, young people are already starting to be hired from these economic sectors. Harry, we've been through, let's see, we got American Rescue Plan, PACT Act, CHIPS Act,
Inflation Reduction Act, American Rescue Plan,
American Rescue Plan,
infrastructure, Bipartisan Safer Communities Act.
The bipartisan I have more. That's 7. That's
I have
7.
more. Let me go.
Okay, go ahead. I'll give you
How about restarting the Cancer Moonshot program, a program that Donald Trump entirely ignored? This program looks to reduce cancer deaths by 50% in the coming years. One of the main killers when it comes to cancer is lack of screenings. There are people of a lot of people get cancer out there. If it's caught early, especially some things like skin cancer, it's caught early with screenings and basic health care. You can catch it, get rid of it, and live a healthy life. But a lot of people in underserved communities don't have access to those screenings. And so now not only are we investing more in research and therapeutics, but we're also investing in expanding those screenings to communities that haven't had access to them. That's pretty great. What about the Marriage Equality Act? Codifying a gay marriage and interracial marriage into federal law, because you know what? the Supreme Court judges who Donald Trump just loves, the conservatives, such as Clarence Thomas, who, by the way, he said he wants to model the next judges he would appoint as president after Clarence Thomas, threw into question the protection of gay couples and interracial couples during their overturning of Roe v. Wade, which has killed many women now because they deprive women of reproductive rights. So Biden and the Democrats got together, passed this law to protect the right to gay marriage, interracial marriage, and things like that. And we could talk for hours, genuinely hours about what the Biden administration has done. And you couldn't name a single fucking thing.
And I just want to wrap up with this. The Biden administration, and I will always contest that the reason we recovered from COVID so quickly, because objectively we had the fastest recovery from COVID in the world, one of the lowest unemployment rates, one of the lower inflation rates in the world, but also not even accounting for COVID. Taking COVID out of the equation, the Biden administration, because of a lot of these bills that are economic, because they invest in the American people. Without COVID, Biden's GDP grew faster than Donald Trump's. He added more jobs than Donald Trump's. Again, without COVID at play, the American economy objectively is the strongest in the world. Everybody is still in recovery mode right now, but this year we're on track to double. Our GDP growth is going to double the next nation behind us. Last year, our GDP growth was by far the fastest in the world. The stock market this year, today, I believe, was the 44th all-time high for the S&P 500 and things like the Dow Jones. Again, unemployment is 2.5%. Inflation is falling. The American dollar is objectively the strongest it's been in a long time. I know conservatives will make up a bunch of stuff about how, I don't know, all this fear-mongering nonsense because Trump just lies all the time. But again, the U.S. dollar is being used in more payments around the world than ever. You look at things like, and prices are finally falling. Gas prices right now, the average cost for a gallon of gas is about the equivalent in relation to the average income as it was in 2017 and 18. And again, let me finish. Thank you. A lot of this thanks to the Biden administration. The last thing I'll say before we go to MJ, who couldn't name a single piece of Trump policy, which again, it's almost impossible to keep up with everything we just said because it's like one of the most productive administrations ever. During hold on, let me finish. During the most divided time in American history, and Donald Trump had a Republican House and Senate his first 2 years. He had a less divided Congress, still didn't get as much done. And we didn't even talk about overseas. The Biden administration objectively accomplishing one of the most challenging logistical feats. There will be movies written about this in human history, getting every single Western country, our allies together, and NATO to do things like support Ukraine. When Donald Trump wants to pull out of those things, you're alienating us on a world stage. Our allies hate us. You're hurting us economically. You're hurting our security around the world. It cannot be overstated how difficult it is logistically to get all of those countries together and to be sending support to Ukraine. So, MJ.
Why do you feel that we should be supporting Ukraine?
Well, it's just interesting. Like,
the fact that that's your fucking response from all of that is insane. And we can talk about why we should be supporting Ukraine.
Why do you feel that women should have the right to have abortion?
Why can't you name a single piece of Trump legislation he passed through Congress if you're voting for?
I'm talking about real life situations.
No, so are we.
So are we.
So again, all the people who got jobs from when Harry talked about the CHIPS Act, they're manufacturing in Ohio, right? Those are real people with real results. All the people Harry talked about who got their insulin capped and now aren't spending a ridiculous amount of money, that's real people. My grandma, who is voting for Trump, who would have spent $1,200 on a pill. My mom asked the pharmacist $1,200. She didn't buy it. My grandma's a high-risk COVID patient. She could have lost her goddamn life. And it saved her life because it was $0 inflationary time. They're cutting cable because they don't have enough money, but that meant a lot to her, right? So these are real people. Don't fucking pull that shit with me. Can you name a Trump policy, Trump piece of legislation for his first term, or what he's going to do for a second term? If you can't, you should go research it before you vote for someone you know nothing about.
First of all, my state is an electoral state, so I'm not even fucking voting for a president. I'm voting for local. Second of all, I'm libertarian. I'm on both sides of the puzzle here. I am not for either party. I think both parties are fucked up in their own ways. Third of all, why do you feel that it's like a necessity for us to support other countries when we're failing in our own?
Let me,
answer that for me.
Yeah. You know why? Because partnerships and allies matter. Right? Having allies around the world allows the United States to be strong. If we just ignored all of our allies and said, oh, only the United States matters, none of you matter, only us, we wouldn't have allies. We wouldn't have allies who are there to back us up. NATO, really strong global alliance, the most successful in world history. The only time that Article 5 has been invoked, which is an attack on what is an attack on all, is the United States after 9/11. And all of our NATO allies came to our aid and supported us. We wouldn't be able to do that if we just told all of our allies to kick rocks. So allies matter. But when it comes to funding things like Ukraine, there is no net negative to funding Ukraine. Talk about it from a foreign policy
Russia
perspective.
hates us. Yeah, that's a big negative. You want
I'm sorry. I thought Russia loved us before. I was so under the impression that Russia. Oh my God, Putin doesn't like us. Oh no.
Ukraine
I hope Russia doesn't fucking like us. Now listen, hey, listen up, because I don't think you could point to Ukraine on a map. Should we test that theory?
I will.
Yeah, why don't we test that theory? Listen, hey, come back here. Listen up. From a foreign policy perspective, we have been trying to combat Russia for years, especially since the end of the Cold War. We have spent trillions of dollars combating Russia, not only in Europe, but also the Middle East, for example, Africa, for example. And now, through Ukraine, we're investing in an ally so our pro-democracy ally can remain sovereign and its own country, and an anti-democracy enemy doesn't invade them and become more powerful. And by investing in Ukraine, a pro-democracy ally, they've taken out 50% of Russia's original army. 50%. We, the United States, were able to get that done without a single American dying. It is like one of the single best foreign policy investments that we have ever made. It's one of the best investments we've ever made. Now, that's just a foreign policy perspective. Protecting our allies is great. Russia not getting stronger and getting... Bro, she got kicked for community guidelines violations.
Oh, man.
Oh, bro. Let me finish this really quickly. Russia getting stronger, bad. Ukraine staying sovereign, good. And then come back to the United States. Why is it good from an American perspective? Well, we're only sending Ukraine old weapons and then some humanitarian aid and things of that nature. And then we're using new money to invest in American weapons, American companies to build them for us to refill our reserves so we have the best of the best. So not only are we getting better weapons and supporting an ally and weakening Russia, but we're also investing in American companies, improving our economy. What's the net negative? There is none. Slava Ukraine.
That's right. And lastly, I want to point out all these people who say all these things. If I asked her, do you support lowering our military budget? Guarantee the answer is no. Again, all of our military budget is appropriated at the beginning of the year. So last year we spent 5 to 6% of our total military budget on Ukraine. Most of it actually just was spent in America. Again, a lot of old weaponry. If Ukraine didn't exist, it did not exist, we would still spend that money on our military somewhere else. It's all appropriated at the beginning of the year. We will not spend $1 less. Maybe we will spend more. Again, it's like a fundamental misunderstanding of how our government works. Also, Moose, you've been waiting here patiently for a long time. So let's Harry, do you think you
no, bro, we talked to this guy when we were in Detroit, bro. He sucks.
Well, do you think you could make me big screen real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Listen, man. Listen, I got a blank map here. Can you tell me where Ukraine is on this map? Listen,
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Yeah,
I'm going to start with my finger right here.
I can't even really see it in the small screen.
It's the big screen, bro. Point to Ukraine on the map. Come on.
Let's like.
I'm on the small screen. You're on the small screen right now, correct?
Okay, bro. It's just a map, right? Could you give me like a general like direction? Like maybe if I start my finger like right around this area down here, can you just tell me where I should go? Up, down, left, right? What SpongeBob said? What did he say? He said west. Should I move west?
I think you'd be moving to your left, but dude, I can't fucking see that.
Wait. So this would be my left.
Let me try again. Maybe you can't see it. Let me put Chris big screen one more time. Okay, Chris, come here.
Hold on. Let me hold on here. Hold on. Let me here. I'll enlarge the map. There you go.
Can you see it better now?
The map. You know where? Hold on. Give me like 2 seconds. Ready? Watch this, buddy. Watch this, champ. All right. Here we go. All right. So we've enlarged the map now. So all you have to do, again, we started here. You said move left. Oh, is that still what we want to do, left?
No, I wanted you. I think it's the one in between those two where you're going. You got to go in between. You're going too far. Down.
So it's like right here.
Down.
Down?
Somewhere around there, isn't it?
So this is Ukraine.
I can't really honestly see. It's too fucking small. It's being honest with you.
Okay. All right.
I do know that Ukraine has ports, okay? So it has like water entry there.
Right.
Chris, can you show me the country that he pointed to again?
Just one more time. Hold on, Harry. I got you. So again, just one more time. Has ports, has water. So we're going with here.
That's I don't know, somewhere around there. I can't see.
All right, somewhere around there. So I just want to. We're gonna go back to study mode. That's Italy.
Fucking Italy.
That's Italy, and you're moving left. So we're talking about France, and
Switzerland,
Spain.
and like Czechia.
This is Ukraine. Over here. Right. So we're in a whole nother.
Right. Dude, I still can't fucking see what you're doing right there at all.
All right, bro.
Okay.
guys, we don't get. I just want to be clear.
Did I just say?
We're not up here. We're not up here. A lot of people mention.
Say that it has coastline?
We say name a piece. We say name a piece.
Did I just say that it has coastline?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Was that correct or incorrect?
Hold on. Can I speak really quick?
You've been speaking for a fucking half an hour, but sure, you're the co-host. Go ahead. Keep going.
All right, bro. Yeah. So a lot of people tell us on live that like we're mean and rude, arrogant. We want to talk. Oh, sorry. We want to talk down to people. Never our goal. I think we get frustrated, when people, I don't know, come up here and say we're stupid and are mean, but also just be like generally. We're not asking anyone to be experts. Harry and I are fucking loser nerds. No offense, Harry, but we're both loser nerds who pay attention to politics like 24 hours a day, right? It's not healthy. I'm not asking you to be that. Like a lot of people in here are supportive. I'm not saying you're great. I'm not great at geography, right? I've fucking been embarrassed in geography before. That's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is that like, people up here who are like very staunch in their views do not take even a single step to be educated in what they're talking about, right? So like, again, I'm no fucking, Harry has grilled me on fucking things like history before, right? My years are off. I've gotten embarrassed. I'm not asking you, I'm not saying anyone's stupid. I'm saying if you're going to come up here and get all angry at me and said I'm paid by the DNC and do all this stuff, and then when I ask you to point to Ukraine on a map and you point to fucking Italy, that's
who the fuck are you talking to right now? The chat or me? As I haven't even spoken to you yet.
Yeah, we've spoken to you. We spoke to you when Chris and I were in Detroit, and you were super annoying.
We've had a chance to speak. I can't even speak right now. You just talked about policies for 15 minutes straight.
Oh no!
Did you learn something?
Sure, I listen to you guys. What's the problem?
Oh, no problem. I'm just making sure you know how great Biden is.
Yeah, Biden's so great. They kicked his ass out, threw him to the curb, even though you thought he was fit to run another 4 years.
Well, he definitely would be fit to run another 4 years.
He is fit to run another 4 years.
To be honest with you, I would have picked him over Harris for sure, 100%.
Why is that? You don't like black women?
I mean, that's debatable, actually. But
wow! Whoa! What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck does that mean?
I mean, haven't you been following Candace Owens saying that Beryl, her grandma, could have wait a minute. Don't interrupt me.
You have a good night, bro. You have a good night,
Don't interrupt me. This is factual.
You have a good night, bro. You have a good one.
You have a good one.
I like Joe Biden. Harry and I like Joe Biden a lot. Don't come up here and say some shit like that. Don't say some shit.
Yeah, miss me with some shit
like that. Everyone talks about like, why division in the United States exploded like after Barack Obama because people can't stand black people. People can't stand women in this instance as well. So whatever. You have a good one, bro. I said, do you not like black women? He said, debatable, bro. Don't come back here, bro. Don't come back here. Don't come back here, bro. Don't come back here.
Dude, if we
somebody in the chat
lose, like we're actually so fucking cooked as a country.
I know. I
don't think like I know Trump support. I know these freaks come up here. They're uninformed. They have no idea why we're cooked. But if you have like a basic understanding of just like and I truly mean like basic. Like I'm really not talking about like fucking political science major, history major, masters, and any of this stuff. Like if you have like a basic understanding of politics and like world history, man, you can tell, man.
By the way, somebody in the comments said, Chris, the American Climate Corps information. Yes, again, young people can sign up for climate-related jobs right now through the Biden administration. That would be acc.gov/join, or you can literally look up American Climate Corps. And it's like one of the first links you can hit join. Again, look, I'll just show you really quickly. I literally like, again, thank you. We're acc.gov/join. I live in Atlanta, Georgia. So look, I just looked. This is an internship that's paying $21 an hour. Again, these are like climate related projects. These are helping the environment. $21 an hour in Atlanta. And then we got another one. I think those might be the two same thing, maybe different locations or different term lengths. But again, you guys should check it out. It's really cool stuff.
Yeah, and also they come with like really great benefits. A lot of your travel is covered. Even some instances, if you have to like relocate, some of your housing will be covered. So it's really great. It's really great. So if you want to work in climate related jobs and not only make some good money, get some good benefits, but also help save the world, save the country, by all means.
Exactly. Like this one in Atlanta is a full-time 16-week paid internship, $21 an hour, where 20 crew members under close supervision receive on-the-job training in fire suppression and prevention, assist with fuel management, fire suppression, such as fire line construction and backfiring, move dirt, chop brush, or small trees to build fire line using hand tools. Like, again, you're learning like a lot about the environment and
Chris, can you say the website one more time just for someone in the chat?
That's going to be AC. Let me hold on. Let me make sure that like if you go to this part of the web, hold on. Okay, yes. If you go to acc.gov, that is A as in alpha, C as in Chris, C as in Chris, .gov. Don't look at me like that. acc.gov.
C as in Chris.
You're going to get a website that says your climate career starts here. Join the American Climate Corps. And you just hit explore opportunities. Again, this was all through the Biden administration. Yeah, cool stuff. See, as in Christ, I'm okay. That too.
Yeah. Sam, thank you for the $1. Harry, I love you, but it's Appalachia, not Appalachia. Appreciate the correction.
Dude is so mad.
What, bro? I'm saying I genuinely appreciate it. Jasmine, thank you for the $3. Me, a biracial black woman. Yeah, the eyes emoji. I mean, seriously.
What?
No, that's like she was responding to the guy who was just,
Oh. Really quickly, Callie, thank you so much for $5. It means so much on Venmo. Truly, I never take that for granted. I never pick the bear with you and Harry around. Thanks for sticking up to women. Callie, we love you. We appreciate you a lot. You're truly incredible. And again, I don't take that stuff for granted. It means the absolute world. We love you all. Killer, $1. Sorry I can't send more. I had a house fire, lost a lot. Oh my goodness, I am so sorry. Also, this lady thinks Hurricane Helene was man-made. Oh my! Please follow my new account. My main was banned. I'll follow your new account. Please don't feel pressured to send again. If you're, it's okay. Like you're supportive just because you're here. I'm really sorry to hear that. Again, I'll follow your new account if you need anything. Killer, we love you. We appreciate you. Thank you guys so much, everybody. And lastly, Elise, thank you so much for 50 cents. I appreciate you so much. Not much. Please don't, just you being supportive. It means the world. But as someone who's going to become certified in identifying mental health crises, helping educate people on it, I want to say thank you for being so open about your mental health. Not easy to talk about, but needs more recognition, lots of love. Elise, from the bottom of my heart, I want to follow you down there. Thank you for what you're doing because it saves lives. Seriously, it saves lives. And it's really... What? Oh,
so what's up? Jesus, yo, this has been really entertaining. You guys are killing it right now.
I hear you, Chris. Yeah, thanks, man. Are you good, Chris?
Who's Chris? Oh yeah, your little boy. Stace. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, cool, man. This has been a pretty gnarly conversation tonight. You guys are really killing it, man. Like, Jesus.
Thanks, man.
You seem like a little nervous though. Like, are you thinking that like maybe Trump might just kind of like barge his way in here? Like that poor last girl, you guys just kind of like insulted. It was really kind of crazy. Like you guys always preach about how Trump's like this rapist, meanie, libel, blah blah blah. But you're pretty fucking rude to women all the time, man.
Yeah. So I just want to be clear.
Did you not just see us chew out that last guy? We don't discriminate. If you're a stupid Trump supporter, you're a stupid Trump supporter.
Oh, of course, yeah.
And like I think like it's gonna get really frustrating when like you're coming up here being like condescending. You're telling us to like all this crazy stuff. You're saying you're literally engaging in QAnon level conspiracy theories that I want to point out have gotten real people killed in the United States.
Really?
And when like we ask you for a Trump policy, you can't name one. So again, that's going to frustrate us really quickly. By the way, just because I was at
like the Abraham Accords, or like what?
Let me finish, Jeff, really quickly. 50 cents from Elise. Again, thank you so much, and I really appreciate what you're doing.
Can you shut the fuck up for 5 seconds? Thank you. I appreciate it.
I've been hearing like I finally got on. I've been listening to you guys for like 3 fucking hours. Like,
can you just shut the fuck up for 5 seconds so Chris can do this, please? Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Chris, go for it, right?
All right. Thank you again to everybody who's like here being willing to support us. Like we never take it for granted. It means the world. Again, Elise, someone who's going into identifying mental health crises. Again, it saves lives. And I appreciate you so much. If you're down there, I want to follow you. If you're the best. Trisha, thank you so much for $1. Your IG and on TikTok, and your TikTok information. I will follow you. I appreciate you so much. $33,000 for outpatient. I know, right? We need better mental health opportunities in this country. I really appreciate you being so supportive. It means the world, guys. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Go ahead, Jeff.
Jeff, what countries were involved in the Abraham Accords?
You know what? I have absolutely no idea, but I guess there was just a coalition that was sort of surrounding Israel to kind of like make sure that they seemed protected, you know. And it seems
so why did you just cite the Abraham Accords as an accomplishment for Donald Trump if you don't know what it did?
Like, I figured I would just like throw out like, you know, the little bit I do know about policy and stuff like that is I've been watching Kamala for the last, I don't know, week or so on her little.
But just to be clear, you don't know what the Abraham Accords do, right?
No, I don't exactly. Harry, can you please clear that up for me, just so I know?
But wait, why would you cite it if you don't know what it does?
Well, I just knew that it was there to protect Israel, like a coalition of different countries, right? To sort of surround them and protect them.
I mean, it was kind of normalizing relations that were already existing.
Okay, so like, I'm still learning, you know. So
what were you saying about Kamala?
Oh no, I was just wondering, like, you know, like on her press tour this week, I just really didn't hear a whole lot about like policy from her, and like, I'm just wondering, like, what's gonna happen? Like, do you actually really like her? Come on, man.
Yes.
Really?
Yes. Do you actually like Donald Trump?
Of course. What's not to like?
I don't know, the assaulting of women, the committing of crimes, the business fraud, the indictments, the bullying, the insulting, you know.
Man, bullying. Like, haven't you guys just been like bullying everybody for the last like 3 hours on this shit?
No, I mean, people come up here and then they say that we're paid and we're this and we're that. And they spread conspiracy theories about Kamala, or they say rude things about women. So when you do that, you get what you give.
Well,
just to be clear, like somebody doesn't come up here and doesn't speak at all, and we're just like, hey, screw you, buddy. If somebody comes up here and says really insane, really rude things about any group of people, or about Kamala Harris or Joe Biden, then, as I mentioned, they get what they give.
No, that's absolutely fair. Actually, I will say this. Like, there was this one person that actually did come on, probably, I don't know, a few minutes ago or whatever. And the first thing he said was like, I want to beat the shit out of you. I want to fight. Like, see, that kind of shit. I can't stand for that either. You know what I mean? Even as like a Trump supporter, and like you guys see a lot of things that like bother me too, but like to come on here and just start like, you know, threatening you guys and wanting to fight and shit, I'm not really down with that. The thing is, I just like, you guys are obviously, you know, very well educated, very smart. In fact, my girlfriend and I, like we, you know, we have this kind of up and down relationship with you, especially Harry. Like we, laugh at a lot of your shit. A lot of shit's pretty funny. Like, I had to laugh when you were on Piers a few times. Just stick to your guns, you know what I mean? Although you were a little bit afraid of Tyrus that one time, which I thought was pretty funny.
I was afraid of Tyrus? That guy's that's not scary at all. I think he's like a really nice guy, actually, even though I disagree with him.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I thought he was like, yeah, it's just kind of funny how they get looked. You know, I'm not saying anything bad. I like Tyrus a lot. I actually enjoyed that piece of television. I actually really enjoyed it.
He's an interesting guy, for sure.
Yeah, and you know what? And I will say this to you too, Harry. Listen, I'll give respect where respect is due. Okay? Do I agree with, I don't know, anything you say? Do you really fucking make me mad a lot of the time? Fuck yes, you do. But you know what? You're good at what you do. I will give you that. Okay?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So here on the other hand, yes, I am a Trump supporter, massive Trump fan. I'm very, very much so hoping that he does get into office in 3 weeks, but I have to ask you guys, all right? This is a serious question.
Sure.
If he does, for whatever reason, sneak in there, you know, make it in there and, you know, regain that White House, which he does deserve to have, what are you guys going to do after that?
Still politics.
It's like this, like, just like keep going, but like, man, this whole fuck Trump parade thing is like, Jesus, man, like, just like, it must be like exhausting. Like, dude, you can't think of one good thing that Trump does, like, ever.
No. To be clear, like, there are some things that the Trump administration did the first time that were good, right? So, like Operation Warp Speed, right? Accelerating the production of the COVID-19 vaccine, 100%. No problem there. Happy with that. But in terms of like, when we're looking at the totality of the Trump administration, it was awful, like genuinely. And you don't have to take my word for this. There was a survey of a bunch of different presidential historians and experts on, you know, presidents in history. Okay. And it's full of Democrats, Republicans, independents. It has like everybody, right? So Joe Biden, his term hasn't finished, but he was listed in like the top 15 or something because of all the legislation we mentioned that you heard us just talking about a moment ago. Barack Obama was listed decently high because of things like the Affordable Care Act, you know, the Iran nuclear deal, things of that nature. Trump was listed in the bottom 3.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, okay.
The reason why is that,
bias, is that sort of like a biased, like, you know, grouping of things there?
No, it was historians of Democrats, Republicans, and independents. This was not a bunch of Democrats just getting together being like, yeah, we hate Trump. These are presidential historians. Actually, I think he was last. Yeah, somebody said he was last. Yeah, he was last. Or in some surveys have him in the bottom 3 when it comes to how good of a president he was. Because when we say he was terrible, it's not just because we just hate Donald Trump. He was genuinely, objectively a bad president.
Okay. Well, that's opinions are what they are. But can I ask you a very simple question? Actually, not a simple question. I'm very curious about this. The Iranian nuclear deal. I'm trying to make sense of that in my head, like forever. Like I don't really get it. Like so, why did Biden start funding the Iranians once again as soon as Trump left office and all that? Didn't Trump have them basically bankrupted or something along those lines?
Yeah, so the Iranian nuclear deal was great. It essentially was this agreement with Iran that we would lift certain sanctions on them if they would agree to the Iranian nuclear deal and would agree to a cap on the amount of uranium that they could enrich every single year, which prevents them from getting a nuclear weapon. And they would allow for UN investigators to come in, look at their facilities, survey whatever they need to make sure that they're not secretly enriching uranium. Right?
Okay.
So denuclearization is great. Now, of course, Iran needed something in return, and that is lifting of sanctions. And so that's what the Obama administration did with the deal. That's what a bunch of other countries agreed to. Great Britain, being part of the Iranian nuclear deal, agreed to it as well. And so good deal. Then Donald Trump came in and said, I truly believe that he didn't have a reason for getting out of it. He just wanted to spite Obama. And he just said, you know what, screw Obama. I'm going to pull out of the Iranian nuclear deal so he doesn't have this as his legacy, with no thought process about how that could hurt the United States. And now Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than ever before. That's based on U.S. intelligence.
Yeah, no, I understand because Biden went back into it and gave him $6 billion right off the top or something like that.
So the Iranian nuclear deal has not been renewed. And also the President Biden and his administration didn't give any money to Iran. The Biden administration has lifted some sanctions on Iran. Most of them were deemed illegal by the International Criminal Court because you can't put sanctions on things like medicine and things of that nature, which keep people alive. And a lot of these people were struggling to get medicine into Iran. And I think that we can agree that the Iranian government sucks. The Ayatollah is insane, but that innocent children in Iran who need insulin shouldn't be dying. Because of the United States.
I think that's where we can all kind of meet halfway on this. You know what I mean? Like that's not a partisan thing. That's the thing where you're just kind of worried about why are we even kind of dealing with these crazy sons and bitches? You know what I mean? So I just don't understand why are we even entertaining shit like that when we really just could be shutting that down and just making sure that we're strong and we're safe and all that. You know what I mean? Because it kind of looks like right now I know I hate to say it, but if Trump doesn't get back in, don't you think that we're kind of on the brink of World War III?
No, not at all. The relationship between countries is really complex. We can't just be we're just going to starve Iran and just and hope that they don't get strong. Because at the end of the day, if we have a bunch of really strong sanctions on Iran and our Western allies do as well, they are just going to turn to their allies, those being Russia and China, who are very happy to step up and get more influence in the Middle East to hurt the United States. So we have to have a balance here. We have to balance our goals of hindering Iran without pushing them too far to the hands and the hugs of Russia and China. And also we have to comply with international law, which means we can't put sanctions on children's medicine, right?
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, actually. And,
I also quickly just want to point out, sorry, Jeff, I also just quickly want to point out that,
I'm here to learn and all that. You guys know what we're fucking talking about, so okay.
Not only is this incredibly complex, obviously foreign policy is complex. Yeah, I would argue even. And Harry probably has a better understanding of foreign policy than I do, but it's hard. But also, unlike Biden or Harris or really anyone in American history, most of Trump's handpicked aides around foreign policy said he was not competent, said he was very scary. His handpicked a chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Mark Milley, who served in the military since 1980. That's one of the highest positions you can hold in government. We recently learned about a quote where he called Donald Trump a quote, fascist at heart. He also talked extensively about how Donald Trump had no concept of foreign policy and really was just didn't know what he was doing and was interested at one point in bombing I think Iran just to stay in power. He was super terrified. You have his first secretary of defense. His first secretary of defense saying that Donald Trump is the first president in my lifetime who's not trying to unite the American people, also not endorsing him. 40 of his 44 cabinet members are not endorsing him. His second Secretary of Defense, quote, I think he's unfit for office. He puts himself before the country. His first Secretary of State, quote, Donald Trump's understanding of global events, his understanding of global history, his understanding of U.S. history was really limited. His second Chief of Staff, a person that has nothing but contempt for our democratic institutions, our Constitution, and the rule of law. His third National Security Advisor, who traveled with him to meet people like Putin and talked extensively about how for the first, he's not even voting for Kamala Harris, but he's traveled with multiple presidents to like G7 summits. And he said for the first time ever, he was scared to let a president alone in a room with allies or adversaries or Putin because he'd accidentally give up national security information. He said, quote, I believe foreign leaders think Donald Trump is a laughing fool. And these quotes just go on and on and on. So like,
Let's say that.
What's that?
But when people would say that, that's neither like really here nor there. But like at the same time, it's just like I think he developed a lot of very good, strong relationships with a lot of other world leaders that otherwise probably wouldn't. Well, Donald Trump, did he not? Did he not?
Yeah, but like what world leaders are you saying that he developed relationships with?
Jeff, really quickly, do you live in America?
I do not actually. So I know about a fascist fucking country, you know.
So you're not eligible to vote in the 2024 elections.
My mom's from Oakland, but no, I'm not actually eligible to vote at this point in time.
Yeah.
But I'm very fascinated by, American politics. It's what I really actually love. I love actually everything about politics, and I don't think that really should matter, Either way, all I was actually saying is our strong relationships between foreign leaders with a president who can actually talk to these people. Why is that a bad thing? Like with Kim Jong-un, I believe that Barack Obama couldn't even get him on the phone, right? Whereas Trump and him were able to, find some common ground.
Send love letters, as they'd put it. Yeah.
Exactly. That's fine. So I'm sure I think that Trump actually showed him a spreadsheet where they were able to. I think Trump tried to actually kind of liberate North Korea in a way, saying that with South Korea, those are his people. How do you?
Sorry, Jeff, your Wi-Fi got really bad, man. Sorry, there was like we describe it as the red bars of death. Your wife and Chris just left. What the hell's going on? Maybe the Wi-Fi just glitched. He just got like really laggy for me. I don't know what happened. But Jeff, if you're listening, man, sorry, your Wi-Fi just got really bad. I don't know what happened in the background, but something happened. But anyway,
TikTok is like breaking. So
yeah, TikTok just feels like a crazy.
For some reason, like every like 15 minutes, it's like huge echo will come in. So like everyone's talking over each other. Like it's like glitching really fast. I have to just leave. But anyway, I mean, regardless, I do want to say I love everybody in here. All the support, the fact that it's 2:40 on the East Coast and there's 4.6 thousand people listening to Harry, and at one point points at me, like, again, it's something that neither of us take for granted. You guys are incredible. You should go check out Harry's most recent YouTube video and follow him on Snapchat. It's harry.sisson02 on Snapchat. I'm going to call it for myself.
As am I. I'm calling it.
Yep, because it's a long day. You guys should go get some rest. All I want to say, final thoughts, Harry and I, it's possible we'll link again this week, maybe in-person debates, Harry and I versus other people. You never know. If you maybe just, I'm going to leave it there. You never know. Also,
maybe, listen, should we drop a hint as to what possible state, or maybe like a region, a geographic region? Or maybe we just keep it secret. Maybe we keep it secret.
Maybe we keep it secret for now. I don't know. I got to think through it.
We'll talk. Yeah, we'll talk. We have time.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it'll be YouTube, Twitch, Twitter again. I think it's going to be super cool. So last thing I want to say, again, I appreciate all of you here. I appreciate you. And please, everybody, take care of yourself. There's 21 days left. I know you know the spiel about vote.org, getting friends registered to vote, but also take care of yourself.
Please.
Life is a difficult thing. And I want you to know that I'm proud of you. Your friends and your family love you. And even if it doesn't feel like it's okay, it's going to be okay. And the last piece of advice I'll give you, respectfully, is when you get off this live and you go scroll, don't compare yourself to other people on this app. Okay, don't. It will fuck with your head. The saying is, comparison is the thief of joy. And when you scroll and scroll and scroll, I know I sound like the mom or the dad and you hate to hear it, but truly, you're sitting there and you're like, why can't I be this? Why can't I be this cool? Why can't I just be friends with this person? As somebody who engages on TikTok, flat out, it's all fake as fuck. All right, everybody has their own problems. Everybody deals with shit. I'm gonna fucking go upstairs. None of my laundry's done. I'm a goddamn fucking mess half the time. I don't eat well, blah blah. Like as in you're not like, oh, why is everyone doing great and I'm horrible? No, wrong. This app, the algorithm, fuck you up. Don't let it do that. I'm proud of you and I love you. We're all human.
Yeah, and I hope you know that you're doing a lot better than you give yourself credit for.
That's right. All right. I'll let you be. Thanks, Harry. I appreciate you.
All right, Chris. We will talk soon. All right, man?
All right, talk soon. Peace.
All right, ladies, gents, boys, and girls, everybody in between. That's going to wrap it up for the live tonight. Solid 4 hours. As I've said, we're going to try to do a live every single night until the election. There are days of travel, which might make that hard, but understand that if I'm not live, there are plenty of amazing people live, and we're out here doing work. We're not slacking off or anything like that. I know you guys feel the same way. So listen, we're like 21 days now into the election. 3 weeks from now, me, I can't even think about this, man. It's going to make me puke, dude. It's seriously going to make me puke. Me, all of us are going to be sitting here together and we'll be talking about it. All right. And we'll be here together. Just understand that, if you're feeling alone right now, you're thinking like, God, I'm so stressed about this, man. It's so hard to fathom. Just trust me. You got an ally and a friend here. You got a friend with Chris. You got a friend with all these people. At the end of the day, we understand that we're like, we're on TikTok live. We're streaming, but also understand that we're just like you. We're like average dudes who are watching this, and we are fucking terrified as well. We're in the same boat. So no, you're not alone. I'm with you. So listen, I'm going to leave the live there. Make sure to drop a follow on TikTok as we get closer to the election. We're going to be covering all of the major important stories. And of course, we'll be doing lives. Also follow on Snapchat, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. Snapchat has really become like a very kind of like personal platform where we kind of do day by day stuff. And so like when I travel, I'll be bringing like my Snap primarily along with me. So if that interests you, definitely go check out the Snapchat. It's harry.sisson02 on Snap. Of course, I post on TikTok every single day. I'll be following the stuff as well. So if I follow on TikTok, and of course, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter, platforms I post on every single day. So it means a lot to me if you go support on all of those platforms. But aside from that, I got some people. Will you follow V on Snap? You're damn right I'll follow V. Are you kidding me? Is that even a question? Listen, do me a favor, ladies and gents. Carbon Says is live right now. He's a great streamer. Needs some love. His name is Carbon, Karbon, Says, Says. He's doing debates right now. I need you to do me a favor. I need you to go raid Carbon Says. Maybe Killer in the chat or a mod can pin his username. He's live right now. Oh, also, sorry, Killer. I don't mean to ask you too much. Could you pin Carbon's live and my Snapchat username? It's just Carbon Says and Harry.Sisson02 is on Snap. So, maybe a mod or something could do that. Here, look there's Bren. That's who I want you to raid. So that's good enough. Carbon Says is live. Karbon Says, Says. He is on live right now. I need you to go raid him. That's his username. Hold on one sec. It's going to come back in just a second. It's just a second. We're going to get... And then Brent has Harry.Sisson02 on Snap. That's my Snapchat username. If you want to go follow on Snap and all that good stuff. But again, Carbon Says, it's spelled Karbonsays. Karbonsays. He's doing lives right now. Go raid Carbon. Go tell him that we sent you. Say Harry raid, Harry raid, Harry raid. Let him know that we sent you. Here's Carbon Says username as well. Go over there. Let him know. Let him know. Let him know. Say Harry raid. Fill the chat with Harry raid. Let him know that we sent you. Let him know that we appreciate the work that he's doing, along with all the others amazing people who are debating every single day, trying to convince people to do that as well. All right. Listen, ladies, gents, boys, and girls, I appreciate you. I appreciate everything you do for me, everything you do for Chris, everything. Do you have YouTube? I do. It's in the link in my bio. All of my social medias are in my link in my bio. But aside from all that, I appreciate you. I appreciate everything you do. I appreciate everything you do for me. And I hope you have an amazing rest of your night and have a great day, whatever you're doing tomorrow, work, school, whatever it might be. And we'll go from there. All right. Thanks, everybody. We will talk soon. I appreciate you. Have a good rest of your night. And all right. Bye, everybody. Bob say he voted for... Hold on now. Let me get back to this. This is an important message we just received. Where'd it go? Rob, I voted for Kamala and Democrats all the way down the ballot in Ohio. Oh my God. Everybody W for Rob. That's fantastic. Hey, listen, and also voting for Sherrod Brown. I know you did. Early voting has started in many states. So if you haven't early voted yet, make sure to check if you can and get out there and early vote. It takes 15 minutes. You get in the car, you go to the location, you fill in your ballot, you do Kamala Harris and whatever Democrats are running, and then you give it in, you put it in the machine, and then it's counted. And it's great. Anyway, ladies, gents, boys and girls, everybody in between. If you are, look at Livy. Oh, wait, hold on now. Livy voted in Arizona. Oh, Livy, you're fantastic. Oh my God, well, she's fantastic. And she's voting in the great state of Arizona, a swing state, very important state. That's fantastic. I love to hear that. Listen, ladies and gents, boys and girls, if you're just getting in the live, make sure to double tap the screen. Let's try to get to 100,000 likes. It really helps boost the live and send it to more people. Also, spam those shares down there. Drop a follow if you haven't already. And of course, as you know, Venmo, Cash App in the link in the bio. And the Snapchat. My Snapchat is in my link in the bio. We're having fun over there, posting a lot of stuff over there. Shoe review today, shoe unboxing. Anyway, all right, drop a follow if you haven't already. Meowcat also voted in Arizona, man. That's awesome. I love that. I love hearing this. Get out and vote, everybody. Get out and vote. Now, listen. In many states, voting hasn't started yet, and in many states, people haven't voted yet. That's why we're still here talking to Trump supporters, trying to figure out why they're MAGA. So if you are MAGA, if you are a Trump supporter, type in the chat MAGA or Trump 2024 or request up in the box, and I will bring you up and we can talk. Yeah? And you can tell me and the many beautiful people sitting at home why you're Miss C, New York City love, represent. Oh, fuck yeah, represent. Excuse my language. Sorry, I just love the great city of New York. Love that. So anyway, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up and we can talk. And of course, make sure to keep double tapping the screen. Fill up that entire bar when it shows up, and helps. Hold on here. Somebody says I voted absentee last week in Oh my God! In Michigan as well, Linda. I appreciate that so much. You're doing great. You're doing great. Latinos con Trump. Okay, I'm gonna give Mary an invite. I just want to see what that's all about. But anyway, if you are MAGA, let me know in the chat. I will bring you up, and you can tell me why you're MAGA. Sorry, that was like a long introduction to the live. But we're here now. Talking with Michael Cohen for a minute. I'll be here ASAP. That's awesome. Have fun. Michael Cohen's great. Let's give Hayden an invite. MAGA Latina for Trump. All right, Clarissa, I'll give you an invite. That is crazy. I turned my absentee ballot in yesterday. Marie, you're amazing. You're amazing. We love people voting. I'm inviting a bunch of people. If any of them want to come up, they're welcome to. Inviting a bunch. Oh, here we go. Here's somebody. Somebody's coming up. Somebody's coming up. Venmo, Cash App, link in the bio if you want to support the live. Hello. Why are you MAGA?
Trump.
And that guy, he'd head on out. He head on out. He's leaving. That actually might be the. We gotta get get somebody timing every debate we have to see which one is the fastest one. I mean, I don't count that one because it didn't. Oh, now that guy's gone as well. That guy's gone as well. Anyway, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. Nobody wants to come up right now. That's actually not true. I'll go to the box. I'll just go to the box. Normally I pick people out of the chat, but I'll go to the box. I'll give them an opportunity. I'll give the box an opportunity. Hello, Brandon.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. So the reason why I decided to switch my vote to Trump is because it's people like you who I don't want to die in a war. Because I personally do feel if Kamala Harris becomes president, you will be drafted.
You know we're in less war right now than we were under Donald Trump in terms of American troops.
Listen, if she wins, our country will fall apart.
But wait, hold on now. One of your main reasons is getting drafted and service members serving in different wars.
It's people like you.
No, I heard you. But just to be clear, we are in less war right now in terms of being directly involved, having united. He's gone. Oh, that guy left. Never mind. Sorry, you're here.
No, I'm here.
We are in less war right now in terms of American troops being involved than we were under Donald Trump. More troops died abroad under Donald Trump than under Joe Biden.
I don't believe that, Harry.
What do you mean you don't believe that? In terms of active war, for the first time this decade, we are not in a war. The United States is not at war for the first time this decade.
Where's our troops at?
We have them stationed all around the world, but in countries that we're allied with. So these are like allied bases. So they're not in war. So we have troops stationed in Japan. We have troops stationed in South Korea and Germany and countries across Europe. But those are our allies. So they're not in a war zone. They're just stationed there. They do training exercises with those troops and whatnot. And yeah.
So you think Russia won't have that opportunity to attack America? What about Iran and other countries who
Iran attacked us under Donald Trump.
Who wants death to our country?
Yeah, these countries definitely do. They do not like us, but Iran attacked us under Donald Trump.
And what did Trump do? He attacked back.
No, he didn't. Actually, when it came to the 109 troops who got traumatic brain injuries as a result of the attack by Iran, Donald Trump called them headaches and had no adequate response.
Okay, I want you to do me a huge favor, all right? I want you to follow me, and I want you to send me that link. All right.
What link? What link do you want right now?
The one I've heard about it, but I have not seen it at all.
What, Iran attacking us?
Oh yeah, and when Trump said it was headaches.
Yeah. So here we go. One sec. I'm just gonna do this right now live. So here's an article from. Let me take off the green screen.
Can't see it.
Here's an article from NPR. It says 109 U.S. troops suffered brain injuries in Iran attack. Pentagon says this was published February 11th, 2020. So you obviously February 11th was under Donald Trump, and then Trump called brain injuries headaches. Watch this. And then Military Times. The Military Times. Trump downplays troop brain injuries from Iran attack as headaches. A lot of these guys had to go to the hospital, and Donald Trump called them headaches.
All right, and I will be looking into that as well, Harry. And I just got off of work, but I wish you the best of luck.
Yeah, man, go relax. Go take the night for yourself, man.
And God bless you, all right?
I appreciate you, man. Have a good one, all right? Thanks. Yeah, listen, it bothers the crap out of me when I hear Trump supporters saying that they're voting for Trump for peace, that under Donald Trump there would be peace. Not happening. Not happening. All right. Look, there was far more war and in terms of the United States being directly involved under Donald Trump than Joe Biden. I don't know why people completely ignore this fact, but they do. And it's very concerning because the facts are right in front of our face. Let's bring up Florida Patriot. He has let me just see what this is all about. All right. Hello.
How are you doing, ma'am?
I'm good. How are you? Can you mute the TV in the background by any chance?
Oh, I can try. Yeah. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, no problem. Venmo, Cash App, and the link in the bio, everybody, if you want to support the live.
Is that better?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. So I wouldn't call myself really MAGA or extreme Republican. I'm more moderate. But this is my first election, and I didn't really care for the choice my party gave me, but I don't agree with the Democratic Party. That's the reason why.
Do you agree? So, do you agree with conservatives like Dick Cheney, who was the vice president under George Bush?
Not as much. I don't really like Dick Cheney.
Do you like Liz Cheney?
I don't know. They seem a lot more corrupt. I like John McCain.
Okay.
He's a little better.
And do you like John? Well, John McCain obviously is no longer with us, unfortunately. But the point I'm making is that Dick Cheney, Liz Cheney, members of John McCain's family, among with many other conservatives, have endorsed Kamala Harris, not because they like the Democratic Party, not because they agree with the Democratic Party. Matter of fact, they actually disagree with the Democratic Party on policy. But what they do agree with the Democrats on is that democracy matters more than anything else. The preservation of our country matters more than anything else. Donald Trump is a threat to that democracy. And even these conservatives who have never in their entire lives voted for a Democrat are saying, yeah, we will join forces with Kamala Harris just to make sure that Donald Trump loses. And that should be pretty telling to you.
I wouldn't call him a threat to democracy. I agree with a lot of his platform. I think he's mellowed out a little more.
He just the other day said that he's going to use the military against Americans, which is illegal.
Well,
I don't think that's very mellow. And I think that...
Could you educate me on that?
Yeah. I actually might be able to, if I can find the clip, I might be able to show it to you. And you can see for yourself, so you don't have to just take my word for it. I think this is the clip. Yeah, here we go. Let's watch it together, everybody. Oh, come on. Hold on.
I think the bigger problem is the enemy from within, not even the people that have come in and destroying our country. By the way, totally destroying our country.
Enemy within being Democrats.
The towns, the villages, they're being inundated. But I don't think they're the problem in terms of election day. I think the bigger problem are the people from within. We have some very bad people. We have some sick people, radical left lunatics. And I think they're and it should be very easily handled by, if necessary, by National Guard, or if really necessary, by the military, because they can't let that happen.
So, what I'd say to that, and
come on,
I mean, the use of military force to enforce the law. What he's saying is that there's people breaking the law. There's corrupt people. If that's what he's saying, he'd be doing the same thing Dwight Eisenhower did to enforce the law in Arkansas, deploying the National Guard. So it is illegal to use the military to enforce
the National Guard is, you can deploy the National Guard.
Yeah, on American soil. The regular troops cannot be deployed because of the Posse Comitatus Act. But I wouldn't say he's saying, "Oh, I'm going to go after all these Democrats that live in the United States."
He said that the enemy from within, aka his fellow Americans, are a bigger threat than countries like China or Russia or Iran. And he specifically said radical left lunatics and Democrats. Now, he thinks that Kamala Harris and Democrats like Kamala Harris are radical left. He calls them that all the time. He says Joe Biden, who's very moderate actually, is radical left. So when he's saying radical left, he's just not talking about criminals. He's talking about Democrats broadly. And to suggest using the military is insane. Like, what would be your reaction if Kamala Harris said, I'm going to use the military against fascist far-right Republicans?
If she's going to enforce the law, that's a different story. I don't think he's going after.
It's not talking about enforcing the law. It's just, what would be your reaction if Kamala Harris suggested using the military against far-right Republicans?
If she was going after them just based on their belief system, then I would be pretty appalled. I don't think that's what he's saying, though. I think he's saying he's going to go after the corrupt people. And we can agree to disagree on this, but that's what I...
The fact of the matter is, like, he can't point to a specific group of people who are breaking the law or corrupt, right? He's just saying that he's going to use the military against radical left Democrats, who he is, again, described... Kamala Harris and Joe Biden as radical left Democrats. So if they fall into that category, Donald Trump is saying that perhaps the military should be used against them. This is not mellowing out. And look, you can like twist and turn and do the gymnastics you need to do to justify this statement. But nobody running for president of the United States should suggest using the military against any American, regardless of political belief. Kamala Harris won't do that. Donald Trump sounds like he will.
Well, to be fair to President Lincoln, he did use the military against fellow Americans to enforce the law, and he went after people based on their beliefs. And their beliefs were horrible, and they broke the law. And I think it was justified to do that. But that's the president's job, to enforce the law. And if there's people breaking the law, if he sees people being corrupt and going around the law, breaking it, he has the right as the president to enforce the law. So if that's what he's saying, that's what I see.
That's obviously not what he's saying.
Well,
right. He's saying that we have corrupt people or whatever, people like radical left Democrats. He didn't say radical left Democrats who are breaking the law, which, by the way, still you wouldn't use the military against those folks. That's not what he's saying at all. And Lincoln is an entirely different situation where there was states seceded and they were, there was violence and things of that nature. A totally different instance where, certain rights were invoked. And I don't think that we should
President Grant also, whenever the states came back into the Union, deployed federal troops to the South to
again, it's an entirely different scenario, and I don't think that we should be using that time as a model for 2024 in terms of what the president should be doing to American citizens. What we should be doing is saying, we should have a president who's not going to use the military against anybody in the United States. It's that simple. We don't have to do the mental gymnastics. When you factor this in with Donald Trump's other statements, it's like, my God, he's making good on his promise to be dictator on day one.
Yeah, I think that was a poor choice of words. I will give him. I will give you that. That was a poor choice of words.
We can't keep going with poor choice of words. Come on. Like, at what point is it no longer a poor choice of words? What point does it become him meaning it?
Well, I don't think he means being a dictator for a day. I mean, constitutionally, and it's impossible for him to do that with checks and balances.
Hold on now. Even if it's constitutionally difficult, it's not impossible. There are plenty of countries that have fallen to authoritarianism and dictatorship that had constitutions. It only takes the right people in the right place to make that happen. Now, the main point, though, is that let's just say, for the sake of argument, the Constitution prevails and it stops Donald Trump from being a dictator. Would we even want to give him a shot at trying?
I don't think he would do that, Harry. I don't think he would be.
He's saying he would.
He was making an analogy.
Oh, come on. Here's the thing.
People say stupid things all the time. I mean, was it smart? Was it smart? No.
He's running to be president. People who are running for president don't accidentally and stupidly say they want to be dictators. Look, I'm taking Donald Trump at his word. You're making excuses for him.
Joe Biden said, if you don't vote for me, you're black. And he's talked about kids rubbing his legs in the pool, man. People running
Has Joe Biden ever insinuated that he wanted to be a dictator of sorts?
To my knowledge, he has not said that.
He has not, right? Do you think Joe Biden has done anything to try to be a dictator?
No, I don't think he could.
Okay. So Donald Trump has tried to overturn elections he didn't win. He's now saying he would be a dictator on day one, and he's saying he will use the military against his fellow Americans.
Okay, can we talk about the 2020 election real quick?
Sure.
Okay, all right. So I'm kind of on the side. I don't see it being stolen. I looked at his cabinet, and my analysis is, if his own cabinet is saying it was not stolen, they're also losing their jobs, so they're not going to lie about that. But I mean, to be fair to Mr. Trump, in 2016, the Democrats did the same thing. They talked about it. Well, they talked about it being stolen. They didn't go as far. But I've tried to explain this to my grandma one time. When people lose an election, they start making things up in their head. It's happened all throughout American history, all the way to the beginning. So, do I think the election was stolen? No. But, I mean, you got to imagine losing the presidency. Your mind's going to go all sorts of different ways. So, do I agree with how he handled it? Absolutely not.
That's criminal. What he did was criminal.
What was criminal?
His efforts to overturn the election. That's criminal. He's been indicted for this, by the way.
I know he's been indicted.
Right. And he's been indicted for this, trying to overturn the election, trying to defraud the American people of their right to vote and their votes. So,
could you tell me the exact charge?
I can tell you the exact charges. It's like conspiracy to defraud, an attempt to defraud, things of that nature. But I want to just make this point quickly, that what happened in 2016 was nowhere near what Donald Trump did in 2020. The day after the election,
I will 100% agree with you with that.
But I just want to point out the thing about Russia. The day after the election, Hillary Clinton conceded. She said, "Yeah, Donald Trump won the election fair and square," and she conceded, and she offered Donald Trump whatever support he needed, and she didn't contest the election results whatsoever. And with Gore v. Bush. She conceded. With Gore v. Bush in 2000, after the Supreme Court declared George Bush the winner, Gore presided over the Senate, over Bush's victory. This does not. John McCain, when he lost the night of, said that Obama has been elected president, offered him whatever support he needed. This does not happen. What Donald Trump did has never happened before in American history. And on the topic of 2016, when it came to Russia, it is objectively true that they I shouldn't say infiltrated. They attempted to influence the 2016 election. This has been concluded by the FBI, our intelligence community, a bipartisan group of senators, both Democrats and Republicans, in an over 1,000-page report. And we have really weird connections between the Trump campaign and Russian officials, such as Russian officials meeting with Trump campaign officials, including Donald Trump's son, in Trump Tower. And then the Trump campaign giving them private polling data. It's like very weird connections. So the Democrats never did anything similar to that of Donald Trump.
No, they did not.
But Trump tried to overturn the election in 2020. Really bad, really wrong. Don't vote for that. That's all.
I do agree that what his efforts were wrong, and yeah, I agree with you on that. But again, with the election, I can't bring myself to vote for Vice President Harris, and it's not because I don't like her. It's not a personal thing. I don't agree with the platform, and the Republican platform I do agree with. So I'm gonna give it a shot. But I'm excited because it's my first year voting.
So let me ask you, what could Donald Trump do to lose your vote? Because he commits crimes. He's been found liable for assaulting women. He committed business fraud. Even his own medical advisor said that he mishandled the pandemic. His own vice president pick said that he didn't do well in the economy and that he was America's mustache man in 2016. All the people around him are no longer endorsing him. 40 out of his 44 cabinet officials aren't endorsing him. Former national security advisors like John Bolton, Mark Esper, and more have said that he's incompetent. He has no idea what he's doing. And these are people that were picked by Donald Trump. And he's been indicted in multiple different jurisdictions, still pending felony charges. So what can Donald Trump do to lose your vote, to make you say, you know what, this guy is bad for the country, even if I disagree with Kamala Harris?
He could completely turn from his platform. That's what would lose him my vote.
So Donald Trump can do anything outside of his platform, but as long as he agrees with the policies that you agree with, you're going to vote for him no matter what?
Or if he was found without a shadow of a doubt guilty for
for just crimes, felonies?
The felonies, I think, up in New York, I do think that was more. There were things with that trial that I didn't particularly. I'm sorry for my speech.
No, it's all good.
I found it a little fishy.
But then if I ask you what you found fishy about the trial, you won't know.
Oh, I will.
Okay, what did you find fishy about the trial?
The judge was very biased. I think.
Okay, can you give me an example of the judge being biased?
You got me there, Harry.
Yeah, but this is the point. The judge wasn't biased. The trial wasn't rigged. Donald Trump just committed crimes, and a jury of his peers, a jury that was selected by Trump and the prosecution, said that Donald Trump broke the law. So he commits crimes. He assaults women. You heard the list. I mean, what can this guy do to make you say, you know what, he should not be president of the United States? You can agree with him on policy, but you can also recognize that he should not be president.
I vote for policy, partner, and that's
what even is his policy?
Well, the Republican Party platforms. Now, if he completely turned from the platform, I would 100% not vote for him.
So, like, you would elect a murderer who agrees with your views?
I want to go that far. There's a line.
Okay,
now,
so is assaulting women not a line enough?
Is that what he was found guilty for?
Yeah, in a court, he was found liable by a jury of his peers for assaulting a woman by the name of E. Jean Carroll.
Up in New York?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's where it took place.
I didn't know about that one.
Yeah. So is assaulting women not a line that is too far?
Let me go do my research on that, Harry. Thank you for letting me know about that one.
Okay. You should definitely go do your research on this. It's your first election. I want you to be on the right side of history, and you and I can disagree on policy, but what I think we can hopefully both agree on is that democracy matters, and not electing criminals should be just the bare minimum we do here in the United States. You know what I mean? But anyway.
You got time to talk politics because I know you got a live stream, but I would like to have a discussion on policy if you're down for that.
Yeah, I'm going to try to cycle up people right now. But if you come back another day, I'm happy to talk to you for sure about policy.
Right, well, you have a good night. Thank you for letting me.
All right. Thank you, sir. Have a good one. Appreciate it. All right, everybody. Make sure to keep double tapping the screen. Let's try to get to 100,000 likes. If you boost the likes, it helps push out the live to more people. So definitely try to boost the likes. Fill up that entire bar. When it comes up, that pink bar, it helps go a long way. Make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already. Spam those shares down there. Look at you guys running up the likes already. My God, it's going insane up there. It's like you're like doing like 2,000 a second. I have some people here on Venmo and Cash App who are supporting. Brian, thank you for the $2. Hey, man, I'm so sick of MAGA, and I posted my very first video, and it was also political. There's so many triggered MAGA in the comments and some blue people, though, which is great. Well, Brian, thanks for making your voice heard. I'm glad to hear it. I'm sorry about the MAGA lunatics, my man, but keep pushing forward. Your voice matters. Paula, thank you for the $5. Why do these MAGA cult members turn themselves into pretzels? I don't know. Paula, I don't know. I don't have an answer for that one. Zavi, thank you for the $1.11. As a woman, we don't claim MJ, so gross. Maya, thank you for the $1 saying, you're still cute. I appreciate you, Maya. Julie, thank you for the $5 saying, voted blue in Ohio today. We love people voting blue in the great state of Ohio. You got an important Senate race there. Keep that in mind. And then finally, Margaret with the $50 on Cash App saying, MAGA BS, good work, Harry. Margaret, I appreciate you so much for the $50. That is incredibly kind, incredibly generous. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, we love Margaret. Throw some W's in the chat for Margaret, man. Oh my gosh, look at this guy. Let's give this guy an invite. Susanna says voting blue in Georgia. Susanna, early voting has started in the great state of Georgia, the peach state. And look at Agatha says, I voted blue in Pennsylvania. God, I love it, man. God, I love it. All right, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up and we can talk and you can tell me why on earth you are MAGA. All right, Adrian the Great. Master Chief is his, look at that, 100,000 likes that quickly, guys. You guys are amazing. You guys are fantastic people. I hope you know that. Make sure you keep double running. I can't speak. I just mixed two sentences together. Make sure to keep double tapping the screen and running up the likes. And W. Margaret. All right, man. Master Chief, don't let me down here, brother. Come on now. How old are you, bro?
26.
All right, why you MAGA, man? Why you MAGA?
Well, listen, one of the reasons why I'm going to be voting for Donald Trump is because of the fact that Kamala Harris is going to be banning peanut butter, by the way. Thank you.
Yeah? Is she doing that?
Yes.
Where is that policy proposal?
Well, actually, she told me that behind the scenes. A lot of people not know. You may not know this, but I work for...
You be all right now. You have a good rest of your night, bro. You have a good rest of your night, bro. Hey, I won't say anything mean about that guy. I won't say anything mean. I was gonna, subtly say something mean. I won't do that. We're better than that. I had somebody the other day tell me that they watch my lives and like Parker's lives and Chris's lives and Dean's lives, and they can tell that we're all getting much more frustrated. They can tell like we're much more, kind of like pissed off because we get close to the election. We're like, how the fuck are people still voting for Donald Trump? But anyway, I don't know if you guys have noticed that among all of us, but I certainly feel it. Or if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. If you're MAGA, look at Amy in the chat. I want to give Amy an invite. She's yapping in the chat. Voted blue. Amazing user. I appreciate you. Michael says he's MAGA. Let's bring up Michael. Give him an invite. Brooke says they're MAGA. Here comes Brooke. I just heard that tonight.
Hi.
Hello. Why are you MAGA?
I'm MAGA for economic reasons.
Okay. What does that mean?
So I believe that the economy pre-pandemic at least was better under Trump than it is right now because of his policies.
Okay. What policies?
So the TCJA, and I've listened to the committee on federal budget. I've done my research on the tax foundation, etc. And, Trump's tariffs are awful. I could agree with that. But Kamala's ideas for not corporate tax rate, but tax on unrealized gains, credit, whatever, that is going to lead to a negative 2% growth rate in our GDP and will take away 800,000 jobs.
How do you feel about the fact that like Goldman Sachs and Penn Wharton have all done an analysis on Kamala Harris's economic policies and Donald Trump's, and they found that, at least Goldman Sachs found that in that kind of the mid range of the estimate, that Trump's policies would add $7 trillion to the debt. On the upper, it'd be around $15 trillion. Michael, I'm not done yet. Can you stop talking, please? In the middle, the mid-range estimate, it's $7 trillion. On the upper range, it's $15 trillion. On the lower range, it's around $4. Whereas Kamala Harris's, they say it would be significantly less, like $3 or $4 trillion in the mid-range. So how do you feel about that?
My response, excuse me, Michael, I'm speaking. So my response to that would be that, the only reason that, excuse me, Michael.
MAGA infighting, bro. What the hell?
Excuse me, Michael, I'm speaking. So the only reason why it is lower. No, I'm not.
You're not trolling.
I'm serious.
Okay.
I'm serious. So the reason as to why, it's lower under Kamala is due to the fact that, the corporate tax rate is increased. There's more taxes. So she makes more revenue for the economy. At the same time, that's bad for the average American citizen. You're taking away our jobs.
You're trolling, bro. You're fucking trolling. Dude, you're trolling. You got to get out of here, bro. This is so obviously a troll, dude. Yeah, we're adding revenue, which means we take away job. Come on, bro. You got to be a little bit more convincing than that, man. Come on, man. All right, make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already. We do these lives all the time. I appreciate all of you guys. Let me know if you're MAGA in the chat. Let's bring up General Jacob. Maddie, thank you for the $5. I love you, Harry. I'm going to miss your daily lives after the election. Maddie, maybe the lives will continue in some different capacity. Maybe we'll do like a different topic, like just Democrats versus Republicans. I don't know if people would be interested in that, but I don't know. Maybe we'll do that. Yazzie, thank you for the $1 saying, I voted blue in Arizona today. Oh, Yazzie, you're fantastic. I appreciate you. You're doing great. You're amazing. General, can't believe... Anyway, Venmo Cash App in the link in the bio as well if you want to support the live. Why you MAGA?
I wouldn't say I'm MAGA, but I am undecided on this election. I am a college student right now, so I honestly don't have that much time to look into politics. So I've tried to talk to people on TikTok, on these debates, to get more of an idea on who to vote for and ideas. So I just want to tell you things that I've heard, tell me true, false, and who they help.
Sure.
Okay, first off, in Trump's case, when he was convicted of 34 felonies, is it true that the jury stated that they don't know what to, they think he's guilty, but they can't decide what to convict him of?
No.
Is that true?
No, he was convicted of 34 felonies, all of those being falsifying business records in the first degree. Now, this case was a little bit more complex, so it wasn't just like, oh, you're being charged with murder, you get convicted or found not guilty of murder. The charge is falsifying business records in the first degree, and what prosecutors have to prove is that Donald Trump falsified business records with the intent of concealing or furthering another crime. Now, they don't have to prove that he committed that other crime. They just have to prove that he attempted to further or conceal another attempted crime. And they put a couple theories forward as to what those other crimes were. One of them was election interference. One of them was campaign finance violations, and so on and so forth. They put around 3 or 4 forward. So all the jury had to find was that Donald Trump falsified business records to further one of these crimes. And he was convicted of that. So they knew what the crime was. All of this is in jury instructions that you can look up if you'd like. But yeah.
Okay, so then that's false. Second thing, immigration. I've always heard, and it's kind of obvious that it was lowered under Trump. Can you explain to me why that is?
Yeah, 100%. So under Donald Trump, it wasn't like all that low. From 2018 to 2019, apprehensions at the border actually doubled. So it wasn't, consistently low under Donald Trump. He just had such a secure border. And under Joe Biden, the reason the number went up is because of the COVID pandemic. The COVID pandemic forced a lot of people out of their home countries, those folks coming from mainly Southern American countries, or triangle countries such as, different Southern American countries just generally. And those people tried to find new economic opportunity, and so they tried to come to the United States and enter during COVID, and that's why there was a bigger number. And also, of course, because there was some political conflict happening in countries like Venezuela, which for the past 5 to 10 years, has had a high level of immigration from that country to the United States. But especially recently, it's gotten really bad.
Also about immigration, is it true that Trump separated women from
Yes.
men and women from children?
Yes.
All three of those. That's true.
Yep. You can just look up, and you don't have to take my word for it. You can just look up family separation. That's what the policy was called. Family separation under Donald Trump. And yeah, quite literally, the Border Patrol under Donald Trump, as part of guidance from him, would take children out of their mother's arms and separate them. Many of these kids have still not been reunited to this day with their families. The Biden administration has actually reunited a bunch of these families, but they're still working on that.
And one more thing, is it true that the Supreme Court said many things that Trump did was unconstitutional at the border?
Yeah. So a lot of things that Donald Trump tried to do were struck down by the Supreme Court. There were policies like his catch and release policies, remain in Mexico. Some of these didn't make its way to the Supreme Court, but lower courts struck them down.
Okay. Next, about the economy. Kamala Harris wants to put a national ban on price gouging, correct?
Yeah, I mean, sort of. I think that this policy's been misconstrued. She doesn't want to cap prices, for example, but when it comes to corporations, unjustly raising prices on American consumers just so that they can make money and raising it faster than the rate of inflation by a lot. She wants stiffer penalties for those companies.
And let me get this straight. Price gouging is when they increase a price for a good unnecessarily just because they know people are going to buy it.
Yes. It's like taking advantage of consumers.
And would you say the reason that the economy, like inflation, everything went up is a large part because of COVID-19?
Yes, that I would say not just a large part, the overwhelming part. Yeah.
Okay. Why do you think, obviously everyone said that Trump's economy was only good because it was actually Obama's economy?
Yep.
Was it Obama's economy through the entire Trump period, or because it steadily went through an increase in growth until COVID hit? So do you think?
Yeah, I mean, the increase in growth was just a linear increase. So there wasn't any exponential growth. There wasn't any noticeable growth as a result of Donald Trump. It just kind of steadily continued to grow, which, Donald Trump didn't really have anything to do. He didn't put in any economic policy to make it the case. He didn't do anything to make the economy better. He just kind of rode the wave of Obama's economy. And there's no line you can draw in the sand where you say, okay, so this is Obama's economy, this is Trump's economy. He just objectively rode that wave from Obama's economy.
Okay, that makes sense. And finally, about wars. Is it true that treaties, people say, $6 billion is too much and we only can give this amount to the hurricane victims? Aren't we isn't a treaty states that we have to give money to Ukraine, and it's mandatory because that's what a treaty states, correct?
Yeah, so we had the Budapest Memorandum with Ukraine, which was signed in the 90s, where essentially we said, hey, if you denuclearize, we will protect you from invasion from Russia. And, that's a pretty strong agreement. It's an agreement that we're upholding right now. And it's important for a number of reasons. Not only is Ukraine our ally, but if we want to be able to denuclearize with other countries, then we have to be able to hold up to our word. Because, for example, if we just ditch Ukraine tomorrow, you say, screw the Budapest Memorandum. I know we took your nuclear weapons, but sorry, buddy, we're not engaging anymore. Then a future country like, I don't know, Iran, for example, or maybe even North Korea or some other country in the future that develops nuclear weapons would be less incentivized to denuclearize because our word has been broken. And they can just point to that to saying, well, hey, you're not a reliable partner.
Is it true that Trump said if he becomes president, if Putin stops advancing in Ukraine, he'll take out all his weapons, all the money, and just leave? Is that what he said?
Can you say that again? I'm not really understanding the question.
So Trump said if Putin stops advancing and attacking in Russia and leaves, just keeps the amount of land that they already have, Trump will stop
okay.
funding.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I think Trump's overall position on Ukraine is that he just doesn't like funding regardless. So even if Russia continues to advance, he's been very critical of Ukraine aid and funding Ukraine. So I don't think it really matters as to whether they just stop and take the land or they continue moving. I don't think Trump will continue to fund Ukraine. And it's also important to note that Donald Trump said that if he wins, he'll just allow Putin and Russia to do whatever, quote, whatever the hell they want with NATO countries if those NATO countries don't meet their dues.
Okay. About Israel and Hamas. Hamas is a terrorist group, correct?
Yes.
But is it true? Like, can you explain to me what's happening? Because I've heard like Israel's doing horrible things to Hamas, and goes both ways. Like, what started all of this? Like, what's going on? What happened? Like, just the overview. Don't go too into depth.
Yeah, I mean, I think the history is really, really long, so I'll try to keep this as brief as possible. But at least in the past, like, year or so, what happened is on October 7th, Hamas, the terrorist group, launched an attack on Israel. It was brutal. I mean, the largest attack on Jewish people since World War II. And then since then, Israel's been responding, and the response has certainly not been appropriate. It's been very one-sided, very lopsided, very violent, and we see like tens of thousands of kids dying. So I think Kamala Harris's position is that we agree that Israel has a right to protect themselves, and the H group is really bad. But at the end of the day, the response has to be measured, and we have to care for innocent lives more than we're doing right now.
Okay, that makes sense. So basically, we support Israel, but we also agree that they need to stop doing these war crimes, correct?
There you go. It's something along those lines, yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you for speaking with me. I think you have convinced me to vote. Everything you said makes sense. And one thing more that I would like to ask is, when, for example, I saw this other person, he asked about a source, you pulled it up in 5 seconds. What source do you have? How do you find it? You're such good at finding good sources. I'm like, how do you do this?
Yeah. So I think, I guess when it comes to like claims you don't know about, I think just like looking them up generally and saying like, I don't know, like Kamala Harris's policy on Iran, and then you can like read and get specifics from there and then pull up sources on the specifics. But when it comes to things like fact checking or a specific story, you can just look up Iran, 109 U.S. soldiers, traumatic brain injuries. Or if you're curious about whether something's true or not, I really encourage people to just look up their claim and then literally put fact check after it. So let's just say like Donald Trump claimed that Joe Biden threw a water bottle at a wall. I don't know, some stupid shit, right? Just look up, did Joe Biden throw a water bottle at a wall? Fact check. And then a number of sources that can come up and fact check this stuff. There are actually websites dedicated to fact checking, such as PolitiFact, for example, that specifically focus on like political claims. So I think it's a combination of those things. I think you should read the news every single day. I read the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Associated Press, articles like that, and you learn a lot from that.
Yeah, I try to, like, when I'm doing studying, I try to keep the news on, just listening to it a little bit.
Yeah.
That's why I pick up these little things. But at the same time, we all know that media news is biased either towards liberal or conservative.
Sure.
So that's why I like to talk to many people to get their ideas and trying to create my own ideas from both sides.
Yeah, man. Well, just one question for you. What state are you voting in?
I am originally from Florida, but I'll be voting in Maryland because that's where I'm at college.
Gotcha. Well, make sure to vote for your senator, Angela Alsobrook. She's pretty great. So anyway, I'll leave it there.
Thank you for speaking with me.
All right, man. You have a good one. I appreciate it. Nice guy. Look at this person in the comment coming to my defense. Jerry Beth, you don't scare Harry. Let him know. Who is that guy? That keeps yapping? Who is that guy? Let's bring him up here. Come on, man. Don't run now. Where is that comment again? Where is that comment again? I want to find out who they're talking about. I don't know. Who was it? Does anybody know in the chat? Can anybody identify them to me in the chat? Anybody? Whoever it was that was running. Yo, JW, thank you for the $25, man. I appreciate you so much. We can definitely keep the conversation going after the elections. Thank you for what you do, as always. Yeah, I appreciate you, JW, for the $25. That's incredibly generous. We'll have to figure out what we do after the election. And maybe I'll take some suggestions from you guys as to like, maybe we just do Democrats versus Republicans. Maybe that's just what it is. Because the work continues. Seriously, the work continues. Kate, oh my God, Kate. thank you for the $100. Hi, Harry. Just wanted to thank you for all that you do. It means so much to use your platform to advocate for women and a better future for America. Hard to truly put into words how grateful and proud I am. Keep it up. Yo, Kate, $100. That is incredibly generous. That is so kind. Please show some love for Kate in the chat. Just fill the chat with W's. W Kate in the chat. She is fantastic. And thank you for fighting. I know you're doing it in your private life. You might not be posting on TikTok, for example, but I know that you're talking to friends, family, and loved ones. I know that you're putting in the work every single day. And I appreciate you. Just understand that I appreciate you too. This is no one-way street. This ain't no one-way street, Kate. You're on the street as well. Come on. Jenna, thank you for the $1 as well, saying voted blue in Wisconsin. Jenna, you're amazing. I appreciate you. You're fantastic. I hope you know that, especially in your great state of Wisconsin. Bring your friends, family, and loved ones to the polls as well. Get them to vote, would you, Kate? And Jenna, please, my God. Sarah, thank you for the $5 as well. Might be worth bringing up how Trump's Bible omits constitutional amendments 11 through 27, since MAGA wants to act like he loves democracy and the Constitution. Did not know that, Sarah. That's interesting. And JW again with the $100, saying you're awesome. Cook them all, please. Please show some love for JW in the chat, my man. JW is always here supporting the live. So if you're here, please show him some love. Please fill the chat with W's for JW. Oh my God, dude. That's incredibly kind. Thank you, JW. Thank you, Sarah. Jenna, voting blue in Wisconsin. We love you. Kate, thank you for the $100 as well again. And JW again, my man. Oh my God. You guys are fantastic. Venmo, Cash App in the link in the bio if you want to support the live. And make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already. Double tap the screen. Let's try to get up to 200,000 likes. It helps boost the live and all that good stuff. All right, come back here, buddy. Come back here. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yep, there you go. Why you MAGA, buddy?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Well, I am MAGA and I am proudly gay. I am supporting Donald Trump because I attended one of his rallies in Indiana, which is where we're at. Obviously, most likely going to be a red state is almost every election. But I am MAGA because he, in person, we had our own section at one of his rallies because he actually called us out and he said, thank you for supporting me. And I love the gay community. And he says that he has done so much for the gay community. And he really has, because when I was in Chicago, I lived in Chicago for a little bit. And there's a reason why I left, because when Joe Biden got into the office, things just went downhill in the gay community bad. Like, it was called the Gayborhood. And it's by Lincoln Park, which is just south of Wrigley Field. Donald Trump was literally, everything was cheap in our neighborhood. All the gas prices, all of the groceries, everything. And the gay bars were like, drinks and everything at the gay bars were at their lowest prices. And when Joe Biden got into the office, and it actually really didn't start until like 2022, all of the prices, everything in my neighborhood went skyrocketing. And I know it wasn't because of Trump, because Trump had already been out of office for 2 years. And that's when I started, and I moved to like an hour and a half to South Bend, Indiana. So when I moved to South Bend, Indiana, obviously things were cheaper. It's not a big city. It's maybe the 5th biggest city in Indiana. And things were a lot cheaper. Things are doing a lot better now. But still, obviously, prices are up. And I just want to know, why should I vote? Why should I vote for Kamala when she's saying that she can change all these prices, make the prices go down and everything, when she could already do it right now?
So just to be clear, your entire argument is that prices were lower under Donald Trump.
Absolutely.
I feel like we could have said that in less words, no? So the prices going up has nothing to do with Joe Biden. You're using a correlation causation fallacy, saying that just because something happened under Joe Biden means it's his fault, which we would both agree is not true. For example, just because somebody is killed in a city under Donald Trump doesn't mean that it's Donald Trump's fault. So the prices going up has nothing to do with Joe Biden. Can you tell me how Joe Biden caused prices to go up?
I never really understood that. But the thing was, people blame it on COVID all the time. People say, I honestly, okay, yes, COVID people are saying that, because right before Donald Trump left office, people were saying, oh, gas prices are at its low. Yes, they were. And people were trying to say that was because of COVID, because people weren't leaving their house. People weren't I honestly don't know if that's the truth.
It is the truth.
Is it? Okay.
Yes. You'll notice that they went down during COVID. They were not that low before COVID. There's a reason they went down during COVID. Nobody was buying gas. Donald Trump even made an agreement with OPEC countries to cut the production of oil because at one point, oil was trading for $-, meaning that instead of selling somebody a barrel of oil, you would have to pay them to take oil off of your hands. So these countries want to make money off of oil. So they actually came to an agreement to cut oil production, which was part of the reason that supply was down globally, which led to an increase in gas prices. So it has nothing to do with Donald Trump. He didn't lower gas prices. He didn't keep your prices low.
So my question is then, because when we had rioting in Chicago, that's when I literally decided I have had enough. I'm not living here anymore. That's why I went to Indiana. And it's a lot better, obviously. But the reason why I left, a big reason, was because of the rioting. And our mayor at the time, she was an absolute idiot. She did not do anything for Chicago. All she did was tweet about the Chicago Sky WNBA's team. That's all she literally did. She did not do anything. Honestly, the best thing she did was make it so we could actually get into games like halfway through 2021 when all the other cities were not letting anybody into the games because of COVID and stuff like that. That's honestly the only thing. Like, I could get into Bears games, but I had to wear a mask and show proof of vaccination. I mean, that's literally the only good thing that she has done, because obviously, I like going to games. And it's a big city. There's a lot to do. But there's not too much. We couldn't do anything, obviously, because of COVID. And we had to wait over 2 years, Harry, over 2 years to get most of our stores
So it's state policy. State policy. That's not federal policy. It's state policy.
And that is why, Illinois, obviously, because of Chicago, is never going to be red. If it wasn't for Chicago, Illinois would definitely be red. And that's why I moved out.
Yeah, that's like saying if it weren't for like 4 million people who live in Chicago, then it would be a red state. It's like, okay, well, if you take like a bunch of people out of a state, yeah, it might go in a different political leaning.
Yes, maybe so, but I just don't understand. Okay, you take Chicago out. Be honest, Harry. Be honest. There are a lot of liberals in Chicago. A lot of lost people.
You don't even have you can't call these people lost if you don't even know why you support Donald Trump, man. Like, it's crazy.
I know why I support Donald Trump.
No, you don't.
Yes,
I don't know why you. Maybe it's because like your family supports Trump, or like your friends support Trump, or something like that.
My family actually hates him. My family hates him.
I don't know what went wrong, man. Because just make it quick. Like, why do you support Trump? Like, what are your top 3 reasons?
I support Trump, one, because obviously, like I said, I attended one of his rallies. He was very kind, he was just a good man to everybody there.
Mm-hmm.
And number two is because when he was in office, my life was at the greatest. I am 21 years old, 22, just turned 22 August 6th. So my life was at, yes, I was like 5 years younger, but still, when I was in high school, my first car was cheap as hell. Everything was cheaper. My life was a lot better. I could afford things. I can't afford anything now. I had to move back at home with my family because my rent went up twice as much under the Biden administration than it was under the Trump administration.
Okay, what's reason number 3?
Reason number 3,
if you have one.
Excuse me. Reason number 3 is Donald Trump will not ban our guns. Kamala Harris has literally said in the past that she wants to ban all assault rifles, weapons, everything.
Interesting. So number 1, him being nice to you at a rally and like shouting you out is not a reason to support him. right? Because there's plenty of people he wasn't nice to that we know of, such as E. Jean Carroll when he assaulted her in a changing room, shoved his fingers inside of her without her consent. So not great. So he wasn't very nice to her when that happened. Number two, as we just discussed, your prices being lower under Trump has nothing to do with Trump. And I can guarantee you, I'd bet my entire life savings, I'd bet the house on the fact that if Donald Trump wins, your prices are not going to come down dramatically. There is no mechanism of which the president can just reduce prices. And if there were a mechanism to do that, don't you think Joe Biden would have done it? If he can just somehow magically lower the prices at the grocery store, do you think Donald Trump has this like secret policy that nobody's ever thought of before? These brilliant economists out there just haven't been able to come up with, that the president could just like lower your price of milk? You think that's like, are you really that bought into the Donald Trump lie that you think he's some genius? I mean, please. And then third of all, has Joe Biden banned your guns?
Not yet.
Has Kamala Harris tried to ban your guns under her vice presidency?
No. But
okay, so why do you suddenly believe that Kamala Harris, who has a gun, are going to suddenly ban guns?
She will. And I can see it coming because...
What do you mean? You guys say this all the time. You say it under every Democratic president. Obama's going to take your guns. That was the first time. Oh, well, if you reelect Obama, he's going to take your guns. Joe Biden's going to take your guns. Kamala Harris...
Obama wasn't going to do anything. I actually liked Obama. I did.
And he likes Kamala Harris. He endorses her.
Yes, and I don't support him for that. I like him as a person. I have actually met him when he was in Chicago.
He's great.
He's Chicago.
You love it.
He's a great person. And the one thing that I wanted to say was Donald Trump called for new policies to attack radical terrorism. And remember that, citing the deadly nightclub shootings in Orlando, it was a gay club. Remember?
Yeah.
And he said he would do everything in his power to protect the LGBTQ citizens from hateful ideology.
Why did he oppose the Equality Act then? You know what the Equality Act is? It extends current civil right protections to the LGBTQ plus community. Protects based on sexual orientation and gender, which quite literally protects people like you.
Okay.
Why did Donald Trump oppose that law? If he supports the gay community so much, why doesn't he support that law?
You got me there. I couldn't tell you that, but I just
maybe he's lying. You ever consider that?
I mean, no, not usually, but I mean, maybe he is. I mean, we've all lied in our life. I lie, you lie. I mean,
of course. I'm not saying that. I'm not expecting Donald Trump to be perfect. That for him to never lie, and I'm not saying that anybody should be expected to never lie and never be bad at some point in their life. But the point is that Donald Trump is going around and lying to your face, and you're buying into it. That suddenly he protects the LGBTQ plus community, when in reality he doesn't. And if he really did, he would have put his money where his mouth is and supported the Equality Act, but he didn't. You know who does though?
What?
Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris supports the Equality Act, supports protections for people like you.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe you should vote for people who want to protect you and your right to marry whoever you want to marry. You know what's also the case? You know Clarence Thomas on the Supreme Court? You familiar with him?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, so Clarence Thomas is this ultra-conservative Supreme Court justice, and he's been there for like 30 years, right? And this is somebody that Donald Trump has praised and said that future judges that he appoints, he wants to be modeled after Clarence Thomas. When Roe v. Wade was overturned, Clarence Thomas wrote in his concurring opinion that cases such as Obergefell, thank you for the galaxy, Obergefell need to be looked at again. You know, are you familiar with Obergefell?
No, I'm not.
Obergefell is a Supreme Court case that protected gay marriage. So Trump is saying he wants to appoint judges who are molded in the same way that Clarence Thomas is, and Clarence Thomas is saying that cases that allow for gay marriage, for you to marry whoever you want in any state, need to be looked at again. So are you just what are we doing here? What are we doing here?
Well, I just know that I felt safe when after those nightclub shootings in Orlando, the whole world was watching. The whole world watched the LGBTQ, and everybody was very supportive, Democrats and Republicans, everybody. Because when I saw that, after that had happened, guess what happened in the gay community in Chicago? We got metal detectors or wands. We got... basically like airports, security type shit. type stuff through the nightclubs, the gay nightclubs especially. And I don't know if that was because of him or if it was a state thing, but I just know he said in a tweet after that night, he said, I will fight for you. I will fight for the LGBTQ community. And then a couple weeks later, we got those metal detectors in, and then to make sure there were no weapons on anybody. I mean, I felt safer after that. And again, I don't know if that was him that did that or if it was a state thing, but after he said that, I felt a lot safer, because after he said that, there were a lot of things still going on in the country. Yes, there were. I mean, every day there's stuff goes on in the country, especially with the gay community. You know, there's a lot of people that don't respect us, but there is a lot of people that do respect us. So
it's the Democrats.
Yes. But I have most of my friends are Republican, and they support me. They support the gay community.
Yeah, I just want to be clear that so Trump sending out a tweet saying that he's going to protect you also means nothing, right? He's all talk, no bite. So, and also those metal detectors you got, I'm not familiar with that certain story. It's like a neighborhood in Chicago. I don't know. Those are most likely because of the city, not because of Donald Trump. And I just want to be clear. In recent years, there's been a movement in the Republican Party that Donald Trump has fed into, that gay people or trans people or people that do drag are coming after your children, and they're trying to put it in schools. Trump and the Republican Party that you're voting for have demonized people like you, saying that you are targeting people in their schools. They are trying books in school that include gay couples. Instead of the couple being a traditional heterosexual couple, some of these books include a gay couple. Republicans have fought to get those books banned because the main characters are gay. So I would not vote for people who view you as that. That's all.
I honestly, like I said, Harry, you're kind of catching me. You got me thinking about it now, because
sure.
I'm kind of like, at first I was like, okay, maybe I shouldn't or vote for Trump. And then I was like, well, basically the only thing that was the only reason why I want to vote for him again was because, things were cheaper. Everything was cheaper then. And maybe it's because, maybe it's not Biden's fault that you told me it wasn't his fault. It was having the pandemic and everything. Maybe it wasn't Biden's fault that everything, but it should. The only thing I don't get, Harry, why has it taken 4 years after 2020, which is when COVID started? Why are prices still going up? Why are prices still the same as when they were when it was in 2020? Like, if you can tell me why that is, I promise you right now, I will vote for Kamala Harris.
Yeah. So
Kamala.
Here's the thing. Inflation happens every single year, right? There's typically, in even like your best economic years under Trump, for example, even under Donald Trump, there was inflation every single year, around 2%. So every single year, your prices go up. The reason that prices are still going up is because there's always going to be inflation. There's never really going to be no inflation or negative inflation when prices going down. And, for example, when you went to the grocery store in like the middle of 2019, your grocery store visit was more expensive than in the middle of 2017. And that was under Donald Trump. So prices just always go up. There's no real way to be like, yeah, we're going to send prices back to like $1 for, a McDonald's burger. Right. That's just not going to happen. Yeah. And it's not necessarily the inflation going up in the past couple of years has been a lot because of the COVID pandemic. But it's not necessarily a problem if inflation goes up, as long as wages are increasing quicker than inflation. And wages have been going up faster than inflation for quite some time now. So it's all kind of leveled out. We're back in a level area, a level state. But it just spiked in that period of time simply because of COVID and the pandemic. And I would encourage you to not only take my word for it, but look at countries around the world. Look at economies like Great Britain, France, Germany, Japan. They all had prices spike because of the pandemic. And obviously Joe Biden is not causing prices to spike in Great Britain. They just all experienced something similar to what the United States experienced, which was global inflation. It happened everywhere. Their inflation rates spiked at around the same time that ours did. It was not just the United States. It was a global phenomenon. So why are prices continue to go up? Why are prices still high? That's why. And if Trump wins, there's no way that he's going to be able to just lower prices. And he also hasn't told you how he's going to do that because he can't. So,
but what if, but I will say there's always a what if. And what if Trump, let's say, what if Trump does get elected and what if prices do go down? What would you have to say about that? I mean, there's always a what if.
Sure. I mean, look, in a dream world, whoever gets elected is able to do that. And if it's Trump, then great. If it's Kamala Harris, then great. But the fact of the matter is that what if is not reality. I mean, what if Donald Trump rides a tiger into the White House? What if Kamala Harris, takes over all of Russia because she was so mean to Putin? It's like there are what ifs with literally anything. But it doesn't mean that it's going to be done or that it's even likely that it's going to happen or that it's even possible that it's going to happen. So Trump is just not going to lower your prices. And he runs on this lie. He lies to you, says, I'm going to do it. But in reality, there is no way. And it's really gross that he does that. So anyway.
Yeah. I mean, he hasn't, I really haven't said what I have not heard him say how he was going to do that, but maybe I need to look more into Kamala's but so far I haven't found any clips of her saying how she was going to lower prices either. So I don't know who, it's a toss up. I don't know who.
I'll give you an example. I'll give you two examples, and I'll make it really quick, I promise. So in healthcare, for example, the Biden administration with Kamala Harris has capped insulin at $35 a month for seniors on Medicare. Inhalers capped at $35 a month. Starting in 2025 for seniors for their out-of-pocket expenses for prescription drugs, capped at $2,000 a year. Normally for these people, it might cost for your insulin $400 a month. Now it's capped at $35 a month. That's lowering costs. Kamala Harris, you talked about rent. First of all, your rent going up twice, having to move home. I'm so sorry. That's terrible, right?
I appreciate that.
What Kamala Harris wants to do is build 3 million new houses in her first 4 years in office. And she's not using the federal government to do that, not money. What she would do is give tax breaks and tax subsidies to contractors so that they build these houses like apartment buildings and single family homes. So folks like us, I'm 22, you're 22, we have the ability to buy a house, and it's not hundreds of thousands of dollars for your first house. She wants to do that. She also wants to give first-time home buyers, which presumably you might be, $25,000 in down payment assistance. Now, we have down payment assistance programs in cities all around the country. Probably Chicago has one, and they're really, really effective. So doing it on a national level, making it easier for us to buy a house and bringing down those rent costs because there's more houses to be rented, that sounds pretty good to me. Now, housing, when it comes to Donald Trump, has no policy. He has not told us what he's going to do.
I have not heard.
Yeah.
I appreciate you saying that. I will say I have not heard. I will do some research, but I have not heard Trump say anything about housing yet. I figured that would go under the same, category as lowering prices because he said he was going to lower prices of everything, including housing. So I was assuming that was what he meant at the same thing. And I don't, you talk about how everybody talks about how Donald Trump, what was it, 34 counts or something like that. And, but at the same time, and people call him a rapist and stuff like that. But P. Diddy, literally Kamala, and there is picture and video proof of Kamala walking with P. Diddy on a red carpet as one of his side chicks.
That's not true.
You can look that video up. Yes.
Yeah. The video, let's do this together. Ready?
Unless that's not her, but that really, really looks like her. And everybody, it was, because he even said, this is Kamala. And it's.
Yeah. So here's this is actually a really important conversation we're about to have. This is a really important thing to discuss. So it's not true. Those photos were digitally altered. I have a fact check right in front of me. Well, if this ad would stop. It's from Reuters. I can flip it around for you if you like. I know it's backwards. It says fact check. Image of Kamala Harris and Sean Diddy Combs was digitally altered. These photos were fake, and they were spread by a lot of Republicans online to try to smear Kamala Harris to say, oh, she's with P. Diddy or something like maybe. Is this the photo you saw?
No, there was a video, but maybe, I don't know. There was a video of her walking down a red carpet with him.
Yeah.
And he said, this is Kamala. He said, this is Kamala. You should see the video.
Yeah. So that's actually not P. Diddy. That was Willie Brown. and it either it was Willie Brown and somebody just mistook him for P. Diddy, or I have seen videos of that very video with P. Diddy's face like digitally put onto his body. So there's no connection between the two. All of this stuff has been AI'd or digitally altered. And it's because Republicans are trying to spread a lie about Kamala Harris. But here's the funny thing. You know who actually used to hang out with P. Diddy sometimes?
Trump.
You know who used to hang out with Epstein?
Trump. Yeah, but there was a lot of, you can't tell me there was a lot, most of Hollywood hung out with P. Diddy. I mean, come on, Harry. There was pictures of Leonardo DiCaprio, who I used to like, and now knowing that he was hanging out with, but I mean, I've never really seen any photos of Trump with P. Diddy. I think I saw one, but when he was sitting at a table next to him or something like that. But I will say, there's a lot of, if not like 80% of Hollywood that is not, I mean, even some people our age, like, I mean, it's, there's so many people hanging out with P. Diddy, and it's, it's sickening. Yes. Knowing what the stuff that he did and they did. And that's why I really don't like Hollywood and their, agenda anymore. And what they say they stand for, but at the same time, they're the pedophiles, and how they raise awareness for, we're going to raise awareness for they have their own charities, hashtag Me Too, or whatever the pedophile hashtag thing is. What?
Okay, well, first of all, two things. I want to correct myself. It was not Willie Brown. It was Montel Williams. Willie Brown is somebody else that she dated when she was younger. So it was actually my bad. It was Montel Williams. But that's a picture of her and Montel Williams, not P. Diddy.
Okay. That's who it was. Okay.
But just out of curiosity, what were you saying about hashtag and the P word? What are you talking about here? Hollywood and whatnot?
Hollywood always says that how they don't support pedophilia and all of that BS, but yet at the same time, they were the ones that those people that said that, like Leonardo DiCaprio, like I said, who was basically right there in the picture, J-Lo, those were all the people that were saying, oh, we don't support that. But yet they were going to P. Diddy whiteout parties in all white, doing a lot of dirty, dirty things. And they confessed to it.
Hold on.
There's a list.
What, a list of what?
Of people that attended those parties and was doing stuff, Harry.
So I'm sure that people attended the parties, and I'm sure that they're famous people, but I don't know about like Leonardo DiCaprio. I don't know about these specific people. But what I would say is that, again, there are a lot of allegations thrown out around a lot of people. It is so important to fact check this stuff. I can almost guarantee that Leonardo DiCaprio did not admit to doing bad things to people. Number one, probably because that'd be a really stupid strategy. But number two, I just can't really envision that taking place. Not that, he's not, not that he's a perfect person, but that there was like this secret underground thing going on in Hollywood. That's also another huge conspiracy theory among conspiracy theorists, that like Hollywood is a cabal of people who are like going after children. Just to be clear, there's no evidence for that. There's no extensive evidence for that.
Yeah, I mean, this is just stuff that I see on X. There's
your problem.
I know you're on Twitter. I follow you on Twitter. I know of course, I see what you post, and then I see what other people post. There's a lot of different things, again, that I am still kind of like, I don't know what to believe anymore.
That's your problem. You should not. Twitter is great or X, whatever it is, in some ways. But there are a lot of people on that app who are just liars. They're just liars.
I don't like Elon, and I know he owns it. So
Elon, there's so many huge accounts on that app who will post whatever, say whatever to get clicks. There are people who say that, Kamala Harris was with P. Diddy, or that there's a list of famous people. It's all not true. Like, please rely on reputable outlets like the Associated Press or Reuters for fact checks. Just look all this stuff up. Do not rely on tweets. I know that when there's like a picture and like a breaking and all these different, it can be very convincing. And when something's like especially egregious to you, you kind of like see it pop out on your screen. You're like, oh my God, that's terrible. Naturally, psychologically, you're more likely to just believe it because of how shocking it is.
Right.
But you have to keep a stable mind and realize, okay, well, let's back up for a second. Maybe let's do a little bit more research into this. And so, long story short, Twitter is a cesspool right now. So I would, fact check a little bit more. That's all.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you having me on and taking a good amount of time. So I apologize, but
no apologies.
I appreciate what you do on here. I am still on. I'm still. You got me. I was like 90% chance voting for Trump. You got me down to 50, 45.
I'll take it.
I'm trying to.
I'll take it.
I'm trying to. I'm really confused. Obviously, still. I'm just trying to figure out some more things. Maybe look on some more stuff on. What do you suggest? Like websites or stuff like that to look for on Kamala's agenda and stuff like that instead of X?
Yeah, absolutely. Kamala Harris's website, or I would encourage you to watch some of her speeches. I would encourage you to watch a town hall she recently did with Univision where she talked about policy and things of the nature. There's a town hall coming up, I think on the 23rd of October. She's doing with CNN because Donald Trump wouldn't debate her again, so she's doing a town hall. Maybe tune into that, but for sure, man, like definitely sit with this, take some time to think about it, look into it a little bit more. That's all I can ask of you.
Yeah, and I noticed somebody in your comments just said, it's okay to be different, vote for us, or vote with us, she said. And I was like, well, I do appreciate that. I mean, I've had that said to me on both sides. So, I mean, it's just, I appreciate you giving me some tools and websites, I can check. But like I said, it was at 90% Trump, now probably at 45% Trump now. So, I mean, and I appreciate everybody following me. You guys don't need to follow me. You guys need to follow Harry.
Hell yeah.
But I appreciate you having me on here.
Yeah.
I appreciate you supporting me and all of the other LGBTQ community.
Absolutely.
You guys are really awesome, and I will definitely. Yeah, somebody just said Fox News is having her on. I'm really interested.
Yes.
In what she's going to say, and I think that is going to be a very important interview that I'm going to be watching. And I honestly, to be honest, I think that is like one of the interviews that could decide my vote. So I'm really looking forward to that. So
amazing. Well, hey, listen, you're welcome to come back another day if you have further questions about this stuff. Happy to talk again for sure.
Thank you. God bless you, Harry.
All right, man. Have a good one. I appreciate it.
Yep. You too. Bye.
I'm telling you, I'm so confident in what I'm about to say. I'm telling you, there are so many Kamala Harris supporters out there who just don't know that they are, right? They agree with Kamala Harris, but they just, they're busy. They have life. They have a job. They go to school. They don't pay attention to politics all day like I do. And they are misled to believe that, maybe Donald Trump aligns with me more. I truly believe that. Gianna, thank you for the $10. Thank you for advocating for women. Gianna, I appreciate you so much. Thank you for being here. That goes an incredibly long way. Molly, thank you for the $2. The Chicago girl in me is screaming on the inside. I feel that. Lee, thank you for the $50. A gay woman in Nevada who mailed in my ballot today for Kamala Harris and Dem all the way down. Why? Because I value my marriage and my democracy. Please educate. Lee, thank you so much for your $50 and thank you for voting blue all the way down the ballot in your great state of Nevada. It's going to be close there and you're part of that and you're going to make it happen for Kamala Harris and Jackie Rosen. Don't forget about her. But yeah, thank you so much for your support. I really appreciate it. And JW with another $50. My man is did a 25, 100, now 50, a little bit extra because you have to deal with this BS every day. Your patience is uncanny and you deserve all the support. Jason, my man, JW, thank you so much. Fill the chat with W's for JW and Lee. These are some amazing folks out here supporting me and supporting democracy. It's great. So shout out JW, man. I really appreciate that. Soren, thank you for the $1 saying these people have no idea what they're talking about. Harry, keep killing it. I appreciate you, Soren. Thank you so much. Nancy, I won't swear. I was about to swear. Nancy, thank you for the $100 saying, keep up the great work, Harry. Appreciate all you do and how well informed and cogent your answers are. Thank you so much. Nancy, thank you so much for the $100. That is incredibly, incredibly, incredibly kind. Please fill the chat with W's for Nancy. That is so generous. I appreciate you so much. Times a million. So 100 W's in the chat for Nancy, please. And for JW and for Lee and everybody. I mean, these are good folks here. Wow, Nancy, really generous. Amanda, thank you for the $5 for the last guest. Trump segregated them at a rally so he could say, see, look at all these gay people. We don't support them in their rights, demonizing them in their schools. But look how many still support me. How crazy is that? That's actually a good point. I didn't even think of that about that, Amanda. That's a really good point. Elizabeth, thank you for the $1. I fact checked my Republican relatives. That's great. That's great. Fact checking is wonderful. It's one of the best things. One of the best things you can do. I'm going to bring up like a couple of people right now. Jody, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you saying you're doing a great job. I've learned a lot from you. Jody, I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for fighting hard for democracy and being part of all this. You're amazing. I hope you know that. And I cannot tell you how much it means to me, the fact that you're here watching and supporting. Whitney, thank you for the $5 saying you're doing the Lord's work, Harry. I appreciate that, Whitney. That's very kind. You're doing great work as well. I know you all are on your personal level. And Ashley, thank you for the $5, helping change minds one at a time. We try, Ashley. We try. Listen, we're going to get into the next debates. Make sure to double tap the screen. Let's try to get up to 300,000 likes super quickly. Fill up that entire bar when you're double tapping the screen. And maybe do it twice. And also drop a follow if you haven't already. We do these lives all the time. And last thing I'll say before we dive right in is follow me on all the different platforms. I post on YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, all that good stuff. I'm posting a lot on Snapchat right now. So if you want to add me on Snapchat, link in bio. It's fun. All right, gentlemen, who wants to start?
I'll go ahead and start. So, Harry, I want to know what formed your views. What are some of the things that went into formulating your opinions? I see you're a White House intern, I believe. I want to
not a White House intern.
Oh, okay. Well, I do not work pictures. Okay. Well, I saw the pictures on your Instagram and everything. Figured that's what you did.
Gotcha.
Anyway, I want to know what formed your opinions. Was it family? Was it did you do speech and debate? Like, what kind of formulated your opinions?
Yeah, never did speech and debate. Never did Model UN or anything like that. But what it was just a combination of things. I think it was just a mix of morals and values and reading since I was like 15 or 16 years old on this stuff and really trying to become informed on the issues. And I think that when you read enough on politics, you begin to learn that the Democrats are just objectively better, in my view, when it comes to policy, when it comes to
subjectively or objectively.
Objectively, in my view. Of course, obviously politics is subjective, but I think it's like so clear that I use the word objective just for
So what were some of the readings that inspired that?
Yeah, I started off with like political books. I started off with forgetting the name of the book.
The most transformative book that kind of formed your opinion you forgot about, or like?
No, it's this book called How Democracies Die. I'm forgetting on who the authors were, but it's a great book, How Democracies Die. I also read Bernie Sanders' entire book. I read Obama's book. I read a book about democracies all over the world. They evaluated 13 different countries. I'm forgetting the name of that book. I read Ezra Klein's book on partisanship and divide in media. Trying to think of others. Anyway, those are just a couple I've read that really influenced my views. Cool. And of course, just reading the news every single day and stuff.
Yeah, what are your news outlets and everything? Are you mostly in the echo chamber of like CNN, MSNBC, and all that stuff?
No, not at all. I read the New York Times, the Washington Post. I read Fox News.
Obviously, New York Times is going to be a little bit more left leaning, in terms of. But you do watch Fox
I think
News.
they're pretty good. I think
you can't sit here and tell me the New York Times is like centrist. Come on, man.
I'd say they're pretty close to the center. I'd say like maybe they have a left tilt if you want to like put
they're
them
not like Reuters or AP or any of that, but I did see you cite Reuters.
Yeah, Reuters and AP as well.
Those are obviously going to be the most credible sources and stuff. But from everything I'm hearing, we were talking about Ezra and all the other authors and stuff. It seems like you've been in this echo chamber for quite some time. Have you spent time really, with conservatives outside of this platform to really understand?
See like what we do every single night?
Can you let me finish?
Sure. I'm just pointing out the irony. That's all.
Kind of thing. Did you really understand, what it is that they go through? Do you understand what formulates these opinions in their minds, or do you just kind of make assumptions about them and their views and everything? Because that's just what it presents like. You just present as this smug guy who kind of makes all these assumptions and everything. Oh yeah, there's a smirk, there's a laugh.
I just find smug is funny.
Off-putting. And if you really want to convert people and try to get people to root for you and your side and everything, you're not going to accomplish it by being, there's the smirk, there's the left, dude. I'm just telling you. At the end of the day.
My best friend is a libertarian.
Oh, that's great. He's not conservative. He's a libertarian at that point. You can tell.
He typically leans more conservative though, but he's not voting for Donald Trump, for example. But you were talking about me interrupting you, so now you're going to let me speak. My best friend is actually a conservative. I have a lot of people I'm very close with actually that disagree with me a lot on policy. you're saying like, oh, you've been in an echo chamber. It's just you obviously don't know, who I've interacted with, and those are just some of the books I've read. Just can you be quiet, please? These are just some of the books I've read on it. Can you be quiet, please? These are just some of the books I mentioned that of many. These are not the only books I've read. And so I have friends that are conservative, read books from both sides of the aisle. I don't think that books like on democracy and how democracies fall are partisan. I think it's just more of like a historical study. And the fact that you might like view that as, I'm not done yet, excuse me, can you let me finish? I think that the fact that you view that as like partisan is interesting and maybe a sign of modern American politics. But also, I do also finally find it ironic that you're up here saying that I'm in an echo chamber when every single night I talk to people who disagree with me. This is a live exclusively for people to come up who disagree with me. I don't know how that's at all an echo chamber. So, and you can think I'm smug, that's fine. Like, I couldn't care less like that. Yeah, I'll sleep fine tonight knowing you think that. You're welcome to that opinion. But when you're saying something that's like really ironic, such as, oh, you're in an echo chamber and you're in a live where people who disagree with me are the only people who come up, just find that ironic.
Well, yeah, I mean, so the recycled points, everything, I've heard tonight. I mean, it's pretty much the same thing. I meant more of like, do you know people? Do you affiliate with people? And I actually asked very specifically outside of this platform, right? I'm acknowledging that you're at least doing that. I mean, obviously you're making money off of it and you're kind of picking people that, you can kind of beat and all this other kind of stuff. I mean, maybe they don't have the same kind of background and everything. But, to me, it sounds like you don't really affiliate with people in a day-to-day setting, getting to know them, understanding what they're going through. That was more toward my point, right? My point was, do you surround yourself with those people outside of this platform? You said one of your closest friends was libertarian. Do you have any sort of common ground with him?
Yeah.
I mean, on what?
Yeah, we have some common ground. I also, I just think that you being like, oh, well, outside of this platform, you're in an echo chamber. It's like, well, if you take away one of the main ways of which somebody is subjected to the other side, then they're in an echo chamber. But obviously you don't take away the main way of which they're subjected to the other side. But yes, that's just one of my good friends. He's a libertarian. He's actually voted for Republicans in the past on a local level and state level. We have some common ground when it comes to things like gay marriage. He's a libertarian. He thinks that government should stay out of that. We have some common ground when it comes to things like reproductive rights and how we approach race in the United States. But I also have some other friends that I haven't mentioned that are conservative, and I also have, of course, some friends that are very liberal.
Okay. So with the friends that are conservative, do you have any sort of common ground with them? I mean, is there any sort of like, mutual? So you do associate with people, that are conservative outside of the platform and everything like that. It's more to the point. I mean, are they childhood friends? I mean,
it's a mix of people. It's a mix of people.
Okay. So, I mean,
yes,
and in terms of
yes.
the common ground that you have with the conservatives, what's the common ground that you have?
So a lot of these conservatives agree with me on things like democracy, on things like funding Ukraine.
Obviously, democracy is important.
Well, not too many Trump supporters, unfortunately.
Well, why would you say that Trump opposes democracy inherently?
Because he tried to overturn an election he didn't win.
What would lead you to that conclusion?
Submitting false electors, calling up state legislators, asking them to call a special session to either not certify Joe Biden's votes or decertify Joe Biden's votes and then reinstate his electors, calling up state officials like Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger in Georgia, asking him to find him 11,000 votes, lying about the election to the public, challenging it in court, which is within his right to do. But he knew that there was, those were baseless claims. And of course, everything that happened on January 6th, while the insurrection was taking place, he was still calling legislators in Congress, telling them to reject the votes. And he obviously wanted January 6th to take place and all these things that led up to January 6th. It's just really terrible stuff. And even today, he can't commit to accepting a free and fair election. It's very strange.
So, I mean, initially following the judicial process, right, he filed the appeal and he went through the process, right? In terms of January 6th and everything like that, whether that was his fault or not is totally up for debate. And you can't just say that that's an assumption that he drove the crowd over there or any sort of thing like that. Because there's really no basis for it. I mean, the crowd formed. We didn't direct them and say, go storm into the Capitol immediately. That's not what he said. So at the end of the day, it's kind of baseless.
No, it's not baseless at all. Why were they there on January 6th?
Why was who there?
Why were all the people that went to the building there on January 6th?
What are you talking about? The Trump supporters that were at the
Why were they there? Like, who organized this entire thing? Yeah. Yeah.
They were there to listen to a speech by Donald Trump.
Who kind of like organized this? Who made that happen?
there was actually a foundation that organized the event.
And then Donald Trump popularized it by saying, come to January 6th on DC, excuse me, come to DC on January 6th, will be wild. Right?
Honestly, I've not even seen anything where he did say that. I mean,
he said it on Twitter.
That he said, okay, yeah. I can imagine he probably would have if there was an event that was orchestrated by a foundation.
Right. So he brought them there on January 6th. His FBI and his Secret Service were telling him that there's going to be violence. They have intelligence that there's going to be violence. They briefed Mike Pence on this as well. He didn't care. So he knew that there was going to be violence because of lies that he spread. He brought them all to DC on January 6th. He knew that they had weapons. They actually removed the metal detectors in the crowd because so many of them had weapons. And Donald Trump has even said to the Secret Service saying, hey, remove the weapons so my people can get in. So he has this speech. He's using very inflammatory language. Then he directs them to the Capitol saying things like, if you don't fight, you won't have a country anymore. When you see fraud at these levels, you go by different rules. This is also somebody who has called for the termination of the Constitution of the United States. And then knowing that they have weapons, knowing that there's going to be violence, knowing that the crowd is hyped up, he sends them to the Capitol saying that he's going to be with them, going to march to the Capitol with them. Then he learned of the violence and sat on his ass in the Oval Office for 180 minutes and didn't once tell them to go home. Matter of fact, the first tweet that he sent out after learning of the violence was going after Mike Pence. And we have subpoena testimony under oath saying that when he was informed that the crowd was chanting, hang Mike Pence, he said maybe he deserves it. So the idea that Donald Trump, the guy who, put all the pieces together, is not responsible for January 6th is comical.
Sure. I mean, so you're saying there's irrefutable evidence that he provoked the crowd to go and incite violence against the U.S. Capitol. Is that what
I would say by my definition, it's pretty irrefutable, yes.
Or the law's definition.
Well, he's not been indicted with insurrection. Right. I'm not claiming that.
Well, he got a bookkeeping charge and he got convicted on that. So if there's, and that was the main thing that everybody made. So
I don't know how that's relevant to this, but yeah.
I mean, if you want to let me finish, that'd be great. So
well, you were asking me a question,
okay.
But anyway.
Are you done?
You were asking me a question. You were like, well, he got a bookkeeping charge and he was convicted. So that was a question. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. So, I mean, at the end of the day, you're saying that there's irrefutable evidence that he directed the crowd to go and incite violence. Is that a federal crime?
I mean, the definition of incitement to violence on a legal level versus just a social level is obviously different. There's a very high standard to prove when it comes to incitement of violence. I don't think that he could be convicted of incitement of violence, but that also doesn't mean that we in the court of public opinion should not hold him accountable simply because he couldn't be convicted. Like, there are plenty of people who have done awful things and not been convicted, but you would still argue that the public should hold them accountable for that.
I mean, in this particular instance, if he did that and he was directly responsible and we want to hold him accountable, right, he would have violated the law and it would have been irrefutable that he did so given the publicity of the platform and everything else. So why then hasn't he been indicted on that?
I think that's like I think that's like a stupid argument to make because, as I just mentioned, there are plenty of people who have been who've done terrible things, treated people terribly, and done things that we all would acknowledge very publicly are bad things, but never been convicted. So just because Donald Trump has not been indicted for inciting violence doesn't mean that we, the people, can't make a logical conclusion that Donald Trump is very much to blame for what happened on January 6th. We can just do like a simple test of if Donald Trump was not there, if Donald Trump didn't spread the lies that he did, if he didn't have the rally that he did, if he didn't, allow people with or direct people with weapons to go to the Capitol, would it have happened? And I think that any logical person who's in good faith would say it would not have happened. So Donald Trump, being the person who did all of these things, is the key person in the equation. And again, I we can go down the list of examples of people who've done terrible things and never been convicted of a crime, maybe never even been indicted of a crime, who we would still hold accountable.
Well, Harry, at the end of the day, that's with the assumption that he's the one who incited the violence. At the end of the day, that's with that assumption. If there's irrefutable evidence out there, right? My question, which you answered already, is why hasn't he been? And I guess he didn't really answer it, but like my question is, why hasn't he been indicted, and why has the left kind of hooked their hat on this whole sort of bookkeeping charge, where he wasn't even the one who was doing the books? He had a bookkeeper. And then he signs off on the financial statements and, oh, he's a felon now. He can't go into the Oval Office. I mean, at the end of the day, if you want to make the claim that he's a felon and you want to make the claim, right, and support that claim with evidence and everything, that he shouldn't be the president, then I feel like that felony indictment would have a lot more weight to that argument. And really, at the end of the day, the lack of the indictment, the lack of even an arrest or anything for that matter, when it comes to January 6th, kind of nullifies any ground the left has to stand on when it comes to him directly inciting it. Also, I think that it's not negligible. The Capitol Police were well informed of the size of the crowd by the foundation, by the Trump administration, and they had very minimal security. I think that most of the negligence there lies in the Capitol Police for not being properly prepared, given all of the social media activity that was online. I think that there's a lot of culpability there on the side of the Capitol Police when it comes to their orchestration of the defense of the Capitol as well. I think you can't necessarily sweep that under the rug in this equation. I would say, furthermore, that if we were to assert that the police had been properly prepared, we wouldn't have seen that either. So the question is, was it willful negligence or highly orchestrated negligence?
Yeah, so there were police on the front lines of the insurrection, and there were many of them, and they were still assaulted, attacked, berated by the protesters. So if there was like 20 more police officers, are you saying that you don't think it would happen? Don't answer that question. You can answer it in just a second. I think that's also a ridiculous view. You're putting it on the victims. Maybe if Donald Trump just never lied and never directed people to the Capitol, these police officers wouldn't have been beaten, many of them having concussions or even going unconscious during this, being pepper sprayed and things like that. It's terrible what happened. And in terms of like, well, there's no indictment for January 6th, so the left has nothing to stand on. This is also a fundamental misunderstanding or maybe a lack of knowledge, because is part of Donald Trump's indictment surrounding him trying to overturn the election. There was an indictment or a charge, for obstructing an official proceeding, which took place, that official proceeding, on January 6th. Donald Trump wanted that official proceeding to be disrupted by his engaging in a false elector scheme, which would, of course, obstruct that official proceeding, which took place on January 6th. So, and also the whole comment on the felonies in New York, that's also a misunderstanding of the law, because in New York the law says when it comes to falsifying business records in the first degree, in order to prove somebody did it, they had either had to quite literally themselves falsify those business records or cause those business records to be falsified. And Donald Trump very much did that by his work with Michael Cohen, funneling the money through Michael Cohen, and then having his bookkeepers label it as legal expenses as he directed them to, which would cause them to falsify the business records. This was proven in a court of law by the prosecutors. A jury of his peers unanimously agreed. So it just seems like a lack of knowledge on the law here, or not lack of knowledge on the indictments. And also I find the whole talking point surrounding the culpability of the Capitol Police to be very strange. I mean, have you no honesty? Have you no honor to just say, yeah, we shouldn't be blaming the Capitol Police. Maybe we should be blaming the people who quite literally directed these armed individuals to the Capitol?
No, I mean, at the end of the day, kind of circling back to that last point, right? Going all the way back to and I'll work all the way through that because that was a lot. But, the Capitol Police, the culpability there, I think it's honestly negligent for them not to have been more prepared. I mean, you look at the minimal defenses that were stationed there, and they knew thousands of people were going to be coming. I mean, at the end of the day, they should have prepared more. You know what I mean? So from that respect, I think there is a certain amount of culpability. And if you want to say, the causation of the January 6th situation was 100% on Trump, I don't think you can necessarily say that. I think that a lot of culpability lies on the Capitol Police and not being properly prepared for that situation. And, they were overrun in a matter of minutes. I mean, that should not have been the case. Once people started approaching the Capitol, they should have called for reinforcements and everything else. And they eventually did, but after it was too late. So I think it's initially a lack of leadership on the ground when it comes to the logistics of that situation. And that might have been just one or two different people, but at the end of the day, that is a major factor in what happened. And I don't think it can be ignored. Kind of circling back to what you touched on when it comes to the indictments in New York, lack of knowledge, whatever. I mean, I'm an accountant at the end of the day. I mean, I do bookkeeping for a living. I understand the laws in certain states. I mean, I haven't personally handled things in New York, so maybe I'm a little bit off in New York, but typically the way things work when it comes to financial statements are that executives sign off on these financial statements. After Sarbanes-Oxley, after the whole Enron scandal and everything, they have to certify the financial statements, right? That's as if they prepared them themselves. They are totally able to be held accountable for those financial statements if they sign off on them. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're the ones who prepared them, right? But they're signing off on the financial statements, and Trump signed off on the financial statements. And really, at the end of the day, what the crux of the issue was the misclassification of an expense as a legal expense that was hush money, right? But it was really this whole gotcha scenario where they combed through absolutely everything, and that's the only thing that they could get. And I'm just saying it's a weak indictment to try to say that this guy shouldn't be a president because he's a felon, when really he's like 3 steps away connected from this whole thing. And if you want to say, oh, he's a criminal, he's been convicted, all the 34 felony charges were essentially regarding the same thing. You know, and then we have, you know, the initial or the additional stuff that's going on in Georgia with, you know, voter manipulation or whatever is going on over there. But at the end of the day, I mean, that stuff's all essentially been thrown out. You've had judges that have refused to prosecute certain cases. It seems like the left is willing to do absolutely any and everything to keep this election from the ballot, right? And that's really what the crux of the frustration is with conservatives in the U.S. right now, especially when it comes to states like Florida, states like Georgia, states like, you know, South Carolina, you know, all these states where I'm very familiar with, and I get to talk to people who are conservative every single day. And I have many friends who are liberal. I have many friends that are in law school. I have many friends that are very accomplished. I have many friends that are master's degrees, clients, etc. And, you know, I'm able to find common ground with all of them. I think that, you know, at the end of the day, if we're all being honest, we can all find common ground.
So again, I think the culpability argument surrounding Capitol Police is just utterly ridiculous. Donald Trump controls the National Guard in D.C. If your argument is, well, the DC police were culpable because they didn't deploy enough people, then by that same vein, you would agree that Donald Trump is culpable because he didn't deploy the National Guard to the Capitol when he knew that there was going to be violence. So it seems like you would also, to a degree, agree with me that Donald Trump is culpable for some of the violence. I think he's culpable for more, but we have at least an agreement here, in my view. And then again, with the felonies in New York, it's not just some minor bookkeeping charge of, well, you know, it's kind of like, who cares? Like, the left is just trying to get him. He falsified business records in the first degree with the intent to further conceal another crime. One of the theories, which I believe is the most compelling that the prosecution put forward, was that it was election interference. He did this to prevent this story surrounding Stormy Daniels from coming out and the American people learning about that. He knew that it would hurt his election chances, so he broke the law so that this story would not come out. That is election interference. You guys talk about election interference. Oh, well, the Democrats are doing this. You ever look at your own guy? You ever look at your own guy trying to prevent the American people from learning about a story about him, so he breaks the law to conceal it? That doesn't sound, you know, very honest, very patriotic to me. And it's a lot more nefarious than how you put it. Oh, you know, his accountant did something wrong. He's held accountable. Please. He wasn't charged with a misdemeanor. There was no misdemeanor charge of falsifying business records. This was a felony charge. Oh, he's gone. This was a felony. I'm going to finish here. This was a felony charge and conviction of 34 felonies of falsifying business records in the first degree. And now I also wanted to ask him what judge is refusing to prosecute Donald Trump. And the reason I wanted to ask that question is because judges don't prosecute. So I was curious as to why he said it like that and what judge is refusing to prosecute Donald Trump. And also I find it ironic, or not ironic, I shouldn't say. I find it funny but he said Democrats are trying to keep this election from the ballot because he thinks that holding Donald Trump accountable for crimes that he committed is trying to keep the election from the ballot. It's like, no, Donald Trump broke the law. It's very clear that he broke the law. We all know that he broke the law. We're just waiting for it to go to trial. And I think that he should be held accountable regardless of him being president or not. And you know, I want to be clear that these cases have an abundance of evidence, whether it be in Georgia trying to overturn the election, whether it be in D.C. with trying to overturn the election, or Florida, where he quite literally admitted on audio to stealing classified documents. Whatever case you want to pick, the evidence is compelling and very powerful. So I don't know what that whole argument was. And I find it just, finally, his whole comment at the beginning of like, oh, you're so smug, you're this, you're that, seemed like a lot of just anger from that guy. Anyway, what's up, man? 1 sec. Talon, thank you for the penny saying there's videos where Kamala Harris says she wants a national ban on ARs. Yeah, so we still agree with a national ban on a sale of assault weapons, which is a good thing. And I can talk about that if you'd like. Shelly, thank you for the $50 for being so smug. Texas Blue. Yo, show some love for Shelly in the chat with the W's. I appreciate that, Shelly. Yeah, Shelly, apparently I'm just too smug. And that, I don't know. I mean, like, God forbid I laugh when someone says something stupid. I mean, sue me. Ricardo, show some love for Shelly in the chat. Please fill the chat. $50 is incredibly generous, Shelly. I appreciate you. Just know I understand. I appreciate you. And it means a lot that you watch and support as well. That goes an incredibly long way. You're amazing. Ricardo, thank you for the $10. This one's for your Harry, a big W. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, Ricardo. It was an interesting conversation. Bonetta, thank you for the $10. Hi, Harry. My good friends and I are such huge fans. Thank you for what you're doing. I've learned so much, and I'm invested in politics now, fact-checking my MAGA acquaintances, much to their annoyance. Bonetta, first of all, thank you so much for being a fan and your friends being fans. I'm a fan of you guys. I hope you know that. I'm a fan of you guys. This is, again, a two-way street. I like you. You guys are amazing, and thank you for doing amazing work, such as fact-checking your MAGA acquaintances. It's a tough task. It's a tough task. Quickly, Mark, thank you for the $2. MAGA, my ass got abandoned in Coachella. Damn right. Angelica, thank you for the $6.66, saying you're on fire tonight. So proud of you with the last guest. Thank you so much, Angelica. In 20 days, 1 hour, 18 minutes until the election. It's getting close, everybody. Sarah, thank you for the $3. I was MAGA. Thanks to you, I voted blue in Georgia today. Hell yeah. First of all, shout out Pajama Pants. Do you like them? Please show some love for Sarah in the chat. She was MAGA and she just voted blue in Georgia today. That is amazing. That's a swing state voter flipped, and now we have this amazing, wonderful, beautiful person, Sarah, who's on the right side of history, on the Kamala Harris side. And God, Sarah, that is so fantastic. I'm so glad to hear that. And thank you for voting early. Get out there and vote early, please. Sarah, you're amazing. Oh my God, that you're amazing. Thank you, Callie, for the $1. Harry, check out Vote Hub US on X. We'll definitely do that for sure. Ashley, thank you for the $5. Thank you for being a voice as a white male. There's a philosophy. I forget who said it. I'm not going to remember who said it, but it's like something along the lines of, a good leader stands with people, not above them. And I think that applies to like all levels of politics, right? So I don't know. Thank you. I appreciate you for being here. Clarence, thank you for the $10. Keep cooking MAGA, bro. I appreciate you, Clarence. Thank you so much. You mean the world to me. Stephanie, thank you for the $5. Cooking the blank out of this guy. I appreciate you. Thank you for the $5. Sheila, thank you for the $20. Thank you for being you and continue to educate, Sheila. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for the $20. That's incredibly generous. Jake, thank you for the $7. Hey, Harry, do you post VOD, I don't know what that is, anywhere? I missed some. Or vids anywhere? Is that maybe meant to say vids? I post on Snapchat, I post on Instagram, I post on TikTok, I post videos on YouTube, and I sometimes post videos on Twitter. And finally, hold on, last one, I promise. Saharla, thank you for the $2 as well. I appreciate you. Landon, you've been very patient. What's up, man?
Thank you. Yeah. So I was just wondering, like, what you based your votes off of.
So as I was just telling that last guy, I think it's like a combination of things. I think it's like reading since I've been young. I think it's a combination of morals and values that I've, developed as I've gotten older.
Okay, well, I was just thinking, what does the president do? They're over everything. So are we voting off of what their policy is or who the person is?
I think it's a mix of both. I think that obviously like policy is one of the main reasons why people vote for somebody or should vote for somebody. But I also think that character really matters. Like who the leader is. Are they a good person? Are they a bad person? Do we trust them to make a decision that helps the people over themselves? Do we trust them to do what's right? Things like that. I think that really matters.
Yeah, I get that. But I was just, whenever you're the leader of the United States of America, the greatest country in the world, right? Mm-hmm. You have to deal with all the other leaders, and I just don't see Kamala as fit to deal with those people, as she can't even talk on her own, and she needs a teleprompter to put out any information.
So Kamala Harris was formerly a prosecutor, a district attorney, an attorney general. She went after killers, assaulters, traffickers, defrauders. Some of these people are very powerful. She went after transnational gangs. All these people are very powerful. The idea that she can't stand up to people and fight for people is crazy. It's lunacy. And she also does plenty of events without a teleprompter. I mean, she's literally doing a Fox News interview tomorrow. She's going on a conservative outlet, Trump continues to refuse to go on independent outlets. He doesn't go on 60 Minutes. He doesn't do CNN. He doesn't do MSNBC, whereas Kamala Harris is jumping to the other side. And she's done a number of town halls recently where there are no teleprompters. So the idea that, she doesn't. Also, I don't understand this whole objection to teleprompters at speeches. Don't we want our leaders to be prepared and have a message and stay on track? I mean, you hear Trump at his rallies and he has a teleprompter, but sometimes he goes off and then he goes off and starts talking about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. That doesn't seem like a great representative of the United States to me. But what makes you think that Donald Trump is qualified to talk to these big, scary leaders?
Oh, just based off his last 4 years that he was in as president.
I mean, what gave you
he did a pretty good
impression?
job of.
Good.
I mean, the way that he was able to contact with North Korea, and he was able to keep peace with the whole world.
So just to be clear, North Korea continued to threaten us throughout Donald Trump's entire presidency. They continued to threaten us with missiles. They continued their nuclear program. They continued their missile program. So Trump sending letters to Kim Jong-un, it's okay, didn't really change anything. There also wasn't peace in the world, especially in the Middle East. Iran attacked us. Iran attacked Saudi Arabia for the first time. There was the Syrian civil war. There was conflict between Israel and Gaza, as there is now. We were still in Afghanistan. More American soldiers died under Donald Trump than they did under Joe Biden. It's he wasn't this big scary leader who was scaring off Iran who attacked us, for example.
I mean, I don't believe that he's not strong. I think he's way stronger than Kamala could ever be.
Really? Is that why all of his former national security advisors have acknowledged that he's weak? John Bolton, who's incredibly conservative, he's not even voting for Kamala Harris, has talked about how he's a laughingstock to leaders in China and in North Korea and Iran. Is that how Mark Esper, Donald Trump's former national security advisor, said that he's incompetent? He's actually dangerous for the United States. Or his former chief of staff, John Kelly, who was a 4-star general, talked about how Donald Trump, again, incompetent, doesn't know anything about history. And also he confirmed that Donald Trump called fallen American soldiers losers and suckers. Is that why General Mark Milley, somebody that Donald Trump appointed to be the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the highest position that can be appointed in the military by the president, has called Donald Trump a fascist and dangerous for America?
I mean, I've never seen any of that, so I don't know.
I mean, I can show you sources on this if you'd like, but Donald Trump's own national security team, many of the people he selected to be on his national security team, people he selected to be in the military, are all saying that he's weak, that he has no idea what he's doing. And so if the people that know him best are saying that Donald Trump is incompetent, then I don't think that we should ignore that.
I mean, I don't believe that that's...
What don't you believe?
Completely true. I just don't believe that all those people, and if they are, then whatever. I mean,
sure. I mean,
there's a lot of hate for them, not much reason. But I do got one question though.
Well, just to be clear, I mean, this is a really, dumb position to take. Just be there was just hate toward Donald Trump, and that's why these people are saying that. It's I think we have to have a higher standard of that. These people were selected by Donald Trump, complimented by Donald Trump, employed by Donald Trump. Donald Trump picked them, and they're not, slamming Donald Trump because they're deep state or Democrats. They are lifelong Republicans. Let me just read you some quotes. For his first Secretary of Defense, James Mattis, Donald Trump is the first president in my lifetime who does not try to unite the American people, does not even pretend to try. Instead, he tries to divide us. His second Secretary of Defense, Mark Esper, I think he's unfit for office. He puts himself before the country. His actions are all about him and not about the country. And then, of course, I believe he has integrity and character issues as well. His chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, retired Mark Milley, seemed to invoke Trump, quote, "We don't take an oath to be a wannabe dictator. We take an oath to the Constitution and we take an oath to the idea that is America, and we're willing to die to protect it." His first Secretary of State, Rex Tillerson, Trump's understanding of global events, his understanding of global history, his understanding of U.S. history was really limited. It's really hard to have a conversation with someone who doesn't even understand the concept of why we're talking about this. His first ambassador to the United Nations, Nikki Haley, he used to be good on foreign policy, and now he started to walk it back and gets weak in the knees when it comes to Ukraine. A terrible thing happened on January 6th, and he called it a beautiful day. I could go on and on and on about all these people. And these are people who work for Donald Trump.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't say that every Republican's my favorite and that every Republican is going to be on Trump's side. So,
Yeah. So anyway, is your position just that these people are all lying? Like, do you really think that all these people who Donald Trump himself picked have gotten together to tell a coordinated lie about Donald Trump? Or maybe he's just incompetent.
No, I just don't understand how you can say that he put himself before America. So.
Oh yeah, absolutely did. Was that your follow-up question?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't. I have another question, but I was just going to wonder if you can explain how he put himself before America, because I mean, he didn't take his salary, and now he's been attempted assassination on 3 times. He's
2.
He's old enough that he doesn't have to do this anymore. He should be able to ride off in the sunset and just do whatever the heck he wants to for the rest of his life. But instead, he's fighting for America. So I wonder how that's him above America.
He's fighting for himself here. He's running for president to keep himself out of jail. I can guarantee that one of the first things he does in office, or at some point in his office, is pardon himself. Right? He knows that if he's elected president, that's the only way he doesn't go to prison for the rest of his life for a bunch of crimes that he's committed. So he's not doing this for you. He's not doing this for me. He's not doing this for anybody. If he were doing it for the American people, he wouldn't be calling Democrats like myself vermin. He wouldn't be calling us Marxists, communists, all these really insidious names. And he wouldn't be saying that he was going to use the military against Democrats, which is illegal, deploying the military on American soil. But the way that Donald Trump put himself before and finally, you say he didn't take a salary. Yeah, but he made $5 million from China while in office. So not great. And the way he put himself before the American people, I mean, the list is long, but the main one that comes to mind for me is trying to overturn an election he didn't win. He lied about the election, said there was fraud, even though courts have denied it. The FBI denied it. The Department of Homeland Security denied it. The Department of Justice denied it. His own family, advisors, lawyers denied it, said that this didn't happen. There is no fraud. But he continued with these lies anyway, knowing that it was dividing the country, knowing that it was like poisoning the minds of MAGA Trump supporters. He continued with the lie anyway. And instead of putting his own ego aside, understanding that he just lost the election, he continued to lie and put himself before the American people and the choice that the American people made.
Well, I mean, I do believe there were some fishy things that went on. I don't totally believe. I mean, you know, if he might have won fair and share, you know, whatever. But I mean, I think if he was putting himself before America, he wouldn't have ran for president, and then he wouldn't have all these felonies that everybody's trying to put up against him.
Wait, so he breaks the law to help America? He breaks the law to help America? Is that the argument now?
Well, you know, I mean, all these other big corporations, they get their tax cut, they avoid paying taxes, all that, you know. But, you know, none of this would have gotten brought up if he didn't run for this second term. So, I mean, I don't understand how him running is.
He wants to give a tax break to these corporations, not give them more taxes.
I didn't say he was trying to give them more taxes. I said he got the tax cut. But they all got the tax cut. And there is a, like, break in the system, I guess. That's not, I guess, right? I don't know.
I don't honestly don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, well, the other question I had was, I was wondering why Kamala is trying to distance herself from Joe Biden, even though it's Biden-Harris's ticket, and why she's trying to, you know, just say that, you know, she's not really a part of it, whenever vice president is the second most powerful person.
I wouldn't say that the second most powerful person, but
I mean, who becomes president if the president?
Yeah, I mean, the president. in that sense, like, who's closest to the presidency? She's certainly second in line. But in terms of power in politics, the vice president doesn't have more power than, like, the Speaker of the House or the Senate Majority Leader.
I mean, she's always right there by him, so I mean, she has a hand in everything.
Yeah, no, she's involved in a lot of things. I think she's looking to distance herself from Biden. She's not looking to distance herself from Biden on everything, but she has to show that she is her own candidate. She's not just, you know, she's not Joe Biden. She's Kamala Harris. She has some disagreements with Joe Biden. She has policy that goes a little bit further than Joe Biden. And I think that's an important distinction for her to make. Because, you know, it's not Joe Biden running to be president of the United States. It's Kamala Harris. But when it comes to the things that they've accomplished together, she's not running away from that. I mean, she shouldn't run away from those things. They've invested in infrastructure, expanded veterans health care, lowered healthcare costs, invested in fighting climate change, invested in manufacturing and things like that. Like, she's not running away from that stuff. She's just showing that, yeah, you know, she has different policy than Joe Biden on some things. So,
I mean, I would be embarrassed of what I did with Joe Biden too if I was her. So
why would you be embarrassed of, like, expanding veterans healthcare?
No, that's great, but, like, I just don't understand why. I mean, the inflation part, that's literally crippling America.
Okay, so how did Joe Biden or Kamala Harris cause inflation?
By just giving out money to everyone.
How do they?
The more money,
what money do they give out to people?
The less the dollar's worth, which therefore increases inflation.
What money did they give out to people?
For literally anything.
Like what?
All the immigrants are just getting everything paid for. So if you're going to say that Trump's going to put himself before America, then why don't we put America before America?
You really think that immigrants are getting everything
before America?
Do you really think that immigrants are getting everything paid for? Is that what you really believe?
They're getting a lot paid for, yeah.
Like what? What are they getting paid for?
They're getting free housing. They're getting food stamps. They're getting all this stuff.
They're not getting food stamps. Food stamps are
ahead of Americans.
No, that's not true.
Why are there so many Americans on the side of the road homeless, but there's these illegal immigrants getting free housing?
So there are certain immigrants that are housed because they are asylum seekers. So a lot of these people can't get jobs for a certain period of time. They can't get their own houses for a certain period of time. So if they weren't housed, they would just be quite literally put on the side of the road. And also we have plenty of federal programs that people can apply for housing. We have government housing. And a lot of this is a state by state basis. So you see like migrants being housed in the United States and like New York City. That's not federal government policy. That's state policy. That's not Joe Biden making that policy. And to be clear, like immigrants are not getting everything paid for. That's just objectively false. If you're an immigrant in this country, especially undocumented or an asylum seeker, you are not living a great life. You do not have access to the same things that you and I have access to as American citizens. You do not have access to federal resources. You do not have access to social programs. You do not have access to any of these things. You can't apply for government housing as an undocumented migrant or asylum seeker. You can't do that. Come on, man. Like the idea that immigrants are living better than the American people is just a straight up total lie. And yeah, so also on your claim that like the Biden administration caused the inflation by giving money out to people, over a 10-year period, Donald Trump has more borrowing than Joe Biden, around double. It's around like, if you combine both non-COVID spending and COVID spending, it's around 8 trillion for Donald Trump, whereas for Joe Biden, it's 4 trillion. So if you're like, yeah, we're just giving out money to people, I think you should take that up with Donald Trump.
Well, I mean, Donald Trump, all of these Americans were able to buy homes. The American dream was still a thing. Even Kamala Harris herself has said the American dream is not, you can't do it anymore. And, you know, I just don't know why we're getting away from the fact that the American dream is something bad. Like, why does nobody want to own a home? Like, I don't see what's bad in that. Why did we get away from that? Why did we blow up inflation so bad that that's no longer a possibility?
So, we agree with the American dream. Like the Democrats want the American dream to be possible for everybody. We want you to be able to own a home, get a good paying job, get good benefits, be able to have a family if you want to have a family, be able to marry who you want to marry. That's why Kamala Harris is putting forward the policy that she is. She wants to give middle-class workers a tax cut. She's not going to raise taxes on middle-class workers. She wants to make it easy for folks to create a small business if they want to, kind of removing that financial barrier that stops a lot of people. She wants to build 3 million new houses in 4 years by working with contractors and people who build houses to lower prices and rent for families who are buying homes, whether it be first-time home buyers who might get more benefits or just somebody that's looking to start a family and maybe like move out of the city and buy their first home. Whatever it might be, she wants to help these people. She has policies to help these people. Donald Trump does not. He has not articulated at all how he's going to help folks like yourself buy a house when you want to buy a house. He's not discussed that at all.
Okay, yeah, but I just don't understand how giving people money to put on a down payment will not therefore just increase the price of the house even more, because you can't just keep giving out money and giving out money and giving out money and not expecting things to increase, because then what does the dollar even mean anymore?
So there are already a bunch of down payment assistance plans and programs in a bunch of cities across the United States, and the prices of houses don't go up radically in those places. Down payment assistance just helps people be able to buy a house. It's like getting a loan for anything. Sort of, like I think somebody actually just made a good point in the car. If you get like help to buy a car, the prices of cars have not gone up just because people can get loans to buy cars. And also this program would only apply to a certain group of people, those being first-time home buyers within a certain income bracket. So if you're like the sons of the owners of Walmart, I'm sorry, you're not going to qualify. But it's mainly just to help people get a house and get them into a home and build up their wealth and things like that. And there's no evidence or reason to believe that it'll increase the price of a house, because also the sellers are not going to be able to just jack up the price 25 grand because they have no idea who has access to this program, who's been granted access to this program. And if a bunch of sellers do just start saying, hey, we're just going to jack up the price of a house to make it what we want to make it, or maybe increase the price because there's down payment assistance, then there are going to be contractors out there who build lower price houses, and those people will buy those houses instead.
Yeah, but eventually all those get bought up, and then what are you going to do? Then you have
the Democrats wanted to pass a bill to stop big companies from buying these houses up, and Republicans blocked it.
I mean, I didn't see that, so I can't say here or there on that.
Yeah, you can look it up if you'd like. I can look it up for you now if you so choose. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, and also like I hear a lot about Trump's going to help the richer get richer and all this and stuff, But I was just wondering, like, you look at the people who donate the most money to these Democratic like stuff and then Republican stuff, and it's only like Elon Musk is like the only super rich person that donates to Republican. Every other super, like all the next top richest people all donate to Democrat. So I just don't understand how that can align there, that all the rich people are Democrat and only one rich person is Republican. And that's just because, they just keep getting richer and richer. Those Democrats do.
Yeah. So this is also just not true. There are plenty of wealthy people who donate to Donald Trump, like Elon Musk, obviously, as you mentioned. Yeah, I know. But like the idea that like the majority of wealthy people donate to Democrats is like, I don't see any reason to believe that. You mentioned Elon Musk. There's people like Dana White, who's a big Trump supporter, is obviously. No, I'm not saying that Donald Trump is. You can't take jabs at people, but what's the benefit in insulting a woman for her weight? Right? Kamala Harris doesn't insult Donald Trump for his weight or something like that, right? It's far more cordial and sophisticated on the Democratic side than it is, I'd say, on the Trump side. And it's not even close. Like, Trump calls his political opponents vermin. He says all these different names I've listed before, like communist, socialist, fascist, all the Marxists about Democrats. That we are, he's called the media the enemy of the people. It's like incredibly divisive, right?
I mean, the media does try to sway people in Democratic way. They by censoring things. I mean, they don't tell the full story.
Yeah. Tune into. Well, don't do this because you'll want to hurt yourself. But Fox News, just listen to Fox News sometime. First of all, shout out everybody coming from Parker and Dean. I appreciate y'all.
I just don't see how the one thing you said, don't look at X. That's the one thing that Elon Musk runs. And that's the one thing that won't get censored. And that's the thing you tell them not to look at.
No,
because that's the only thing that'll tell you the truth. But okay.
Oh, yeah, for sure. There's truth on the X. You can follow like super reputable outlets and sources on X. Like, there are journalists who go around the world and are on the ground, and they're employed by like actual agencies. But people just saying random shit on Twitter that goes viral is not what should be your source of information. And often a lot of these people just straight up lie.
It obviously has to be reputable. But I don't think just looking at a Democratic source that is swayed Democratic way is going to help you see both ways.
Here's what's funny. First of all, I'm not saying. Sorry, what's here? I'm not saying just look at a Democratic source, right? I'm saying like you can look at journalists. There are plenty of journalists on Twitter who I follow and look and read every single day who are not Democrats. You don't even know what their political affiliation is. They're very nonpartisan. But what's funny is like if you see a bunch of facts being reported by people you perceive to be Democrats, then maybe they're not just Democrats and maybe they're just reporting the truth, and the truth is incongruent with your way of your views and your way of life. Maybe if
and it goes the same way for you guys.
I mean, sure, but it's not our candidate who lies 30,000 times, right? Donald Trump lied 30,000 times during his presidency, averaging 4 a day. It's not Joe Biden didn't do that. Kamala Harris didn't do that.
Okay, but you can look at the debate, like Tim Walz and Kamala Harris. You can look; they obviously are lying. Like they've been proven to be lied.
Yeah. So
like,
don't get me wrong. There were falsehoods told by both Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the debate.
Yeah. So
but compare that to what? Compare that to the lies that Donald Trump and JD Vance told, where there was a CNN fact check of Kamala Harris, and she was fact checked to have lied once. Donald Trump was fact checked to have lied 33 times. JD Vance and Tim Walz is similar. There were certainly things that Tim Walz got wrong, but JD Vance just straight up lied about every single topic. So yeah, I'm not saying that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are perfect. What was that?
I mean, I could say that Kamala Harris lied about every single topic.
Okay, like on what topics did she lie about?
Okay, then what topics did JD Vance lie about?
I'm happy to give you examples, but do you have examples that you want to share or no? You're just saying.
I'm just saying that I can say the same thing that you're saying.
Well, you can't say the same thing because it's not true.
I mean, it's not. I don't believe that you're saying it's true. So,
well, I'm sorry. You have to get out of this disinformation spiral, my man. I can give you sources for everything I'm saying. You can look up the CNN fact check comparing Kamala Harris' one falsehood to Donald Trump's 33. I'm sorry, man.
I just think it's crazy that the greatest sacrifice that any person could ever make is joining the military, and then the greatest sacrifice would be if you lost your life in that, and the fact that Tim Walz lied about that. So
he served in the military.
But he lied about his active duty, like going into combat zones.
He misspoke.
Okay, how do you misspeak about that?
Just like you misspeak about literally anything else. He misspoke. But to be clear,
that's like saying I misspoke and said I was 8 feet tall.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit different
you're not going to misspeak and say you're 8 feet tall. How do you not know your life?
It's a little bit different than that. If you look up his exact claim, like it's very similar to
that's like
what
me
he
saying
said
I'm
before.
president.
And just to be clear, like one instance when he was talking about his service, he misspoke. Every other instance when he's talking about it, he's spoken about it accurately, and he's also corrected himself and apologized for any misunderstanding. But I also want to be clear that Tim Walz signed up.
He got made look stupid.
He corrected himself. This is something that Donald Trump has never done. Donald Trump lies all the time and has never apologized. And Tim Walz quite literally misspoke. And I want to be clear here that Tim Walz signed up for the military at 17 and served for 25 years, which is longer than most people serve in the military. So I mean, you can be like, well, Tim Walz said this about that. Tim Walz said, why can't we just say, hey, I'm thankful for Tim Walz for serving for 25 years in our military and putting his life on the line to serve for the country, signing up to do that. Something that a lot of people don't do. And then when he came home, he served as a teacher, a football coach, and then ran for Congress and now is governor of Minnesota. That seems like a life dedicated to public service to me.
Yeah, well, you'd think if you spent 25 years in the military, you would know about your military service. That's like saying I misspoke.
The thing that should have came out of your mouth right there is I appreciate Tim Walz's military service, because your guy that you're voting for dodged the draft, claimed bone spurs. He served a total of 0 years. Tim Walz served a total of 25. So the difference couldn't be more clear. And I don't know why we're like picking on Tim Walz for his military service. He misspoke one time. I'm so sorry. That's the gravest sin you see.
His military service. I'm glad I support all veterans, like everything. But like, I mean, how do you misspeak about that? That's like me saying I was the president. That's a misspeak. Oh shoot, I wasn't the president.
Yeah, it's really.
How do you
not.
misspeak about that?
It's really not. I think that like,
how is it not?
If you are
Please
working,
tell me how it's not.
If you like, for example, if you are working at like a 7-Eleven and in conversation you say, yeah, I was assistant manager, and you're actually manager, is that a lie or did you misspeak? That to me,
okay, that might have been misspeaking, but that's way different than being in a combat zone. A combat zone is going to be something you remember for the rest of your life, and you're not going to misspeak that you were there. You're going to try to use that as. No, I don't even need to see fact check. I don't trust anything that's going to be coming out of there. So I mean,
what?
I just
you don't trust fact check.
I just think it's crazy that you can misspeak about that and then just say it's a misspeak and then think it's okay to just say it's a misspeak. I don't understand that.
Wait, what? So you don't.
So that's like saying
you don't trust fact checks. Is that the?
So I misspoke and said I was the president. So am I the president now? Like,
sorry, I'm trying to read a fact check for you that I can pull up. Yeah, again, it's just not comparable. It's like, it's not that Tim Walz said that, so I served in the military, which made me president, right? This is not a role that he served. It's not even a role he came near. So you're making like something that's just not analogous. But Tim Walz certainly misspoke, but he corrected himself. And again, he still served in the military for 25 years. And like, as opposed to talking about his military service and the fact that he signed up at 17 and served for that amount of time, you talk about a time he misspoke. It's like, come on, man, get your shit together. If you're gonna like pick on this, then maybe you should pick on Donald Trump for dodging the draft.
Cool. I respect him for going to the military. But how do you also? I don't remember where he said he was, but it was in the debate. He said he was. I forget exactly where it was at, but. I forget the actual place, but he said he was this one place and he wasn't, and got proven wrong that he wasn't at that place. And, is that a misspeak too? Like, it's his life, bro. Like, he's lived his life. How do you misspeak about your life? Like, I don't understand.
I'm sorry. So just to be clear, like when you're talking about your life, you have never misspoken ever about it?
I don't misspeak about a whole different country that I'm in, no. You've never misspoken
about your life?
I didn't say I never misspoke about my life, but I've never misspoken.
Yeah, that's what
and said
you're saying.
I was in the wrong country.
That's the claim you're making. How do you misspeak about your life? I've misspoken about my life. I lived in Ireland for 9 years. I said I lived in Ireland for 8 years. I've misspoken.
Okay,
this is like totally human stuff, and you're like picking on Tim Walz. It's like it's crazy to me. Like this is of all things in this presidential race, you pick on Tim Walz for misspeaking when it came to his military service, which again was 25 years he gave to this country. Donald Trump gave 0, dodging the draft. It's just interesting that you pick on this as opposed to, like, I don't know, Trump assaulting women. I don't know, Trump breaking the law. I don't know, Trump committing a bunch of business fraud and being found liable in courts or guilty for all of these things. That to me seems far more egregious than Tim Walz misspeaking, but to each their own, I suppose.
I don't, but that didn't change my opinion at all.
Of course it doesn't change your opinion. You view like this is like the weight that you give. So like if this is the scale of like not bad and bad, you put like Tim Walz misspeaking all the way up here, whereas Trump quite literally breaking the law is like all the way down here for you. Like, yeah, Trump breaking the law does not change my opinion. Okay, then maybe you're part of the problem. I don't know.
Or maybe I'm voting for a president on what his policy is going to do. And
okay, can you name me 5 policies that Donald Trump got passed through Congress in his first term?
So what?
Can you name me 5 policies that Donald Trump got passed through Congress in his first term?
Bro, I don't sit there and study the freaking laws that get passed. I'm sorry.
Yeah, exactly. So the point is like,
this isn't my job.
What were you saying? You're voting on policy and ability to get stuff done?
I'm voting on what I've seen the past. Hey, we've literally seen 4 years of each of them in control of this country.
And you can't even name things that Donald Trump did.
Do I need to know what he did, or do I just need to know how I lived?
Yeah, you need to know how somebody did.
I lived, and it was
because
good.
just because you lived a certain way doesn't mean that Donald Trump was responsible for it, right?
How is it not? Isn't he the leader of the country?
Great. What did Donald Trump do to make the economy better? That made your life better?
Oh, he kept inflation low, and
how did he keep inflation low?
Understands economics by the fact that if you increase the price of oil or lessen oil prices, everything travels by the use of gasoline through planes, through trucks, all that. So if you increase the price of the transportation, then therefore the price gets passed on to the consumer. And therefore, everything goes up in price, and that's why everything's so much more expensive now.
Hey, why are things more expensive now?
And I would rather things be cheap.
So, what did Joe Biden do to cause those prices to go up?
He stopped drilling, fracking, all that stuff.
We're drilling more oil right now than ever before in American history. We're drilling more oil right now than ever before in American history.
Yeah, and that's why prices are finally starting to come down after 3.5 years. So
we've been doing this for 2 years.
It took him 3.5 years. Congrats.
Yeah, we've been doing this for 2 years now.
Then why did nothing change?
because gas prices are not based on domestic markets. This is the whole lie. This is like we're unraveling the whole lie. That like just because we drill a bunch of oil here in the United States doesn't mean that gas prices are going to be low. Gas prices are based on global markets. So we can drill all the oil here. It doesn't mean that we're going to have low prices. So that's a lie that Donald Trump's. Also, by the way, the idea that inflation went up because gas prices went up and those costs were being passed down to the consumer is not backed up by any economic data. Like not a single study, not a single economist out there says, well, you know what? The prices went up just because of gas prices. It's like, that's so ridiculous.
No, it went up because they started giving money to everything. That did
Again, Donald Trump has more 10-year borrowing than Joe Biden. Double. He has double the amount of 10-year borrowing that Joe Biden has. All this. Do you not understand?
I'm not even going to try to argue with.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's like when facts are not on your side, it's very difficult to argue. I hear you. But all of what you're saying is just not true.
Though. It's not a fact. Just because you're saying it does not mean it's a fact.
You're right.
All
obviously,
just
because I'm saying
it.
Obviously, just because I'm saying it doesn't mean it's a fact. But when we have government agencies backing up what I'm saying, then I think we can come to the conclusion that, yes, it is a fact. So anything further? Oh, his Wi-Fi is bad. You see the red bars of death right there? That's what I call them, red bars of death. He's on MAGA Mobile. MAGA Mobile. Maybe you take your MAGA Mobile out and get the hell out. See, the MAGA Mobile doesn't work. It's like one of Donald Trump's many different companies. They always fail. Don't sign up for anything MAGA. It's a tough sell. Tough sell. Jessica, thank you for the $10 saying Florida for Kamala. Jessica, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And Florida for Kamala, I hope. We can only hope, right? Arslan, thank you for the $20. Debate me. I have an important story. Happy to debate. No problem. Joey, thank you for the $5. Thank you from the LGBTQ plus community. We love you, brother. Thank you so much, Joey. I appreciate you being here, man. Thank you. Noel, thank you for the 98 cents saying I appreciate everything you do. Thank you, Noel. I appreciate everything you do as well. Thank you so much for being here. And I appreciate you generally. Joyce, thank you for the $50 saying keep teaching the ignorant MAGA. Thank you for what you do. I appreciate that so much, Joyce. Thank you so much. That is incredibly kind. $50 is incredibly generous. Please fill, and KCB, and thank you for the gem gun. And thank you everybody that sent gifts as well. Please fill the chat with W's for Joyce. $50 is crazy, Joyce. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for being here. Jake says for VODs or reposts of live stream. Oh, I do not. I don't post these anywhere currently. But thank you for letting me know. Mark, thank you for the $5 saying Landon doesn't know Trump like his cabinet. Exactly. Angelica, thank you for the, oh my God, thank you for the $30. Yo, TikTok might just greatly influence this vote. Angelica, thank you for the $30. That's so incredibly kind. Hopefully, hope we can only put our cross our fingers. But Angelica, thank you so much. That's incredibly kind. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Catherine, oh my God, Catherine, thank you for the $100 on Cash App saying, is that all he's got? Tim Walz' military service? Yeah. All he had was, oh, Tim Walz misspoke about his military service. I'm not voting for him. Give me a goddamn break. Catherine, thank you for the $100. That is so incredibly kind. I really, really appreciate it. Please fill the chat with W, Catherine. $100 is remarkable. That's wild. So thank you so much, Catherine. I appreciate you being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Fill the chat with W's for Catherine. She's also always here supporting the live, and she's back again. So I really appreciate that. Thank you. You're amazing. So listen, ladies, gents, boys, girls, everybody in between, I have some bad news. I'm going to wrap up the live there. This has been a fun one. We went live for 2 hours and 30 minutes, 2.5 hours. But I'm going to go ride the Peloton now. And then it's chest day. I'm going to go ride the Peloton and lift. So I'm going to go do that. I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you guys for rocking with me for the live. It's always an honor to talk with you. And again, let's get the official time. How many days until November 5th? 21 days until November 5th, 3 weeks. So for the 3 weeks from today, we'll all be sitting here saying either yay or either no. So we'll find out what happens, but tune in. So anyway, listen, I have some people for you to raid. I want you to raid Tommy. So maybe if Killer's here, she can put his username up, Tommy or Isaiah. They're both great. They're both doing TikTok live debates. So if you want to see more, I would raid Isaiah R. Martin. He's a good friend of mine. So raid Isaiah R. Martin. He's doing TikTok live debates. Or do my dude. Tommy is one of the best debaters on this app. Like legitimately, I've learned a lot from Tommy. So go raid Tommy, my_dude. He's fantastic. Or Amanda Rose 00. They're all live. They're all debating. So go check them all out. And then when you do that, go say Harry Raid. Let them know that we sent you. But before you leave and go over to these amazing people, make sure to follow me on Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, TikTok, Snapchat. All of those links are in my bio. Of course, you can drop a follow here on TikTok as well. I post videos every single day. We're hopefully doing lives every single day until the election. There is some travel coming up for me. Thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you. There is some travel coming up for me. So if I'm not live, just know that we're not slacking off. We're out there doing something. But I hope to talk with you every single day until the election. But of course, make sure to follow on Snapchat. And Snapchat, I'm going to be documenting a lot of stuff for these travels. So it would mean a lot if you can go add me on Snapchat, link in bio. And of course, follow on Instagram, follow on Twitter, follow on TikTok, follow on YouTube. All of those links are in my bio. But enough of the self promo. I will leave it there. Have a great day tomorrow, everybody. Enjoy your day. It's a Wednesday. If it's not already for you, it's the middle of the week. Power through, fight through. It's almost the weekend. It's almost Friday. You'll have a great day tomorrow. I know it. And if you don't, that's okay on there. And of course, Venmo, Cash App in the link in the bio if you want to support the live. Also, go follow the Snapchat link in bio. We have fun over there. And of course, on YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, and all that great stuff. So anyway, listen, ladies, gents, boys, and girls, everybody in between. If you are MAGA, if you are a Republican, come on up and tell me why on earth, how is it possible that you're MAGA? And you can tell me. How'd the Fox interview go? It went well, Cass. It went well. Let's see who we got. Texas for Sisson. The Jazz Life. I'm not running yet. Let's do Texas for Kamala. Let's maybe start there, and then maybe down the line we can do that as well. I don't know. We'll find out. But of course, make sure to double tap the screen. We're already at 31,000 likes. Let's try to get up to 100,000 likes super quickly. If everybody in the live does it right now, we'll be there in no time. Brett, come back here, buddy. You got to be on TikTok live. This guy was spamming that he's MAGA. He wants to come in, and now he's not here. What's going on? We'll give him 5 seconds. 5. Texas is not for Sisson. Bro, look at Mara in the chat. Everybody, Mara is like super MAGA. She's always in the live being MAGA. You should definitely go let her know what you think about that. Sorry. Don't do that. That's a joke. All right, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. MAGA Maniac? Dude, his name's Jackson. He changed his name to MAGA Maniac just to come in the live. His name is Jackson. Let's see here. EON Network. Okay, we have a whole ass network in here. Again, Venmo, Cash App in the link in the bio to support the live. Drop a follow if you haven't already. Double tap the screen, all that good stuff. You know the drill by now. I don't gotta say it. What's up, man?
All right, what's up?
How old are you?
26.
26. All right, and you're MAGA?
Yes.
Why? Why on earth?
Well, honestly, I am absolutely getting sick and tired of Kamala Harris each and every single week telling the entire nation that she's gonna ban peanut butter. I'm tired.
Oh, it's you again. It's you again. Get the hell out of the live, dude. You have to. Okay, but genuinely, you gotta go find a hobby. You gotta go find a hobby, bro. All right, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. If you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. Closed borders. This person in the chat just spamming closed borders. Trump's. Well, anyway, sorry. I'm reading the chat in my head because some of these people are so crazy. Anyway, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. Sorry, I'm multitasking. I'm trying to read. Patriot cultist. I mean, this guy's probably a troll, but we'll let him up just because the name is fun. Just because the name is fun. And maybe we'll bring up Brady as well. Hello, Patriot. What's up, man?
What's up, bro?
How old are you, dude?
I'm 20.
20?
Yep.
What year are you born?
1995.
Good math, dude. Good math. What's up, Brady? Why are you MAGA?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Why are you MAGA?
I'm MAGA.
You gonna say anything? Or you're just gonna leave it there? No further comment. Okay. Yeah.
You're a pussy.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Get the hell out of the live, buddy. No comment. That's what I fucking thought. Yeah. Run away, buddy. Run away. Don't try to pull that shit in here. Come on now. Anyway, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. We always got to get through the trolls at the beginning. As you'll notice, like in Parker's live or Dean's or mine, there's always like a lot of trolls at the beginning, and then they kind of like filter out later. It's just the way things are. They show up for like the first 5 minutes and then leave. All right, hello, are you MAGA?
Hello?
Yeah, hello. How old are you?
47.
47. Why are you MAGA?
Why am I what?
Why are you MAGA?
I'm not MAGA.
Do you support
CAGA.
Trump?
Nigga.
Oh, see what I just said? See what I just said? The guy's a white guy sitting on TikTok saying the N-word. He thinks he's funny. It's really strange what people do with their free time. It's very strange what people do with their free time. It's very strange. You gotta go find a hobby, man. You gotta go find a hobby. It's gotta be something better in life than this. Anyway, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. If you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. Don't be a white guy that says the N-word. Super strange. In the year 2024 doing that? Come on, bro. All right. All right, I'll bring up this guy. Hello, bro. Are you MAGA?
I'm voting for Donald Trump.
Why?
Because I just think that everything was better under Donald Trump. Groceries were cheaper, taxes, everything was cheaper under Trump. Under Biden, everything was a joke. Listen.
You gotta be a troll, dude.
No, I'm not trolling. I'm definitely MAGA. I'm voting for Donald Trump. I ain't trolling nobody. But what I'm going to tell y'all is that under Donald Trump, everything worked, right? It was just totally great under Trump. There were no wars. There were nothing like that. It was all
You being
great.
serious?
I'm being 100%.
What are the three branches of government?
MAGA, not MAGA, and
yeah, you have a good rest of your night. All right, you have a good rest of your night.
No, don't.
Yeah, have a good rest of your night. Rachel,
Hi.
hello.
Hi, Harry. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
Why?
I guess multiple reasons at this point. I definitely feel like I'm just kind of. Oh, I'm sorry. Like I definitely feel like at this point, I'm concerned about I have a 3 and 4 year old. I'm concerned about my children's safety with this country, in terms of like just open border policies. It makes me nervous. It makes me nervous about my nieces and nephews, how they're, approaching the age of a draft and all these different wars. I'm not a troll. I'm just a genuine person trying to, I honestly feel like that his policies are better than what has Harris and Biden had done. And, I'm a little concerned.
Statistically speaking, you should be more worried about your nieces and nephews getting attacked or killed or robbed or assaulted by a native-born American than you would an undocumented migrant. You know that by any chance? The data is clear on this. The undocumented migrants commit significantly less crime, even when you factor in population, because obviously there's more native-born Americans than undocumented migrants. Even when you factor in for population, undocumented migrants still commit significantly less crime than native-born Americans. So
Fine, yeah, to your point. So let's talk about how, I live in the Philadelphia area. So let's talk about how, our DA, Krasner, doesn't really prosecute anyone for gun violence. And these people are back on the streets and they recommit crime after crime after crime. And it's really horrible in this area. I don't know where you're from. I'm sorry, but it's actually really scary. And, I've born and raised in this area and things have definitely changed in the past 10 years. So yeah, that's just one point. And to your point, yeah, you brought up a second point. That's why I want to vote for Trump.
I'm just looking at Philly's crime rates here because I don't know anything about like Philly because, obviously Philly and the district attorney is not a national thing. But homicides in 2023, Philadelphia's homicide rate dropped 6 percentage points. And in 2024, homicides are down 40% in the last 12 months.
Because they're not reporting a lot of it. And that's another issue.
Really? Do you think people are just dying and like it's not being reported?
It's not that people are dying and it's not being reported. It's just that they're literally just not being reported the same way that how... we can talk about how people are being released from prisons in Venezuela.
It's not true.
So they'll say Venezuela, the crime has gone down 65%. Well, the reason is because they have released all the criminals.
So, to be clear, like Venezuela criminals have not like left jails and come to the United States, though. Just to be clear. That's a total myth that was brought up by Donald Trump. Like, there's no evidence to suggest. He always says that they're coming from prisons, they're coming from insane asylums and things like that. There's not a single source that backs that up. Also, violent crime is at its lowest rate in over a decade. Shootings are down almost 42% in 2024. Youth homicides are down 50%. However, property crimes such as car and retail thefts increased. The total number of major crimes, which is a combination of violent crime and property crime, reached a 20-year high.
What's the source that you're reading from on that?
This is CBS News, WHYY, City Controller, which is a government website in Philly. The number of them, 6 ABC.
Well, look, I mean, I know it's easy to read from a computer, and I'm just on here trying to like get both sides of the story. I'm not trying to argue. Like, I really want this to be like a mutual conversation. But to be honest with you, someone from Philly, this is not how it's happening. Everything has declined. Everybody here is not happy to live here anymore. It's horrible, and we're just looking for a change. So yes, that's why I'm voting for Trump, because I feel like even though things have went very poorly since 2021 in Philadelphia. You walk down the main Market Street, Walnut Street, where it used to be like the main line of the city. Everything is closed. And we really want to bump that back up and get it back going. And I don't see that happening if I don't vote for Donald Trump. That's who my vote is going for, and that is why.
So I know you're not reading from a phone. The only reason I'm doing that. I know you're not. I know you're not. No, I know you're not. I know you're not reading from anything. What I was going to say is I know you're not reading from anything. The only reason I'm doing that is because I don't know anything about like Philly crime rates. I don't follow Philly news. But here's the thing. When it comes to like, you're like, oh yeah, like all these stores are closed and Philly's not the same city and things like that. Voting for Donald Trump changes none of that. Matter of fact, like we have the best economy in the world right now compared to any other country in the world. We have the best economy with the best GDP. Our inflation has come down rapidly. We have great employment and things of that nature. This has all happened under Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. And like, can you tell me what Donald Trump's policies are that are going to like reinvigorate the city of Philly in your mind?
Well, number one, I hope to implement the stay in Mexico policy, because I feel like generally, I drive to Center City. I'm about 5 miles south from Center City where I live. So every day for the past 3 or 4 years, there has been an influx of just homelessness. Like I said, storefronts are closed down. So when we talk about policies that are implemented, I know on day one with Biden and Kamala, and to her own words, within the first couple of hours before anything else was done, they reversed all of his immigration policies. And
that's not what she said.
Yeah, she did.
No, are you talking about her Fox News interview tonight?
No, just in general.
He didn't say that in the first few hours.
The 19 things that she had brought, like, that just turned over right away.
So what she was saying, you might have seen a clip or something. What she was saying is that in the first couple of hours of the Biden presidency, they introduced an immigration bill called the U.S. Citizenships Act of 2021. That would have reformed our immigration system
with an executive order.
Yeah, a bunch of stuff that Donald Trump did, rightfully so. Yeah. Remain in Mexico wasn't even really in use by the Trump administration by the end of his term. It was wrapped up in court challenges, and it only affected around 70,000 people.
I guess because
so it wasn't like a widespread policy that Donald Trump was implementing. And like the idea that Remain in Mexico was the reason for like a secure border when it only applied to 70,000 people in its entire existence is like a really probably difficult argument to make. Mm-hmm. And aside from that, like, I don't know how Remain in Mexico solves like Philly having closed storefronts. Like maybe we should be like investing in people and giving them the ability to create small businesses. Agree.
I mean, like,
great. So Kamala Harris has a plan for that. What's Donald Trump? Kamala Harris wants to give
$5 billion broadband thing that she was going to implement so everybody could have broadband in America. Not $1 of it was spent to broadband.
That's not. Where are you getting this from?
I mean,
that's just not true. You can look up.
I do not.
There's a website that tracks specifically the broadband funding, and all of it's going to broadband funding in different states that apply for this funding, and then they get it granted by the federal government as a result of this policy. So all that money is going there. But just to be clear, like Kamala Harris has a policy to actually address small businesses and spur small business growth, whereas Donald Trump has no plan. Like what's Donald Trump's plan to invest in small businesses and then get them started up?
To be less government and to have the ability for these people to have a small business. And I
Do you
can
see how that's like nothing? Do you see how like that's nothing? Like Donald Trump can just say, "Oh yeah, my plan is less."
I know you have a big platform, but do you mind if I just speak for 1 second?
Sure.
My brother-in-law owns an insurance company, and 10 years ago, he applied for it. And he had issues because he was a married white male. He has to pay an extra 9% tax on that. So, I mean, how is that American? And okay, period. What I want to ask you is, I know you have a huge platform. I appreciate it. And I really don't want to have a controversial conversation. I really don't. I want the people to hear what you have to say and what I have to say. Why are you voting for Kamala?
So I'm happy to talk about that in a second. But first and foremost, Donald Trump doesn't actually have a policy for small businesses. Like, notice what you just said right there, that he says there's going to be less government. Okay, what does that mean? What does that look like? What does less government mean? And how does that actually lead to small business growth? What's the data there?
Less
Point is that Donald Trump,
let
one
the
second,
people be the people.
Respectfully, I just let you speak. Donald Trump has this habit of talking about big issues and just giving really vague statements. Just saying like, yeah, less government and what's going to create all these small business. Okay, well, how? How does that actually happen? He has no nuance, no specificity when it comes to his policies. And he's just hoping to skate by hoping folks like yourself will just hang on to his vague statements and say, well, this is what it's going to be. But he gives no detail as to how it's actually going to become that. Whereas Kamala Harris is saying, yeah, why don't we give, why don't we raise the standard tax deductions for small businesses from $5,000 to $50,000? Why don't we cut some of that red tape that makes it really hard for small businesses to like file their taxes, for example, every single year? One of the biggest complaints with small businesses filing taxes. Why don't we do that? Why don't we make it easier financially for people to start small businesses? She gave an entire speech dedicated to small businesses.
Speeches are one thing.
Trump just gives vague statements. So he doesn't have, the problem is you're voting for somebody who doesn't have policy. You're voting for somebody who, for some odd reason, regardless of his absence of policy, you think that he's going to reinvigorate your city and the economy when he doesn't have anything as to how he's going to get that done. You think he's going to wave a wand or something? Like,
No, and I completely understand what you're saying. However, just from, again, how your own words, I'm not reading from a computer or not having any outside sources in my ear. I'm just voting on what I'm seeing. And when Trump was in office, Philadelphia was invigorated.
Because he inherited Obama's economy. Like, Trump didn't actually do anything to help Philly. Philly was already booming and doing well. And cities across the United States were doing well before Trump took office.
You said it yourself. You know nothing about it. So no, that's not true.
Oh, so Philly was terrible under Obama?
It wasn't great.
Okay. So, I mean, what changed in Philly under Obama versus Trump?
Under Obama, they had this whole, they tried to get this, it was like a safe heroin space started, and it was on 16th and Broad.
That's not federal policy. This is state policy. This is not federal policy. So, and something like that is the city of Philly.
From? And where do you think the people are getting voted from? And where do you think the people who are in office that had gotten voted to, where do you think they're getting their money from?
So, like, the federal government gives money to states, but these states have a lot of discretion as to how they use that money.
And they're going to continue to feed the hand that feeds them.
Yeah, but except that's just not how it works. Like, Obama is not like directing Philly to open this in certain areas. Like, he's the president of the United States. He has a lot more than like a certain area in Philly being open for a certain purpose. It's like that's not how the government works. This is all city based. Because you're mayor of Philly, I don't know who it is. I don't know. I know who the current mayor of Philly is. I don't know who it was then. It's all city based. It's not Obama. But like, do you have like any like anything that connects Obama, for example, to the city of Philly, or like anything that connects Trump to the city of Philly? And in you thinking that it was good under Trump and bad under Obama?
Again, I'm not under like a computer at all.
But you don't have to be. Like, you don't have to be. Like, you don't have to like have sources in front of you. But like, if you're making such a claim, I would hope that you can at least just like articulate what you mean by that.
No, I understand. And this is kind of the rhetoric that I think that is like devising America. And I hate that so much. I really do. I truly do. I grew up in, obviously, right outside of Philly. And everything used to be just very like brotherly love. And now it's just so divisive. I hate that. And
because of Trump.
I think it was because of Obama. And like, I feel like this is a great conversation.
Obama's divisive? Obama?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Obama.
I mean, I think so. And it's okay to have a conversation, right?
No, it's perfect. But like, it's perfectly fine. But you think that Obama was divisive and not Trump? Just to be clear,
Obama was the cause and Trump was the effect.
What? Can you like tell me how Obama was divisive?
By saying that I was that black person with the hood.
What?
When he was talking about the who was the guy?
Trayvon Martin?
Yes, Trayvon Martin.
Yeah, he's black. He's like taking from his own experience. Saying like what it's like growing up black in America, which neither you or I understand.
Correct. And I felt like that people in America were really trying to move past everything before Obama. And I truly feel that. And I'm not trying to be divisive.
Wait,
I truly do. I'm not trying to be argumentative.
This is so crazy. Like that's a state. I don't even know what statement you're making. Or I don't even know if like Obama actually said that, but that's my guess as to what he was talking about. But just like that is not a divisive statement, right? Like him addressing a racist shooting of a black kid is not racist or it's not divisive, right? And he was like incredibly uniting. Like he had Republicans voting for him. He kept on George Bush's
for sure.
He kept on some of George Bush's administration officials.
I know, and right now it's like a lot of Republicans are turning their back on George Bush too.
Yeah, because you guys have gone so far right that somebody like George Bush, you're like, oh yeah, he's too moderate.
And I think that, yeah, I would have completely agree with you. And I feel like that the people on the right have gone, I don't even know if I consider myself a Republican anymore. I'm just like libertarian. And I feel like the people on the left are way left for my liking and the people on the right are way right for my liking. So I feel like we need to find a common ground.
So George Bush and Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger and Joe Walsh and all of these different Republicans have either spoken favorably of Kamala Harris or endorsed Kamala Harris. Is that not a quite a nice middle ground? Kamala Harris says she wants a Republican in her cabinet. She wants to convene a group of people, a group of advisors, a mix of Republicans, Democrats, Independents to advise her on policy when she's president.
Well, Kissinger and Cheney are not in favor, are in the favorable looking of the right now.
But they are lifelong Republicans. Liz Cheney is the daughter of Dick Cheney.
And
former vice president of the United States.
I know that.
So, like, this is no Democrat. She voted with Donald Trump, like, I think the number is like 95% of the time when she was in Congress. It's like, this is no Democrat. This is no liberal. She just knows the danger that Donald Trump poses, and she's putting country over party. And if lifelong conservatives like Liz Cheney can, and they're saying, yeah, we've seen it firsthand on January 6th, for example, then folks like yourself should listen to these people who are warning you, saying, we know Donald Trump, his own former advisors, a list of them, 40 out of his 44 cabinet administration officials are not endorsing him. A list have come out and said that, yeah, he has no knowledge of U.S. history. He's incompetent. He's dangerous. He's dictatorial. Maybe we should listen to the people who know him best.
What do you mean no knowledge of U.S. history?
Some of his administration officials, I think it was Jim Mattis, talked about, I can actually, let me read you the quote.
Didn't he fire him or want to fire him?
Maybe. I mean, Donald Trump just fired anybody that didn't tell him what he wanted to hear.
I don't know.
Let's see if I can find the quote here. One sec.
This is just, I hate this so much. It's like not the place I grew up in. And even like talking to you, I appreciate that. But it just feels so icky, you know?
Well, and I totally get that. Like you want like united country, and I'm wholly there with you, 100%. But Donald Trump is not a unifying figure. He will not bring you a united country. Whereas Kamala Harris, you know what? The country may not become united in her first 4 years in office, but at least she's going to try to get there. Joe Biden tried to get there with 4 of the 7 pieces of major policy that the Biden administration passed was with Republican support. On the first thing that Biden did, the first piece of major policy he tried to pass was the American Rescue Plan. And we had the Democrat and the House, or excuse me, we had the Senate and the House, Democrats did. We had the majorities. So we could have passed that bill alone. We could have just 100%. But what Joe Biden did is he called in 8 Republican senators into the Oval Office to negotiate with them to try to get them on board to vote for that bill. Donald Trump never did anything like that.
So, I'm definitely a Republican. So my argument to that would be and as we see, as we just had spoken about Liz Cheney, that there are people who are quote unquote Republicans that aren't really vibing with what the Republicans like me feel. I'm not a divisive person. I'm not just pro this, pro that. I really just want the country to do well. So
sure.
I guess my ending statement is I don't see one policy, and I've been following everything very closely. I'm not just a Fox News person or anything, but I don't see one thing that makes me want to vote for her at all.
Why not her experience in public service as district attorney in San Francisco?
Because that's always has it's been, to your point, is only public service. Case in point.
Yeah, and only people who have gone to medical school, and only people who have gone to medical school become doctors, and only people who have gone to law school become lawyers. It's when people work in public service and they've dedicated their life to public service, they get a record and they get experience, and that experience helps in the most powerful position in the world. You can't somebody might be a business leader. That does not mean that they can be president of the United States. So people who've actually dedicated their lives to public service and served in positions of power and have Kamala Harris kind of shadowing Joe Biden almost in the term of following him for 4 years and watching how the presidency operates. I think that makes her incredibly qualified to be president.
I mean, I still don't, just for me, this is just my opinion. I still don't see it, Harry. I don't, I'm not.
But what do you see in Trump? That's what I'm trying to understand. I don't understand what you see in Trump.
Lower taxes, stronger government, closed borders. I mean,
this is it's driving me nuts. This is driving
no, I understand. I get you, but this is just
lower taxes for whom?
As a regular person, for the middle class, me.
Wait, do you think your taxes are higher right now than they were under Donald Trump?
I will tell you right now, I live in a certain township that my taxes went up $200 a month. My property taxes.
But do you think your federal taxes have gone up?
Absolutely. Not only that, is that the federal tax cut that Trump had put in is actually going away next year. And I have 2 young children, so it's a struggle. The struggle is real right now. I mean, it's really real. And even just today, I went to buy a roast. My husband was like, "Oh, I want that really good pot roast you make." It was $30 for 2.5 pounds. So yeah, these things are happening, and it's because people are quitting their jobs. These plants are closing down. They're going other places. Whether or not that's Republican or Democrat, all I know again is the palpable things. I'm not talking about 2 people. It's very palpable that things are different in the past 3 years than they were.
So the reason I asked that question, if your federal taxes have gone up, is because we're still under Donald Trump's tax plan. So you can't blame Joe Biden or Kamala Harris for your taxes going up. You got to blame Donald Trump. You got to put some responsibility in him. If you think your federal taxes have gone up, you can thank Donald Trump for that. And also,
you're very decisive. You're not I'm just saying that everything the past 3 years is very expensive.
I totally hear you. Inflation has happened, no doubt, and that's made things harder for people. People have certainly struggled, but it's not because of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And voting off of false theory is not a good reason to vote. Voting things have been more expensive and they weren't as expensive under Donald Trump. That means I'm going to vote for him. You actually have to and I'm not saying this in a rude way. I'm not saying this directed toward you. You have to critically think about this stuff, saying, well, is that actually a good reason to vote? What would Donald Trump do that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris aren't to bring down prices? How do we actually get there? What would Donald Trump do that would suddenly just reinvigorate Philly? There's nothing. And he hasn't told you what he's going to do. You're just kind of hoping that his vague statements translate into policy. And even when you say things like, a secure border, right? Why was Donald Trump blocking immigration reform? Why was he calling up his buddies in Congress to vote against a bipartisan bill that Democrats and Republicans wrote?
This is another issue that really grinds my gears. And it's a big talking point on the Democratic and Republican side, or anybody else in between, really. It's like, you know, when Democrats pass a bill, they'll say, oh, the Republicans are blocking it. Or when the Republicans try to pass a bill, they'll say, oh, the Democrats are blocking it. It's really because it's filled with other things that no one else wants to talk about. So, for example, if the Democrats or Republicans, I'm not going to give any certain side, they'll say, oh, we want to cut taxes. And then, but really inside the bill, it's $700 million for X amount of country. And it's like, why do we want to do that? But when we say, no, we don't want that, it's like, you guys are blocking this bipartisan bill. And it's like, we really need to stop this insanity. Like, we really...
Okay, so we have big bills for a reason.
You know what I'm saying? I know you know what I'm saying.
No, I understand what you're saying, but we have big bills for a reason. So why are multiple things put into one bill? Because passing a bill and getting it through committee and getting it through debate takes a lot of time. So if we, the government, had a bill for every single agency to fund it at in different bills, that would take forever. Like, Congress would never do anything. They would just be voting on this all day and committee debating this all day. So instead of like doing all of that at once and, you know, having Congress do literally nothing for us, we can like combine it into one spending bill where we address Department of Defense, the Pentagon, you know, funding for another country, things of that nature. So it makes sense to all have it in one bill. And also, when it came to the immigration bill, there was no fluff. There was nothing else in it. There wasn't these secret hidden pockets for money for this or that, or there was nothing.
Well, yeah, it was the bill. I don't have my computer in front of me like you do, but like there was a bill that was like, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure you will, but it was like $750 million to Ukraine, but it would also pass the like voting bill, which meant that you had to like guarantee these mail-in ballots would be certified. I don't know, but
no, it was just it was just an immigration bill. It just gave like billions of dollars to Border Patrol, hired thousands of new Border Patrol agents, expanded immigration courts, made it harder for people to seek asylum, invested in technology at the border to make sure that drugs aren't being brought through in vehicles and things like that. It was just an immigration bill, and Donald Trump blocked it. This is what's so frustrating. You're saying like, oh, this is, you know, it's like I hate these conversations. I'm like, I just don't get it. This is why it's frustrating, because Donald Trump is lying to you. And he says, I care about immigration. I care about a secure border. I'm going to do this, and gives very, very, very vague statements while simultaneously blocking reform on immigration. This was a bill written by a Republican senator who he endorsed, and he blocked the bill for political reasons so Democrats wouldn't get a quote unquote win on immigration and his main campaign issue wouldn't go away. It's like, why would you want to elect somebody who puts his needs and his campaign desires above yours?
What's his main campaign issue that you speak of?
Immigration. Because he blames everything on immigrants. Everything is an immigrant's fault, according to Donald Trump. Housing is going up. Oh, it's the immigrants. Crime. Oh, it's the immigrants. Jobs. Oh, it's the immigrants.
Again, like I'm just speaking from personal experience. There's a lot of housing going up in this area. So we talk about home prices. Like I bought my home in April of 2019. Now it's worth twice the price. I'm fortunate enough to be able to buy that home then. And back then I thought it was expensive. It is. But I mean, just from regular Americans, for me, it's things were easier and better. And under Trump, I'm sorry. I mean,
no.
I'm listening to what you're saying and I believe it, but I'm just talking from my actual eyes and ears.
I hear that it's from your eyes and your ears and you feel it. But again, you have to think about why. Why were things easier under Donald Trump? Was it because of Trump? Or was it because of something else? And in reality, he inherited Obama's economy and took credit for it. And so when you're remembering Trump, you think, oh,
the pandemic.
Yeah, and then the pandemic occurred, and then you're like, yeah, things were rough after the pandemic. It must be Joe Biden's fault. No. The same pandemic that affected Donald Trump's economy and led to 14% unemployment is the same pandemic that caused high rates of inflation in the United States, in Japan, in Great Britain, in Germany, in France, and countries all around the world. This is not a Joe Biden thing.
Thinks that. I mean, I think just for the.
And also, do you remember how
like every single day Trump was on TV saying like This is what we're doing. Whether it was right or wrong in hindsight, we could always be the Monday morning quarterback, right? But like in hindsight, he was there. He was speaking on TV. This is what we're trying to do. This is what we're doing. And it just feels like now, like there's no, like, it just feels very icky and political right now. And I'm voting for Trump again because I want to go back to that time where it was like I felt like what I said mattered.
Well, I hate to break the news. You're not going back. There's no like.
That's I'm
gonna say it again. There's no wand. There's no wand that Donald Trump is going to be able to wave to make the economy bring the prices down. The president does not control the economy. The Federal Reserve has more control over the economy than the presidency.
Needs to be eliminated.
You can think that. That's great. The Federal Reserve is not going anywhere. I'm sorry. If we're being realistic, you can be like, oh, the Federal Reserve needs to go. It's not going anywhere. The Federal Reserve controls the. I don't know why you believe that, because like where do you put that power then? The Federal Reserve is not going anywhere. The Federal Reserve controls the economy more so than the president. So you're like, let's go back to this. Let's go back to that.
Let's go to a person who doesn't want the Federal Reserve to control the economy and want the Federal Reserve to be great for America then.
What?
Let's go back to a person who wants the Federal Reserve to have less control.
So he could have more control. Do you want
No, less.
No, Trump wants more control of the economy.
He wants the people to have control.
What does that mean? How are the people going to have more control? It doesn't make any sense. This makes no sense. I'm sorry.
There was you're very decisive, and this is your.
Are you saying decisive or divisive?
You are very divisive.
Divisive. This is not divisive. This is like I'm trying to be honest with you about the realities. Trump will lie to you and tell you that if I get elected, there's going to be rainbows and flowers in a field. And like, if I get elected, your gas prices are going to be lower, your housing prices are going to be lower, inflation's going to be lower, all this is going to be lower.
And they were with him. So that's what I'm voting for.
What did Donald Trump?
Like, again,
wait. What did Donald Trump do to make those prices low?
It doesn't matter. It was lower when he was there.
But this is you have to be an informed voter.
I am an informed voter.
Well, then let's practice this, because you can be an ignorant voter and you have that right to be an ignorant voter. But you can't just say it doesn't matter, it's the way it was, because that's not an informed voter. That's a willful, ignorant voter. So why were things cheaper?
Again, I don't have a computer in front of me. I'm
not asking you to have a computer. I'm not asking you to have a computer.
10 Americans.
I'm asking you to think about this critically. That's all. I'm asking you to think, why were things lower? And the reality is that Donald Trump didn't pass any legislation or do anything to make prices lower. He inherited Obama's economy, which was steadily. Maybe she's leaving. I don't know. I'll keep talking. He inherited Obama's economy, which just steadily kept going up. Unemployment kept going down. Wages kept going up. GDP was steady. Things of that nature. He didn't do anything to make the economy better. He just inherited a good economy.
His GDP was lower. It was 2.4.
Whose was?
Trump.
His GDP was lower than Obama?
Yes.
Yeah, but it was like in and around the same level. It wasn't dramatically lower.
But it was lower.
Sure. Maybe it was lower. Sure, whatever. The point is that the economy was inherited. He didn't do anything to make the economy better. So just saying, well, it was lower, it doesn't matter why it was, is a bad way to vote.
Well, so no, I mean, when the gas prices were $2.14 and now and I said to my husband the other day, I was like, wow, gas prices are a little bit lower. They're $3.49, but still they're not $2.19. So whatever he does, whether it's, and not to mention like peace in the Middle East, like why are we
There was not peace in the Middle East.
Jerusalem?
Yeah, there was not peace in the Middle East. The Syrian civil war was still going on. Iran attacked Saudi Arabia, an ally of ours. Iran attacked us, the United States, gave 109 U.S. soldiers traumatic brain injuries. Donald Trump called them headaches. There was conflict going on between between Israel and Hamas still. There was a year-long protest of which hundreds of people died on both sides. There was not peace in the Middle East. We had more American soldiers dying abroad under Donald Trump than under Joe Biden. Majority of those soldiers, primarily, one sec, I'm not done. The majority of those soldiers in Afghanistan under Donald Trump. So there was not peace in the Middle East. This is another lie that he tells you. And you, please, I want you to verify everything I'm saying. Look up Iran attacking the United States under Donald Trump, 109 U.S. soldiers, and then look at Donald Trump calling them headaches.
And Iran also wants to kill him.
Sure.
So I'm going to vote for the people who the terrorists want dead.
I'm sorry, respectfully, that makes no sense.
It really does, though.
No, that makes no sense. That makes no sense. I'm sorry. That's just like...
Well, it really does. Like, the people who want to win this election, I'm going to vote for the person who they don't.
Okay, well, Russia wants Trump to win this election.
Oh, we're back to the Russia thing.
We're not back to it. This is the case. Our intelligence community has concluded that in 2016, 2020, and now in 2024,
I think that
Russia was working to help Donald Trump get elected.
Do not trust the intelligence committee.
Why?
Because they faked the dossier.
The dossier was never part of the intelligence community. That was not produced by the intelligence community. We have the FBI. We have a bipartisan group of senators, both Republican and Democrat, many of which Donald Trump has praised.
So much more about who killed Abraham Lincoln with no social media footprint than we know about who tried to kill Donald Trump.
What?
I mean, stop acting stunned. I
don't know what this means. Are you trying to imply some form of conspiracy or something? It's an active FBI investigation. They're still investigating.
Investigating what? Like, they don't...
The shooting?
Yeah.
Investigations take time. Didn't just... Yeah, so it's an active FBI investigation. We'll learn more soon, obviously. But it only happened like 2-3 months ago.
Why isn't it obvious?
Because I hope that this is something that people know about the FBI, that these investigations take time. They're very thorough. And they're to be believed.
Well, anyway, I really appreciate this back and forth. I truly do. And I am just a regular person sitting here, like I feel like that. What is that movie quote from? But honestly, Harry, I'm really just a regular person sitting here, noticing with my own eyes and ears, trying not to be influenced by the media. But yeah, I mean, I'm voting for Donald Trump for multiple different reasons. Like, again, please do your research with the broadband thing. There was $5 billion spent for it. There was zero broadband built. Where did that money go?
Not true. I'm telling you, it's not true. There's an entire website. There's an entire government. Just out of curiosity, you have a daughter?
Yes.
Do you have a sister?
Yes.
You have a mother, of course. You ever think about I'll leave you with this. Like, you ever thought about how Donald Trump speaks about women, and you're like, and maybe this is maybe the most rude I'll be in this conversation. You ever think about looking your daughter in the eyes and telling her like, yeah, I'm going to vote for somebody who thinks that you're a piece of meat, who has bragged about assaulting women on audio, who was found liable for assaulting women, who took away your reproductive rights. You have less rights than I did when I was growing up. Like, are you comfortable looking your daughter in the eyes and saying that?
100%, because I know that my daughter will be, like me, powerful enough to stand up to anybody like that. I've worked in my life 15 years in the operating room with men saving lives.
Mm-hmm.
I have
when that woman tried to stand up to Donald Trump, he defamed her, and his followers did too as well. So what a great example of standing up to men, right? E. Jean Carroll takes him to court, and every one of Donald Trump's followers say that she's lying, even after a court judgment.
Yeah.
Talk about standing up to men.
It kind of feels like something like that, how you are trying to do to me as a man. Trying to
yeah, for sure. I'm trying to point out that, respectfully, you are uninformed. You're uninformed. And I think it's crazy to me that with a daughter, you can look her in the eyes and say, I'm voting for a proven sexual abuser.
I'm voting for America, and
no, you're
the
not.
fact that yes, I am.
No,
yes,
you're voting for a man. You're not voting for America.
Trying to tell another woman what to do.
Yeah, I'm perfectly confident telling you that you're wrong. I'll do it every day of the week. You can't be like, oh, you're a man trying to tell a woman what's wrong, because we have the facts. The facts are on my side, not yours. You can't tell me you're voting for America and vote for somebody who tries to overturn an election he didn't win. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You can't vote for a man who praises
let me ask
Putin.
you one
Can't
question.
vote for a man. Wait,
Again,
hold on.
you're
You can't
very-
vote. No, I'm not done. You can't vote for Trump and say you're voting for America when he sent COVID tests to Putin in the height of the pandemic while Americans were dying.
Who paid for those COVID tests?
It doesn't matter.
We did.
It doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is the president of the United States. It does not matter. The fact of the no. We're not done here. The fact of the matter is that the president of the United States had COVID tests, and instead of giving them to the American people in the middle of a pandemic, he sent it to his pal over in Russia, Vladimir Putin. You cannot tell me that you're voting for America and then vote for somebody like that. And please don't pull the, oh, you're a man trying to tell a woman what to do.
Well,
It's a gross cop out of ignorance. It's a gross cop out. It's a gross cop out.
Americans don't care about like frickin' COVID test and where they go. Like nobody cares about that.
So instead of giving those tests to the American people so people could test and see if they have COVID,
And what happens when you test and you have COVID and you are positive? You're like, oh, okay, I have COVID. Nothing changes or nothing happens.
a million people died. Over 1 million Americans died from COVID. So maybe you should go tell those 1 million. Why don't you go tell those 1 million people? Why don't you go tell those 1 million people that nothing happens? Excuse me. Why don't you go tell those 1 million people who died from COVID that nothing happens once you become positive? Oh, wait, you can't because they're dead.
Well, they died with COVID, not from.
No. They died from.
That's not true.
It is true.
That's not.
It is true. But again, I respectfully, you don't care about the truth. You don't care about, what Donald Trump actually, you don't, like this conversation should have ended 20 minutes ago, because the fact that you said like, oh, I don't care why prices were lower, they just were, that should have been the end of the conversation. And the fact that you tried to pull a woman card when I'm trying to tell you that you shouldn't look your daughter in the eye and tell her that you're voting for a sexual abuser. It's just, it's low. It's low. It's like you can't substitute knowledge for stuff like that.
I'm going to look my daughter in the eye and say, I care about this country more about the abortion of my future grandchildren in 20 years that I would try to talk you out of.
God forbid your daughter needs to access critical reproductive care. God forbid that happens and she doesn't live in a state where they do that. And then she has to go to the doctor. And God forbid she becomes like Amber Nicole Thurman, who went to a Atlanta hospital to just have a routine procedure to remove fetal matter from inside of her. And she died as a result of the infection because doctors didn't know that whether they could operate or not. God forbid that happens to your daughter, because it happens to other women. You choose to overlook what happened to those women.
Harry, that's misinformation and you're not talking truly about that fact.
It's okay. You can just tell me that you care more about Donald Trump than these women. That's fine. We have 10-year-old girls who got assaulted.
Excuse me. We have about you or Donald Trump.
No, you care more about Trump. Obviously, if you cared more about America, you wouldn't be voting for somebody who tried to overturn an election he didn't win. The first time that's ever happened in American history in the way that Donald Trump went about it. You wouldn't be voting for somebody like that. That is un-American, but you choose to overlook it. You pretend it doesn't happen. And to be clear, there's not misinformation with Amber Nicole Thurman. She's dead. She's in the ground right now, and her son has to grow up without a mother because Republicans decided to pass insane reproductive right care. So you'll say, oh, I'd argue against the abortion of my grandchildren. It's never you until it is, right? Until one of your family members need critical reproductive care. Then you're like, shit, well, maybe this should have just been readily accessible for my daughter to get, as opposed to having to go to the state to prove that she needs this medication. Maybe it took too long for her to do that and she dies. Right? It's always never a big problem, and it's always, I care more about voting for Donald Trump until it happens to you, and I hope it doesn't happen to you. Seriously, like truly. But don't come up here and tell me you're voting for America if you're voting for Trump, because he's the antithesis of America. So. Oh, and she left. Yeah, don't give me that crap. Don't give me that crap. Don't tell me you're voting for America. And how about that saying, oh my God, I could. Remember, her vote counts as much as yours. She's going to vote. So you got to go out there and vote, man. You got to go out there and vote. Max, thank you for the 50 cent while looking a little dry still, but I'm willing to support the live even if it's a little amount. Yo, Max, I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you for being here. JW, thank you for the $50. Showing some love. You know how I do. Hope you're all well tonight. I need to watch the Fox interview. Heard Kamala cook the host and handled herself well. She did very well. The interview was great. Kamala Harris did a great job. And thank you, JW, for the $50. Please throw some W's in the chat for JW. Great guy, always supporting the live. I appreciate you so much. Haley, thank you for the $5 as well. You have the patience of a saint. Keep doing what you're doing. Haley, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Lost it a little bit with that woman because, my God. Brianna, thank you for the $10. Thank you, Harry, for all you do and getting the word out to vote. Brianna, thank you so much. I appreciate you being here. It's incredibly kind. Soren, thank you for the $1. Phoenix, Arizona here. Always thought Trump was the best till I listened to you for a few weeks. We'll be voting Kamala this election. Soren, that's amazing in the great state of Arizona as well. A swing state. That is crucial. Thank you so much for telling me that. And thank you for tuning in here and watching and just being around. It means a lot. I'm so glad to hear that. I'm so glad to hear that. Kyle, thank you for the $3. I don't know how you deal with this lady. She's so delusional. Thank you for all that you do. I appreciate that, Kyle. Thank you so much. That's incredibly kind. And Bonetta, thank you for the $3. You're the best, Harry. The maggots are so crazy today. One tried to convince me that racism is irrelevant and has been since 1960, and I just make it worse. I'm so sorry. That's incredibly disgusting. I'm sorry that somebody said that to you. That's ridiculous. And wow, it's been irrelevant since the 1960s. Really? I mean, goddamn, just look around. We just had George Floyd a couple of years ago. I mean, seriously. Joyce, thank you for the $50. To drop her, she does this on other lives. Joyce, I wish I saw your message sooner. Would have saved me a lot of frustration. Yeah, that's really gross. I mean, seriously, her being like, I'm voting for America and voting for Donald Trump. I don't know. I'm obviously just she's like, yeah, I'm going to look my kid in the eye and tell her I'm voting for a sexual abuser. It's like, you got to do better, man. Yo, Gregory, thank you for the $10, my man. I appreciate you on Cash App. Essence, thank you for the $5. How are the polls looking? I'm scared to look. Like, still pretty even. It's kind of crazy. Tosha, thank you for the $1 as well. I appreciate you. All right, Venmo, let me know if you're MAGA in the chat. I'll bring you up and we can talk. Venmo, Cash App in the link in the bio if you want to support the live. Also, drop a follow if you haven't already. We do these lives all the time. Double tap the screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. It boosts it and sends it out to more people. All that good stuff. You guys know the drill. God, that was like a really frustrating conversation. I can't even lie to you. Can't even lie to you. Thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you. Where is Ruth requesting up? I don't know. I can't see her. Is Ruth requesting up? Ruth. I don't know. I see her in the chat, but I don't see her in the box. I don't think she's requesting up. It's fine. Oh, Brennan. Hello. Are you MAGA? Figure it out, buddy. Figure out the audio. Come on. Figure it out. Wait, hold on. You always dodge my debates, says Trump's innocent. Get this guy up here. Are you kidding me? Brennan, I'm going to... Oh, and now, yeah, he goes, you're always dodging my debates and then leaves. You kidding me? Brennan can't figure it out. Hello, are you MAGA?
Hi, yes, I am MAGA.
Oh, yeah, get the hell out. All right. Jules says she's MAGA. Let's bring her up. Remember, Venmo, Cash App, link in bio. Drop a follow if you haven't already.
Fuck! Oh my god, Hello?
Hi. Yeah, how old are you, bro?
We're 20. There's two of us.
There's two of you. Yeah. You guys supporting Donald Trump?
Yes.
Why?
So, me personally, I work in a grocery store and she's a bartender, and we see it firsthand how prices are going up, and we feel that it is not fair to the people that we serve or even us because we can't afford our lifestyle.
Okay. Why are prices going up?
Because of inflation.
Okay. What caused inflation?
What do you mean, what caused inflation?
What caused inflation? Like, you're saying like Joe Biden caused inflation, right? And Donald Trump's going to solve it?
Have you ever looked at a graph between when Trump was president and when Biden is president currently? Mm-hmm. Or, well, yeah. God knows where he's been the past few months, but you know.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I've looked at a graph, yep.
Okay.
So why, but like what caused it?
Why don't you answer that question?
It's just you're going to pass on it?
Why don't you answer the question? I'd love to know. What is your answer?
Yeah, there was a global pandemic that affected supply chains and affected the ability of goods to get to shelves. So like when you were in the middle of the pandemic, it was really hard to get like paper towels, for example, and the price of paper towels went up because there was a lot of demand but a lack of supply. And so that was like across the board with products. So like in a grocery store, for example, you see it like firsthand. So that's why prices went up. It was nothing that Joe Biden did. And just to save you the time, like Trump doesn't have any policy to bring this down either. Yeah, y'all have a good rest of your night. All right, get the hell out. Sorry, I wanted to finish that up. Kelly, thank you for the $20. Enjoy your work and dedication. I appreciate you, Kelly. Thank you so much. It means a lot. Just had to get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. I appreciate that, Kelly. Thank you so much for the $20. That's very kind. Venmo, Cash App, link in bio if you want to support the live. We do these lives all the time, so make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already. Double tap the screen. Yeah. Hannah, thank you for the $1. What are your election day live plans? Also voting blue from Colorado. Sorry, this is all I can afford to give our end, but love the work that you do. Hannah, please save your money. Save your money. Please, 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 please. I appreciate you regardless. I don't know what I'm going to be doing on election day. I don't even know where I'm going to be on election day. I think that right now there's in discussions for me to be in like a swing state the day before the election and then flying back on like the 4th. I don't know. We'll see if that happens. But it's up in the air. It's up in the air. Let's try to bring up Brennan again. I want to give him a chance because he's kicked down. So anyway. Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Are you in your car?
Yeah, I'm sitting in my driveway. My lights are out.
Why don't you unplug the phone for me because there's an echo.
Can you hear me?
I think so. I think it should be better. Yeah, there you go. All right, why you MAGA?
I don't know, man. I'm with Trump. 4 years ago, I feel like everything was better, and now the groceries are higher. I feel like the gases are higher. I feel like everything was smoother 4 years ago, and I feel like now it's worse than it's ever has been for middle-class people that is just trying to buy groceries, pay a mortgage, buy a house, live life. It's harder than it ever has been. I feel like ever.
Okay. So you're just saying, so like, give me give me a quick summary. Like you think that like things were better under Donald Trump and like prices were lower, I guess. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, in a way, yeah.
Okay. So why were prices lower?
I mean, I don't know why. When he was in office, they were lower.
Yeah. So, and why did prices go up?
Well, I'm hoping you can tell me.
Yeah. So it had nothing to do with Donald Trump. It had nothing to do with Joe Biden, with prices being down and prices going up. There was a major global pandemic. There was 14% unemployment under Donald Trump. And then, of course, that's not where the economic hardship ended. There was global inflation here in the United States, in Germany, in European economies, and Asian economies. And that inflation was not just to the United States. It happened all over the world. And that was primarily because of the economy crashing globally with supply chain issues, struggling to get goods to people. People weren't shipping anything. There wasn't global e-commerce taking place anymore. And so that really hurt a lot of people. So that's what caused inflation. It had nothing to do with Joe Biden or Donald Trump. If Donald Trump would have been reelected, there still would have been high inflation as a result of the pandemic.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense. Can you explain to me why you're so pro Kamala? Kamala and Biden.
Yeah, it's simple. I'll do Kamala just because Biden's not in the race. I'm happy to talk about Biden and tell you why he's been such an amazing president in just a second. But Kamala Harris has dedicated her life to public service, starting off as a district attorney in San Francisco, then attorney general of California, then senator from California, then vice president, and now she's running for president. I mean, her entire life has been serving people. And like when she was attorney general or district attorney, specifically more so to attorney general, she took on the big banks that scammed people in the 2008 financial crisis. She took on fraudulent colleges that scammed people of their tuition and got billions of dollars in settlement for these people. Meanwhile, Donald Trump was sitting up in his gold penthouse in New York City, paying minimum wage to his workers and then not even paying people who built some of his buildings, kind of screwing over the middle class. And she has good policy. She's pro-choice. She wants to fight climate change, invest in fighting climate change while also creating jobs while doing it. She wants to invest in veterans health care, in manufacturing, in building America, building our roads and bridges and things like that. She has actual policy beliefs, actual positions, and actual record, whereas Donald Trump has nothing. He doesn't tell us how he's going to do anything. As I was saying to a guest earlier, he just makes these very vague statements of, oh, I'm going to lower your prices, I'm going to lower your gas prices, and then doesn't tell us how that's going to take place. He's just kind of like putting out very vague statements in hopes that you'll vote for him.
Well, like you say, how it's going to take place. I don't really care how it takes place. If it happens, then it happens. You know what I mean?
Point is that you should care how it takes place, because, you know, it's one thing saying, oh, I'm going to do this. It's another to actually do it. And if Donald Trump doesn't have a means to actually get it done, then he's just saying that as a campaign talking point to get your vote. And it's working right now. Like right now you're saying, well, I don't know why prices were lower. I don't know how he's going to get it lower. I just think that he's going to. And that's not a great voting strategy.
It's that it is. I mean, it was 4 years ago, and I think it will be if he's elected.
Yeah. So why? Why do you think it would be if he's elected?
Why do you think it wouldn't?
Well, answer the question. Why do you think it would?
I'm not trying to be, rude or anything. I'm just asking, like
I know you're not trying to be rude, but I'm just asking, why do you think it would be lower?
Because 4 years ago it was.
Exactly.
When he was president.
So your logic is circular, right? It's not actually based on, oh, I think Donald Trump's going to do X, Y, and Z, and it's proven to have this effect historically. I think that effect is going to be produced again. It's just, well, it was lower 4 years ago, which means I think it's going to be lower now. That's not how the economy works, right? For example, your average grocery store trip in 2017 was cheaper than it was in 2019. Right? We have inflation every single year. Did Donald Trump suddenly manage to lower grocery prices from 2019 levels back to what they were in 2005? No. No. Was he able to lower gas prices under his presidency back to what they were in like the 1990s? No. Why? Because that's not how the economy works, and the president can't do that.
Right.
So like what? Like let me ask you this: if you think that Donald Trump is going to lower gas prices to what? I don't know, like to $2 more, why didn't he make gas prices like 25 cents a gallon when he was president? If the president has that power, why didn't he do that? Make it like super cheap for everybody.
Well, I mean, 25 cents a gallon, that's like outrageous.
Okay, 50 cents a gallon, $1 a gallon. Why not? Why didn't he do that?
I mean, all I'm saying is, I mean, I hear what you're saying, and it makes sense, but all I'm saying is 4 years ago, I just feel like we was better off than what we are now. And I hear all this stuff about Kamala coming from California, about all the prisoners she let loose. She talked about marijuana, but let guys. Can you explain that to me? I mean,
yeah.
I mean, I saw today something about the border patrol endorsed Trump. I mean, what's up with that?
The Border Patrol Union, it's not the Border Patrol. And the Border Patrol Union also endorsed an immigration policy that Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Democrats, and Republicans agreed on that Donald Trump killed. So if you think that, the Border Patrol Union's endorsement is significant, then I'm sure you'd be very angry at Donald Trump for killing a bill that would have helped those very Border Patrol agents do their job, right?
Yeah, I mean, I can agree with that.
So this is another example of how Donald Trump's a fraud, right? He says immigration's a big part of his campaign. He says, I'm going to solve it. I'm going to close the border. Well, okay, then why is he killing immigration bills? I mean, if he really cared about immigration, if he believes that this is an issue of national security, then why wouldn't he support the immigration bill? There's two reasons. Either one, he truly does believe it's a national security risk and he's blocking it anyway, which is evil. Or two, he doesn't believe it's a national security risk and he's lying about immigration to run a campaign. Both are pretty bad.
Yeah, I can see that.
So just don't vote for somebody who does that. Somebody that blocks policy that would help the country, that shouldn't be somebody who's the president of the United States. That makes no sense to me. Kamala Harris has never done anything like that. And she's talked about previously that if the Republicans have a good policy position, she'll support it. Obama has said stuff like that recently. Biden has said stuff like that recently.
So you're saying as far as stuff like houses, mortgages, interest rate, groceries has nothing to do with the presidential?
Correct. There are some instances of which, let's just say like Congress and the presidency go rogue and they pass like a really stupid policy. Then there are instances of which that could take place. But in terms of the last couple of years, like 4 years. Oh, sorry. I got like a violation or something. In terms of like the last 4 years, yeah, no, there hasn't been anything that Biden or Harris or any one individual has done to raise prices at the grocery store or the pump.
So take it back when even Obama was in for 8 years. No significant that gas was up, and then when Trump got elected, it come down. No Nothing there. I mean,
well, I mean, there were actually periods under Obama of which gas prices were low.
I don't want you to think I'm trying to be rude. I'm just asking.
No, I don't think you're rude. I don't think you're rude. There were periods under Obama which gas prices were lower than they were under Donald Trump. It's like all this stuff fluctuates. It has nothing. Gas prices are based on global markets. They're not based on domestic markets. They're not based on solely things that happen in the United States. It's based on how much oil is there all around the world, and is that oil meeting the demand of the consumer, which we're all consumers in different countries. Is that demand being met? And if it is, then prices will stabilize. If it's not, prices will go up. If it's being met excessively, then prices will go down.
Right. And what about the stuff I was talking about coming from California with letting 1,000 prisoners walk, all that sort of thing? I've saw that numerous times with over 2 to 3 million tweets and on TikTok blowing up. What's your intake on that?
Yeah, a lot of that's nonsense. Like, a lot of people lie about her record as district attorney and attorney general. I mean, look, in these positions, she went after killers, she went after traffickers, she went after people that assault children. Kamala Harris was not somebody that just thought, you know what, let's just let criminals on the street, right? There was instances in her office. There was one thing where the lab technician or somebody that was involved in the testing of drugs, I think it is, under her tenure as district attorney, they contaminated a lot of the samples, and that led to a bunch of convictions being overturned. But obviously Kamala Harris and the people in her office didn't know that was taking place. That person was later held accountable for doing that. But in terms of Kamala Harris, willingly let people walk, no, there was no just you committed a crime, come on out of prison. There was none of that.
So none of that happened.
No. Yeah. And I would encourage, genuinely, I would not look at Twitter. I would not look at TikTok. You can look at articles on her record as being district attorney or attorney general. There were a lot of people who praised Kamala Harris. She was such a good district attorney in San Francisco that even Donald Trump donated money to her campaign to become attorney general. That's what's so ironic about this. He all says, oh, she was such a terrible district attorney. Well, both he and Ivanka Trump donated thousands of dollars to her campaign.
To Kamala's campaign.
Yes, we have the checks. You can also look this up as well. CBS wrote a great article about this on how Trump donated thousands of dollars to Kamala Harris's campaign to become attorney general of California, and that was after she was district attorney. So Trump thought she was pretty great.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's a fun fact of the day.
So I'll end with this. Why Kamala over Donald Trump? And I'll end with this. If you can just prove it that it's better and that it's going to be better. With Joe Biden the past 4 years, and with him pretty much having to resign his office because I don't feel like he's able to do the job. Why else would he resign? I feel like the Democratic Party needed him to resign or had him resign because they knew he couldn't win against Donald Trump because of the way he acts and he is on stage and around public people. I feel like they wanted him to resign for Kamala in that position. So I feel like there's a reason for all that,
A reason for him stepping aside? Yes.
Why would he step aside?
Yeah, I don't think it had anything to do with his mental ability. I think he's perfectly fine. And it's always kind of funny to watch politics operate this way because for 4 years, Republicans have been saying that Biden's not fit and that he's mentally declining. And then, things like recent hurricanes happen and then Republicans are like, oh, actually, Biden's pretty great. Like Representative Anna Paulina Luna, who represents a district in Florida who got hit badly by Hurricane Helene and, of course, Hurricane Milton. She's been very critical of Biden. She wears Trump bathing suits and things like that and films videos in them. And then recently on Twitter, she was like, yeah, I was incredibly thankful for everything Biden did to us. He was timely. He took control of the situation. She even said she was quite surprised at the response that Biden had. And it's just it's funny to watch stuff like that because Republicans say he's unfit to serve. But when they actually operate with Joe Biden, they're like, wow, he's pretty great. So I don't think there's anything wrong with his mental ability. Sorry, side story. But in terms of the main question, yeah, I just think that the American people thought he was too old. I didn't, but the majority of people did. He saw the polls. It wasn't looking good for him. So he made the honorable decision, a decision that's very rare when it comes to politics, to put his ego aside, put his own ambition aside, and pass the torch to a younger generation. This is certainly not something we'd ever see Donald Trump do. He had the opportunity to, and he didn't. But Joe Biden chose to make that decision, and I think that's really honorable. And I think that was a choice he made himself.
I can understand that. So with you saying that, you're saying if Biden would have stayed in, Trump would have won hands down. He couldn't beat Trump.
No, I don't think that it was like hands down that Trump would have beaten Biden. I think that like every election is close. I don't think that this one would have been an exception. But I don't know what would happen if Biden and Trump were the nominees. A lot of things like happen in politics, and it could have swung one way or another really quickly. So I don't know. But I don't think it was definitive that Trump was going to beat Biden, and I don't think it was definitive that Biden was going to beat Trump.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you talking to me, Harry.
All right, man. Just think about your vote for me. All right.
Well, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but I will be voting for Trump, and I'll just be honest.
What state are you voting in?
Louisiana.
Okay. All right. You have a good one. All right.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, there's not a single good reason to vote for Donald Trump. Not a single, like, there's not a single good reason. I'm yet in my entire life to hear a good reason. I'm yet to hear a good reason for anybody voting for Donald Trump, man. Yo, JW, my man. Thank you for another $50, saying another 50 for all the uninformed and frustrating idiots that come up who don't have an education. Yo, JW, can we get some more love for JW in the chat? Just fill the chat with W's for him. He's always supporting the live, always showing up and helping out. Man, I appreciate you so much. Thank you, JW. You're the go, brother. I hope you know that. Jane, thank you for the $25. His great show. Jane, thank you so much for showing up and supporting. That really means a lot. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you, Jane. Christopher, thank you for the $1.72. I'm a 27-year-old black male in Ohio who lives in my car, so I only have $1.72 available to show support. Never voted before. I was going to vote red, but now I'm going to vote blue. Keep publicly embarrassing the willful ignorant, Harry. You're changing it. Christopher, let me send you some money, man. Let me send you. I appreciate you. Let me send you some money, man. I don't. If you're good, man. Let me send you some money. I don't know if that story's true. But I don't care. We're gonna help him out. Christopher, man, I don't send anything more. I appreciate you, man. Just thank you for showing up. If I can ever help out again, you let me know, all right? But I appreciate you showing up and being in the live. It means a lot. And I'm glad to hear that you're using your voice, man. Using your voice for good and getting out there and voting. Yeah. Seriously, if you ever need anything, just let me know, all right? All right, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up, and we can talk. Oh, wait, let me check Cash App. Let me, Cassie, thank you for the $5, saying, can you talk about the Alien Enemies Act? It's the act that Donald Trump wants to invoke. I think that's what you're referencing. It's crazy. It led to Japanese internment in World War II. It's not a law that any person in modern American politics should be wanting to invoke. Mary, thank you for the $2. When voting in person, don't wear political apparel. Yo, Christian, thank you for the Leon. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. That's incredibly kind. Probably don't wear a political attire. I don't know if there's I don't think there's laws around that, but I would just not do that. Caroline, thank you for the $20 as well. No message. I appreciate you. Amalia, thank you for subscribing. All right, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. Oh, look at this guy, DJ Woody for Trump. I mean, his name is his name for Trump, so I presume he's MAGA. So we'll see what happens. Hello, man. You're on mute right now, brother.
Yo, what's up, Harry? How you doing?
What's up? I'm good. How are you?
Man, I wanted to come up here. I've been waiting to get on this show to talk about that Trump fraud case that you've been talking about.
Yeah.
So I just want to ask you one-on-one. Do you really believe he frauded the banks and all the people in New York?
Yes.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Yeah, I mean, he, lied about the value of his assets, his net worth, the income that his properties were generating to get better, favorable loans when it came to interest rates and just better loans generally. He lied about things like square footage in certain buildings. He lied about the value of buildings and how appraisers have generated them. He lied about the potential for certain properties and income that those properties might generate over time, just so he could get better loans. If you and I did that, we'd go to jail. We go to jail. We're not rich and famous, so we can't go into a bank and lie to them and get ahead so we can make more money. You can't do that. So Donald Trump thought he did. He got caught, and now he should pay the price.
Did the bank bring up fraud charges against him?
No.
Okay. So the bank didn't think they were frauded. So how did he fraud them? Just by lying to them?
Yeah, I mean, if somebody is defrauded and they don't think that they were defrauded, the state or a district attorney or an attorney general still has the authority to bring charges to prevent that from happening in the future, and to hold that person who committed fraud accountable. And also, to be clear, like Deutsche Bank withdrew from the deal from Donald Trump after they learned that they'd been lied to. So, they clearly weren't very happy.
Okay, so you're having me to believe that Donald Trump went to this bank, gave them some false information, and the bank just accepted it?
Well, they didn't just accept it. Trump had been a partner or working with them for quite some time in that period, and they did a couple of different checks, but one of them was like having Donald Trump sign a sworn affidavit saying, like, I affirm everything that I presented to be true, or to the best of my knowledge true, kind of like something you probably seen one of those before. Yep. And so they did things like that. But yeah, I mean, they took a lot of the information that Donald Trump presented them. They made their own changes to some of the valuations that Donald Trump gave to them, and the value of like certain properties in New York City. But that was still based off of lies, based off of how many floors some of these buildings were, for example.
Right. And then the bank still said, doing their own due diligence, that after they evaluated his statement of financial conditionings, that he still qualified for the 4% interest rate.
Yeah, because they were evaluating false information.
They were. So the bank didn't go out there and appraise the property that was 30,000 square foot?
It doesn't matter, right, whether the bank did or didn't. What matters is that Donald Trump presented false information, and under New York law, that is illegal. And so you're asking me, did Donald Trump defraud the banks? Whether banks went out there and looked at the property and measured every square footage themselves doesn't really matter. So Trump presented them with false information.
Did the bank rely on it?
They relied on a lot of the information that Donald Trump presented to them. Okay. I guess I mentioned they made their own changes to some of the valuations that Trump presented, but for the most part, they relied on him, and they were Trump was a partner of theirs for a while. But
they
to answer
still,
your question,
in the bank's best assessment, felt that he qualified for the loan at 4%,
based off of false information. Yes,
but they still believed, and then they gave him the loan. Did he fail to pay it back?
No.
So he paid it back in full.
Yep.
And the bank lost money.
No, they didn't lose money.
Really?
Yeah, they didn't lose money. But the point of the fact of the matter is that if you commit fraud and you pay the loan back, you still committed fraud, right?
Okay, well, according to the legal definition of fraud, you have to damage somebody. They have to lose money to their detriment. So I'm trying to figure out if he committed fraud.
I don't know where you're getting this definition of fraud.
Where did they lose money from?
Yeah, I don't know where you're getting this definition of fraud. We're just looking at how the law.
Definition.
I don't know where you're getting this legal definition from.
It's in the court rule.
We are just using New York law for this. It's you might be citing federal law, maybe, but in terms of New York law, yeah, this is the way that the statute is written. You can disagree with the way the statute is written, but the fact of the matter is that it was written this way. They went before a judge and presented the information to the judge, and Donald Trump lost. And I just want to answer your question broadly. I can pull up the statute for you in a second.
Is it 6312?
Maybe, I don't know. I can pull it up for you in a second. I don't remember it off the top of my head, but in terms, they went before a judge and they presented the information. I want to actually, is Law of the Wild here? Maybe Law of the Wild is here. He's a lawyer.
Maybe he can come up and explain this, because I'm calling bullshit.
I don't know, but I mean, so what are you calling bullshit on exactly?
I'm calling there was no fraud at all in this transaction.
So, okay, so can Donald Trump go lie to banks?
Absolutely he can.
You can lie to banks?
Absolutely you can.
Okay, why don't you lie to the banks?
I can.
So you can lie to banks?
Absolutely you can lie to the bank. I can go to the bank tomorrow, Harry, and tell them my house is worth $10 gazillion.
When you're trying to get a loan and putting your house,
absolutely, I can say my house, I believe, is worth $10 gazillion, Harry.
When you're trying to get a loan, and you put your house up as collateral, you cannot lie about the value of your house.
I can tell them whatever the fuck value I believe it's worth. You cannot. I can.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So you should go do that. You should go test that theory.
Oh, I can. Well, guess what the bank is going to do, Harry? They're going to say, well, we believe your value is $100,000, and that's what they're going to go off of, Harry. And
Section 1014 of the federal banking law prohibits any person from making a false statement to almost any federally chartered or federally insured financial institution to obtain a loan or credit extension.
And I can tell them what I believe my house is worth. I'm going
to read it again from you. This is from OJP.gov. It's a government website. Section 1014 of the federal banking law prohibits any person from making a false statement to almost any federally chartered or federally insured financial institution to obtain a loan or credit extension.
But I'm not making a false statement.
You are making a false statement.
I'm making a true statement.
You're not making a true statement. That is not a true statement.
My house is worth $10 million.
Yeah,
that's a true statement because I believe it to be true.
Yeah. So when
now
you're
the
going
bank
to
can come back and say, "Well, we believe it to be only worth this much."
So
Therefore,
when you're going
you
to get a
only
loan,
qualify for this loan.
okay, when you're going to get a loan and you're presenting information to the bank to get that loan, such as like how much your house is worth, and when you put it up as collateral to get that loan, you have to have that house evaluated, like for an actual
I don't have to
property
appraise my
valuation.
house to go to the bank.
Well, you have to have a valuation that's accurate.
I don't have
and and there's like an actual formula to commit to calculate a valuation of a house.
That's not my job.
If you're going to a bank and getting a loan, it is absolutely your job to be accurate to the banks.
Now let's go to 6312. This law. This law that Letitia James brought.
Look, but let's just not quickly brush over this. So your view is that you can lie to banks. You can just like give them any
I'm not
valuation.
lying to them.
Okay. All right. You should go.
I
You
can
should
go
go try
tell them I
that.
think my car's worth $100,000.
Go to a bank and ask for a loan and lie to them, and just like submit like a fake credit report, a fake value, like say
Now,
like your
lying to
house
them
was
would be if
appraised.
I
And
misrepresented my
excuse me, hey,
income.
can you stop talking? I've like let you talk and like rant
go ahead,
about
I'll
things
go
that are
on mute.
objectively false. So just please stop talking. So you should go to the banks and lie to them and submit a false credit report and submit a false valuation for your house and how much money you make and all that things like that. You should go test it out. And then what I want you to do is go to the police and tell them you tested it out and show them all the information you showed to the bank. Show them that you know that this is not based off of anything except your own imagination, and then tell me what happens.
Okay, now let's clarify what the difference is. If I'm lying to them, is if I misrepresent my income, I misrepresent anything that I am obligated to show them that I am good for the loan. That's where you get in trouble. If I misstate that kind of stuff, not what I perceive the value of my collateral to be. Now let's get back
You should
to
go
the
test
loan.
it out.
Let's get back to the loan. Now, she's suing under Executive Law 6312. And I've been scratching my head for many months over this one, Harry. 6312 doesn't even apply in this case. Letitia James has lost her mind.
How so?
Because it's a consumer protection fraud law to protect consumers in the transaction of business. So Trump was a consumer in the transaction of this business. So how are they using this law against the consumer when the bank was the business?
So there's also a Martin Act in New York that gives the Attorney General broad authority to go after cases like this. But also the 6312 is very broad by definition. It's broad that allows the Attorney General to send out subpoenas or investigate cases of civil fraud. And whether it was, you keep calling it like a consumer protection law. Historically, this law was passed in like the 1950s, I believe. It's been used to not only just go after like consumer laws, but also different corporations, or I shouldn't say corporations, but just different civil fraud cases that happen in New York. It's pretty broad, and it's intentionally broad. And we're going to find out when the appellate court rules on this. I'm pretty confident that it's not going to be overturned.
Okay, so let's talk about this. So it's a consumer protection law.
So wait, are you disputing the evidence first of all? Because you didn't even tell me about that.
I'm disputing the law. I'm disputing the SFCs. I'm disputing the entire case because it did go before an appellate judge, 5 of them, a matter of fact, about a couple of weeks ago. I watched it. I was there. And those judges eviscerated the Attorney General when she got up there saying, hey, he frauded everybody. And they were like,
the Attorney General wasn't there.
The Vail was representing the Attorney General.
Yeah, so the Attorney General was not there.
Yep. And before she could even introduce herself, the judge interrupted and pretty much laid out that he's never seen this ever before, where her nose was stuck in a transaction that involved 2 sophisticated private actors conducting business, and every case law that the Attorney General cited to support their claim that Trump had frauded them didn't apply. So the attorneys led the judges down the wrong path, and they're pissed off about it.
Yeah. So did you get any indication from the questioning that the judges are going to just have the entire case overturned?
Absolutely.
Really? What was your indication there?
Well, one judge says he didn't see any fraud. Another judge says he looked at the bill jackets.
Whoa. What judge said that they didn't see any fraud?
The first judge, Justice Friedman.
So, and can you pull up that quote for me?
He says,
or like something along those lines if they didn't see any fraud.
You want to hear the audio?
No, I want you to like pull up the quote for me. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll pull up the audio. You can hear the judge say it himself.
Yeah, no, give me like the entire thing.
You'll get the entire thing, Harry. I've been waiting to show you this. I want to share this with your audience because I know you're pretty smart.
Please.
But you're really missing out on this one.
Oh, please show us the entire quote here.
Oh, you're going to hear it, Harry. Just give me 1 second to rack up the clip.
We'll wait.
Okay.
By the way, you said that he said that there was no fraud.
No fraud.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And I'm going to play it for you
I'm sure
right
this is
here.
going to be
Let me get it right here.
100% exactly how he says it.
Here we go. Here we go. I got it racked up right here.
Okay.
What the
This is
Attorney General
Vail.
is seeking is injunctive relief and disgorgement.
So let's get her backed up here. And let's forward it up. Here we go.
Could go to the
We're almost there. Here we go.
not raising an.
Here we go. Here she comes. Let's listen.
May it please the court, Judith Vail for the New York Attorney General's office. All of the defendants repeatedly
Ms.
violated.
Vail, can you identify any previous case in which the Attorney General sued under Executive Law 6312 to upset a private business transaction that was between equally sophisticated partners, where the supposed victim had the ability and legal obligation to discover the allegedly misrepresented matters by conducting its own due diligence, where the supposed wrongdoer advised the supposed victim through
Wait,
written-
I'm just waiting. This is the question that you asked that you already cited. Can you pull up the quote of where he said there's no fraud?
He's getting there. Let's listen, Harry.
Okay.
to draw its own conclusions, where the alleged misrepresentation almost entirely concerned inherently subjective valuations of properties and businesses.
Yes.
And where the victim never complained about any fraud in the transactional losses from it. Because I've gone through the cases which you've cited, and all of them always involved the consumer protection aspect. It involved protection of the market.
And I want to add to his question, and little to no impact on the public marketplace.
Right there. So the judge is like, whenever you ever use this law in
Holy
this case, because
shit.
everything
Holy,
you cited,
wait.
Harry,
Where did he
doesn't
say the
jive.
word fraud? Where did he say there was no fraud?
It was at the end of his question. Because there was no fraud. The banks never complained of
This is the
fraud.
dumbest shit I've ever heard in my entire life. Wait, play the end of the question again.
All right, let me rack it up.
Yeah.
Says yes, and where the victim never complained about any fraud in the transactional losses from it.
There it is.
That's so funny. That's so funny that you had to play that off. So that was a question of which he's like, can you cite another example of which there was no complaint by either party or the party that was defrauded? And you're trying to say that the judge just said that there was no fraud? This is like the most disingenuous.
Exactly.
I'm not done yet.
All right, I'll go on mute.
Yeah, please. This is the most disingenuous crap I've ever heard. Not once in that. By the way, it's a question. It's not a statement of fact. And that's what this appellate court hearing is for. It was questioning. Not once in that question or in any of this did he say, yeah, there's no fraud in this case. So where did the judge say that there was no fraud specific to the Trump fraud case?
Goes on. Here's his next question. Let's listen.
Wait. Can you pause it for a second? Jana, thank you for the galaxy. Can you pause it for a second? So I'm not looking to hear questions, because questions are intentionally difficult, right? When you go before the Supreme Court, an appellate court in a city or state or jurisdiction, their questions are not going to be like, so how was your day? Like, where'd you get that dress? It's never going to be anything like that. It's going to be tough questions that are intentionally difficult to make sure that the party that's arguing and their case is solid. So you citing the judges questioning the Attorney General's office is not answering my question of where the judge said that definitively, as a matter of fact, there was no fraud. And by the way, if you were honest, if you play the questioning of Trump's lawyers as well, you'll also notice that the questioning toward them is also very tough and very difficult for a reason.
Okay, here's this next question right here.
312. It was
Wait, pause.
harm to the honest.
What is this? What is him asking this question proving?
It's proven that there's no fraud. Listen, Harry, here it comes.
Okay, let's just to be clear, it's a question. First of all.
Yes, here's a question.
Do the misconduct and therefore don't get the kind of benefit that they got here.
I suppose you're referring to the fact that Trump received a lower interest rate than he might otherwise have received. But haven't you yourself conceded that the assets were sufficient to get the lower interest rate of the private wealth management direction?
Absolutely.
And of course,
wait, and now answers. Now let her answer.
Oh, you want her to answer?
Yeah, let her answer.
Allowed to do this deal at all. That's at 28150 of the record. And you have to remember something. As the net worth as the statements were coming in, the Deutsche Bank was doing a stress test. So if without the fraud, the net worth and liquidity would have started much lower. And then you do the stress test, and it takes it down much lower. It does not look like such a strong financial guarantee anymore. It does not look like an ironclad guarantee anymore. And it was absolutely a fair inference that Deutsche Bank would not have given these loans without the financial strength being inflated. That was also evident from Haig and McCarty testifying about the incredible
Doesn't Mr. Hay
collateral.
Doesn't Mr. Hay testify that there were 14 factors and this was the least important factor?
Well, certainly there are multiple factors that go into the risk assessment, but both for materiality and for disgorgement, the issue is not whether there's only one factor. There's often a lot of factors that are considered. For materiality, it's whether it's
all right. You can pause it now. You can pause it.
Okay. Total mix of
Yeah,
and it gets worse from there, Harry.
No, it actually gets better for the Attorney General's office. As you'll notice, all of her all of her answers are really informed, and all of her answers answered your question. You're saying, and also, I don't know how you could cite judges asking question as proof of anything. These are judges asking questions. They're questions for a reason. They are not stating facts, a matter of fact in their view. They're asking questions of both parties to get their perspective. So I don't know. I don't know what you sought to achieve by saying, well, you know, a judge asked a question in a case, which means there was no fraud. It's like, come on, man. You got to stop being so disingenuous. This is really low. This is really low.
Not being disingenuous.
You're being
Harry.
disingenuous. No, please. You're being disingenuous. You're saying that a judge asking a party a question in a hearing is them stating that there was no fraud. When, I mean, the judge didn't even claim that there was no fraud. He didn't even make a claim that there was or wasn't any fraud. He was just asking a question to a party that was arguing before him. And again, you're conveniently cutting off in all of these things. Can you stop the video? You're conveniently cutting off the answer of the Attorney General's office to make it seem as like, oh, it's a gotcha moment. She was put in her place. Heather, thank you for the galaxy. But this happens at every level of the judicial system. I mean, listen to a Supreme Court hearing sometime and listen how difficult the questions are to both parties.
Harry, I do it all the time.
Okay, and you'll great, and you'll acknowledge that questions to both parties are difficult. And you'll acknowledge that questions to both parties is difficult, right?
Yeah, sometimes, but not in this case. It wasn't difficult for Trump.
Really? So go to a question and answers here period of the Trump.
But hang on, this next statement the judge is about to make is what kills the case. Listen.
Even though the counterparty didn't rely on it at all.
So that's you're pointing to Ernst & Young. You're pointing to First American. Ernst & Young, you're dealing with the collapse of Lehman Brothers. First American, you're dealing with an action brought against an appraiser who overvalued properties at the behest of a lender perpetrating a scheme to induce unsophisticated consumers into taking out home loans that they could not afford. It hardly seems that justifies bringing an action to protect gang against President Trump, which is what you have here. I mean, you've got two really sophisticated parties in which no one lost any money. And that was the point of my initial question. Every case that you cite involved where there was damage to consumers, damage to the marketplace. You've got a scheme to get unsophisticated consumers to take out home loans. You got a collapse of Lehman Brothers. You don't have anything like that here.
And there you go.
No. Let her answer now.
Anything like that here.
No, let her answer. Let her answer.
Okay. Here's her answer.
Wait. Also, pause really quickly. Yep. Just because previous cases have certain elements that are not present in this case doesn't mean that the case is invalid.
No, okay.
Obviously.
Here's her answer. Now, I will tell you, Harry, every answer she came back with, they're not buying, but we'll listen.
How do you know that they're not buying?
Because she's telling the judges that the banks don't know how to properly assess risk. The banks don't know how to properly.
This is so incredibly disingenuous.
Set themselves up in case of a default.
See, you've completely lost any credibility on this topic. I mean, you lost credibility earlier when you said that you can lie to banks and get away with it. But this is just a complete misrepresentation of the argument that the Attorney General's office is making. And instead of like assuming what she's saying to these judges, and instead of like assuming that the judge aren't or are buying it, why don't we just listen to the answer she gave? So please, play the answer.
Let's listen. Here you go.
Hire that whatsoever for liability. And the statute is written broadly because the legislature wants the Attorney General to go in and stop fraud and illegality.
Also, an example of what you're talking about, I think, is People versus Allen, isn't it? There was just a dispute among partners.
Yes,
it didn't affect the public, at all. But I think you hear underneath all these questions, the question of mission creep. Has 6312 morphed into something that it was not meant to do? And that's something you must address because there has to be some limitation on what the Attorney General can do. in interfering in these private transactions, as Justice Friedman said, that where people don't claim harm. So what is the limiting principle?
Well, I'll say two things, Your Honor. Well, first of all, the limiting principle are what's in the law. So the illegality claims require intent. They require materiality.
Let's talk about the standalone.
Just for the 6312 fraud. Well, this court has defined that rather broadly, but there are still limits. It is not falsity in the wind, first of all. It is not falsity that you whisper to someone on the couch. It has to be related and relevant to the business at hand. And it does have to have a capacity or tendency to deceive. It has to have a capacity or tendency to deceive. And I will stress, Your Honor, that this does have harm to the public and to the markets. And I think what Your Honor is saying is that in some of the other cases, the ripple effects happen to happen. It went so far that the ripple effects from fraud went on to hurt the market. But what the legislature wanted was 6312, just like for the Martin Act. And the Court of Appeals talks about this in assured guarantee.
To be prophylactic, is that what you're about to say, counsel?
Yes. Look at the assured guarantee case from the Court of Appeals. It talks about how a big point of these statutes, not the only point, but a big point is for the Attorney General to go in quickly to stop the fraud and illegality before it gets to the point that counterparties are harmed or it has those kinds of harmful effects in the market. I do want to, though, push back on the idea that Deutsche Bank never complained and wasn't harmed at all. Deutsche Bank did complain. When they first found out about the alleged misstatements and omissions, they raised serious concerns with defendants, said that misstatements in the financial statements would be an event of default. They asked for more information, and when they didn't get more information, they exited the entire relationship with the Trumps. That shows that they cared about the financial statements being truthful and accurate.
What year was that in? What year was that in?
It was right when they first heard about the allegations, so I believe it was 2020, Your Honor, although I'd have to check the precise year on that.
Yeah, when you brought the lawsuit.
as well, when Mazars found out.
When they found out that the Attorney General has evidence that Donald Trump was lying to them, they ended the relationship. Oh my God.
Should not be relied upon.
Here, pause it. You can pause it.
It's not true that the counterparties
hang on, one more time.
care or never complained. Even
Wait,
though
one more question and answer or what?
For 6312.
Here we go.
Also, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm moving off topic, so if you have a question on this, go ahead.
Maybe a better topic than mine. Back to Justice Moulton's point about line drawing, because I do think that is very important in this case. You know the history of this statute. It's passed under then AG Javits, and then was really amplified by AG Lefkowitz over the years. And when I went back and read bill jackets, the common thread was always we need greater power. The AG needs greater powers as the people's lawyer to protect consumers, civil rights, and the environment. And so again, with that sort of historical backdrop to this law, how do we draw a line or at least put up some guardrails to know when the AG is operating well within her admittedly broad sphere of 6312, and when she is going into an area that wasn't intended for her jurisdiction?
Sure, Your Honor. Well, I will say, although there was certainly concern about consumers, especially at the outset of 6312, in some of the legislative history, there were multiple bills being passed, and some of them were more specifically consumer protection statutes, which I think explains some of the focus. And the legislature wrote this statute. It doesn't say consumers in it. It wasn't focused. I mean, of course, we want to protect consumers. I'm not.
And
not
it
saying
does
otherwise.
It does start off with the words to protect honesty and integrity in the commercial marketplace. So,
Yes, Your Honor. And it also is it says quite broadly, whenever any person engages in fraud or illegality, whether that is meant to include
Compelling.
businesses large or small.
Really
because
compelling.
This kind of deceptive risk does cause problems for the honest business people who don't do it this way and don't get the ill-gotten gains.
All right, you can pause it now. You can pause it.
Inject risks into
hang
the
on.
market.
Well, how much are we going to hang on more? Like, people are getting sick of this.
Know what a repo 105 was, which is what
anyways,
down Lehman.
it gets worse. It gets worse and worse.
Well, I'm still waiting. You keep saying it gets worse and worse. I'm still waiting for it to get worse. She's just really good at what her job is. I mean, she's really good at this. She's a great debater.
so remote.
Right here.
No.
Does the conduct fall still? I mean, how remote does it have to be? It's the same question with regard to this line drawing in order for the AG to follow through.
I mean, I think the remoteness
Or
problem
until
is
it's outside of the scope of the statute as intended.
I mean, I think at least for 6312 fraud standing alone, I think the limit does come in through the capacity or tendency to deceive requirement. I don't think that the legislature wanted to have this kind of like evaluation about the precise harm out of a specific transaction. I mean, that's why harm is an issue that might be for restitution, but that's not an issue here. But there is a limit, and it comes from the tendency or capacity to deceive standard that this court has put on that does incorporate the materiality.
But anyways.
So that was actually really great. I mean, she cited how the law that you were talking about made some really good points about how it doesn't say anything about consumers. And it also says that it allows for the Attorney General to go after anybody that commits fraud.
Yeah. Any of your audience that wants to watch that in its entirety, they can go on YouTube.
Highly recommend they do.
Go to the appellate division.
Yeah. They'll see that how you completely misrepresented that. You completely misrepresented that questioning. And you tried to frame it as, there were only tough questions for the Attorney General's office. But again, I encourage people to go watch it and hear the tough questions for the Trump team as well, because that's how court hearings work.
The bottom line is, once you watch the entirety, here's what's going to happen. It's going to be a complete reversal of the charges. None of this is going to stick. It's going to be thrown out because of Executive Law 6312 does not apply in this case.
Doesn't say anything about consumers, though, does it?
It's a consumer protection law.
Where does it say consumers in the law?
The judge went back and looked at the bill jackets.
Where does it say consumers in the law?
Actually, if you look at Ngoron's ruling on page 6, he actually says this law was intended to protect consumers.
Yeah, but she pointed out how it doesn't say consumers anywhere in the law. And if it doesn't say consumers anywhere in the law, and it says this is like one of the most compelling points I actually heard. If it doesn't say consumers anywhere in the law, and it says that it gives the Attorney General's office, and has been interpreted as such to give the Attorney General's office to go after anybody that commits fraud, then of course it applies.
Okay. So, Harry, here's what you misunderstand. If you read 6312 in its entirety, it specifically says this law applies to businesses that fall under the general business law. So, therefore, it is not to be applied towards consumers. It's a business fraud law.
Does it allow for... Yeah, exactly. This was fraud. Does it allow for the Attorney General to go after anybody who engages in fraud?
Under a business, yes.
Yeah, and what was the business?
Trump was a consumer to the bank in this process.
Utter shit.
Sorry, Harry, he took a loan from them.
Yeah, that's utter crap. That's utter crap. And also, where was the questioning in that case on it only applying to businesses?
Because it falls under the general business law.
Where did the judges ask it about applying it to businesses?
Well, she read it. I didn't play the whole thing, but they actually read the law to her.
Yeah. So, and go to the part of the questioning where the judges ask about it applying only to businesses, and you'll hear her answer.
Well, the state believes she can apply it to anybody, but the judges aren't buying that.
Yeah, so I'm telling you, and you're gonna find out how wrong you are. Go to the questioning. Wait, pause. Go to the questioning where the judges ask about it only applying to businesses, and you'll hear her answer.
Which objective person are we looking to here, given that it is the nature of the transaction that it is? I don't want to belabor the
right. I mean, it doesn't. This court has said that the standard for 6312 fraud standing alone is the objectively reasonable, ordinary, and even unthinking person. But in this case, the court could use the higher standard, and it would be fine because
I notice you say the ordinary standard on page 55 of your brief. You say these deceptive strategies had a capacity, a tendency to deceive because they would have been relevant to and likely to mislead an ordinary person involved in the business dealings, and you cite to General Electric. Mm-hmm. Isn't the test here whether they were likely to mislead Deutsche Bank or Ladder Capital or the City of New York awarding a golf license, or Zurich on a surety bond program, or Everest National Insurance Company on the directors and officers policies? The defendant's statements were not meant for ordinary people. They were directed at some of the most sophisticated...
This is not asking about businesses.
...business.
Well, if the court
the judge isn't buying her arguments. He's like,
no,
this law is for ordinary citizens, Harry.
I asked you to pull up where he asked specifically, where does it apply to businesses, or why does this apply to them and not businesses?
He goes, these are the most sophisticated people in business. This is for ordinary people, Harry. Consumers.
Play it again.
Use the standard of...
Wait, also, wait, time out. Pause it. So, again, the point is that this is a question. So, this judge is not saying, I'm saying, as a matter of fact, it only applies to ordinary individuals, as you describe it, or as the judge said.
Right.
That's not what he's saying. He's asking, does it? He's not saying it does. He's asking, does it? This is what judges do in the appellate court. They ask questions. So you continue to say, oh, the judges are not buying his statement because of this question. It's like, no, I think you need to listen to more court.
Not asking
excuse me.
questions
I think you need to listen to more court hearings to understand that when judges are asking questions, they're not stating matter of facts. Yeah.
All right. Let's hear an answer.
Counterparty, sophisticated counterparty, fine. They had a capacity or tendency to deceive the sophisticated party as well, because these misstatements and omissions were about objective facts that were extremely important and that any reasonable counterparty would want to know. Any sophisticated, reasonable counterparty would want to know that the defendants were valuing an apartment based on 20,000 square feet more than it really was, based on pretending that rent regulations on certain apartments didn't exist, based on pretending that the Mar-a-Lago restrictions didn't exist. Your Honor asked about that. The trial court was very clear that it was not coming up with a magical valuation for itself. The problem with the Mar-a-Lago valuation is similar to what happened with the rent-regulated apartments. The restrictions in the deed are there. They are an objective fact. They are very restrictive. And even defendant's own expert at summary judgment, this is at 16502.
This is not even like applying to what I asked earlier. But
the value of Mar-a-Lago, but defendants valued it as if those restrictions didn't exist at all.
Counsel, I want to ask my question.
Yeah, so that's still
all right. But anyway, she gets into how they even calculate.
This doesn't even apply to the question I asked, or the question I was asking you to find, where the judges were asking about it only applying to businesses. I mean, you didn't even cite that question.
The
Maybe you didn't
jacket,
even ask
the one
about
judge,
it.
the judge says, "Hey, I went back and looked at the bill jackets. This only applies to consumers, civil rights, and the environment."
Where did the judge say that?
Did you not hear him say that, Harry?
Play it again, because again, I'm gonna have to explain it to you again how appellate court questioning goes.
Okay.
Because the judge. Anyway, go ahead.
Here we go.
Play only that part.
I'm only playing that part right here.
Standard. I think when we say materiality is not required, we're talking about the reasonable investor. That materiality is not required. It's just which objective person you're looking to. There's still an objective standard. So there are.
That's the point. And so which objective person are we looking to here, given that it is the nature of the transaction that it is? I don't want to belabor.
Let me go back to where he asked that first question, Terry. I'm sorry.
This doesn't exist, man. Doesn't exist.
Right here. This is where he says it.
I'm moving.
Listen closely.
So if you have a question on this,
he talks about the bill jackets right here.
Back to Justice Moulton's point about line drawing, because I do think that is very important in this case. You know the history of this statute. It's passed under then AG Javits, and then was really amplified by AG Lefkowitz over the years. And when I went back and read bill jackets, the common thread was always we need greater power. The AG needs greater powers as the people's lawyer to protect consumers, civil rights, and the environment. And so again, with that sort of historical backdrop to the...
He just said it. Civil rights, environment, and consumers.
And then keep playing it.
It's law. How do we draw a line, or at least put some guardrails to know when the AG is operating well within her admittedly broad sphere of 6312, and when she is going into an area that wasn't intended for her jurisdiction?
That's right. So he's basically
wait. Keep listening.
Okay, I'll play her response.
Your Honor, well, I will say, although there was certainly concern about consumers, especially at the outset of 6312, in some of the legislative history, there were multiple bills being passed, and some of them were more specifically consumer protection statutes, which I think explains some of the focus. And the legislature wrote this statute. It doesn't say consumers in it. It wasn't focused. I mean, of course, we want to protect consumers. I'm not.
And
not
it does start off with the words to protect honesty and integrity in the commercial market.
All right, so there it is.
Yeah.
So Harry, what they're framing it is we believe she's outside.
They're not framing it in any way. They're not framing it in any way of saying, "Oh, this case is valid, this case is not." They're not framing it in any way. This is judges asking questions. I don't know how many times I have to say this. You're like trying to read between the lines when it's always a terrible move when it comes to questioning like this. And you're also only looking at one side. You're saying, oh, the questions to the Attorney General's office was hard. I probably didn't listen very much to the Trump side being questioned. But her answer was good.
Well, her answer
where the line's drawn.
Her answer is typical why she brought the case, but it still doesn't apply. And these judges are going to correct this. And they're going to tell her that she's working outside the boundaries of 6312.
Just to be clear here, this is somebody who thinks you can lie to banks. It says that this is not going to stick. Well, of course, if somebody, if you think that you can lie to banks, you think that the law that prevents you from lying to banks is going to stop you or is not going to be applied. So I'm not sure if you're the most valid source here. But
I am the valid source.
You're not a valid source. You think that you can lie to banks. 6312 is broad. I don't know what's funny about that.
You can tell the bank what you believe your property is worth.
6312 is broad. It's broad intentionally to allow the Attorney General to go after fraud. And it doesn't, as she mentioned, it doesn't say anything about consumers, and it says that they can go after anybody who commits fraud. And where in the law specifically does it say only businesses?
Because if you read the law itself, Harry,
so where in the law does it say that?
Any person, it says under the general business law. Where
pull it up.
What consumers go around knowing what the general business law is?
Pull it up.
The actual law itself?
Yeah, where does it say the general, whatever time frame?
Harry, I'm going to cook you.
Do it. I mean, we've been waiting all night. We've been waiting all night for you to, you say, I'm going to pull it up and I'm going to debunk you. We're waiting.
All right, let me read it to you. Here it is. Executive Law 6312. It says right here. Let's go to 12. It says right here, whenever any person shall engage in repeated fraudulent or illegal acts or otherwise demonstrate persistent fraud or illegality in the carrying on, conducting, or transaction of business, the Attorney General may apply in the name of the people of the state of New York to the Supreme Court of the state of New York on notice of 5 days for an order enjoining the continuance of such business activity or of any fraudulent or illegal acts, directing restitution and damages, and in an appropriate case, canceling any business certificate filed.
As a penalty. Keep going. Keep going. Wait. Go back. I want to hear it again. I want to hear it again. Go back. Just go back a little bit.
Business law.
Wait. Go back. I want to hear it again. Just read it for me one more time.
The Attorney General and the people of New York to the Supreme Court on notice 5 days for any order enjoining the continuance of such business activity.
No. Go back further. Go back further.
Back to the beginning of the law?
No, just a little bit, like 2 sentences before that. Go ahead.
Okay. The Attorney General may apply in the name of the people of the state of New York to the Supreme Court of the state of New York on notice of 5 days for an order enjoining the continuance of such business activity or of any fraudulent or illegal acts, directing restitution and damages, and in appropriate cases, canceling any business certificate filed under and by virtue of the provisions of the general business law.
Yeah. So this is the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my entire life. Under the general business law, business certificates can be canceled.
Right. The bank
so it's
is
not
the
saying
business,
that. Oh
Harry.
my God.
Trump
so read
is the consumer.
Read the first sentence again.
Trump
go
is
to the very
consumer.
Go to the very
beginning.
beginning.
That, Harry.
Read the first sentence again. The first line.
When any
okay,
person.
now stop.
Yes.
What are the first 3 lines? The first 3
when
words?
any person.
Okay, so read that one more time.
Under business.
No. Read again. What are the first 3 words?
When any person shall engage.
When any person. That's the point. When any person
Doing
engages
business,
in
Harry.
fraud, the Attorney General is able to go after the. Jesus,
Harry,
I mean, it didn't have to be this hard. When any person engages in fraud, the Attorney General has broad authority to go after that fraud, and it doesn't only apply to people falling under the business. What would you say, the business law?
Yes, because they have to have a certificate.
Wait, say it again.
Business.
The business certificate law, right?
Yes.
That's wait. No, actually, read the law name again. What was the law name?
It says it right here, and cancel any business certificate filed.
Right.
Business certificate.
Right. Listen, read it very carefully. Read that line again very carefully.
Okay. Inappropriate canceling any business certificate filed under the general business law.
Yeah, so the general business law allows them to cancel business certificates in the state of New York if you commit business fraud generally under 6312.
Yes.
So
now,
if
Harry,
And wait. And just guess what happened when Donald Trump was found liable of a bunch of fraud? His business certificates were canceled, which is a remedy that the Attorney General can seek if somebody violates 6312. This is not rocket science. It doesn't only apply to businesses because, again, the first line is when anybody.
Trump was not the business in this relationship. He was the consumer to the bank.
It doesn't have to be a business.
Now, hang on.
Where in 6312 does it say it has to be between a business and a business?
The only way this would apply to Trump if he was a business and he was selling things to the consumer and he frauded the consumer.
It applies to. I'm going to read it to you. I'm going to point out the very important parts because we're having trouble here. Whenever any person shall engage in repeated fraudulent or illegal acts or otherwise demonstrate persistent fraud or illegality in the carrying on, conducting, or transaction of business, the Attorney General may apply in the name of the people of the state of New York to the Supreme Court of the United States, Supreme Court of the State of New York on notice of 5 days for an order enjoining the continuance of such business activity or of any fraudulent or illegal acts directing restitution and damages and, in appropriate case, canceling any certificate direct or filed under and by virtue of provisions of Section 440 of the former penal law. You didn't read that part. Or Section 130 of the general business law. And the court may award the relief applied for or so much thereof it may deem proper. The word fraud or fraudulent as used therein shall include any device, scheme, or artifice to defraud, or any deception, misrepresentation, concealment, suppression, false pretense, false promise, or unconscionable contractual provision. The term persistent fraud or illegality are used here, and yada yada. It's defining words. So what it's saying by using the business law that you're citing is that under that law, if the law is broken under 6312, then they can cancel business certificates. It's not just saying that it has to be a business. And if it just said it was only businesses, it wouldn't have started by saying whenever any person. That's the first 3 lines of the law. You're misreading it. I don't know. It's not that hard.
No, I'm not, Harry. You're thinking it applies to any person that just lives in New York. It does not.
The first 3 words are whenever any person
doing business. It has a business certificate.
Where does it say whenever? No. It's whenever any person shall engage in repeated fraudulent or illegal acts or otherwise demonstrate persistent fraud or illegality in the carrying on, conducting, or transaction of business, the Attorney General may apply in the name of the people of the state of New York to the Supreme Court of the state of New York on notice of 5 days for an order, yada yada yada, enjoining the continuance of such business activity or of any fraudulent or illegal acts directing restitution and damages. By the way, just to be clear, when they use the word business, it doesn't mean running a business.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. Conducting business, when you're conducting business, what the fuck is this echo?
I don't know. I don't hear nothing.
Can you swipe up out of the app?
Do what?
Can you swipe up out of the app? Anyway,
that's why. Yeah.
I think it's good. So when they, no, it's not good. Okay, wait. Let me swipe up out of the app again, and then try to unmute. Oh, he left. Well, anyway, what I wanted to point out is that the term conducting business, he's misreading the law. The term conducting business doesn't mean like, oh, you're running a business and thus you're conducting business. What it means, and I'll read you the definition, which I was just pulling up for him from Law Insider. Conducting business means to engage in any activity in pursuit of gain, including activities carried out on by a person through officers, agents, and employees, as well as activities carried out on by a person on that person's own behalf. So it's like, think about it this way. When you can use, when you use the term conducting business, like if you're running a business, but you can also say that, like, have you ever heard the term taking care of business? Like, obviously you're not running a business when you say taking care of business. Or if you say, where your buddy asks you, where were you today? Oh, it's conducting business, right? It doesn't mean that, oh, I'm running a business. And the term conducting business in law doesn't mean, oh, this person's running a business. So he's anyway, it doesn't matter. We're getting into the nitty gritty, which we don't need to get into because he was dishonest anyway. Point is that he's misreading the law. He's saying that it only applies to businesses, which is obviously not true. Because how could it also only apply to business? It doesn't matter, man. This is stupid. Anyway, I don't have to litigate it again with him not here. Point is, he was making a bad argument, but I don't know. Doesn't matter. Anyway, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. And you can tell me why you're MAGA. Make sure to double tap the screen. Let's try to get... Whoa, we're almost at 1 million likes. Make sure to double tap the screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. Why don't we shoot for the stars? Make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already. Venmo, Cash App in the link in the bio if you want to support the live. It goes a long way. It helps. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for look at that. Trisha, thank you for the $1. Harry, I beg, how much to kick him? I think I'm going to lose it. Well, there you go. Trista, thank you for the $5. Drinking wine, eating grapes and cheese, and watching the Harry Sisson show. Wouldn't have it any other way. Love you. Keep always pushing through. I appreciate that, Trista. Thank you so much. That's incredibly kind. I appreciate you being here. Whitney, thank you for the $1. This guy has been on a lot before, always embarrasses himself, as I think he did right there. Kevin, thank you for the $5. Have you ever, or would you ever debate Candace Owens? You, Parker, and Dean, don't mention her. I'd love to see y'all cook. I have never debated her, but I probably would. Sarah, thank you for the $20. Keep up the momentum. Sarah, I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. That's incredibly generous. Logan, thank you for the $1. I'm a waiter, so I keep cash, LOL, but just created my own TikTok to educate. Thanks for the inspiration. Let's turn North Carolina blue. Hell yeah, let's turn North Carolina blue. I totally agree. Joanna, thank you for the $10. Patience and wisdom is in fragile times. I appreciate that, Joanna. Thank you so much. Lena, thank you for the $10 as well. Where's Simba? He's not here. He's not here currently. Devon, thank you for the $5. Volunteered, was at the Harris rally in Pennsylvania. Got to be on the floor in front of her at the podium, and it was incredible. That's amazing. Look at that. That's really cool. Look, there's so many different opportunities that can rise from local volunteering. So yeah, why not? You could be in the floor in front of Kamala Harris. Tammy, thank you for the $10. Entertaining Woody's other audience. Was he live or something? I saw people saying that, but I'm not sure. Thank you for coming to North Carolina. Let me know if you need anything. I haven't come to North Carolina yet. Chloe, thank you for the $5. Hey Harry, I'm a small liberal creator. What's up, Chloe? I appreciate you. Love to go live with you someday. Yeah, you can come in here and debate. Why not? Angelica, thank you for the $3. DJ milking his time because he has to go live on his main. I didn't know that. Maya, thank you for the $2. How many donations is it going to take for a date? God, I don't have an answer to that question. $3 from Angelica again. That's the echo. Told you I was there. Interesting. I take you. Take it. I take your word. Venmo, Cash App, link in bio. What was I just going to say? Oh yeah, add me on Snapchat. Link in bio to add me on Snapchat, and also YouTube, Twitter, Instagram is all on that stuff. So you know. All right. Anyway, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up, and we can talk. Let me know if you're MAGA in the chat. Oh yeah, look at that guy with a really good name. Just fuck that guy. Sorry, there's somebody in the chat that was not good. Let's see here. Teddy says he's MAGA. I'll invite him. Here he comes.
Hello there.
Hello.
Hey, good to talk to you.
Good to talk to you too.
So
why MAGA?
Well, plenty of reasons. I got plenty to go for. If you don't mind, with a question first. Your statement up top says, "Prove me wrong. Harris is better than Trump." I guess would you at least admit that you were wrong when it used to say, "Prove me wrong. Biden is better than Trump"?
No, Biden's infinitely better than Donald Trump.
Then why is he not up here anymore? And I guess basically him dropping out, doesn't that kind of make you wrong?
Well, I also think that Pete Buttigieg, Governor Josh Shapiro, Barack Obama, Michelle Obama, Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, all these people are infinitely better than Donald Trump, but they're also not running for president. You can be better than Donald Trump and not be running for president.
Okay. Well, I still think basically you lost with that one because he's no longer running and you're now here with
so
Kamala.
what?
And I think we're going to see in a very short period that she's going to lose as well too. So, but anyway, why I'm voting.
Very nice. Why do you say that? Like, why can't somebody still be a good president and better than the last president, and they just not run for president? I don't understand.
Well, I guess you're right. That is probably subjective, but I'm assuming you meant it as a candidate. So,
as a candidate. Well, I think the candidate being a better candidate is based off what they've done and what they promised to do. So maybe, but I'm talking about mostly achievements. Like he's infinitely better.
Okay. Well, in answer to your question then too, you said, why am I voting for Trump? Plenty of reasons. First of all, would you agree with the statement that the business of America is business?
I mean, what do you mean by that?
Well, what does it mean to be American? What does it mean for every American, whether they have jobs or whatever? And this was actually said by a former president a long time ago. The business of America is business. And the reason I state that is you need to have an environment in this country so that businesses can thrive, which also means income and jobs and money stays in the country. And yet we can also sell goods overseas. So my point behind it is Trump, being a businessman, completely understands how businesses you have to make business cost less here for businesses to stay here, which means you can't overtax them. You got to have lower energy costs. Therefore, our goods and services can be marketed here as well as worldwide at a lesser price, thereby reducing inflation. Let me hear what you have to say about that, I guess.
Could you say the last part again, if you don't mind?
Basically, you need this environment to be more friendly to business with regards to fewer taxes on businesses, lower energy prices. You got to make goods and services be able to be made in America so that you can not only sell them here at a better, at a much more affordable price, as well as worldwide. Basically, we're in competition with the rest of the world. And it comes to tariffs too, but I don't want to get too far out in front here. But basically, go ahead and just tell me what you think of that.
Yeah, I'm not against a business friendly environment, but there's a nice balance here, right? Where it's not too pro business and not too anti business. So like historically in the United States, we used to have like a really pro business Supreme Court in like the kind of like 1800s kind of era, 19th century, where a lot of employee protections in certain businesses were struck down by the Supreme Court, saying that, oh, it's an infringement on business. There was a court case in New York, I believe, I forget the name, but it was a case in New York where they essentially, one party was claiming that they are owed breaks. This was like in the 1800s again, maybe early 1900s, where they were owed breaks from their bakery because they'd be in like these bakeries and these like really dark rooms for like 18 hours a day, constantly baking food, constantly baking. And they were entitled to protection under the law to have breaks. The Supreme Court of that time struck it down, saying that that was an infringement on business. It was like a 7-2 or something outrageous like that. And then over time, the Supreme Court has acknowledged that there has to be a nice balance. And like we as a society have now acknowledged that there should be a nice balance. So there has to be like enough regulation where we say like, yeah, if you're an employee, you get a lunch break, you get bathroom breaks, you get, you can't work a certain amount of hours per week or you get paid overtime. But we can also incentivize certain businesses with being like, hey, like we'll give you a tax cut if you stay in the United States. And, if you have access to our market, so that's already a benefit. And if you employ in this certain area, you'll get a subsidy of some kind. So I think there's a nice mix, both legally and in a policy way. That we could strike, and I'm obviously not opposed to that.
Okay, no, I agree with that. And you can actually see it statewide as well, too. Why do certain businesses leave certain states and go to other ones where the cost of business is doing it's doing less. Elon Musk would be an example of that, moving, Twitter, or formerly Twitter, now X, and also Tesla, he moved to Texas because the cost, businesses do what they can to be more competitive. Now, if you take that on more of a macro scale going worldwide, wouldn't that same reasoning still stand? That's why businesses leave, and as they get bigger and bigger, they start going where the cost of doing business is cheaper. And here are all our policies where I hear, your side basically says, we have to tax businesses, we have to, make them pay more, make them pay their fair share. But in the end, you lose the business, which loses the, professional high-paying jobs that we normally could have here. Your thoughts?
Yeah, but we have to acknowledge that there's also like so like you can go to Ireland, right? You can go to Ireland and incorporate your business there and have like no tax on your business, but there's disadvantages to doing that. And like Apple's kind of experiencing that a little bit right now. They're going through litigation surrounding their business being incorporated in Ireland, and it makes it harder to access American markets if you're based abroad. So sure, there's competition there. Of course, people compete, and like Ireland has no corporate tax rate because they want to compete. But I think that the overall benefit for companies staying in the United States is larger than the con of like a corporate tax rate, and like the pros of going abroad do not outweigh the cons of going abroad, in my view.
Okay, but they still do it, and then we still lose really good jobs here, and what made America great, if you go back, you mentioned back in history a little bit, I'll go back a little bit and say that, just go back to World War II and after, America was a manufacturing powerhouse, and we've become significantly less so. And as other nations have built back up, and especially, competitors like China, China is really basically kicking our ass when it comes to manufacturing. And again, they have labor laws that are not favorable. I understand that, but it wouldn't take much if you keep the energy prices really low here and also the taxes low here for business to keep businesses here. Look at what John Deere is trying to do. They're trying to leave now too. We just kind of keep creating a very hostile environment towards business.
Really, it's because we've had a manufacturing boom in the past couple of years, specifically in tech. So it can't be that hostile, right?
Well, no, I would agree that tech is doing well, but
and that's the industry of the future. I mean, at the end of the day, we used to have coal miners and things like that, and the Midwest was producing cars, and it was the manufacturing hub of the United States. But unfortunately, the economy has evolved. And whether it's Trump in office or not, these jobs are likely not coming back. And we're never going to have that again. So manufacturing is not going to go away, but that kind of manufacturing certainly has. So we have to adapt for the future. That's what Joe Biden has done. That's what Kamala Harris wants to do, which is the manufacturing of the future, chips, tech, things of that nature. And they're making that investments. Donald Trump is not. I mean, and to be clear, you're assuming too much of Trump. You're assuming that he's going to make good on promises he makes, or he's going to act in a certain way that's business friendly. This guy's only focused on getting power to keep himself out of prison. So you have to factor in who you're voting for. You're not voting for like a Mitt Romney or a John McCain, who might be traditionally more conservative and agree with a lower corporate tax rate for an average business. You're voting for Trump, man. You got to it's a different thing.
I get that. And here, the difference is too, because I hear you say it all the time too, that, why would you vote for a rapist or, someone that is a convicted criminal in business dealings? But here's the difference with my side. We don't believe he's guilty of that. And just hear me out for a second, because, it all seems to come up at a time when your side couldn't really run on an economy. So you had to do what you had to do. I'm just telling you what we believe. We absolutely believe this. So, and
I absolutely believe that there are unicorns flying around outside spitting at people. It's like, okay, well, you can absolutely believe something, even if it's batshit crazy, which argument to be made. So you can live in that delusion that Trump never did anything wrong, or that, it's just the deep state is coming after him, but that's not based in reality, right? You have to snap out of they didn't have the economy to run on, so they decided to go after Trump. For example, the sexual assault was a private individual. This was an individual who took Donald Trump to court. It wasn't a party. It wasn't a district attorney. It wasn't anything like that. And even when
it was paid for by somebody else.
So
during a time of election when they had an interest in seeing Trump.
This is a matter that was brought up in 2019. This was not even a relevant to 2024.
But they knew he was coming. Again, they knew it. And
okay. They had a crystal ball. They had a crystal ball.
I didn't want to get into the lawfare part of it, but we both. I'm just going to say we both agree on that.
Come on. I mean, come on, man. They knew that he was coming. Donald Trump made defamatory statements about somebody. He violated her rights. He assaulted her. He made defamatory statements about her, and he was held accountable. And you think that they're coming after him. It's like, have you ever I always ask this to Trump supporters. Have you ever just considered that he's a bad person? Or is that just, or do you automatically go to conspiracy?
No, actually, because I briefly lived in New York for a while. He's not that all much different than a lot of New Yorkers that are there. They speak a little different. They are a little more aggressive. They're very forward. He's probably that on steroids, so to speak. But, hey, I'm from Minnesota, where, we speak nicely to people, and it's different than
okay, but I mean, be real here. There's a difference between speaking different and defamation.
I would agree.
Come on.
But he is flamboyant. He does that, and I can see that sometimes.
It's not a justification, my man.
In trouble, but that whole deal, whatever stands, that sum is gonna get reduced. It was ridiculous. He's gonna win part of that.
Yeah, the sum will probably get reduced. But it's not gonna. The case will not be dropped.
Yeah.
Hate to break it to you.
No, I get it. But whatever. They always go after people with money anyway. So, but
it's not just going after people with money, my man. I mean, come on.
I get it. But, I do believe that had Trump had a second term, I'm not, if you're okay, if I move to something else here.
Sure.
He is going to come back with ways to create a more business friendly environment. He's also probably going to come back with cutting spending, which, that would be the question to you. Do you think we have a spending problem in this country, or we don't? Because we seem to keep running up deficits. This country is running up a deficit of $1 trillion every 3 months right now. It's just getting added and it's growing faster than that.
Yeah, but who do we owe the debt to?
Well, most of it's to ourselves, but still.
Right.
Yeah. But
so to me, it's not the debt. Like if our economy is growing and our GDP is great and we have the strongest economy in the world, and our debt to GDP ratio is good and it's kind of maintaining itself, then I just don't understand the big issue.
Do you know what our debt to GDP ratio is right now?
It's higher than it's been historically.
It's it's almost 125% right now.
Yeah, but typically before this, economists didn't think we can go above a certain level, and now modern economics is proving that's not to be the case. I mean, right. Japan's debt to GDP ratio is higher than ours, and they have a great economy.
Well, it's about the same. But yeah, and I've looked at it, and the only ones that are really low these days are places like Russia. And
we know what Russia's doing.
And well, that you bring up a good point there too, because what is Russia's economy? It's based on mostly oil, right?
Yeah, they're standing on like sticks right now.
Not necessarily, because since Biden has come in, we've seen the petrodollar basically change. Okay, and that is something that actually helps Vladimir Putin and Russia. But if you remember, I would assume you're not old enough to know, but from history. You're very well read. I have a lot of respect for you. I think you are a very smart guy. But
thank you.
Yeah, if you look at how did Reagan basically win the Cold War? I don't know if they taught that because
of course they taught that. Sorry, I'm multitasking right now. I'm like trying to. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean it was a combination of things. I mean I think it was more so the Soviet Union imploding on themselves than like Reagan. You know what I mean?
Well, there is a particular reason why, oil was so high. If you go back, it goes back to like the 70s under Carter and everything else, that oil was just so incredibly high. And Russia was able to, support their military and everything else. I should say it would have been the Soviet Union at that time. But basically they were able to do it. And then Reagan comes through, and the most simple thing he did is he says, I want to get oil down below $25 a barrel. And it might have even been less than that. For some reason, that sticks in my mind. But basically what happened is the Russian economy collapsed. The whole Soviet Union fell apart. And it had to do with they could no longer support their military or anything like that. So what have we done now? We've done exactly the opposite. We've gone after the energy sector, and now basically look at what we have. We have unrest everywhere. Russia has made a huge comeback because that's propped their economy back up again. So, if we're doing the opposite of that, it's, what we need to do is go the other direction with it, which will not only take care of the Russia problem, but will also bring our economy back as well, too. You need better energy prices.
The thing you're not, I don't think factoring into your argument is that today Russia has more partners than they did under the Soviet Union. So when, Reagan and like the global community was, the goal was to lower gas prices, Russia didn't really have anybody to fall back on and like kind of trade oil with then, or, to help out their economy then, because China wasn't developed. North Korea wasn't developed. I mean, it was nothing. Iran in the Middle East was going through its own stuff. But now in modern day, 2024, Russia has allies and partners to fall back on. So even when the United States and the entire West cuts off Russia from importing their oil or using their oil, as the United States has done and many other countries have done, they just turn to China, they turn to Iran, they turn to North Korea, and they've done that. I mean, they certainly have.
And that's how we got the BRICS nation too. Would you agree with that?
I think BRICS is like nothing, but yeah.
Well, that's going to be something. It really will be, because if we ever go off the petrodollar, you know what that's going to do to our economy?
I think that remains to be seen. I think I think it's hard to make a.
Oh, I hope it doesn't get there. Trust me.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying I hope, but I think it remains to be seen. I think things change quickly. I'm not 100% like, oh, it's going to be this way or another. I think, ask that question like 40, 50 years ago, right?
Right. Well, it is somewhat of a different scenario. I agree with that, but still, you still have to understand that their economy is still based on oil, and the things we're doing are, and I understand. I always hear you say too that we're drilling more now than when we did with Trump. And hey, great, but we should be doing even more than that. We should have more refineries. We still haven't. I don't know, when's the last time we built a new refinery?
Why? Why should we have way more refineries? Like, what we should do, in my view, is have a balance of continue to produce oil, continue to drill and things like that, but also simultaneously invest in renewable energy. That's the future at the end of the day. Moving to renewable energy is the future, whether people like it or not. So why can't we invest in producing oil and things like that, but also invest in renewable energy? I
think it's great, but at the rate we're doing it at, where we're trying to basically really shut down, gasoline, fuel, those resources, coal, before we even have any infrastructure in place. And by the way, that renewable energy is not cheaper than gasoline. There's nothing cheaper than gasoline right now.
Not now.
Right.
But, go back 10 years and look at how expensive renewable energy was and compare it to gas then. It's gone down substantially over years as we've invested more and it's become more of a commonplace. So it's all about innovation. It's all about taking the time to get there, and we will get there.
That's all because of the heavy subsidies that are on it as well too. It would never stand on its own. Look at ethanol. I mean, ethanol cannot even live without the subsidies.
We also subsidize the oil and gas industry.
We do, but not at the rate that they're doing in solar right now. Solar is
exactly. And look at how subsidies with oil and gas have evolved over time. Right?
I get it, but it's needed. It's also, what do you think helps our economy run?
I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying we shouldn't subsidize these industries, but the point is that we subsidize both. We've subsidized oil and gas for so long,
It still comes back to, at the end of the day, you need to make business here less money. And by the way, prices will come down. I hear you say prices will never come down. They actually will come down if you get energy prices lower, because, with competition and everything else, the energy prices are, if you go back just, 4 years ago, you could go to Walmart and you could buy a dozen eggs for, I believe it was like 79 cents. You jump forward to now and, you're looking at $4 a dozen. Yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't know where you're getting like a dozen of eggs for 73 cents in what year,
but it was like 79 cents, and they would, you could easily buy them for 99 cents a dozen. Trust me, I remember these things.
When?
Like 4 years ago.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know about all that. I don't know about all that.
I have a pretty decent memory too, and I'm telling you that's what it was. So, and everything else. I mean, now granted, a lot of other places would sell them for $1.59, $1.69, whatever. But the deal is, you'll never see that kind of a deal again. But what it is it's the cost of shipping everything. I bought some copper pipes today, and I'm seeing a copper pipe stick at like $60, where, 5 years ago you could buy it at like $18 a stick. It's gotten absolutely ridiculous. It has to do with the cost of shipping. Everything that weighs something costs more. Weight is everything. So you have to bring down fuel prices if you want to bring down the price of goods like that. If you want to bring house prices cheaper, the $25,000 Kamala Harris wants to do, get energy prices even lower, and you'll actually stimulate the housing market far more. And it'll give it to everybody, not just for first-time home buyers.
I don't know. I think it can be a combination of both. It doesn't have to be one or the other. Also, I was just curious about your claim about eggs being per a dozen being 99 cents. I'm looking at the average price. It was never that. I think the lowest it got in terms of average was in September of 2020, which is the midst of the COVID pandemic, at $1.35 on average. But around in the Trump presidency, it was mostly hovering around like $1.50 to $2. Okay, and it only spiked in 1 year because of a bad case of bird flu. Then the next it dropped down to $2 under Biden, and now it's around like $3. So I'm looking at it right now from the
half on average.
What was that?
It's about $3.50 on average right now. No, trust me. Hey, I have no reason to lie to you about this. I'm telling you what.
All right, I'd take your word for it.
I mean, really. And it's just, they do that. They probably maybe even lose a little money on that because it's a draw. They get people in the store and they make money that way too, But it's just that you never see anything like that anymore. So, I mean, all these are all reasons why I want to vote for Trump. Trump understands these things. I don't think,
Okay, well, I mean, look, you can disagree with me on policy, but to say that Donald Trump understands these things, I think is quite laughable. Like, what gives you what have you seen from Donald Trump recently that gives you the impression that he has knowledge on this stuff?
Well, he is actually a businessman worth a lot more than I am.
So,
even just making his Truth Social, you have to admit that became worth billions of dollars based on him. So there's a good example.
Yeah, because of him, right? Because his followers. I mean, go to Truth Social, right? This is not a the room for debate on the internet, right? This is not like this has a wide attraction to a bunch of consumers who are interested in Donald Trump. No, look at his comment section. It's all Trump supporters. So he has certainly leveraged his supporters to make money, but leveraging a cult to give you a bunch of cash does not mean you're a good businessman.
Okay. How about his golf courses then?
His golf courses that he's lied about over time?
No, he actually has fantastic golf courses.
Oh, yeah. If you have a bunch of money, I'm sure you can make a beautiful golf course.
Okay. Well,
he also lied about his golf courses and his properties in New York and got fined a bunch of money for it.
Okay. I'm not aware of that, but I'll take your word for it.
The business fraud case. You're not familiar with that?
Yes, I am. But which part are you talking about?
Yeah. So his properties. He overvalued his properties.
You're talking about how he valued things? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good businessman doesn't have to lie to make money,
And I get it, but I mean, I can find my faults with that case. I hear it go back and forth. I think you guys beat that one like it's a dead horse,
Sure.
I get it, but Mar-a-Lago is definitely valued more than $18 million. I know that you've heard that.
It's not actually. It also wasn't valued by the judge at $18 million. It was done by an appraiser in Florida, and the reason it's lower than other property in the area is because it's a business, it's a club. And when you sign over your property be a club in that area, it is in that it's a club and labeled as a club for tax reasons in perpetuity, which means that it also comes with the costs of running a business. So when you buy a single family home, there's no cost of running a business. There's no profits and losses. But when your property is labeled as a club, which Mar-a-Lago is, where Donald Trump makes money from it, then there are some costs that come with it. So that was factored into the valuation.
So you think if he all of a sudden said tomorrow, hey, I'm going to put Mar-a-Lago up for sale for $100 million, you don't think he'd get it?
No, I think like anybody that's reasonable would not spend $100 million on Mar-a-Lago.
Because even just land for sale that was right next to it was worth like $100 million.
Like that's land without a business on it.
I get it, but I'm just saying, okay, you can also convert Mar-a-Lago back into something that's not a business.
No, you can't. That's why it's low. It's valued so low, because when you sign over your property in that area to be a business, it's that forever. That's why it's valued so low. So if somebody who buys it then has to run the business, they can't just change it back. That's why it's valued low. That's like the whole argument.
I find that to be dubious, but I
fact check me.
No,
Fact
it's
check me.
more. I'm just basically saying you're saying there is absolutely zero way that place could never, ever be turned into anything else but a business.
Correct.
I doubt it. It could easily be sold into another corporation, could be bankrupted, and then it can become something completely else. You can change it. Trust me, there's ways you can do that.
Let's find out. Watch.
Okay.
Valued 18 million. Sorry, one sec.
It probably makes quite a bit of money too for him, I'm sure.
Yeah, so this is a PolitiFact. The claim was Attorney General Letitia James and Judge Arthur Engeron valued Mar-a-Lago at $18 million. They rated it as false. In evaluating the property, Palm Beach County officials account for Mar-a-Lago as being a deed-restricted private club. Unlike a private home, the property's value is determined by the amount of income it generates as a club. So that's number one, why it was valued at that. Mar-a-Lago's county appraisal takes into the deed restrictions. Mar-a-Lago is not valued by the county as if it was a luxury home because it's a private club. Trump in 1995 signed a deed of conservation and preservation easement, which means he ceded the rights to use the property for anything else other than a club. That means the property appraiser uses an income-based valuation for the property. Spokesperson for the property appraiser told PolitiFact. Mar-a-Lago is one of 9 deed-restricted clubs in Palm Beach County. All are valued in the same manner. The income approach to valuation capitalizes the net operating income that private clubs could generate. This means that the value of the property is determined based on the amount, yada, 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 yada.
So you're basically
so that's why it's deed restricted.
You couldn't sell it for more than 18 million. That is what you're telling me.
Well, that's what it's when you turn. I mean, you could. I think that when it comes to real estate, you could probably list it for more. I don't know what happens when it comes to deed restricted places, because this is like an exchange of goods between two people. But when it comes to like going for a loan, yeah, you can't value it as more than that.
Well, I mean, it's like, you know, even my house, I have a certain taxable value on the property. My house is actually worth a significant amount more than the tax value, and it seems to be that way on a lot of properties. So, you know, I mean, I understand you can have two different values there, but when it comes down to real value, what banks look at when they're going to give a loan, you know, they're going to do their due diligence and determine, okay, no, this property is probably worth more.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they will, maybe they won't. I don't know. It's case by case basis.
Hey, by the way, the other thing I said too about, you know, we have a spending problem here.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on, you know, Elon Musk coming on board and helping go through and becoming, if say Trump is elected, and he's
dumb.
Why? Why do you say that?
Because Elon Musk is dumb.
I don't think he's very dumb.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's created a bunch of businesses and that's great. But when it comes to like just basic media literacy, he's really stupid. Like, just look at what Elon Musk's posts and like what he believes to be true and like how he like cites fake stories on Twitter all the time. It's like this guy has the media literacy of a 5-year-old or like an 80-year-old who just started using Facebook for the first time and they see AI images. It's very concerning. And I wouldn't want somebody like that to be in control of, you know, government efficiency and things like that. And also, especially because he's so pro-Trump. It's like, I don't think if we're talking about government efficiency, I don't think we should have somebody who's like in Trump's back pocket spending tens of millions of dollars to get him elected to be in a position like that. I don't know.
He still considers himself a Democrat, though.
I'm sure he does. And I consider myself to be president of the United States.
Okay, that's two different things. But,
and they're both equally false.
No, here's the thing, though, too. I've actually, if you watch his manufacturing and you look at the way the guy's able to, you know, cut the cost and also be able to make something a better product, the guy understands what he's doing. He also understands, you know, that we do have a spending problem in this country. We've always had a spending problem, and what do you expect when you get a bunch of lawmakers that are all lawyers and not business people? You're going to get people that just argue all the time and don't understand the first frickin' thing about business. So,
and yet when we put a person who's, you know, claims to be part of business as president of the United States, they incite an insurrection 4 years later. So.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, on a totally separate topic, I hear you also say something too that Putin really wants Trump to win.
Yes. Yes, he does.
Can you tell me why you really believe that?
Yeah, the history of Russia trying to get Donald Trump elected. In 2016, we know that they interfered in the election to help Trump. In 2020, we know that they interfered in the election to help Trump. And now in 2024, they are doing that as well. I mean, this has already been confirmed by the intelligence community. We just got word the other day from a chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, Mark Kelly, who said that around 20 to 30% of the political content that Americans are consuming are coming from different countries. Those countries make up of like Russia, Iran, countries like that. And of course, we know Russia has a political leaning that they want Donald Trump to be elected. And we also have stories surrounding like Hunter Biden that Russia has very much been involved in. We also have money coming directly from Russia to conservative influencers to push Russian talking points and points that they want in the United States political discourse. So I think it's like, it's not a secret anymore. This is not like a dirty little secret. We know that Russia wants Trump to be elected. And I think if Russia wants Trump to be elected, we probably shouldn't vote for that guy.
I think he wants chaos in our elections. And if you go back to 2016, which you mentioned with Hillary Clinton, do you know that in 2016, almost everybody, even including myself, believed Hillary was going to win no matter what in 2016?
Yeah.
So I think when you see the support that came from Putin, which I know there was a bunch of Facebook buy ads by him, things like that. I think all he was trying to do was weaken Hillary Clinton, because I think he believed Hillary Clinton was going to win. I really think he didn't think Donald Trump had a chance.
Yeah,
so
except
the motivations are a little different there, is what I'm basically saying. I think he likes to sow chaos in our elections. And, you know, I think if it looked like Kamala was going to win, you know, or if Trump really was going to win, he'd probably be putting money towards Kamala.
Yeah, except our intelligence community came to the conclusion that he was helping Donald Trump to get Trump elected, not to sow division or hurt Hillary Clinton.
This the same ones that are the ones that said the Hunter Biden laptop, the 50 people that were actually 100% wrong.
Well, a lot of the stories around Hunter Biden are Russian disinformation. We know that now, especially with Alexander Smirnov recently being indicted by the FBI for lying to them and having connections to Russian officials who gave him stories to spread about Hunter Biden. But those 50 officials were actually they made a good point. It wasn't that they were saying, oh, it's Russian disinformation. They were saying it has the telltale signs of a Russian disinformation campaign. And a lot of that was, I mean, the Hunter Biden laptop story was a nothing burger. I mean, what did it prove? What did it contain? Nothing, right? The Republicans have been investigating Hunter Biden for 2 years now. And notice how their investigation just kind of suddenly disappeared. It's because there's nothing.
Well, it was because he did a plea deal. So
no, it wasn't because he took a plea deal. Their investigation was irrelevant to the cases against Hunter Biden.
A lot further had that gone on further into a fight, it would have gone much further, and it probably would have embarrassed quite a few other people. But
he took a plea deal on tax charges against him. He was convicted in the other case, but I don't know what you're referencing that he took a plea deal on that would have.
If it would have gone to trial, there would have been, the rights to more discovery of where money came from, how it came, and they had to shut that down. He had to do a plea deal.
Why would there be rights to more discovery? This was a tax charge. What discovery would they have more rights to that they didn't already have?
They would have had to prove the money and how it came there and who was involved, and it could have involved bringing forth witnesses that.
Yeah, there's no evidence that the money was obtained illegally or anything like that. That wasn't an allegation. It was just whether Hunter Biden paid his taxes or not, and they wouldn't mean that they'd have right to, Hunter Biden's entire life story when it comes to financials. This is just not true.
Okay. Well, that's basically my opinion on that. I really don't care about the Hunter Biden stuff or anything like that. Mostly what I care about is our economy. I do believe Trump would be a much better steward of the economy. And in the end here, I really do think he's going to win this fall. I don't think you guys probably would have been better off sticking with Biden. But I guess we'll all find out very shortly here within that. But, all this stuff that's going on, like finally getting the border closed down a little bit better. Why didn't Biden and Harris do that earlier with the executive order like they did?
Yeah, they tried. They introduced an immigration bill on day one of their presidency. Republicans rejected it. They worked on that bipartisan immigration bill. Republicans rejected it. So finally, they just turned to executive power. But they were going to try to go through Congress first.
Why didn't he do a 3? And why did he reverse it when Trump had it in place anyways? Why not?
This executive order was not policy that Trump had in place. This was new policy regarding asylum, because asylum has become the big problem in recent years. And in terms of why did they do it earlier, they were trying to work through Congress.
Yeah, but in the meantime, you do a stop fix gap, which could have been an executive order while you work on this other thing.
We were thinking that Republicans would come to their senses and actually want to work together on an issue and solve something for the American people, and they chose not to. What were the problems with the bill?
Well, it would have immediately. Actually, I'm not going to really be speaking from fact here. I probably shouldn't copy him, but my understanding is it would have immediately legalized like 11 million without a lot of vetting. But I'm not going to take that as fact.
Yeah, that's not true.
There was also a daily limit where the border would shut that could be subjective. There was a lot of problems with it. It wasn't a perfect bill, and there's plenty of reason to not vote it into place. But again, I'm not going to be an expert on that one.
Yeah, I mean that's just not true. It wouldn't have allowed 11 million people to come into the country. That is not based on any fact. Also, this was written by a Republican endorsed by Donald Trump.
Already here is what I'm talking about. But
it would. Yeah, so there was a pathway. Actually, no, there was no pathway to citizenship in that bill.
One version that I saw, but again, I read it so long ago that I can't even speak from any point of authority.
So the U.S. Citizenships Act of 2021, which was the bill that Biden introduced on day one of his presidency, did include work on a pathway to citizenship for people, but the bill that you're talking about, the bipartisan bill, did not.
Okay. Again, I have to take your word because I'm not really, I don't know enough about that one.
Sure.
I asked you a bunch of questions. What do you have for
I was actually about to end the conversation because I got to go, unfortunately. So,
gotcha. I was actually surprised you brought me up because I've talked with Parker and others too, and they usually don't like me because they seem to cannot, be able to counter a lot of the things I say here too. But you gave me a really nice discussion. I really appreciate that.
Well, all right, man. Hey, I appreciate you coming up, and I appreciate the
success. I think you're doing really good. Just you're a capitalist, and that's a good thing.
Of course. Well, hey, man, I appreciate the conversation. You're welcome back anytime, and I appreciate it.
All right. Good night, sir.
Thanks, Teddy. Have a good one.
Okay.
Ladies, gents, boys, and girls, everybody in between. Yeah, I wanted to go a lot earlier because I wanted to go to ride the Peloton and lift as I do. But I wanted to finish up that conversation with that guy because it was interesting. Who do I miss? Caitlin, thank you for the $2. Driving 6 hours to see our future president in Wisconsin tomorrow. Caitlin, you're dedicated. I love that. Good stuff. Good stuff. Riley, thank you for the $1. Can you add me back on Snapchat? Maybe I will. Maybe I'll start adding people back on Snapchat. The nice thing about Snapchat over there is I respond to a lot of people over there. Because they'll just quickly respond to my story or something like that, and I'll just swipe up and respond. So I respond to people over there. Fun fact. So Riley, maybe make yourself known on my Snapchat, and you sent a $1. So I feel like that's the least I can do. Avery, thank you for the $2. Just want to let you know that I plan on making a TikTok account where I'll be reporting on Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party. I've probably learned so much from you, and I hope to get you on my page so I can interview since I'm a journalist. Avery, I'd love to. Thank you so much for watching, and that's amazing. I'm so glad to hear that. Thank you. I can't wait to see the videos. Logan, thank you for the $1. What's your opinion on the Nordic model, the economic and social policies common in Nordic countries like Norway and Denmark, Sweden? Yeah. They have a lot of economic freedom in exchange, and they have a lot of social programs. So it's a really interesting model. Republicans often call those countries very socialist or communist, which is ironic because they're very economically free. But I'm not opposed to them. I think I have some disagreements with it generally, but generally not opposed. I know that's a very vague. I would go in depth more if we had more time, but I digress. Sarah, thank you for the $5 for all the times tonight where I heard a Trump supporter say, "I get it." I like that, Sarah. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's incredibly kind. Anyway, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, everybody in between, I'm going to wrap up the live there. So listen, before I go, make sure to add me on Snapchat, follow me on Instagram, Twitter, and of course, subscribe on YouTube. All of those links are in my bio. Drop a follow here on TikTok if you haven't already. Raid all of these people. We have My Dude who's live. My Dude is one of my favorite debaters on TikTok. He's my_dude, my_DOODE. Great debater. Isaiah R. Martin is also live. Carbon is also live. Manda Rose is also live. Any of these people you see right here, My Dude, Isaiah, Carbon, Manda, let them know that we sent you. Fill their chat with Harry Raid, Harry Raid, Harry Raid, Harry Raid. Let them know. Their entire chat, I want it to be filled with Harry Raid, Harry Raid, Harry Raid. Just let them know. And tell them we care about them and tell them what we think, that we thank them for the good work they're doing. But aside from all of that, ladies, gents, boys, girls, have a great day tomorrow. It's a Thursday. If it's not already Thursday for you, have a great Thursday tomorrow. Enjoy your day. Sleep in if you can. Maybe your classes are later in the day. Maybe you don't have work tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. And if you do have class, if you do have work, power through. You got this. It's almost the weekend. It's almost the weekend, so stay put, stay strong. You got this. I believe in you. Take care of yourselves. Give yourself more credit. You're not giving yourself enough credit. You're doing amazing, and I hope you remember that. Some days it's easy to feel that you're not, but I know that you are. Just trust me. I know. Trust me. I'm part of the deep state. I can see. Anyway, all right, everybody. I appreciate you guys. Have a good rest of your night. We'll talk soon. All right? Bye, everybody.